I was born, said he, at Mosul, of one of the most considerable families in the city. My father was the eldest of 10 brothers, who were all alive and married when my grandfather died. All the brothers were childless but my father, and he has no child but me. He took particular care of my education and made me learn everything proper for a child of my rank. When I was grown up and began to keep company with the world, I happened one Friday to be at noon prayers with my father and my uncles in the great mosque of Mosul. And after prayers were over, the rest of the company going away, my father and my uncles continued sitting upon the best carpet in the mosque, and I sat down by them. They discoursed of several things, but the conversation fell insensibly, I know not how, upon the subject of voyages. They extolled the beauties and peculiar rarities of some kingdoms, and of their principal cities. But one of my uncles said that according to the uniform report of an infinite number of voyagers, there was not in the world a pleasanter country than Egypt and the Nile, and the account he gave of them infused into me such a charming idea of them, that from that very moment I had a desire to travel thither. Whatever my other uncles said, by way of preference to Baghdad and the Tigris, in calling Baghdad the true residence of the Mussulman religion and the metropolis of all the cities of the earth, made no impression upon me. My father joined in opinion with those of his brothers who had spoken in favor of Egypt, which filled me with joy. Say what you will, said he, the man that has not seen Egypt has not seen the greatest rarity in the world. All the land there is golden. I mean, it is so fertile that it enriches its inhabitants. All the women of that country charm you by their beauty and their agreeable carriage. If you speak of the Nile, where is there a more wonderful river? What water was ever lighter or more delicious? The very slime it carries along in its overflowing fattens the fields, which produce 1,000 times more than other countries that are cultivated with the greatest labor. Observe what a poet said of the Egyptians when he was obliged to depart from Egypt. Your Nile loads you with blessings every day. It is for you only that it runs from such a distance. Alas, in removing from you, my tears will flow as abundantly as its waters. You are to continue in the enjoyment of its sweetnesses, while I am condemned to deprive myself of them against my will. If you look, added my father, towards the island that is formed by the two greatest branches of the Nile, what variety of verdure! What enamel of all sorts of flowers! What a prodigious number of cities, villages, canals, and 1,000 other agreeable objects! If you turn your eyes on the other side, up towards Ethiopia, now many other subjects of admiration. I cannot compare the verdure of so many plains, watered with the different canals of the island, better than to brilliant emeralds set in silver. Is not Grand Cairo the largest, the most populous, and the richest city in the universe? What a number of magnificent edifices, both public and private. If you view the pyramids, you will be filled with astonishment. You will stiffen at the sight of these masses of stone of an enormous thickness, which rear their heads to the skies. You will be obliged to confess that the pharaohs, who employed such riches and so many men in building them, must have surpassed in magnificence and invention all the monarchs that have appeared since, not only in Egypt but in all the world, for having left monuments so worthy of their memory. Monuments so ancient that the learned cannot agree upon the time of their erection. Yet such as stand to this day, and will last to the end of time. I pass over in silence the maritime cities of the kingdom of Egypt, such as Damietta, Rosetta, Alexandria, where innumerable nations come for various sorts of grain, cloth, and an infinite number of other things calculated for the accommodation and delight of men. I speak of what I know, for I spent there some years in my youth, which, as long as I live, I shall always reckon the most agreeable part of my life. My uncles had no answer to give my father, continued the young man of Mosul, and assented to all he had said of the Nile, of Cairo, and of the whole kingdom of Egypt. My imagination was so full of it that I had not a wink of sleep that night. Soon after, my uncles declared how much they were struck with my father's discourse. They made a proposal to him that they should travel all together into Egypt. He accepted of the proposal, and being rich merchants, they resolved to carry with them such goods as would sell there. I found that they were making preparations for their departure, and thereupon went to my father, and begged of him, with tears in my eyes, that he would suffer me to go along with him, and allow me some stock of goods to trade with on my own account. You are too young, said my father, to travel into Egypt. The fatigue is too great for you, and besides, I am sure you will come off a loser in your traffic. These words, however, did not cure the eager desire I had to travel. I made use of my uncle's interest with my father, who at last granted me leave to go as far as Damascus, where they were to leave me till they traveled through Egypt. The city of Damascus, said my father, may likewise glory in its beauties, and my son must be content with leave to go so far. Though my curiosity to see Egypt was very pressing, I considered he was my father and submitted to his will. I set out from Mosul with him and my uncles. We traveled through Mesopotamia, past the Euphrates, and arrived at Aleppo, where we stayed some days. From thence we went to Damascus, the first sight of which agreeably surprised me. We lodged all together in one khan, and I had the view of a city that was large, populous, full of handsome people, and well fortified. We employed some days in walking up and down the delicious gardens that surrounded it, and we all agreed that Damascus was justly said to be seated in a paradise. At last my uncles thought of pursuing their journey, but took care, before they went, to sell my goods so advantageously for me that I got 500%. This sale fetched me so considerable a sum that I was transported to see myself possessed of it. My father and my uncles left me in Damascus and pursued their journey. After their departure, I used great caution not to lay out my money idly. But at the same time, I took a stately house, all of marble, adorned with paintings of gold, silver foliage, and a garden with fine waterworks. I furnished it, not so richly indeed as the magnificence of the place deserved, but at least handsomely enough for a young man of my rank. It had formerly belonged to one of the principal lords of the city, whose name was Madan Aldaraham, but then was the property of a rich jewel merchant, to whom I paid for it only 2 sheriffs 72 a month. I had a number of domestics and lived honorably. Sometimes I gave entertainments to such people as I had made an acquaintance with, and sometimes I went and was treated by them. Thus did I spend my time at Damascus, waiting for my father's return. No passion disturbed my repose, and my only employment was conversation with people of credit. One day, as I sat taking the cool air at my gate, a very handsome, well-dressed lady came to me and asked me if I did not sell stuffs. She no sooner spoke the words than she went into my house. When I saw that the lady was gone into the house, I rose, and having shut the gate, conducted her into a hall and prayed her to sit down. "Madam," said I have had stuffs that are fit to be shown to you, but I have them not now, for which I am very sorry." She took off the veil that covered her face and discovered a beautiful person, which affected me with such emotions as I had never felt before. "I have no occasion for stuffs," said she. "I only come to see you and pass the evening with you, if you please. All I ask of you is a light collation." Transported with such good luck, I ordered the servants to bring us several sorts of fruits and some bottles of wine. They served us with dispatch, and we ate, drank, and made merry till midnight. In short, I had not before passed a night so agreeably as this. Next morning I would have put 10 sheriffs in the lady's hands, but she drew back instantly. "I am not come to see you," said she, with an interested design. "You affront me. Far from receiving money of you, I desire you to take money of me, or else I will see you no more." In speaking this, she put her hand into her purse, took out 10 sheriffs, and forced me to take them, saying, "You may expect me 3 days hence after sunset." Then she took leave of me, and I felt that when she went she carried my heart along with her. She did not fail to return at the appointed hour 3 days after, and I did not fail to receive her with all the joy of a person who waited impatiently for her arrival. The evening and the night we spent as before, and next day, at parting, she promised to return the 3rd day after. However, she did not go without forcing me to take 10 sheriffs more. She returned a third time, and at that interview, when we were both warm with wine, she spoke thus: "My dear heart, what do you think of me? Am I not handsome and agreeable?" "Madam," said I think this an unnecessary question. All the expressions of love which I show you ought to persuade you that I love you. I am charmed to see you and possess you. You are my queen, my sultaness. In you lies all the felicity of my life." "Ah," replied she, "I am sure you would speak otherwise if you saw a certain lady of my acquaintance, that is younger and handsomer than I. She is of such a pleasant, lively temper, that she would make the most melancholy people merry. I must bring her hither. I spoke of you to her, and from the account which I have given of you, she is dying with desire to see you. She entreated me to procure her that pleasure, but I did not dare to humor her without speaking to you beforehand." "Madam," said I, "do what you please, but whatever you may say of your friend, I defy all her charms to tear my heart from you, to whom it is so inviolably attached that nothing can disengage it." "Be not too positive," said she. "I now tell you I am about to put your heart to a strange trial." We stayed together all night, and next morning, at parting, instead of 10 sheriffs, she gave me 15, which I was forced to accept. "Remember," said she, "that in 2 days' time you are to have a new guest. Pray take care to give her a good reception. We will come at the usual hour, after sunset." I took care to have my hall in great order, and a handsome collation prepared against they came. I waited for the two ladies with impatience, and at last they arrived at the beginning of the night. They both unveiled themselves, and as I had been surprised with the beauty of the first, I had reason to be much more so when I saw her friend. She had regular features, a complete person, and such sparkling eyes that I could hardly bear their splendor. I thanked her for the honor she did me, and entreated her to excuse me if I did not give her the reception she deserved. No compliments, said she. It should be my part to make them to you, for allowing my friend to bring me hither. But since you are pleased to suffer it, let us lay aside all ceremony, and think only of amusing ourselves. I had given orders, as soon as the ladies arrived, to have the collation served up, and we soon sat down to supper. I sat opposite to the strange lady, and she never ceased looking upon me with a smile. I could not resist her conquering eyes, and she possessed herself so powerfully of my heart that I could offer no opposition. But while she inspired me with a flame, she caught the flame herself, and so far from showing any constraint in her carriage, she held to me very lively language. The other lady who observed us did nothing at first but laugh at us. I told you, said she, addressing herself to me, you would find my friend full of charms, and I perceive you have already violated the oath you made me of being faithful to me. Madam, said I, laughing as well as she, you would have reason to complain of me if I were wanting in civility to a lady whom you brought hither, and who is a favorite with you. Both of you might then upbraid me for not knowing how to do the honors of my house. We continued to drink, but as the wine warmed us, the strange lady and I ogled one another with so little reserve that her friend grew jealous and quickly gave us a dismal proof of her jealousy. She rose from the table and went out, saying she would be with us presently again. But a few moments after, the lady that stayed with me changed countenance, fell into violent convulsions, and, in short, expired in my arms while I was calling for assistance to relieve her. I went out immediately and asked for the other lady, and my people told me she had opened the street door and was gone. Then I suspected what was but too true, that she had been the cause of her friend's death. She had the dexterity and the malice to put some very strong poison into the last glass, which she gave her with her own hand. I was afflicted to the last degree with the accident. What shall I do? Thought I, what will become of me? I considered there was no time to lose, and it being then moonlight, I made my servants quietly take up one of the great pieces of marble with which the court of my house was paved. Under that I made them presently dig a hole, and there inter the corpse of the young lady. After replacing the stone, I put on a traveling suit and took what money I had, and having locked up everything, affixed my own seal on the door of my house. This done, I went to see for the jewel merchant my landlord, paid him what rent I owed, with a year's rent in advance, and giving him the key, prayed him to keep it for me. A very urgent affair, said I, obliges me to be absent for some time. I am under the necessity of going to find out my uncles at Cairo. I took my leave of him, immediately mounted my horse, and set off with my attendants. I had a good journey and arrived at Cairo without any accident. There I met with my uncles, who were very much surprised to see me. To excuse myself, I pretended I was tired of staying for them, and hearing nothing of them was so uneasy that I could not be satisfied without coming to Cairo. They received me very kindly, and promised my father should not be angry with me for leaving Damascus without his permission. I lodged in the same khan with them, and saw all the curiosities of Cairo. Having finished their traffic, they began to talk of returning to Mosul, and to make preparations for their departure. But I, having a mind to see something in Egypt that I had not yet seen, left my uncles and went to lodge in another quarter, at a distance from the khan, and did not appear any more till they were gone. They sought for me all over the city, but not finding me, they supposed remorse for having come to Egypt without my father's consent had put me on returning to Damascus without saying anything to them. So they began their journey, expecting to find me at Damascus and there to take me up. I continued at Cairo after their departure 3 years, more completely to indulge my curiosity after all the wonders of Egypt. During that time, I took care to send money to the jewel merchant, ordering him to keep my house for me, for I designed to return to Damascus and stay there some years more. I had no adventure at Cairo worth relating, but doubtless you will be very much surprised at that I met with after my return to Damascus. Arriving at this city, I went to the jewel merchant's house, who received me joyfully, and would needs go along with me to my house, to show me that nobody had entered it while I was absent. The seal was still entire upon the lock, and when I went in, I found everything in the same order in which I had left it. In sweeping and cleaning out my hall, where I had used to eat with the ladies, one of my servants found a gold chain necklace, with 10 very large and very perfect pearls placed upon it at certain distances. He brought it to me, and I knew it to be the same I had seen upon the lady's neck that was poisoned, and concluded it had broken off and fallen, when I did not perceive it. I could not look upon it without shedding tears, when I called to mind the lovely creature I had seen die in such a shocking manner. I wrapped it up and put it in my bosom. I passed some days to recover from the fatigues of my voyage, after which I began to visit my former acquaintance. I abandoned myself to all manner of pleasure, and insensibly squandered away all my money. Being thus reduced, instead of selling my furniture, I resolved to part with my necklace. But I had so little skill in pearls that I took my measures very ill, as you shall hear. I went to the Bezestein, where I called a crier aside, and showing him the necklace, told him I had a mind to sell it, and desired him to show it to the principal jewelers. The crier was surprised to see such a trinket. "What a pretty thing it is!" cried he, staring upon it a long while with admiration. "Never did our merchants see anything so rich. I am sure I shall oblige them highly in showing it to them, and you need not doubt they will set a high price upon it in emulation of each other." He carried me to a shop which proved to be my landlord's. "Stay here," said the crier. "I will return presently and bring you an answer." While he was running about to show the necklace with much caution, I sat with the jeweler, who was glad to see me, and we conversed on different subjects. The crier returned, and calling me aside, instead of telling me the necklace was valued at 2,000 sheriffs, he assured me nobody would give me more than 50. "The reason is," added he, "the pearls are false. Consider, see if you will part with it at that price." I took him at his word, and wanting money, "Go," said I take your word, and that of those who know better than myself, deliver it to them, and bring me the money immediately. The crier had been ordered to offer me 50 sheriffs by one of the richest jewelers in town, who had only made that offer to sound me, and try if I was well acquainted with the value of the goods I exposed to sale. He had no sooner received my answer than he carried the crier to the judge, and showing him the necklace, "Sir," said he, "here is a necklace that was stolen from me, and the thief, under the character of a merchant, has had the impudence to offer it for sale, and is at this minute in the Bezestein. He is willing to take 50 sheriffs for a necklace that is worth 2,000, which is a plain argument that it is stolen." The judge sent immediately to seize me, and when I came before him, he asked me if the necklace he had in his hand was not the same that I had exposed to sale in the Bezestein. I told him it was. "Is it true," said he, "that you are willing to deliver it for 50 sheriffs?" I answered I was. "Well," said he, in a scoffing way to me, "give him the bastinado. He will quickly tell us, with all his fine merchant's clothes, that he is only a downright thief. Let him be beat till he confesses." The violence of the blows made me tell a lie. I confessed, though it was not true, that I had stolen the necklace, and presently the judge ordered my hand to be cut off. This made a great noise in the Bezestein, and I was scarce returned to my house when my landlord came. "My son," said he, "you seem to be a young man well educated, and of good sense. How is it possible you could be guilty of such an unworthy action as that I here talk of? You gave me an account of your property yourself, and I do not doubt but the account is just. Why did not you ask money of me, and I would have lent it you? However, after what has happened, I cannot allow you to lodge longer in my house. You must go and seek for other lodgings." I was extremely troubled at this, and entreated the jeweler, with tears in my eyes, to let me stay 3 days longer in his house, which he granted. "Alas," said I to myself, "this misfortune and affront is unsufferable. How shall I dare to return to Mosul? Nothing I can say to my father will persuade him that I am innocent." 3 hours after this fatal accident, my house was assaulted by the judge's officers, accompanied with my landlord, and the merchant that had falsely accused me of having stolen the necklace. I asked them what brought them there, but instead of giving me any answer, they bound and gagged me, calling me 1,000 rogues and telling me the necklace belonged to the governor of Damascus, who had lost it above 3 years ago, and that one of his daughters had not been heard of since that time. Judge my sensations when I heard this news. However, I summoned all my resolution. I will tell, thought I will tell the governor the truth, and so it will rest with him either to put me to death or to pardon me. When I was brought before him, I observed he looked upon me with an eye of compassion, from whence I augured well. He ordered me to be untied, and addressing himself to the jeweler who accused me, and to my landlord, "Is this the man," said he, "that sold the pearl necklace?" They had no sooner answered yes than he said, "I am sure he did not steal the necklace, and I am much astonished at the injustice that has been done him." "These words giving me courage, sir," said I do assure you I am perfectly innocent. I am likewise fully persuaded the necklace did never belong to my accuser, whom I never saw, and whose horrible perfidy is the cause of my unjust treatment. It is true, I made a confession as if I had stolen it, but this I did contrary to my conscience through the force of torture, and for another reason that I am ready to tell you, if you will be so good as to hear me. "I know enough of it already," replied the governor, "to do you one part of the justice that is due to you. Take from hence," continued he, "take the false accuser. Let him undergo the same punishment he caused to be inflicted on this young man whose innocence is known to me." The governor's orders were immediately put in execution. The jeweler was punished as he deserved. Then the governor, having ordered all the company to withdraw, said to me, "My son, Tell me without fear how this necklace fell into your hands, conceal nothing from me." Then I told him plainly all that had passed, and declared I had chosen rather to pass for a thief than to reveal that tragical adventure. "Good God," said the governor, "thy judgments are incomprehensible, and we ought to submit to them without murmuring. I receive, with an entire submission, the stroke thou hast been pleased to inflict upon me." Then, directing his discourse to me, "My son," said he, "having now heard the cause of your disgrace, for which I am very much concerned, I will give you an account of the disgrace that befell me. Know, then, that I am the father of those two young ladies you were speaking of but now. The first lady, who had the impudence to come to your house, was my eldest daughter. I had given her in marriage at Cairo to one of her cousins, my brother's son. Her husband died, and she returned home, corrupted with all manner of wickedness which she had learned in Egypt. Before I took her home, her youngest sister, who died in that deplorable manner in your arms, was a very prudent young woman, and had never given me any occasion to complain of her conduct. But after that, the eldest sister grew very intimate with her, and insensibly made her as wicked as herself. The day after the death of the youngest, not finding her at table, I asked her eldest sister what was become of her. But she, instead of answering, fell to crying bitterly, from whence I formed a fatal presage. I pressed her to inform me of what I asked her. "Father," said she, sobbing, "I can tell you no more than that my sister put on her best clothes yesterday, and her fine pearl necklace, and went out, and has not been heard of since. I made search for my daughter all over the town, but could learn nothing of her unhappy fate. In the meantime, the eldest, who doubtless repented of her jealous fury, took on very much and incessantly bewailed the death of her sister. She denied herself all manner of food, and so put an end to her deplorable days. Such," continued the governor, "such is the condition of mankind. Such are the unlucky accidents to which they are exposed. However, my son," added he, "since we are both of us equally unfortunate, let us unite our sorrow, and not abandon one another. I give you in marriage a third daughter I have still left. She is younger than her sisters, and in no respect imitates their conduct. Besides, she is handsomer than they were, and I assure you is of a disposition calculated to make you happy. You shall have no other house but mine, and after my death, you and she shall be heirs to all my property." "Sir," said I am ashamed of all your favors, and shall never be able to make a sufficient acknowledgment." "Enough," said he, interrupting me, "let us not waste time in idle words." This said, he called for witnesses, ordered the contract of marriage to be drawn, and I married his daughter without farther ceremony. He was not satisfied with punishing the jeweler who had falsely accused me, but confiscated for my use all his property, which was very considerable. As for the rest, since you have been called to the governor's house, you may have seen what respect they pay me there. I must tell you further that a man who has been sent by my uncles to Egypt, on purpose to inquire for me there, passing through this city, found me out, and came last night and delivered me a letter from them. They inform me of my father's death, and invite me to come and take possession of his estate at Mosul. But as the alliance and friendship of the governor have fixed me with him, and will not suffer me to leave him, I have sent back the express with a power, which will secure to me my property. After what you have heard, I hope you will pardon my incivility during the course of my illness, in giving you my left instead of my right hand." "This," said the Jewish physician, "this is the story I heard from the young man of Mosul. I continued at Damascus as long as the governor lived. After his death, being in the flower of my age, I had the curiosity to travel. Accordingly, I went through Persia to the Indies, and came at last to settle in this your capital, where I practice physic with reputation." The Sultan of Kaskar was well pleased with this last story. "I must say," said he to the Jew, "the story you have told me is very singular, but I declare freely, that of the little humpback is yet more extraordinary and much more comical, so you are not to expect that I will give you your life, any more than the rest. I will hang you all four." "Pray, sir, stay a minute," said the tailor, advancing forwards and prostrating himself at the Sultan's feet. "Since your majesty loves pleasant stories, I have one to tell you that will not displease you." "Well, I will hear thee too," said the Sultan. "But do not flatter thyself that I will suffer thee to live, unless thou tellest me some adventure that is yet more diverting than that of the humpbacked man." Upon this the tailor, as if he had been sure of his scheme, spoke boldly to the following purpose. The story told by the tailor. "A citizen of this city did me the honor, 2 days ago, to invite me to a treat which he was to give to his friends yesterday morning. Accordingly, I went early, and found there about 20 persons. The master of the house was gone out upon some business, but in a very little time he came home, and brought with him a young man, a stranger, very well dressed and very handsome but lame. When he came in, we all rose up, and out of respect to the master of the house, invited the young man to sit down with us upon the sofa. He was going to do so, but all on a sudden, spying a barber in our company, he flew backwards and made towards the door. The master of the house, surprised at his behavior, stopped him. "Where are you going?" said he. "I brought you along with me to do me the honor of being my guest among the rest of my friends, and you are no sooner got into my house, but you are for running away again." "Sir," said the young man, "for God's sake do not stop me, let me go. I cannot without horror look upon that abominable barber, who, though he was born in a country where all the natives are white, resembles an Ethiopian, and his soul is yet blacker and more horrible than his face." We were all surprised to hear the young man speak so, and we began to have a very bad opinion of the barber, without knowing what ground the young man had for what he said. Nay, we protested we would not suffer anyone to remain in our company who bore so horrid a character. The master of the house entreated the stranger to tell us what reason he had for hating the barber. "Gentlemen," said the young man, "you must know this cursed barber is the cause of my being lame, and falling under the cruelest accident that anyone can imagine. For this reason I have sworn to avoid all the places where he is, and even not to stay in the cities where he dwells. It was for this reason that I left Baghdad, where he then was, and traveled so far to settle in the city, in the heart of Great Tartary, a place where I flattered myself I should never see him. And now, after all, contrary to my expectation, I find him here. This obliges me, gentlemen, against my will, to deprive myself of the honor of being merry with you. This very day I take leave of your town, and will go, if I can, to hide my head where he shall not come." This said, he would have left us, but the master of the house kept him, and entreated him to stay, and tell us the cause of his aversion for the barber, who all this while looked down and said not a word. We joined with the master of the house in requesting him to stay, and at last, the young man, yielding to our importunities, sat down upon the sofa, and after turning his back to the barber that he might not see him, gave us the following account. My father's quality might have entitled him to the highest posts in the city of Baghdad, but he always preferred a quiet life to all the honors he might deserve. I was his only child, and when he died I was already educated, and of age to dispose of the plentiful fortune he had left me, which I did not squander away foolishly, but applied it to such uses that every body respected me. I had not been yet disturbed with any passion. I was so far from being sensible of love, that I acknowledge, perhaps to my shame, that I cautiously avoided the conversation of women. One day, walking in the streets, I saw a great company of ladies before me, and that I might not meet them, I turned down a narrow lane just by, and sat down upon a bench by a door. I sat over against a window where there stood a pot with very pretty flowers, and I had my eyes fixed upon it, when on a sudden the window opened, and a young lady appeared, whose beauty struck me. Immediately she cast her eyes upon me, and in watering the flower pot with a hand whiter than alabaster, looked upon me with a smile that inspired me with as much love for her, as I had formerly aversion for all women. After having watered her flowers, and darted upon me a glance full of charms that pierced my heart, she shut the window again, and left me in inconceivable perplexity, from which I should not have recovered, if a noise in the street had not brought me to myself. I lifted up my head, and turning saw the first caddy of the city, mounted on a mule, and attended by 5 or 6 servants. He alighted at the door of the house where the young lady had opened the window, and went in, from whence I concluded he was the young lady's father. I went home in a different state of mind, tossed with a passion the more violent, as I had never felt its assaults before. I went to bed in a violent fever, at which all the family was much concerned. My relations, who had a great affection for me, were so alarmed with the sudden disorder, that they importuned me to tell the cause, which I took care not to discover. My silence created an uneasiness that the physicians could not dispel, because they knew nothing of my distemper, and by their medicines they rather inflamed than checked it. My relations began to despair of my life, when an old lady of our acquaintance, hearing I was ill, came to see me. She considered me with great attention, and after having examined me, penetrated, I know not how, the real cause of my illness. She took my relations aside, and desired all my people would retire out of the room, and leave her alone with me. When the room was clear, she sat down on the side of my bed. "My son," said she, "you have obstinately concealed the cause of your illness, but you have no occasion to reveal it to me. I have experience enough to penetrate into a secret. You will not deny it when I tell you it is love that makes you sick. I can find a way to cure you, if you will but let me know who that happy lady is that could move a heart so insensible as yours. For you have the character of a woman-hater, and I was not the last that perceived that such was your disposition. But what I foresaw has come to pass, and I am now glad of the opportunity to employ my talents in relieving your pain." The old lady, having talked to me thus, paused, expecting my answer. But though what she had said had made a strong impression upon me, I durst not lay open to her the bottom of my heart. I only turned to her and fetched a deep sigh, without saying anything. "Is it bashfulness," said she, "that keeps you from speaking? Or is it want of confidence in me? Do you doubt the effect of my promise? I could mention to you a number of young men of your acquaintance that have been in the same condition with you, and have received relief from me." The good lady told me so many more circumstances, that I broke silence, declared to her my complaint, pointed out to her the place where I had seen the object which occasioned it, and unraveled all the circumstances of my adventure. "If you succeed," said I, "and procure me the happiness of seeing that charming beauty, and revealing to her the passion with which I burn for her, you may depend upon it I will be grateful." "My son," said the old woman, "I know the lady you speak of. She is, as you rightly judge, the daughter of the first cadi of the city. I am not surprised that you are in love with her. She is the handsomest and most lovely lady in Baghdad, but what I most hesitate about is that she is very proud and of difficult access. You know how strict our judges are in enjoining the punctual observance of the severe laws that confine women in such a strict constraint, and they are yet more strict in the observation of them in their own families. The cadi you saw is more rigid in that point than all the other magistrates together. They are always preaching to their daughters what a heinous crime it is to show themselves to men, and the girls themselves are so prepossessed with the notion that they make no other use of their own eyes but to conduct them along the street, when necessity obliges them to go abroad. I do not say absolutely that the first caddy's daughter is of that humor, but that does not hinder my fearing to meet with as great obstacles on her side as on her father's. Would to God you had loved any other. Then I should not have had so many difficulties to surmount. However, I shall employ all my wits to compass the matter, but it requires time. In the meantime, take courage and trust in me." The old woman took leave of me, and as I weighed within myself all the obstacles she had been talking of, the fear of her not succeeding in her undertaking inflamed my disorder. Next day she came again, and I read in her countenance that she had no favorable news to impart. She spoke thus: "My son, I was not mistaken. I have somewhat else to conquer besides the vigilance of a father. You love an insensible object, who takes pleasure in making every one burn with love who suffer themselves to be charmed by her. But she will not deign them the least comfort. She heard me with pleasure, when I spoke of nothing but the torment she made you undergo. But I no sooner opened my mouth to engage her to allow you to see her, and converse with her, but casting at me a terrible look, 'You are very bold,' said she, 'to make such a proposal to me. I charge you never to see me again with such language. Do not let this cast you down,' continued she. 'I am not easily disheartened, and if your patience does but hold out, I am hopeful I shall compass my end.' To short my story," said the young man, "this good go-between made several fruitless attacks in my behalf on the proud enemy of my rest. The vexation I suffered inflamed my distemper to that degree that my physicians gave me over. I was considered as a dead man when the old woman came to recall me to life. That nobody might hear what was said, she whispered in my ear, 'Remember the present you owe for the good news I bring you.' These words produced a marvelous effect. I raised myself up in the bed, and with transport made answer, 'You shall not go without a present, but what is the news you bring me?' 'Dear sir,' said she, 'you shall not die. I shall speedily have the pleasure to see you in perfect health and very well satisfied with me. Yesterday, being Monday, I went to see the lady you love and found her in a very good humor. As soon as I came in, I put on a sad countenance and fetched many deep sighs and began to squeeze out some tears. 'My good mother,' said she, 'what is the matter with you? Why are you so cast down?' 'Alas, my dear and honorable lady,' said I have been just now with the young gentleman I spoke to you of the other day. His business is done. He is giving up his life for love of you. It is a pity, I assure you, and you have been very cruel.' 'I am at a loss to know,' replied she, 'how you charge me to be the cause of his death. How can I have contributed to it?' 'How,' replied I, 'did not you tell me the other day that he sat down before your window when you opened it to water your flower pot? He then saw that prodigy of beauty, those charms that your mirror represents to you every day. From that moment he languished, and his disorder is risen to such a height that he is reduced to the deplorable condition I have mentioned. You remember well,' added I, 'how rigorously you treated me the last time I was here, when I was offering to speak to you of his illness, and to propose a means to rescue him from the danger he was in. When I took leave of you, I went straight to his house, and he knew no sooner by my countenance that I had brought no favorable answer than his distemper increased. From that time, madam, he has been ready to die, and I do not know whether you can save his life now, though you should take pity on him.' 'This is just what I said to her,' continued the old woman. 'The fear of your death alarmed her, and I saw her face change color. 'Is what you say true?' said she. 'Has he actually no other disorder but what was occasioned by the love of me?' Ah, madam, said I, it is too true. Would to God it were false. Do you believe, said she, that the hopes of seeing me would at all contribute to rescue him from the danger he is in? Perhaps it may, said I, and if you will give me orders, I will try the remedy. Well, said she, sighing, give him hopes of seeing me, but he must pretend to no other favor from me, unless he aspires to marry me, and my father gives his consent to it. Madam, replied I, your goodness overcomes me. I will go and seek the young gentleman, and tell him he is to have the pleasure of an interview with you. The properest time I can think of, said she, for granting him that favor is next Friday, at the time of noon prayers. Let him take care to observe when my father goes out, and then come and plant himself over against the house, if his health permits him to come abroad. When he comes, I shall see him through my window, and shall come down and open the door to him. We shall then converse together during prayer time, and he must be gone before my father returns. It is now Tuesday, continued the old lady. You have from this time to Friday to recover your strength and make the necessary dispositions for the interview. While the good old lady was speaking, I felt my illness decrease, or rather, by the time she had done, I found myself perfectly well. Here, take this, said I, reaching out to her my purse, which was full. It is to you alone that I owe my cure. I reckon this money better employed than all that I gave to the physicians, who have only tormented me during the whole course of my illness. When the lady was gone, I found I had strength enough to get up, and my relations finding me so well, complimented me upon it and went home. Friday morning, the old woman came, just when I was dressing myself, and choosing out the finest clothes in my wardrobe. I do not ask you, said she, how you do. What you are about is intimation enough of your health, but will not you bathe before you go to the first caddy's house? That will take up too much time, said I. I will content myself with sending for a barber to shave my head and beard. Immediately I ordered one of my slaves to call a barber that could do his business cleverly and expeditiously. The slave brought me this wretch you see here, who came, and after saluting me, sir, said he, you look as if you were not well. I told him I was just recovered from a fit of sickness. I wish, said he, God may deliver you from all mischance. May his grace always go along with you. I hope, said I, he will grant your wish, for which I am very much obliged to you. Since you are recovering of a fit of sickness, said he, I pray God preserve your health. But now pray let me know what I am to do. I have brought my razors and my lancets. Do you desire to be shaved or to be bled? I replied, I am just recovered of a fit of sickness, I told you, and so you may readily judge I only want to be shaved. Come, make haste, do not lose time in prattling, for I am in haste, and precisely at noon I am to be at a place. The barber spent much time in opening his case and preparing his razors. Instead of putting water into the basin, he took a very handsome astrolabe out of his case, and went very gravely out of my room to the middle of the yard to take the height of the sun. Then he returned with the same grave pace, and entering my room, sir, said he, you will be pleased to know this day is Friday, the 18th of the moon Saphar, in the year 653-73, from the retreat of our great prophet from Mecca to Medina, and in the year 73-2074, the epoch of the great Iskender with two horns, and that the conjunction of Mars and Mercury signifies you cannot choose a better time than this very day and hour for being shaved. But on the other hand, the same conjunction is a bad presage to you. I learn from thence that this day you run a great risk, not indeed of losing your life, but of an inconvenience which will attend you while you live. You are obliged to me for the advice I now give you, to take care to avoid it. I should be sorry if it befell you. You may guess, gentlemen, how vexed I was at having fallen into the hands of such a prattling, impertinent barber. What an unseasonable adventure it was for a lover preparing for an interview. I was quite angry. I care not, said I in anger, for your advice and predictions. I did not call you to consult your astrology. You came hither to shave me or begone. I will call another barber. Sir, said he, with a phlegm that put me out of all patience, what reason have you to be angry with me? You do not know that all barbers are not like me, and that you would scarce find such another, if you made it your business to search. You only sent for a barber, but here in my person you have the best barber in Baghdad, an experienced physician, a very profound chemist, an infallible astrologer, a finished grammarian, a complete orator, a subtle logician, a mathematician perfectly well versed in geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, and all the refinements of algebra, an historian fully master of the histories of all the kingdoms of the universe. Besides, I know all parts of philosophy. I have all our law traditions at my fingers' ends. I am a poet, I am an architect, and what is it I am not? There is nothing in nature hidden from me. Your deceased father, to whose memory I pay a tribute of tears every time I think of him, was fully convinced of my merit. He was fond of me, and spoke of me in all companies as the first man in the world. Out of gratitude and friendship for him, I am willing to attach myself to you, to take you into my protection, and guard you from all the evils that your stars may threaten. When I heard all this stuff, I could not forbear laughing, notwithstanding my anger. You impertinent prattler, said I, will you have done and begin to shave me? Sir, replied the barber to me, you affront me in calling me a prattler. On the contrary, all the world gives me the honorable title of silent. I had 6 brothers that you might justly have called prattlers, and that you may know them the better. The name of the first was Bakbauk, of the second, Bakbara, of the third, Bakbak, of the fourth, Alkuz, of the fifth, Ulnaskar, and of the sixth, Shakabak. These, indeed, were impertinent chatterers. But for me, who am a younger brother, I am grave and concise in my discourse. For God's sake, gentlemen, do but suppose you had been in my place. What could I say when I saw myself so cruelly situated? Give him 3 pieces of gold, said I to the slave that was my housekeeper, and send him away, that he may disturb me no more. I will not be shaved this day. Sir, said the barber, pray what do you mean by that? I did not come to seek for you, it was you sent for me. And since it is so, I swear by the faith of a Mussulman, I will not stir out of these doors till I have shaved you. If you do not know my value, it is not my fault. Your deceased father did me more justice. Every time he sent for me to let him blood, he made me sit down by him, and he was charmed with hearing what fine things I said to him. I kept him in a continual strain of admiration. I elevated him, and when I had finished my discourse, my God, cried he, you are an inexhaustible source of science. No man can reach the depth of your knowledge. My dear sir, said I again, you do me more honor than I deserve. If I say anything that is fine, it is owing to the favorable audience you vouchsafe me. It is your liberality that inspires me with the sublime thoughts that have the happiness to please you. One day, when he was charmed with an admirable discourse I had made him, give him, said he, 100 pieces of gold, and invest him with one of my richest robes. I received the present upon the spot, and presently I drew his horoscope and found it the happiest in the world. Nay, I carried my gratitude farther. I let him blood with cunning glasses. This was not all. He spun out another harangue that was a full half-hour long. Tired with hearing him and fretted at the loss of time, which was almost spent before I was half ready, I did not know what to say. It is impossible, said I, there should be such another man in the world who takes pleasure, as you do, in making people mad. I thought that I should succeed better if I dealt mildly with my barber. In the name of God, said I, leave off all your fine talking and dispatch me presently. Business of the last importance calls me, as I have told you already. At this he fell a-laughing. It would be a laudable thing, said he, if our minds were always in the same state, if we were always wise and prudent. However, I am willing to believe that if you are angry with me, it is your distemper has caused that change in your humor. And for that reason you stand in need of some instructions, and you cannot do better than to follow the example of your father and grandfather. They came and consulted me upon all occasions, and I can say, without vanity, that they always prized my advice highly. Pray observe, sir, men never succeed in their undertakings without the advice of men of understanding. A man cannot, says the proverb, be wise without receiving advice from the wise. I am entirely at your service, and you have only to command me. What, cannot I prevail with you then? Said I, interrupting him to leave off these long speeches that tend to nothing but to split my head in pieces and to detain me from my business. Shave me, I say, or begone. With that I started up in anger, stamping my foot against the ground. When he saw I was angry in earnest, sir, said he, do not be angry, we are going to begin. He lathered my head and fell to shaving me, but he had not given me 4 strokes of his razor when he stopped, saying, sir, you are hasty, you should avoid these transports that only come from the devil. I am entitled to some consideration on account of my age, my knowledge, and my great virtues. Go on and shave me, said I, interrupting him again, and talk no more. That is to say, replied he, you have some urgent business to go about. I will lay you a wager, I guess right. Why, I told you so these 2 hours, said I. You ought to have shaved me before. Moderate your passion, replied he. Perhaps you have not maturely weighed what you are going about. When things are done precipitately, they are generally repented of. I wish you would tell me what mighty business this is you are so earnest upon. I would tell you my opinion of it. Besides, you have time enough, since your appointment is not till noon, and it wants 3 hours of that yet. I do not mind that, said I. Persons of honor and of their word are rather before their time than after. But I forget that in amusing myself with reasoning with you, I give in to the faults of you prattling barbers. Have done, shave me. The more haste I was in, the less haste he made. He laid down the razor and took up his astrolabe, then laid down his astrolabe and took up his razor again. The barber quitted his razor again and took up his astrolabe a second time, and so left me half-shaved, to go and see precisely what o'clock it was. Back he came, and then, sir, said he, I knew I was not mistaken, it wants 3 hours of noon. I am sure of it, or else all the rules of astronomy are false. Just heaven, cried I, my patience is at an end. I can bear it no longer. You cursed barber, you barber of mischief, I can scarce help falling upon you and strangling you. Softly, sir, said he, very calmly, without being moved by my passion. You are not afraid of a relapse. Be not in a passion. I am going to shave you this minute. In speaking these words, he clapped his astrolabe in his case, and took up his razor, and passing it over the strap which was fixed to his belt, fell to shaving me again. But all the while he shaved, the dog could not forbear prattling. If you please, sir, said he, to tell me what is the business you are going about at noon, I could give you some advice that may be of use to you. To satisfy the fellow, I told him I was going to meet some friends at an entertainment at noon, to make merry with me upon the recovery of my health. When the barber heard me talk of regaling, God bless you this day, as well as all other days, cried he. You put me in mind that yesterday I invited 4 or 5 friends to come and eat with me as this day. Indeed, I had forgot it, and I have as yet made no preparation for them. Do not let that trouble you, said I. Though I dine abroad, my larder is always well furnished. I make you a present of all that it contains, and besides, I will order you as much wine as you have occasion for I have excellent wine in my cellar. Only you must dispatch shaving me, and pray remember it. Whereas my father made you presents to encourage you to speak, I give you mine to make you hold your tongue. He was not satisfied with my promise. God reward you, sir, said he, for your kindness. But pray show me these provisions now, that I may see if there will be enough to entertain my friends. I would have them satisfied with the good fare I make them. I have, said I, a lamb, 6 capons, a dozen chickens, and enough to make 4 courses. I ordered a slave to bring all before him, with 4 great pitchers of wine. It is very well, said the barber, but we shall want fruit and sauce for the meat. That I ordered likewise, but then he gave over shaving to look over everything, one after another, and this survey lasted almost half an hour. I raged and stormed like a madman, but it signified nothing. The wretch made not the more haste. However, he took up his razor again, and shaved me for some minutes. Then stopping all on a sudden, I could not have believed, sir, that you would have been so liberal. I begin to perceive that your deceased father lives again in you. Most certainly, I do not deserve the favors with which you have loaded me, and I assure you I shall have them in perpetual remembrance. For, sir, to let you know it, I have nothing but what comes from the generosity of such gentlemen as you, in which respect I am like to Xantout, who rubs the people in the baths, to Sali, who cries boiled peas in the streets, to Salout, who sells beans, to Akersha, who sells greens, to Aboumekarez, who sprinkles the streets to lay the dust, and to Qasim, the caliph's lifeguard man. Of all these persons, not one is apt to be melancholy. They are neither impertinent nor quarrelsome. They are more contented with their lot than the caliph in the midst of his court. They are always gay, ready to sing and dance, and have each of them their peculiar song and dance with which they divert the city of Baghdad. But what I esteem most in them is, that they are no great talkers, no more than your slave that has now the honor to speak to you. Here, sir, is the song and dance of Xantout, who rubs the people in the baths. Mind me, pray, and see if I do not imitate it exactly. The barber sung the song, and danced the dance of Xantout, and let me say what I could to oblige him to make an end of his buffooneries. He did not give over till he imitated, in like manner, the songs and dances of the other people he had named. After that, addressing himself to me, I am going, said he, to invite all these honest men to my house. If you will take my advice, you will join us and disappoint your friends yonder, who perhaps are great talkers, that will only tease you to death with their impertinent discourse, and make you relapse into a distemper worse than that you are so lately recovered of, whereas at my house you shall have nothing but pleasure. Notwithstanding my anger, I could not forbear laughing at the fellow's impertinence. I wish I had no business upon my hands, said I. I would accept of the proposal you make me. I would go with all my heart to be merry with you. But I beg to be excused. I am too much engaged this day. Another day I shall be more at leisure, and then we shall make up that company. Come, finish shaving me and make haste home. Perhaps your friends are already come to your house. Sir, said he, do not refuse me the favor I ask of you. Come and be merry with the good company I am to have. If you were but once in our company, you would be so pleased with it, you would forsake your friends to come to us. Let us talk no more of that, said I cannot be your guest. I found I gained no ground by mild terms. Since you will not come to my house, replied the barber, you must allow me to go along with you. I will go and carry these things to my house, where my friends may eat of them if they like them, and I will return immediately. I would not be so uncivil as to leave you alone. You deserve this piece of complaisance at my hands. Heavens, cried I, then I shall not get clear of this troublesome fellow today. In the name of the living God, said I, leave off your unreasonable jargon. Go to your friends, drink, eat, and be merry with them, and leave me at liberty to go to mine. I have a mind to go alone. I have no occasion for company. Besides, I must needs tell you, the place to which I go is not a place where you can be received. Nobody must come there but I. You jest, sir, said he. If your friends have invited you to a feast, what should prevent you from allowing me to accompany you? You will please them, I am sure, by carrying thither a man that can talk comically like me and knows how to divert company. But say what you will, I am determined I will go along with you, in spite of you. These words, gentlemen, perplexed me much. How shall I get rid of this cursed barber? Thought I to myself. If I persist in contradicting him, we shall never have done. Besides, I heard then the first call to noon prayers, and it was time for me to go. In fine, I resolved to say nothing at all, and to make as if I consented to his accompanying me. He then made an end of shaving me, and I said to him, take some of my servants to carry these provisions along with you, and return hither. I will stay for you, and shall not go without you. At last he went, and I dressed myself quickly. I heard the last call to prayers, and made haste to set out. But the malicious barber, who guessed my intention, went with my servants only within sight of the house, and stood there till he saw them enter his house, having hid himself at the corner of the street with an intent to observe and follow me. In fine, when I arrived at the caddy's door, I looked back and saw him at the head of the street, which fretted me to the last degree. The caddy's door was half open, and as I went in I saw an old woman waiting for me, who after she had shut the door, conducted me to the chamber of the young lady I was in love with. But we had scarce began our interview, when we heard a noise in the streets. The young lady put her head to the window, and saw through the gate that it was the caddy her father returning already from prayers. At the same time I looked through the window, and saw the barber sitting over against the house, in the same place where I had seen the young lady before. I had then two things to fear, the arrival of the caddy and the presence of the barber. The young lady mitigated my fear of the first, by assuring me the caddy came but very seldom to her chamber, and as she had foreseen that this misadventure might happen, she had contrived a way to convey me out safe. But the indiscretion of the accursed barber made me very uneasy, and you shall hear that this my uneasiness was not without ground. As soon as the caddy was come in, he caned one of his slaves that had deserved it. This slave made a horrid noise which was heard in the streets. The barber thought it was I that cried out and was maltreated. For possessed with this thought, he roared out aloud, rent his clothes, threw dust upon his head, and called the neighborhood to his assistance. The neighborhood came, and asked what assistance he wanted. Alas, cried he, they are assassinating my master, my dear patron, and without saying anything more, he ran all the way to my house with the very same cry in his mouth. From thence he returned, followed by all my domestics armed with sticks. They knocked with inconceivable fury at the caddy's door, and the caddy sent a slave to see what was the matter. But the slave, being frightened, returned to his master, crying, Sir, above 10,000 men are going to break into your house by force. Immediately the caddy himself ran, opened the door, and asked what they wanted. His venerable presence could not inspire them with respect. They insolently said to him, You cursed caddy, you dog of a caddy, what reason have you to assassinate our master? What has he done to you? Good people, replied the caddy, for what should I assassinate your master, whom I do not know and who has done me no harm? My house is open to you. Come, see, and search. You bastinadoed him, said the barber. I heard his cries not a minute ago. But once more, replied the caddy, what harm could your master do to me to oblige me to abuse him after that rate? Is he in my house? If he is, how came he in, or who could have introduced him? Ah, wretched caddy, cried the barber, you and your long beard shall never make me believe what you say. I know what I say, your daughter is in love with our master, and appointed him a meeting during the time of noon prayer. You without doubt have had notice of it. You returned home and surprised him, and made your slaves bastinado him. But this your wicked action shall not pass with impunity. The caliph shall be acquainted with it, and he will give true and brief justice. Let him come out, deliver him to us immediately, or if you do not, we will go and take him out to your shame. There is no occasion for so many words, replied the caddy, nor to make so great a noise. If what you say is true, go and find him out. I give you free liberty. Thereupon the barber and my domestics rushed into the house like furies, and looked for me all about. As I heard all that the barber said to the caddy, I sought for a place to hide myself, and could find nothing but a great empty trunk, in which I lay down and shut it upon me. The barber, after he had searched everywhere, came into the chamber where I was, and opening the trunk, as soon as he saw me, he took it upon his head and carried it away. He came down a high staircase into a court, which he crossed hastily, and got to the street door. While he carried me, the trunk unhappily flew open, and I, not being able to endure the shame of being exposed to the view and shouts of the mob that followed us, leaped out into the street with so much haste that I hurt my leg so, that I have been lame ever since. I was not sensible how bad it was at first, and therefore got up quickly to get away from the people, who laughed at me. Nay, I threw handfuls of gold and silver among them, and whilst they were gathering it up, I made my escape by cross streets and alleys. But the cursed barber, availing himself of the stratagem that I had made use of to get away from the mob, followed me close, crying, "Stay, sir. Why do you run so fast? If you knew how much I am afflicted at the ill treatment you received from the caddy, you, who are so generous, and to whom I and my friends are so much obliged. Did I not tell you truly that you would expose your life by your obstinate refusal to let me go with you? See what has happened to you by your own fault. And if I had not resolutely followed you to see whither you went, what would have become of you? Whither do you go, sir? Stay for me." Thus the wretched barber cried aloud in the streets. It was not enough for him to have occasioned so great a scandal in the quarter where the caddy lived, but he would have it known through the whole town. I was in such a rage that I had a great mind to have stayed and cut his throat, but considering that that would have perplexed me farther, I chose another course. For, perceiving that his calling after me exposed me to vast numbers of people, who crowded to the doors, or windows, or stopped in the street to gaze on me, I entered into a khan or inn, 75 the chamberlain of which knew me. And finding him at the gate, whither the noise had brought him, I prayed him, for the sake of heaven, to hinder that madman from coming in after me. He promised to do so, and was as good as his word, but not without a great deal of trouble, for the obstinate barber would go in spite of him, and did not retire without calling him 1,000 names. And after the chamberlain shut the gate, the barber continued telling all he met what great service he had done me. Thus I rid myself of that troublesome fellow. After that, the chamberlain prayed me to tell him my adventure, which I did, and then desired him to let me have an apartment until I was cured. "But, sir," said he, "will it not be more convenient for you to go home?" "I will not return thither," said I, "for the detestable barber will continue plaguing me there, and I shall die of vexation to be continually teased with him. Besides, after what has befallen me today, I cannot think of staying any longer in this town. I must go whither my ill fortune leads me." And actually, when I was cured, I took all the money I thought necessary for my travels, and gave the rest of my estate among my kindred. Thus, gentlemen, I left Baghdad, and came hither. I had ground to hope that I should not meet this pernicious barber in a country so far from my own, and yet I find him amongst you. Be not surprised then at my haste to be gone. You may easily judge how unpleasant to me is the sight of a man, who was the occasion of my lameness, and of my being reduced to the melancholy necessity of living so far from my kindred, friends, and country. When he had spoken these words, the lame young man rose up and went out. The master of the house conducted him to the gate, and told him he was sorry that he had given him, though innocently, so great a subject of mortification. When the young man was gone, continued the tailor, we were all astonished at the story, and turning to the barber, told him he was very much to blame, if what we had just heard were true. "Gentlemen," answered he, raising up his head, which till then he had held down, "my silence during the young man's discourse is sufficient to testify that he advanced nothing that was not true. But for all that he has said to you, I maintain that I ought to have done what I did. I leave you to be judges of it. Did not he throw himself into danger, and could he have come off so well without my assistance? He may think himself happy to get off with the lame leg. Did not I expose myself to greater danger to get him out of a house where I thought he was ill-treated? Has he any reason to complain of me and abuse me so? This is what one gets by serving unthankful people. He accuses me of being a prattling fellow, which is a mere slander. Of 7 brothers I speak least and have most wit to my share, and to convince you of it, gentlemen, I need only to tell my own story and theirs. Honor me, I beseech you, with your attention." The story of the barber. In the reign of the Caliph Monstancer Billah, 76 continued he, a prince so famous for his vast liberality towards the poor, 10 highwaymen infested the roads about Baghdad, and for a long time committed unheard-of robberies and cruelties. The Caliph, having notice of this, sent for the judge of the police some days before the feast of Bahram, and ordered him, on pain of death, to bring all the 10 to him. The judge of the police used so much diligence, and sent so many people in pursuit of the 10 robbers, that they were taken on the very day of Bahram. I was walking then on the banks of the Tigris, and saw 10 men richly apparelled go into a boat. I might have known they were robbers had I observed the guards that were with them, but I looked only to them, and thinking they were people that had a mind to spend the festival day in jollity, I entered the boat with them, without saying one word, in hopes they would allow me to be one of the company. We went down the Tigris and landed before the Caliph's palace. I had time then to consider with myself and to find my mistake. When we came out of the boat, we were surrounded by a new troop of the judge of the police's guard, who bound us all, and carried us before the Caliph. I suffered myself to be bound as well as the rest, without speaking one word. For to what purpose should I have spoken, or made any resistance? That had been the way to have got myself ill-treated by the guards, who would not have listened to me. For they are brutish fellows who will hear no reason. I was with the robbers, and that was enough to make them believe me to be one of them. When we came before the caliph, he ordered the 10 highwaymen's heads to be cut off immediately. The executioner drew us up in a file within reach of his arm, and by good fortune I was the last. He cut off the heads of the 10 highwaymen, beginning at the first, and when he came to me, he stopped. The caliph, perceiving that he did not strike me, grew angry. "Did not I command thee," said he, "to cut off the heads of 10 highwaymen, and why hast thou cut off but 9? Commander of the faithful," said he, "heaven preserve me from disobeying your majesty's orders. Here are 10 corpses upon the ground, and as many heads which I cut off. Your majesty may count them." When the caliph saw that what the executioner said was true, he looked upon me with amazement, and perceiving that I had not the face of a highwayman, said to me, "Good old man, how came you to be among those wretches, who have deserved 1,000 deaths?" I answered, "Commander of the faithful, I shall make a true confession. This morning I saw those 10 persons, whose punishment is a proof of your majesty's justice, take boat. I embarked with them, thinking they were men going to celebrate this day, which is the most distinguished in our religion." The caliph could not forbear laughing at my adventure, and instead of treating me as a prattling fellow, as this lame young man did, he admired my discretion and steady silence. "Commander of the faithful," said I, "your majesty need not wonder at my keeping silence on such an occasion as would have made another apt to speak. I make it a particular profession of holding my peace, and upon that account I have acquired the glorious title of silent, by which I am distinguished from my 6 brothers. This is the effect of my philosophy, and, in a word, in this virtue consists my glory and happiness." "I am very glad," said the caliph, smiling, "that they gave you a title that you know how to make such good use of. But tell me, what sort of men were your brothers? Were they like you?" "By no means," said I. "They were all of them more given to prating one than another. And as to their persons, there was still a greater difference betwixt them and me. The first was humpbacked, the second had rotten teeth, the third had but one eye, the fourth was blind, the fifth had his ears cut off, and the sixth had hare lips. They have met with such adventures as would enable you to judge of their characters, had I the honor to tell them to your majesty." And since the caliph seemed desirous to hear their several stories, I went on without waiting his commands. Next, the story of the barber's eldest brother. "Sir," said I, "my eldest brother, whose name was Bakbuk the Humpback, was a tailor by trade. When he came out of his apprenticeship, he hired a shop over against a mill, and having but very little business, he could scarcely maintain himself. The miller, on the contrary, was very wealthy and had a very handsome wife. One day, as my brother was at work in his shop, he lifted up his head and saw the miller's wife looking out of the window, and was charmed with her beauty. The woman took no notice of him, but shut her window, and came no more to it all that day. The poor tailor did nothing but lift up his eyes towards the mill all day long. He pricked his finger oftener than once, and his work that day was not very regular. At night, when he was to shut his shop, he could scarce tell how to do it, because he still hoped the miller's wife would come to the window once more. But at last he was forced to shut up and go home to his little house, where he passed but a very uncomfortable night. He got up betimes in the morning and ran to his shop in hopes to see his mistress again, but he was no happier than the day before, for the miller's wife did not appear at the window above a minute in the whole day, but that minute made the tailor the most amorous man that ever lived. The third day he had some more ground of satisfaction, for the miller's wife cast her eyes upon him by chance, and surprised him as he was gazing at her, which convinced her what passed in his mind. No sooner did the miller's wife perceive my brother's inclination, than instead of being vexed at it, she resolved to divert herself with it. She looked upon him with a smiling countenance, and my brother looked upon her in the same manner, but after such an odd sort, that the miller's wife presently shut her window, lest her loud laughter should have made him sensible that she only ridiculed him. Poor Bakbuk interpreted her carriage to his own advantage, and flattered himself that she looked upon him with pleasure. The miller's wife resolved to make sport with my brother. She had a piece of very fine stuff with which she had a long time designed to make her a suit. She wrapped it up in a fine embroidered silk handkerchief, and sent it him by a young slave whom she kept, who, being taught her lesson, comes to the tailor's shop and tells him, "My mistress gives you her service, and prays you to make her a suit of this stuff according to this pattern. She changes her clothes often, so that her custom will be profitable to you." My brother doubted not that the miller's wife loved him, and thought that she sent him work so soon after what had passed betwixt them, only to signify that she knew his mind, and to convince him that he had obtained her favor. My brother, being of this opinion, charged the slave to tell her mistress that he would lay aside all work for hers, and that the suit should be ready next morning. He worked at it with so much diligence that he finished it the same day. Next morning, the young slave came to see if the suit was ready. Bakbauk gave it to her neatly folded up, telling her, "I am too much concerned to please your mistress to neglect her suit. I would engage her by my diligence to employ no other but myself for the time to come." The young slave went some steps as if she had intended to go away, and then coming back, whispered to my brother, "I had forgot part of my commission. My mistress charged me to make her compliments to you, and to ask how you passed the night. As for her, poor woman, she loves you so, that she could not sleep. Tell her," answered my silly brother, "I have so strong a passion for her, that for these 4 nights I have not slept one wink." After such a compliment from the miller's wife, my brother thought she would not let him languish long in the expectation of her favors. About a quarter of an hour after, the slave returned to my brother with a piece of satin. "My mistress," said she, "is very well pleased with her suit. Nothing in the world can fit her better. And as it was very handsome, she would not wear it without a new petticoat. She prays you to make her one, as soon as you can, of this piece of satin." "Enough," said Bakbauk. "I will do it before I leave my shop. You shall have it in the evening." The miller's wife showed herself often at her window, and was very prodigal of her charms to encourage my brother. You would have laughed to have seen him work. The petticoat was soon made, and the slave came for it, but brought the tailor no money, neither for the trimming he had bought for the suit, nor for the making. In the meantime, this unfortunate lover, whom they only amused, though he could not see it, had eaten nothing all that day, and was forced to borrow money at night to buy his supper. Next morning, as soon as he arrived at his shop, the young slave came to tell him that the miller wanted to speak to him. "My mistress," said she, "has told him so much in your praise, when she showed him your work, that he has a mind you should work also for him. She does it on purpose, that the connection she wished to form betwixt you and him may crown your mutual wishes with success." My brother was easily persuaded, and went to the mill with the slave. The miller received him very kindly, and showed him a piece of cloth, told him he wanted shirts, bid him make it into 20, and give him again what was left. My brother had work enough for 5 or 6 days to make 20 shirts for the miller, who afterwards gave him another piece of cloth to make him as many pair of drawers. When they were finished, Bakbauk carried them to the miller, who asked him what he must have for his pains. My brother answered, he would be content with 20 drams of silver. The miller immediately called the young slave, and bid her bring him his weights to see if his money was right. The slave, who had her lesson, looked at my brother with an angry countenance, to signify to him that he would spoil all if he took any money. He knew her meaning, and refused to take any, though he wanted it so much, that he was forced to borrow money to buy the thread that sewed the shirts and drawers. When he left the miller, he came to me to borrow money to live on, and told me they did not pay him. I gave him some copper money I had in my purse, and upon that he subsisted for some days. It is true, indeed, he lived upon nothing but broth, nor had he his fill of that. One day he went to the miller, who was busy at his work, and thinking my brother came for money, he offered him some. But the young slave, being present, made him another sign not to take it, which he complied with, and told the miller he did not come for his money, but only to know how he did. The miller thanked him, and gave him an upper garment to make. Bakbauk carried it him next day. When the miller drew out his purse, the young slave gave my brother the usual sign, on which he said to the miller, "Neighbor, there is no haste. We will reckon another time." So that the poor ninny went to his shop again with 3 terrible distempers upon him: love, hunger, and want of money. The miller's wife was not only avaricious but ill-natured, for, not content to cheat my brother of his due, she provoked her husband to revenge himself upon him for making love to her, which they accomplished thus. The miller invited Bakbauk one night to supper, and after giving him a very sorry treat, said to him, "Brother, it is too late for you to go home. You had better stay here all night." And then he carried him to a place in the mill where there was a bed. There he left him and went to bed with his wife. About the middle of the night, the miller went to my brother and said, "Neighbor, are you asleep? My mule is ill, and I have a quantity of corn to grind. You will do me a great kindness if you will turn the mill in her stead." Bakbauk, to show his good nature, told him he was ready to do him that piece of service if he would show him how. Then the miller tied him by the middle to the mule's place, and whipping him soundly over the back, said to him, "Go, neighbor." "Ho," said my brother, "why do you beat me?" "It is to make you brisk," said the miller, "for without a whip my mule will not go." Bakbauk was amazed at this sort of treatment, but durst not complain. When he had gone 5 or 6 rounds, he would fain have rested, but the miller gave him a dozen sound lashes, saying, "Courage, neighbor. Do not stop, pray. You must go on without taking breath, otherwise you will spoil my meal." The miller obliged my brother to turn the mill thus all night. About break of day he left him without untying him, and went to his wife's chamber. Bakbauk continued there for some time, and at last the young slave came and untied him. "Ah," said the treacherous wretch, "how my mistress and I pitied you. We had no hand in this wicked trick which her husband has played you." The wretched Bakbauk answered her not a word. He was so much fatigued with work and blows, but crept home to his house, resolving never to think more of the miller's wife. "The telling of this story," said the barber, made the caliph laugh. "Go home," said he to me. "I have ordered something to be given you to make up for the loss of the good dinner you expected." "Commander of the faithful," said I pray your majesty to let me stay till I have told the story of my other brothers." The caliph having signified by his silence that he was willing to hear me, I went on thus. Next. Bakbara in the ladies' apartment. The story of the barber's second brother. My second brother, who was called Bakbara the Toothless, going one day through the city, met an old woman in a distant street. She came up to him and said, "I want one word with you, pray stop a moment." He did so and asked her what she would have. "If you have time to come along with me," said she, "I will bring you into a stately palace where you shall see a lady as fair as the day. She will receive you with much pleasure and give you a treat with excellent wine. I need say no more to you." "But is what you say true?" replied my brother. "I am no lying hussy," replied the old woman. "I say nothing to you but what is true. But hark, I have something to ask of you. You must be prudent, say but little, and be extremely polite." Bakbara agreed to all this. The old woman went before, and he followed after. They came to the gate of a great palace, where there was abundance of officers and domestics. Some of them would have stopped my brother, but no sooner did the old woman speak to them than they let him pass. Then turning to my brother, she said to him, "You must remember that the young lady I bring you to loves good nature and modesty, and cannot endure to be contradicted. If you please her in that, you may be sure to obtain of her what you please." Bakbara thanked her for this advice and promised to follow it. She brought him into a fine apartment of a great square building, answerable to the magnificence of the palace. There was a gallery round it, and a very fine garden in the middle. The old woman made him sit down upon a handsome sofa, and bid him stay a moment, till she went to tell the young lady of his being come. My brother, who had never been in such a stately palace before, gazed upon the fine things that he saw, and judging of his good fortune by the magnificence of the palace, he was scarcely able to contain himself for joy. By and by he heard a great noise, occasioned by a troop of merry slaves, who came towards him with loud fits of laughter, and in the middle of them he perceived a young lady of extraordinary beauty, who was easily known to be their mistress by the respect they paid her. Bakbara, who expected private conversation with the lady, was extremely surprised when he saw so much company with her. In the meantime the slaves put on a grave countenance when they drew near, and when the young lady came up to the sofa, my brother rose up and made her a low bow. She took the upper hand, prayed him to sit down, and said to him with a smiling countenance, "I am mightily glad to see you, and wish you all the happiness you can desire." "Madam," replied Bakbara, "I cannot desire a greater happiness than to be in your company." "You seem to be of a pleasant humor," said she, "and to be disposed to pass the time pleasantly." She forthwith commanded a collation to be brought, and immediately a table was covered with several baskets of fruits and sweetmeats. The lady sat down at the table with the slaves and my brother, and he being placed just over against her, when he opened his mouth to eat, she perceived he had no teeth, and taking notice of it to her slaves, she and they laughed at him heartily. Bakbara from time to time lifted up his head to look at her, and perceiving her laugh, thought it was for joy of his company, and flattered himself that she would speedily send away her slaves and be with him alone. She guessed his thoughts, and pleasing herself to flatter him in his mistake, she gave him abundance of pleasant language, and presented him the best of everything with her own hand. The treat being ended, they rose from the table. 10 slaves took musical instruments and began to play and sing, and others to dance. My brother, to please them, danced likewise, and the lady danced with them. After they had danced some time, they sat down to take breath, and the young lady, calling for a glass of wine, looked upon my brother with a smiling countenance, to signify that she was going to drink his health. He rose up and stood while she drank. When she had done, instead of giving back the glass, she ordered it to be filled and presented it to my brother, that he might pledge her. My brother took the glass from the young lady's hand, which he kissed at the same time, and stood and drank to her, in return for the favor she had done him. Then the young lady made him sit down by her, and began to caress him. She put her hand behind his head, and gave him some tips from time to time with her fingers. Ravished with those favors, he thought himself the happiest man in the world, and had a great mind to toy also with the charming lady, but durst not take the liberty before so many slaves, who had their eyes upon him, and laughed at their lady's wanton tricks. The young lady continued to tip him with her fingers, but at last gave him such a sound box on the ear, that he grew angry at it. The color came in his face, and he rose up to sit at a greater distance from such a rude playfellow. Then the old woman who brought him thither gave him a look, to let him know that he was in the wrong, and that he had forgot the advice she gave him to be very complacent. He owned his fault, and in order to make amends, he went near the young lady again, and pretended that he did not go away out of any ill humor. She drew him by the arm, made him sit down by her again, and gave him 1,000 malicious squeezes. Her slaves took their part in the diversion. One gave poor Bakbara several fillips on the nose with all her might. Another pulled him by the ears, as if she would have pulled them off, and others boxed him so, as might show they were not in jest. My brother bore all this with admirable patience, affecting a gay air, and looking at the old woman, said to her with a forced smile, "You told me indeed that I should find the lady perfectly kind, pleasant, and charming. I am mightily obliged to you." "All this is nothing," replied the old woman. "Let her go on. You will see other things by and by." Then the young lady said to him, "Brother, you are a brave man. I am glad to find you are so good-humored and complacent to bear with my little caprices, and that your humor is so conformable to mine." "Madam," replied Bakbara, who was charmed with this discourse, "I am no more myself, I am wholly yours. You may dispose of me as you please." "How you oblige me," said the lady, "by such submission. I am very well pleased with you, and would have you be so with me." "Bring him perfume," said she, "and rose water." Upon this 2 slaves went out and returned speedily, one with a silver casket, filled with the best of aloes wood with which she perfumed him, and the other with rose water which she sprinkled on his face and hands. My brother was quite beside himself at this handsome treatment. After this ceremony, the young lady commanded the slaves, who had already played on their instruments and sung, to renew their concerts. They obeyed, and in the meantime the lady called another slave, and ordered her to carry my brother with her, and do what she knew, and bring him back to her again. Bakbara, who heard this order, got up quickly, and going to the old woman, who also rose up to go along with him and the slave, prayed her to tell him what they were to do with him. "My mistress is only curious," replied the old woman softly. "She has a mind to see how you look in a woman's dress. And this slave, who has orders to carry you with her, has orders to paint your eyebrows, to cut off your whiskers, and to dress you like a woman." "You may paint my eyebrows as much as you please," said my brother. "I agree to that because I can wash it off again. But to shave me, you know I must not allow. How can I appear abroad again without mustachios?" "Beware of refusing what is asked of you," said the old woman. "You will spoil your fortune, which is now in as favorable a train as heart can wish. The lady loves you, and has a mind to make you happy. And will you, for a nasty whisker, renounce the most delicious favors that man can obtain?" Bakbara listened to the old woman, and without saying a word, went to a chamber with the slave, where they painted his eyebrows with red, cut off his whiskers, and were going to do the like with his beard. My brother's patience then began to fail. "Oh," said he, "I will never part with my beard." The slave told him that it was to no purpose to have parted with his whiskers, if he would not also part with his beard, which could never agree with a woman's dress. And she wondered that a man, who was upon the point to enjoy the finest lady in Baghdad, should be concerned about his beard. The old woman threatened him with the loss of the young lady's favor, so that at last he let them do what they would. When he was dressed like a woman, they brought him before the young lady, who laughed so heartily when she saw him that she fell backward on the sofa where she sat. The slaves laughed and clapped their hands, so that my brother was quite out of countenance. The young lady got up, and still laughing, said to him, "After so much complacence for me, I should be very much to blame not to love you with all my heart. But there is one thing more you must do for me, and that is to dance as we do." He obeyed, and the young lady and her slaves danced with him, laughing as if they had been mad. After they had danced some time with him, they all fell upon the poor wretch, and did so box and kick him, that he fell down like one out of his senses. The old woman helped him up again, and that he might not have time to think of his ill treatment, she bid him take courage, and whispered in his ear that all his sufferings were at an end, and that he was just about to receive his reward. "You have only one thing more to do, and that is but a small one. You must know that my mistress has a custom, when she has drank a little, as you see she has done today, to let nobody that she loves come near her, except they be stripped to their shirt. And when they have done so, she takes a little advantage of them, and begins running before them, through the gallery and from chamber to chamber till they catch her. This is one more of her humors. What advantage soever she takes of you, considering your nimbleness and inclination, you will soon overtake her. Strip yourself then to your shirt, undress yourself without ceremony." My silly brother, said the barber, had done too much to hesitate at anything now. He undressed himself, and in the meantime the young lady was stripped to her shift and under petticoat, that she might run the more nimbly. When they were ready to run, the young lady took the advantage of 20 paces, and then fell to running with surprising swiftness. My brother followed her as fast as he could, the slaves in the meantime laughing heartily and clapping their hands. The young lady, instead of losing ground, gained upon my brother. She made him run 2 or 3 times round the gallery, and then running into a long dark entry, got away by a passage which she knew. Bakbara, who still followed her, having lost sight of her in the entry, was obliged to slacken his pace, because of the darkness of the place. At last perceiving a light he ran towards it, and went out at a door, which was immediately shut upon him. You may imagine how he was surprised to find himself in a street inhabited by couriers, and they were no less surprised to see him in his shirt, his eyes painted red, and without beard or mustachios. They began to clap their hands and shouted at him, and some of them ran after him and lashed his buttocks with leather straps. They then took him and set him upon an ass which they met by chance, and carried him through the town, exposed to the laughter of the people. Next, to complete his misfortune, as he went by the judge's house, he would needs know the cause of the tumult. The couriers told him that they saw him come in that condition out at the gate of the apartment of the Grand Vizier's women, which opened into the street. Upon which the judge ordered unfortunate Bakbara to have 100 blows with a cane on the soles of his feet, and sent him out of the town, with orders never to return again. Thus, commander of the faithful, said I to the Caliph Monstancer Billah, I have given an account of the adventure of my second brother, who did not know that our greatest ladies divert themselves sometimes by putting such tricks upon young people, who are so foolish as to be caught in the snare. The barber, without leaving off, told the story of his third brother in the following manner. The story of the barber's third brother. Commander of the faithful, said he to the Caliph, my third brother, whose name was Bakbak, was blind, and his evil destiny reduced him to beg from door to door. He had been so long accustomed to walk through the streets alone that he wanted none to lead him. He had accustomed to knock at people's doors and not to answer till they opened to him. One day he knocked thus at a door, and the master of the house, who was alone, cried, Who is there? My brother gave no answer, and knocked a second time. The master of the house asked again and again, Who is there? But to no purpose, nobody answered. Upon which he came down, opened the door, and asked my brother what he wanted. Give me something for heaven's sake, said Bakbak. You seem to be blind, replied the master of the house. Yes, to my sorrow, said my brother. Give me your band, said the master of the house. My brother did so, thinking he was going to give him alms, but he only took him by the hand to lead him up to his chamber. Bakbak thought he had been carrying him to dine with him, as many other people had done. When they came up to the chamber, the man let go his hand, and sitting down, asked him again what he wanted. I have already told you, said Bakbak, that I want something for God's sake. Good blind man, replied the master of the house, all that I can do for you is to wish that God may restore you your sight. You might have told me that at the door, said my brother, and not have given me the trouble to have come upstairs. And why, fool, said the man of the house, do not you answer at first, when people ask you who is there? Why do you give anybody the trouble to come and open the door when they speak to you? What will you do with me then? Said my brother. I tell you again, said the man of the house, I have nothing to give you. Help me down the stairs then, replied Bakbak, as you helped me up. The stairs are before you, said the man of the house, and you may go down by yourself if you will. My brother attempted to go down, but missing a step about the middle of the stairs, he fell to the bottom and hurt his head and his back. He got up again with a great deal of difficulty, and went out cursing the master of the house, who laughed at his fall. As my brother went out of the house, 2 blind men, his companions, were going by, knew him by his voice, and asked him what was the matter. He told them what had happened to him, and afterwards said, I have eaten nothing today. I conjure you to go along with me to my house, that I may take some of the money that we 3 have in common to buy me something for supper. The 2 blind men agreed to it, and they went home with him. You must know that the master of the house, where my brother was so ill used, was a highwayman, and of a cunning and malicious disposition. He heard at his window what Bakbak had said to his companions, and therefore came down and followed them to my brother's house. The blind men being sat down, Bakbak said to them, Brothers, we must shut the door and take care there be no stranger with us. At this the highwayman was much perplexed, but perceiving by chance a rope hanging down from a beam, he caught hold of it and hung by it, while the blind men shut the door and felt about the room with their sticks. When they had done this and sat down again in their places, the highwayman left his rope, and sat down softly by my brother, who, thinking himself alone with his blind comrades, said to them, Brothers, since you have trusted me with the money which we all 3 have been gathering a long time, I will show you that I am not unworthy of the trust that you repose in me. The last time we reckoned, you know we had 10,000 drams, and that we put them into 10 bags. I will show you that I have not touched one of them. And having said so, he put his hand among some old clothes, and taking out the bags one after another, gave them to his comrades, saying, There they are. You may judge by their weight that they are whole, or you may tell them if you please. His comrades answered there was no need, they did not mistrust him. So he opened one of the bags and took out 10 drams, and each of the other blind men did the like. My brother put the bags into their place again. After which, one of the blind men said to him, "There is no need to lay out anything for supper, for I have got as much victuals from good people as will serve us all three." At the same time he took out of his bag bread and cheese, and some fruit, and putting all upon the table, they began to eat. The highwayman, who sat at my brother's right hand, picked out the best and eat with them. But whatever care he took to make no noise, Bakbak heard his chaps going and cried out immediately, "We are undone. There is a stranger among us." And having said so, he stretched out his hand and caught hold of the highwayman by the arm, cried out, "Thieves," fell upon him and boxed him. The other blind men fell upon him in like manner, and the highwayman defended himself as well as he could. And being young and vigorous, and having the advantage of his eyes, he gave furious blows, sometimes to one, sometimes to another as he could come at them, and cried out, "Thieves," louder than they did. The neighbors came running at the noise, broke open the door, and had much ado to separate the combatants. But having at last succeeded, they asked the cause of their quarrel. My brother, who still had hold of the highwayman, cried out, "Gentlemen, this man I have hold on is a thief, and stole in with us on purpose to rob us of the little money we have." The thief, who shut his eyes as soon as the neighbors came, feigned himself blind, and cried out, "Gentlemen, he is a liar. I swear to you by heaven, and by the life of the caliph, that I am their companion, and they refuse to give me my just share. They have all three fallen upon me, and I demand justice." The neighbors would not interfere in their quarrel, but carried them all before the judge. When they came before the magistrate, the highwayman, without staying to be examined, cried out, still feigning himself blind, "Sir, since you are deputed to administer justice by the caliph, whom God prosper, I declare to you that we are equally criminal, my three comrades and I. But we have all engaged, upon oath, to confess nothing except we be bastinadoed, so that if you would know our crime, you need only order us to be bastinadoed and begin with me." My brother would have spoken, but was not allowed to do so, and the highwayman was put under the bastinado. The robber, being under the bastinado, had the courage to bear 20 or 30 blows, when, pretending to be overcome with pain, he first opened one eye, and then the other, and crying out for mercy, begged the judge would put a stop to the blows. The judge, perceiving that he looked upon him with his eyes open, was much surprised at it, and said to him, "Rogue, what is the meaning of this miracle?" "Sir," replied the highwayman, "I will discover to you an important secret if you pardon me, and give me, as a pledge that you will keep your word, the seal ring which you have on your finger. I am ready to declare the whole mystery." The judge consented, gave him his ring, and promised him pardon. "Under this promise," said the highwayman, "I must confess to you, sir, that I and my three comrades do all of us see very well. We feigned ourselves to be blind, that we might freely enter people's houses, and into women's apartments, where we abuse their weakness. I must further confess to you, that by this trick we have gained together 10,000 drams. This day I demanded of my partners 2,500 that belonged to me as my share, but they refused because I told them I would leave them, and they were afraid I should accuse them. Upon my pressing still to have my share, they all three fell upon me, for which I appeal to those people who brought us before you. I expect from your justice, sir, that you will make them deliver me the 2,500 drams which is my due. And if you have a mind that my comrades should confess the truth, you must order them 3 times as many blows as I have had, and you will find they will open their eyes as well as I did." My brother and the other 2 blind men would have cleared themselves of this horrid cheat, but the judge would not hear them. "Villains," said he, "do you feign yourselves blind then, and under that pretext of moving their compassion, cheat people and commit such crimes?" "He is a cheat," cried my brother, "and we take God to witness that none of us can see." All that my brother could say was in vain. His comrades, and he received each of them 200 blows. The judge looked when they should have opened their eyes and ascribed to their obstinacy what really they could not do. All the while, the highwayman said to the blind men, "Poor fools that you are, open your eyes, and do not suffer yourselves to be beat to death." Then addressing himself to the judge, said, "I perceive, sir, that they will be maliciously obstinate to the last, and will never open their eyes. They have a mind certainly to avoid the shame of reading their own condemnation in the face of every one that looks upon them. It were better, if you think fit, to pardon them, and to send some person along with me for the 10,000 drams they have hid." The judge did so, gave the highwayman 2,500 drams, and kept the rest himself. And as for my brother and his 2 companions, he thought he showed them a great deal of pity by sentencing them only to be banished. As soon as I heard what befell my brother, I ran after him. He told me his misfortune, and I brought him back secretly to the town. I could easily have justified him to the judge, and have got the highwayman punished as he deserved, but durst not attempt it, for fear of bringing myself into trouble. Thus I finished the sad adventure of my honest blind brother. The caliph laughed at it as much as at those he had heard before, and ordered again that something should be given me, but without staying for it, I began the story of my fourth brother. The story of the barber's fourth brother. Alcuz was the name of the fourth brother, who lost one of his eyes upon an occasion that I shall have the honor to relate to your majesty. He was a butcher by profession, and had a particular way of teaching rams to fight, by which he gained the acquaintance and friendship of the chief lords of the country, who loved that sport, and for that end kept rams at their houses. He had beside a very good trade, and had his shop always full of the best meat, because he was very rich, and spared no cost for the best of every sort. One day, when he was in his shop, an old man, with a long white beard, came and bought 6 pounds of meat of him, gave him money for it, and went his way. My brother thought the money so fine, so white, and so well coined that he put it apart by itself. The same old man came every day for 5 months together, bought a like quantity of meat, and paid for it in the same sort of money, which my brother continued to lay apart by itself. At the end of 5 months, Alcuz, having a mind to buy a parcel of sheep, and to pay for them in this fine money, opened his chest. But instead of finding his money, was extremely surprised to see nothing in the place where he had laid it but a parcel of leaves clipped round. He beat his head and cried out aloud, which presently brought the neighbors about him, who were as much surprised as he, when he told them the story. "Oh," cried my brother, weeping, "that this treacherous old fellow would come now with his hypocritical looks." He had scarce done speaking when he saw him coming at a distance, ran to him and laid hands on him. "Mussulman," cried he as loud as he could help, "hear what a cheat this wicked fellow has put upon me," and at the same time told a great crowd of people who came about him what he had formerly told his neighbors. When he had done, the old man said to him very gravely and calmly, "You had better let me go, and by that means make amends for the affront you have put upon me before so many people, for fear I should put a greater affront upon you, which I should be sorry to do." "How," said my brother, "what have you to say against me? I am an honest man in my business, and fear not you, nor anybody." "You would have me speak out then," said the old man in the same tone, and turning to the people said to them, "Know, good people, that this fellow, instead of selling mutton as he ought to do, sells man's flesh." "You are a cheat," said my brother. "No, no," said the old man. "Good people, this very minute that I am speaking to him, there is a man with his throat cut hung up in the shop like a sheep. Do any of you go thither and see if what I say be not true." Just before my brother had opened his chest, he had killed a sheep, dressed it, and exposed it in the shop, according to custom. He protested that what the old man said was false. But notwithstanding all his protestations, the credulous mob, prejudiced against a man accused of such a heinous crime, would go to see whether the matter was true. They obliged my brother to quit the old man, laid hold of him, and ran like madmen into his shop, where they saw a man hung up with his throat cut, as the old man had told them. For he was a magician, and deceived the eyes of all people, as he did my brother, when he made him take leaves instead of money. At this sight, one of those who held Alcuz gave him a great blow with his fist, and said to him, "Thou wicked villain, dost thou make us eat men's flesh instead of mutton?" And at the same time the old man gave him another blow, which beat out one of his eyes, and every body that could get near him beat him. And not content with that, they carried him before a judge, with the pretended carcass of the man to be evidence against him. "Sir," said the old magician to the judge, "we have brought you a man who is so barbarous as to murder people, and to sell their flesh instead of mutton. The public expects that you shall punish him in an exemplary manner." The judge heard my brother with patience, but would believe nothing of the story of the money changed into leaves, called my brother a cheat, told him he would believe his own eyes, and ordered him to receive 500 blows. He afterwards made him tell where his money was, took it all from him, and banished him forever, after having made him ride 3 days through the city upon a camel, exposed to the insults of the people. I was not at Baghdad when this tragical adventure befell my fourth brother. He retired into a remote place, where he lay concealed till he was cured of the blows with which his back was terribly mauled. When he was able to walk, he went by night to a certain town where nobody knew him, and there he took a lodging, from whence he seldom went out. But being weary of this confined life, he went to walk in one of the suburbs, where all of a sudden he heard a great noise of horsemen coming behind him. He was then by chance near the gate of a great house, and fearing, after what had befallen him, that these horsemen were pursuing him, he opened the gate in order to hide himself, and after he shut it, came into a great court, where immediately 2 servants came, and collaring him, said, "Heaven be praised that you have come of your own accord to surrender yourself to us. You have frightened us so much these 3 last nights, that we could not sleep nor would you have spared our lives if we had not prevented you. You may very well imagine my brother was much surprised at this compliment. Good people, said he, I know not what you mean. You certainly take me for somebody else. No, no, replied they. We know that you and your comrades are great robbers. You were not contented to rob our master of all that he had, and to reduce him to beggary, but you had a mind to take his life. Let us see a little if you have not a knife about you, which you had in your hand when you pursued us last night. And having said this, they searched him and found he had a knife. Ho, ho, cried they, laying hold of him, and dare you say that you are not a robber? Why, said my brother, cannot a man carry a knife about him without being a highwayman? If you will hearken to my story, continued he, instead of having so bad an opinion of me, you will be touched with compassion at my misfortunes. But far from hearkening to him, they fell upon him, trod upon him, took away his clothes, and tore his shirt. Then seeing the scars on his back, O dog, said they, redoubling their blows, would you have us believe you are an honest man when your back shows us the contrary? Alas, said my brother, my crimes must be very great, since after having been abused already so unjustly, I am abused again a second time without being more culpable. The two servants, no way moved with this complaint, carried him before the judge, who asked him how he durst be so bold as to go into their house and pursue them with a drawn knife. Sir, replied poor Alcuz, I am the most innocent man in the world, and am undone, if you will not be pleased to hear me patiently. Nobody deserves more compassion. Sir, replied one of the domestics, will you listen to a robber, who enters people's houses to plunder and murder them? If you will not believe us, only look upon his back. And when he said so, he uncovered my brother's back and showed it to the judge, who, without any other information, commanded immediately to give him 100 lashes with a bull's pizzle over the shoulders, and made him afterwards be carried through the town on a camel, with one crying before him, thus are such men punished as enter people's houses by force. After having treated him thus, they banished him the town, and forbid him ever to return to it again. Some people who met him after the second misfortune brought me word where he was, and I went and fetched him to Baghdad privately, and gave him all the assistance I could. The caliph, continued the barber, did not laugh so much at this story as at the other. He was pleased to pity the unfortunate Alcuz, and ordered something to be given me. But, without giving his servants time to obey his orders, I continued my discourse, and said to him, My sovereign lord and master, you see that I do not talk much. And since your majesty has been pleased to do me the favor to listen to me so far, I beg you would likewise hear the adventures of my two other brothers. I hope they will be as diverting as those of the former. You may make a complete history of them that will not be unworthy of your library. I shall do myself the honor then to acquaint you that the fifth brother was called Al-Nashar. The story of the barber's fifth brother. Al-Nashar, as long as our father lived, was very lazy. Instead of working for his hiving, he used to go begging in the evening, and to live next day upon what he got. Our father died in a very old age, and left among us 700 drams of silver. We divided it equally, so that each of us had 100 for our share. Al-Nashar, who had never so much money before in his lifetime, was very much perplexed to know what he should do with it. He consulted a long time with himself, and at last resolved to lay it out in glasses, bottles, and other glassware, which he bought of a wholesale dealer. He put all in an open basket, and chose a very little shop, where he sat with the basket before him, and his back against the wall, expecting while somebody should come and buy his ware. In this posture he sat, with his eyes fixed on his basket, and began to meditate, during which he spoke as follows, loud enough to be heard by a neighboring tailor. This basket, said he, cost me 100 drams, which is all I have in the world. I shall make 200 of it by retelling my glass, and of these 200 drams, which I will again lay out in glassware, I shall make 400, and going on thus I shall at last make 4,000 drams. Of 4,000 I shall easily make 8,000, and when I come to 10,000 I will leave off selling glass and turn jeweler. I will trade in diamonds, pearls, and all sorts of precious stones. Then, when I am rich as I can wish, I will buy a fine house, a great estate, slaves, eunuchs, and horses. I will keep a good house, and make a great figure in the world. I will send for all the musicians and dancers of both sexes in town. Nor will I stop here. I will, by the favor of heaven, go on till I get 100,000 drams. And when I have got so much, I will think myself as great as a prince, and send to demand the Grand Vizier's daughter in marriage, and represent to that minister that I have heard much of the wonderful beauty, understanding, wit, and all the other qualities of his daughter. In a word, that I will give him 1,000 pieces of gold the first night after we are married, and if the vizier be so uncivil as to refuse his daughter, which cannot be supposed, I will go and carry her off before his face, and take her to my house, whether he will or no. As soon as I have married the Grand Vizier's daughter, I will buy her 10 young black eunuchs, the handsomest that can be had. I will clothe myself like a prince, and, mounted upon a fine horse with a saddle of fine gold, and housings of cloth of gold, finely embroidered with diamonds and pearls, I will ride through the city, attended by slaves before and behind. And I will go to the vizier's palace, in view of all the people, great and small, who will show me the most profound respect. When I alight at the foot of the vizier's staircase, I will go up the same through my own people, ranged in files on the right and left. And the grand vizier, receiving me as his son-in-law, shall give me the right hand, and set me above him, to do me the more honor. If this comes to pass, as I hope it will, 2 of my people shall each of them have a purse with 1,000 pieces of gold, which they shall carry with them. I will take one, and presenting it to the grand vizier, will tell him, there is the 1,000 pieces of gold that I promised the first night of marriage. And I will offer him the other, and say to him, there is as much more, to show you that I am a man of my word, and even better than my promise. After such an action as this, all the world will talk of my generosity. I will return to my own house in the same pomp. My wife will send some officer to compliment me, on account of my visit to the vizier, her father. I will honor the officer with a fine robe, and send him back with a rich present. If she thinks to send me one, I will not accept it, but dismiss the bearer. I will not suffer her to go out of her apartment on any account whatever, without giving me notice. And when I have a mind to come to her apartment, it shall be in such a manner as to make her respect me. In short, no house shall be better ordered than mine. I will be always richly clad. When I retire with my wife in the evening, I will sit on the upper hand. I will affect a grave air, without turning my head to one side or other. I will speak little, and whilst my wife, beautiful as the full moon, stands before me in all her charms, I will make as if I did not see her. Her women about her will say to me, our dear lord and master, here is your spouse, your humble servant, before you, ready to receive your caresses, and much mortified that you do not vouchsafe to look upon her. She is wearied with standing so long. Bid her, at least, sit down. I will give no answer to this discourse, which will increase their surprise and grief. They will prostrate themselves at my feet, and after they have for a considerable time entreated me to relent, I will at last lift up my head, and give her a careless look, and resume my former posture. They will suppose that my wife is not well enough, nor handsomely enough dressed, and will carry her to her closet to change her apparel. At the same time I will get up, and put on a more magnificent suit than before. They will return, and hold the same discourse with me as before, and I will have the pleasure not so much as to look upon my wife, till they have prayed and entreated as long as they did at first. Thus I will begin on the first day of marriage to teach her what she is to expect during the rest of her life. After the ceremonies of the marriage, said Alnashar, I will take from one of my servants, who shall be about me, a purse of 500 pieces of gold, which I will give to the tirewomen, that they may leave me alone with my spouse. When they are gone, my wife shall go to bed first. Then I will lie down by her, with my back towards her, and will not say one word to her all night. The next morning she will certainly complain of my contempt to her, and of my pride to her mother, the grand vizier's wife, which will rejoice my heart. Her mother will come to wait upon me, respectfully kiss my hands, and say to me, sir, for she will not dare to call me son-in-law, for fear of provoking me by such a familiar style, I entreat you not to disdain to look upon my daughter, and refuse to come near her. I assure you that her chief delight is to please you, and that she loves you with all her soul. But in spite of all my mother-in-law can say, I will not answer her one word, but keep an obstinate gravity. Then she will throw herself at my feet, kiss them repeatedly, and say to me, sir, is it possible that you can suspect my daughter's good sense? I assure you I never let her go out of my sight. You are the first man that ever saw her face. Do not mortify her so much. Do her the favor to look upon her, to speak to her, and confirm her in her good intentions to satisfy you in everything. But nothing of this shall prevail with me. Upon which my mother-in-law will take a glass of wine, and putting it in the hand of her daughter, my wife, will say, go, present him this glass of wine yourself. Perhaps he will not be so cruel as to refuse it from so fair a hand. My wife will come with the glass and stand trembling before me, and when she finds that I do not look towards her, but that I continue to disdain her, she will say to me, with tears in her eyes, my heart, my dear soul, my amiable lord, I conjure you, by the favors which heaven heaps upon you, to receive this glass of wine from the hand of your most humble servant. But I will not look upon her still, nor answer her. My charming spouse, will she say, redoubling her tears and putting the glass to my mouth, I will never leave off till I prevail with you to drink. Then, wearied with her entreaties, I will dart a terrible look at her, give her a good box on the cheek, and such a push with my foot as will throw her to a distance from the sofa. My brother was so full of these chimerical visions, that he acted with his foot as if she had been really before him, and by misfortune he gave such a push to his basket and glasses that they were thrown down in the street and broken in 1,000 pieces. The tailor, his neighbor, who heard his extravagant talk, burst into a great fit of laughter when he saw the basket fall. "Oh, what an unworthy fellow art thou," said he to my brother. "Ought you not be ashamed to abuse thus a young spouse, who gave you no cause to complain? You must be a very brutish fellow to despise the tears and charms of such a beautiful lady. Were I the vizier, your father-in-law, I would order you 100 lashes with a bull's pizzle, and send you through the town with your character written on your forehead." My brother, on this fatal accident, came to himself, and perceiving that he had brought this misfortune upon himself by his insupportable pride, he beat his face, tore his clothes, and cried so loud that the neighbors came about him, and the people who were going to their noon prayers stopped to know what was the matter. Being on a Friday, more people went to prayers than usual. Some of them took pity on Al-Nashar, and others only laughed at him for his extravagance. In the meantime, his vanity being dispersed with his property, he bitterly bewailed his loss, and a lady of rank passing by upon a mule richly caparisoned, my brother's situation moved her compassion. She asked him who he was and what he cried for. They told her that he was a poor man who had laid out the little money he was worth in the purchase of a basket of glass ware, and that the basket had fallen over, and all his glasses were broken. The lady immediately turned to an eunuch who attended her, and said to him, "Give the poor man what you have about you." The eunuch obeyed, and put into my brother's hands a purse with 500 pieces of gold. Al-Nashar was ready to die with joy when he received it. He gave 1,000 blessings to the lady, and shutting up his shop where he had no more occasion to sit, he went to his house. While he was making deep reflections upon his good luck, he heard somebody knock at his door. Before he opened, he asked who it was, and knowing by the voice that it was a woman, he let her in. "My son," said she, "I have a favor to beg of you. The hour of prayer is come. Pray let me wash myself that I may be fit to say my prayers. Pray let me come into your house and give me a basin of water." My brother looked at her and saw that she was a woman well advanced in years. Though he knew her not, he granted her request and sat down again, still full of his new adventure. He put his gold in a long, straight purse, proper to carry at his girdle. The old woman in the meantime said her prayers, and when she had done, came to my brother and bowed twice to the ground so low that she touched it with her forehead, as if she had been going to say her prayers. Then rising up, she wished my brother all happiness. Being meanly clad and very humble, he thought she asked alms, upon which he offered her 2 pieces of gold. The old woman stepped back in a sort of surprise, as if my brother had affronted her. "Good God," said she, "what is the meaning of this? Is it possible, sir, that you took me for one of those impudent beggars who push into people's houses to ask alms? Take back your money. I need it not, thank heaven. I belong to a young lady of this city, who is a charming beauty and very rich. She lets me want for nothing." Next. The vision of Al-Nashar. My brother was not cunning enough to perceive the craft of the old woman, who only refused the 2 pieces of gold that she might catch more. He asked her if she could not procure him the honor of seeing that lady. "With all my heart," replied she. "She will be very glad to marry you, and to put you in possession of her fortune, by making you master of her person. Take up your money and follow me." My brother, being ravished with his good luck of finding so great a sum of money, and almost at the same time a beautiful and rich wife, shut his eyes to all other considerations, so that he took his 500 pieces of gold and followed the old woman. She walked before him, and he followed at a distance to the gate of a great house where she knocked. He came up to her just as a young Greek slave opened the gate. The old woman made him enter first, crossed a well-paved court, and introduced him into a hall, the furniture of which confirmed him in the good opinion he had conceived of the mistress of the house. While the old woman went to acquaint the lady, he sat down, and the weather being hot, put off his turban and laid it by him. He speedily saw the young lady come in, whose beauty and rich apparel perfectly surprised him. He got up as soon as he saw her. The lady, with a smiling countenance, prayed him to sit down again and placed herself by him. She told him she was very glad to see him, and after having spoken some engaging words to him, said, "We do not sit here at our ease. Come, give me your hand." At these words she presented him hers, and carried him into an inner chamber, where she conversed with him for some time. Then she left him, bidding him stay. She would be with him in a moment. He waited for her, but instead of a lady came in a great black slave with a scimitar in his hand, and looking upon my brother with a terrible aspect, said to him fiercely, "What have you to do here?" Al-Nashar was so frightened at the sight of the slave that he had no power to answer. The black stripped him, carried on his gold, and gave him several flesh wounds with his scimitar. My unhappy brother fell to the ground, where he lay without motion, though he had still the use of his senses. The black, thinking him to be dead, asked for salt. The Greek slave brought him a basin full. They rubbed my brother's wounds with it, who had so much command of himself, notwithstanding the intolerable pain it put him to, that he lay still, without giving any sign of life. The black and the Greek slave being retired, the old woman, who drew my brother into the snare, came and dragged him by the feet to a trapdoor, which she opened, and threw him into a place underground, among the corpses of several other people that had been murdered. He perceived this as soon as he came to himself, for the violence of the fall had taken away his senses. The salt rubbed into his wounds preserved his life, and he recovered strength by degrees, so as he was able to walk. After 2 days he opened the trapdoor in the night, and finding in the court a place proper to hide himself in, continued there till break of day, when he saw the cursed old woman open the gate to the street, and go out to seek another prey. He stayed in the place some time after she went out that she might not see him, and then came to me for shelter, when he told me of his adventures. In a month's time he was perfectly cured of his wounds by medicines that I gave him, and resolved to avenge himself of the old woman, who had put such a barbarous cheat upon him. To this end he took a bag, large enough to contain 500 pieces of gold, and filled it with pieces of glass. My brother fastened the bag of glass about him, disguised himself like an old woman, and took a scimitar under his gown. One morning he met the old woman walking through the town to seek her prey. He came up to her, and counterfeiting a woman's voice, said to her, "Cannot you lend me a pair of scales? I am a woman newly come from Persia, have brought 500 pieces of gold with me, and would know if they are weight." "Good woman," answered the old hag, "you could not have applied to a proper person. Follow me. I will bring you to my son, who changes money, and will weigh them himself to save you the trouble. Let us make haste, for fear he go to his shop." My brother followed her to the house where she carried him the first time, and the Greek slave opened the door. The old woman carried my brother to the hall, where she bid him stay a moment till she called her son. The pretended son came, and proved to be the villainous black slave. "Come, old woman," said he to my brother, "rise and follow me." Having spoke thus, he went before to bring him to the place where he designed to murder him. Alnashar got up, followed him, and drawing his scimitar, gave him such a dexterous blow behind on the neck, that he cut off his head, which he took in one hand, and dragging the corpse with the other, threw them both into the place underground before mentioned. The Greek slave, who was accustomed to the trade, came presently with a basin of salt. But when she saw Alnashar with his scimitar in his hand, and without his veil, she laid down the basin and fled. But my brother, overtaking her, cut off her head also. The wicked old woman came running at the noise, and my brother, seizing her, said to her, "Treacherous wretch, do not you know me?" "Alas, sir," answered she, trembling, "who are you? I do not remember that I ever saw you." "I am," said he, "the person to whose house you came the other day to wash and say your prayers." "Hypocritical hag," said he, "do not you remember it?" Then she fell on her knees to beg his pardon, but he cut her in 4 pieces. There remained only the lady, who knew nothing of what had passed. He sought her out and found her in a chamber, where she was ready to sink when she saw him. She begged her life, which he generously granted. "Madam," said he, "how could you live with such wicked people, as I have so justly revenged myself upon now? I was," said she, "wife to an honest merchant, and the cursed old woman, whose wickedness I did not know, used sometimes to come to see me. Madam," said she to me one day, "we have a very fine wedding at our house, which you will be pleased to see, if you give us the honor of your company." I was persuaded by her, put on my best apparel, and took with me 100 pieces of gold. I followed her. She brought me to this house, where the black has since kept me by force, and I have been 3 years here, to my very great sorrow. "By the trade which that cursed black followed," replied my brother, "he must have gathered together a vast deal of riches. There is so much," said she, "that you will be made forever if you carry them off. Follow me, and you shall see them." Alnashar followed her to a chamber, where she showed him several coffers full of gold, which he beheld with admiration. "Go," said she, "fetch people enough to carry it all off." My brother needed not be bid twice. He went out and stayed only till he got 10 men together and brought them with him, and was much surprised to find the gate open, but more when he found the lady and coffers all gone. For she, being more diligent than he, carried them all off and disappeared. However, being resolved not to return empty-handed, he carried off all the furniture he could find in the house, which was a great deal more than enough to make up the 500 pieces of gold he was robbed of. But when he went out of the house, he forgot to shut the gate. The neighbors, who saw my brother and the porters come and go, went and acquainted the magistrate with it, for they looked upon my brother's conduct as suspicious. Alnashar slept well enough all night, but the next morning, when he came out of his house, he found 20 of the magistrate's men, who seized him. "Come along with us," said they, "our master would sneak with you." My brother prayed them to have patience for a moment, and offered them a sum of money to let him escape. But instead of listening to him, they bound him and forced him to go along with them. They met in the street an old acquaintance of my brother, S, who stopped them a while and asked them why they seized my brother, and offered them a considerable sum to let him escape and tell the magistrate they could not find him. But this would not do, so he was carried before the magistrate. When the officers brought him before the magistrate, he asked him where he had the goods which he carried home last night. Sir, replied al-Nashar, I am ready to tell you all the truth. But allow me first to have recourse to your clemency, and to beg your promise that nothing shall be done to me. I give it you, said the magistrate. Then my brother told him the whole story without disguise, from the time the old woman came into the house to say her prayers, to the time the lady made her escape, after he had killed the black, the Greek slave, and the old woman. And as for what he had carried to his house, he prayed the judge to leave him part of it, for the 500 pieces of gold that he was robbed of. The judge, without promising anything, sent his officers to bring off all, and having put the goods into his own wardrobe, commanded my brother to quit the town immediately, and never to return, for he was afraid, if my brother had stayed in the city, he would have found some way to represent this injustice to the caliph. In the meantime, al-Nashar obeyed without murmuring, and left that town to go to another. By the way he met with highwaymen, who stripped him naked, and when the ill news was brought to me, I carried him a suit and brought him secretly again into the town, where I took the like care of him as I did of his other brothers. The story of the barber's sixth brother. I have now only to tell you the story of my sixth brother, called Shakabak, with the hair lips. At first he was industrious enough to improve the 100 drams of silver which fell to his share, and went on very well. But a reverse of fortune brought him to beg his bread, which he did with a great deal of dexterity. He studied chiefly to get into great men's houses, by means of their servants and officers, that he might have access to their masters, and obtain their charity. One day, as he passed by a magnificent house, whose high gate showed him a very spacious court, where there was a multitude of servants, he went to one of them, and asked him to whom that house belonged. Good man, replied the servant, whence do you come, that you ask me such a question? Does not all that you see make you understand that it is the palace of a Barmecide? 77 My brother, who very well knew the liberality and generosity of the Barmecides, addressed himself to one of his porters, for he had more than one, and prayed him to give him an alms. Go in, said he, nobody hinders you, and address yourself to the master of the house. He will send you back satisfied. My brother, who expected no such civility, thanked the porters, and with their permission entered the palace, which was so large that it took him a considerable time to reach the Barmecide's apartment. At last he came to a fine square building of an excellent architecture, and entered by a porch, through which he saw one of the finest gardens with gravel walks of several colors, extremely pleasant to the eye. The lower apartments round this square were most of them open, and were shut only with great curtains to keep out the sun, which were opened again when the heat was over, to let in the fresh air. Such an agreeable place would have struck my brother with admiration, even if his mind had been more at ease than it was. He went on till he came into a hall richly furnished, and adorned with painting of gold and azure foliage, where he saw a venerable man with a long white beard, sitting at the upper end on a sofa, whence he concluded him to be the master of the house. And in fact it was the Barmecide himself, who said to my brother in a very civil manner that he was welcome, and asked him what he wanted. My lord, answered my brother in a begging tone, I am a poor man who stands in need of the help of such rich and generous persons as yourself. He could not have addressed himself to a fitter person than this lord, who had 1,000 good qualities. The Barmecide seemed to be astonished at my brother's answer, and putting both his hands to his stomach, as if he would rend his clothes for grief, Is it possible, cried he, that I am at Baghdad, and that such a man as you is so poor as you say? This is what must never be. My brother, fancying that he was going to give him some singular mark of his bounty, blessed him 1,000 times, and wished him all sorts of happiness. It shall not be said, replied the Barmecide, that I will abandon you, nor will I have you leave me. Sir, replied my brother, I swear to you I have not eaten one bit today. Is that true, replied the Barmecide, that you are fasting till now? Alas, poor man, he is ready to die for hunger. Ho, boy, cried he, with a loud voice, bring a basin and water presently, that we may wash our hands. Though no boy appeared, and my brother saw neither water nor basin, the Barmecide fell to rubbing his hands, as if one had poured water upon them, and bid my brother come and wash with him. Shakabak judged by that the Barmecide lord loved to be merry, and he himself understanding raillery, and knowing that the poor must be complacent to the rich, if they would have anything from them, he came forward and did as he did. Come on, said the Barmecide, bring us something to eat, and do not let us stay for it. When he had said so, though nothing was brought, he began to cut as if something had been brought him upon a plate, and putting his hand to his mouth began to chew, and said to my brother, "Come, friend, eat as freely as if you were at home. Come, eat. You said you were like to die of hunger, but you eat as if you had no stomach." "Pardon me, my lord," said Shakaback, who perfectly imitated what he did. "You see I lose no time, and that I play my part well enough." "How like you this bread?" said the Barmecide. "Do not you find it very good?" "Oh, my lord," said my brother, who saw neither bread nor meat, "I never ate anything so white and so fine." "Eat your fill," said the Barmecide. "I assure you, the woman who bakes me this good bread cost me 500 pieces of gold to purchase her." The Barmecide, after having boasted so much of his bread, which my brother eat only an idea, cried, "Boy, bring us another dish." And though no boy appeared, "Come, my good friend," said he to my brother, "taste this new dish, and tell me if ever you eat better mutton and barley broth than this." "It is admirably good," replied my brother, "and therefore you see I eat heartily." "You oblige me highly," replied the Barmecide. "I conjure you then, by the satisfaction I have to see you eat so heartily, that you eat all up, since you like it so well." A little while after he called for a goose and sweet sauce, made up of vinegar, honey, dry raisins, grey peas, and dry figs, which were brought just in the same manner as the other was. "The goose is very fat," said the Barmecide. "Eat only a leg and a wing. We must save our stomachs, for we have abundance of other dishes to come." He actually called for several other dishes, of which my brother, who was ready to die of hunger, pretended to eat. But what he boasted of more than all the rest was a lamb fed with pistachio nuts, which he ordered to be brought up in the same manner that the rest were. "And here is a dish," said the Barmecide, "that you will see at nobody's table but my own. I would have you eat your bellyful of it." Having spoken thus, he stretched out his hand as if he had a piece of lamb in it, and putting it to my brother's mouth, "There," said he, "swallow that, and you will judge whether I had not reason to boast of this dish." My brother thrust out his head, opened his mouth, and made as if he took the piece of lamb and eat it with extreme pleasure. "I knew you would like it," said the Barmecide. "There is nothing in the world finer," replied my brother. "Your table is most delicious. Come, bring the ragout presently. I fancy you will like that as well as you did the lamb." "Well, how do you relish it?" said the Barmecide. "Oh, it is wonderful," replied Shakaback. "For here we taste all at once, amber, cloves, nutmeg, ginger, pepper, and the most odoriferous herbs, and all these delicacies are so well mixed that one does not prevent our tasting the other. How pleasant! Honor this ragout," said the Barmecide, by eating heartily of it. "Ho, boy," cried he, "bring us a new ragout." "No, my lord, if it please you," replied my brother, "for indeed I can eat no more." "Come, take away then," said the Barmecide, "and bring the fruit." He stayed a moment, as if it were to give time for his servants to carry away. After which, he said to my brother, "Taste these almonds. They are good and fresh gathered." Both of them made as if they had peeled the almonds and eaten them. After this, the Barmecide invited my brother to eat something else. "Look you," said he, "there are all sorts of fruits, cakes, dry sweetmeats, and conserves. Take what you like." Then stretching out his hand, as if he had reached my brother something, "Look ye," said he, "there is a lozenge, very good for digestion." Shakaback made as if he eat it, and said, "My lord, there is no want of musk here." "These lozenges," said the Barmecide, "are made at my own house, where there is nothing wanting to make everything good." He still bid my brother eat, and said to him, "Methinks you do not eat as if you had been so hungry, as you said when you came in." "My lord," replied Shakaback, whose jaws ached with moving and having nothing to eat, "I assure you I am so full that I cannot eat one bit more." "Well then, friend," replied the Barmecide, "we must drink now, after we have eat so well." 78, "You may drink wine, my lord," replied my brother, "but I will drink none, if you please, because I am forbidden it." "You are too scrupulous," replied the Barmecide, "do as I do." "I will drink then out of complaisance," said Shakaback, "for I see you will have nothing wanting to make your treat complete. But since I am not accustomed to drink wine, I am afraid I shall commit some error in point of good breeding, and contrary to the respect that is due to you, and therefore I pray you, once more, to excuse me from drinking any wine. I will be content with water." "No, no," said the Barmecide, "you shall drink wine." And at the same time he commanded some to be brought, in the same manner as the meat and fruit had been brought before. He made as if he poured out wine, and drank first himself, and then pouring out for my brother, presented him the glass. "Drink my health," said he, "and let us know if you think this wine good." My brother made as if he took the glass, and looked if the color was good, and put it to his nose to try if it had a good flavor. Then he made a low bow to the Barmecide, to signify that he took the liberty to drink his health. And, lastly, he appeared to drink, with all the signs of a man that drinks with pleasure. "My lord," said he, "this is very excellent wine, but I think it is not strong enough." "If you would have stronger," said the Barmecide, "you need only speak, for I have several sorts in my cellar. Try how you like this." Upon which he made as if he poured out another glass to himself, and then to my brother, and did this so often that Shakaback, feigning to be intoxicated with the wine, and acting a drunken man, lifted up his hand, and gave the Barmecide such a box on the ear as made him fall down. He was going to give him another blow, but the Barmecide, holding up his hand to ward it off, cried out, "Are you mad?" Then my brother, making as if he had come to himself again, said, "My lord, you have been so good as to admit your slave into your house, and give him a great treat. You should have been satisfied with making me eat, and not have obliged me to drink wine. For I told you beforehand that it might occasion me to fail in my respect for you. I am very sorry for it, and beg you 1,000 pardons." Scarce had he finished these words, when the Barmecide, instead of being in a passion, fell a laughing with all his might. "It is a long time," said he, "that I have been seeking a man of your character." The Barmecide caressed Schacabac mightily, and told him, "I not only forgive the blow you have given me, but I desire henceforward we should be friends, and that you take my house for your home. You have had the complaisance to accommodate yourself to my humor, and the patience to keep the jest up to the last. We will now eat in good earnest." When he had finished these words, he clapped his hands, and commanded his servants, who then appeared, to cover the table, which was speedily done, and my brother was treated with all those dishes in reality, which he ate of before in fancy. At last they cleared the table, and brought in the wine, and at the same time a number of handsome slaves, richly apparelled, came in and sung some agreeable airs to their musical instruments. In a word, Schacabac had all the reason in the world to be satisfied with the Barmecide's civility and bounty, for he treated him as his familiar friend, and ordered him a suit out of his wardrobe. The Barmecide found my brother to be a man of so much wit and understanding, that in a few days after, he entrusted him with his household and all his affairs. My brother acquitted himself very well in that employment for 20 years, at the end of which the generous Barmecide died, and leaving no heirs, all his property was confiscated to the use of the prince, and my brother lost all he had acquired, and, being reduced to his first condition, he joined a caravan of pilgrims going to Mecca, designing to accomplish that pilgrimage by their charity. But unfortunately, the caravan was attacked and plundered by a number of Bedouins, 79 superior to that of the pilgrims. My brother was then taken as a slave by one of the Bedouins, who put him under the bastinado for several days, to oblige him to ransom himself. Schacabac protested to him that it was all in vain. "I am your slave," said he. "You may dispose of me as you please, but I declare to you that I am extremely poor and not able to redeem myself." In a word, my brother discovered to him all his misfortunes, and endeavored to soften him with tears. But the Bedouin was not to be moved, and being vexed to find himself disappointed of a considerable sum which he reckoned himself sure of, he took his knife and slit my brother's lips, to avenge himself by this inhumanity for the loss that he thought he had sustained. The Bedouin had a handsome wife, and frequently when he went on his excursions, he left my brother alone with her, and then she used all her endeavors to comfort my brother under the rigor of his slavery. She gave him tokens enough that she loved him, out he durst not return her passion, for fear he should repent it, and therefore he avoided being alone with her, as much as she sought the opportunity to be alone with him. She had so great a custom of toying and playing with the miserable Schacabac, whenever she saw him, that one day she happened to do it in presence of her husband. My brother, without taking notice that he observed them, so his sins would have it, played likewise with her. The Bedouin, immediately supposing that they lived together in a criminal manner, fell upon my brother in a rage, and after he had mutilated him in a barbarous manner, he carried him on a camel to the top of a desert mountain, where he left him. The mountain was on the road to Baghdad, so that the passengers who saw him there informed me where he was. I went thither speedily, and found unfortunate Schacabac in a deplorable condition. I gave him what help he stood in need of, and brought him back to the city. "This is what I told the Caliph Monstancer Billah," added the barber. That prince applauded me with new fits of laughter. "Now," said he, "I cannot doubt but they justly gave you the surname of Silent. Nobody can say the contrary. For certain reasons, however, I command you to depart this town immediately, and let me hear no more of you." I yielded to necessity, and traveled for several years in distant countries. Understanding at last that the Caliph was dead, I returned to Baghdad, where I found not one of my brothers alive. It was on my return to the city that I did the lame young man the important service which you have heard. You are, however, witness of his ingratitude, and of the injurious manner in which he treated me. Instead of testifying his obligation, he rather chose to fly from me and to leave his own country. When I understood that he was not at Baghdad, though nobody could tell me truly whither he was gone, I did not forbear to go and seek him. I traveled from province to province a long time, and when I least expected, I met him this day, but I little thought to find him so incensed against me. The tailor thus made an end of telling the Sultan of Kaskar the history of the lame young man and the barber of Baghdad. When the barber, continued he, had finished his story, we found that the young man was not to blame for calling him a great chatterer. However, we wished him to stay with us and partake of the treat which the master of the house had prepared for us. We sat down to table and were merry together till afternoon prayers. Then all the company parted, and I went to my shop till it was time for me to return home. It was during this interval that Humpback came half drunk before my shop, where he sung and played on his tabor. I thought that by carrying him home with me, I should divert my wife, therefore I brought him in. My wife gave us a dish of fish, and I presented Humpback with some, which he ate without taking notice of a bone. He fell down dead before us, and after having in vain essayed to help him, in the trouble and fear occasioned by such an unlucky accident, we carried the corpse out, and dexterously lodged him with the Jewish doctor. The Jewish doctor put him into the chamber of the purveyor, and the purveyor carried him out into the street, where it was believed the merchant had killed him. This, sir, added the tailor, is what I had to say to satisfy your majesty, who must pronounce whether we be worthy of mercy or wrath, life or death. The Sultan of Kasgar showed a satisfaction in his countenance, which restored the tailor and his comrades to life. I cannot but acknowledge, said he, that I am more struck with the history of the young cripple, with that of the barber, and with the adventures of his brothers than with the story of my jester. But before I send you all four away, and before we bury Humpback, I should like to see the barber who is the cause that I have pardoned you. Since he is in my capital, it is easy to satisfy my curiosity. At the same time, he sent an officer with the tailor to find him. The officer and the tailor went immediately and brought the barber, whom they presented to the Sultan. The barber was an old man, about 90 years old. His eyebrows and beard were white as snow, his ears hanging down, and his nose very long. The Sultan could not forbear laughing when he saw him. Silent man, said he to him, I understand that you know wonderful stories. Will you tell me some of them? Sir, answered the barber, let us forbear the stories, if you please at present. I most humbly beg your majesty to permit me to ask what that Christian, that Jew, that Mussulman, and that dead humpback who lies on the ground, do here before your majesty? The Sultan smiled at the barber's freedom, and replied, why do you ask? Sir, replied the barber, it concerns me to ask, that your majesty may know I am not so great a talker as some pretend, but a man justly called silent. The Sultan of Kaskar had the complaisance to satisfy the barber's curiosity. He commanded them to tell him the story of the humpback, which he seemed earnestly to wish for. When the barber heard it, he shook his head, as if he would say, there was something under this which he did not understand. Truly, cried he, this is a surprising story, but I wish to examine Humpback a little nearer. He drew near him, sat down on the ground, took his head between his knees, and after he had looked upon him steadfastly, he fell into so great a fit of laughter, and had so little command of himself, that he fell backwards on the ground without considering that he was before the Sultan of Kaskar. As soon as he came to himself, it is said, cried he, and not without reason, that no man dies without a cause. If ever any history deserved to be written in letters of gold, it is that of this humpback. At this, all the people looked upon the barber as a buffoon or an old dotard. Silent man, said the Sultan, speak to me. Why do you laugh so much? Sir, answered the barber, I swear by your majesty's benevolence that Humpback is not dead. He is yet alive, and I shall be content to pass for a madman if I do not let you see it this minute. So saying, he took a box wherein he had several medicines that he carried about him to make use of on occasion, and he took out a little phial of balsam, with which he rubbed Humpback's neck a long time. Then he took out of his case a neat iron instrument, which he put between his teeth, and after he had opened his mouth, he thrust down his throat a pair of small pincers, with which he took out a bit of fish and bone, which he showed to all the people. Immediately Humpback sneezed, stretched forth his arms and feet, opened his eyes, and allowed several other signs of life. The Sultan of Kaskar, and all those who were witnesses of this operation, were less surprised to see Humpback revive, after he had passed a whole night and great part of a day without giving any sign of life, than at the merit and capacity of the barber, who performed this, and notwithstanding all his faults, began to look upon him as a great person. The Sultan, transported with joy and admiration, ordered the story of Humpback to be written down, with that of the barber, that the memory of it might, as it deserved, be preserved forever. Nor did he stop here, but that the tailor, Jewish doctor, purveyor, and Christian merchant might remember the adventure which the accident of Humpback had occasioned to them with pleasure. He did not send them away till he had given each of them a very rich robe, with which he caused them to be clothed in his presence. As for the barber, he honored him with a great pension, and kept him near his person. The history of Abul Hassan Ali ibn Bikar and Skimsilnihar, favorite of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. In the reign of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there was at Baghdad a druggist called Al-Bawsan ibn Thaher, a very rich, handsome man. He had more wit and politeness than people of his profession ordinarily have. His integrity, sincerity, and jovial humor made him beloved and sought after by all sorts of people. The Caliph, who knew his merit, had an entire confidence in him. He had so great an esteem for him that he entrusted him with the care to provide his favorite ladies with all the things they stood in need of. He chose for them their clothes, furniture, and jewels with admirable taste. His good qualities and the favor of the Caliph made the sons of emirs and other officers of the first rank be always about him. His house was the rendezvous of all the nobility of the court, but among the young lords that went daily to visit him, there was one whom he took more notice of than the rest, and with whom he contracted a particular friendship, called Abul Hassan Ali ibn Bikar, originally of an ancient royal family of Persia. This family continued at Baghdad ever since the Mussulman made a conquest of that kingdom. Nature seemed to have taken pleasure to endow this young prince with the rarest qualities of body and mind. His face was so very beautiful, his shape so fine, his air so easy, and his physiognomy so engaging, that it was impossible to see him without immediately loving him. When he spoke, he expressed himself always in terms proper and well chosen, with a new and agreeable turn, and his voice charmed all that heard him. With this he had so much wit and judgment that he thought and spoke of all subjects with admirable exactness. He was so reserved and modest that he advanced nothing till after he had taken all possible care to avoid giving any ground of suspicion that he preferred his own opinion to that of others. Being such a person as I have represented him, we need not wonder that Ebn Thaher distinguished him from all the other young noblemen of the court, most of whom had the vices contrary to his virtues. One day, when the prince was with Ebn Thaher, there came a lady mounted on a piebald mule, in the midst often female slaves who accompanied her on foot, all very handsome, as far as could be judged by their air, and through their veils which covered their faces. The lady had a girdle of a rose color, 4 inches broad, embroidered with pearls and diamonds of an extraordinary bigness. And for beauty, it was easy to perceive that she surpassed all her women, as far as the full moon does that of 2 days old. She came to buy something, and as she wanted to speak to Ebn Thaher, she entered his shop, which was very neat and spacious, and he received her with all the marks of the most profound respect, entreating her to sit down and showing her with his hand the most honorable place. In the meantime, the Prince of Persia, unwilling to let slip such an opportunity of showing his good breeding and gallantry, beat up the cushion of cloth of gold for the lady to lean on, after which he retired speedily that she might sit down, and having saluted her by kissing the carpet under her feet, he rose and stood before her at the lower end of the sofa. It being her custom to be free with Ebn Thaher, she lifted up her veil, and then discovered to the Prince of Persia such an extraordinary beauty that he was struck with it to the heart. On the other hand, the lady could not contain herself from looking upon the prince, the sight of whom had made the same impressions upon her. "My lord," said she to him, with an obliging air, "pray sit down." The Prince of Persia obeyed and sat down upon the edge of the sofa. He had his eyes constantly fixed upon her, and swallowed down large draughts of the sweet poison of love. She quickly perceived what passed in his heart, and this discovery served to inflame her the more towards him. She rose up, went to Ebn Thaher, and after she had whispered to him the cause of her coming, she asked the name and country of the prince. "Madam," answered Ebn Thaher, "this young nobleman's name is Abul Hassan Ali ibn Bikar, and he is prince of the blood royal." The lady was transported at hearing that the person she already loved so passionately was of so high a rank. "You mean certainly," said she, "that he is descended from the kings of Persia?" "Yes, madam," replied Ebn Thaher, "the last kings of Persia were his ancestors, and since the conquest of that kingdom, the princes of his family have always made themselves very acceptable at the court of our caliphs. You will oblige me much," she added, "by making me acquainted with this young nobleman. When I send this woman," said she, pointing to one of her slaves, "to give you notice to come and see me, pray bring him with you. I shall be very glad that he should see the magnificence of my house, that he may have it in his power to say that avarice does not reign at Baghdad among persons of quality. You know what I mean? Do not fail, otherwise I will be very angry with you, and never come hither again while I live." Ebn Thaher was a man of too much penetration not to perceive the lady's mind by these words. "My princess, my queen," replied he, "God preserve me from giving you any occasion of anger against me. I shall always make it a law to obey your commands." At this answer the lady bowed to Ebn Thaher and took her leave, and after she had given a favorable look to the Prince of Persia, she remounted her mule and went away. The Prince of Persia was so deeply in love with the lady that he looked after her as far as he could see her. And long after she was out of sight, he directed his eyes that way. Ebn Thaher told him that he remarked several persons observed him and began to laugh to see him in this posture. Alas, said the prince to him, the world and you would pity me if you knew that the beautiful lady who is just now gone from you has carried with her the best part of me, and that the remaining part seeks for an opportunity to go after her. Tell me, I conjure you, added he, what cruel lady is this who forces people to love her without giving them time to reflect? My lord, answered Ebn Thaher, this is the celebrated Skimselnihar, 80 the principal favorite of the caliph our master. She is justly so called, added the prince, since she is more beautiful than the sun at noonday. True, replied Ebn Thaher, therefore the commander of the faithful loves or rather adores her. He gave me express orders to furnish her with all that she asked of me, and to prevent her wishes as far as lies in my power. He spoke thus to hinder him from engaging in a passion which could not but prove unfortunate to him, but this served only to inflame it the more. I feared, charming Skimselnihar, cried he, I should not be allowed so much as to think of you. I perceive, however, that without hopes of being loved by you, I cannot forbear loving you. I will love you then, and bless my lot that I am the slave of an object fairer than the meridian sun. Next. While the Prince of Persia thus consecrated his heart to the fair Skimselnihar, this lady, as she went home, contrived how she might see and have free converse with him. She no sooner entered her palace, but she sent to Ebn Thaher the woman she had shown him, and in whom she had placed all her confidence, to tell him to come and see her without delay, and bring the Prince of Persia with him. The slave came to Ebn Thaher's shop while he was speaking to the prince, and endeavoring to dissuade him by very strong arguments from loving the caliph's favorite. When she saw them together, gentlemen, said she to them, my honorable mistress, Skimselnihar, the chief favorite of the commander of the faithful, entreats you to come to her palace where she waits for you. Ebn Thaher, to testify his obedience, rose up immediately, without answering the slave, and followed her, not without some reluctance. As for the prince, he followed her, without reflecting on the danger there might be in such a visit. The presence of Ebn Thaher, who had liberty to go to the favorite when he pleased, made the prince very easy. They followed the slave, who went a little before them, and entered after her into the caliph's palace, and joined her at the gate of Skimselnihar's little palace, which was ready open. She introduced them into a great hall, where she prayed them to sit down. The Prince of Persia thought himself in one of those delicious palaces that are promised us in the other world. He had never seen anything that came near the magnificence of the place he was in. The carpets, cushions, and other appendages of the sofa, the furniture, ornaments, and architecture, were surprisingly rich and beautiful. A little time after Ebn Thaher and he had sat down, a very handsome black slave brought in a table covered with several delicacies, the admirable smell of which showed how deliciously they were seasoned. While they were eating, the slave who brought them in waited upon them. She took particular care to invite them to eat of what she knew to be the greatest dainties. The other slaves brought them excellent wine after they had eaten. When they had done, there was presented to each of them a fine gold basin full of water to wash their hands, after which they brought them a golden pot full of the perfume of aloes, with which they perfumed their beards and clothes. Odoriferous water was not forgotten, but served in a golden vessel, enriched with diamonds and rubies, made on purpose, and it was thrown upon their beards and faces, according to custom. Then they resumed their places, but they had scarce sat down, when the slave entreated them to arise and follow her. She opened a door of the hall where they were, and they entered into a large saloon of wonderful structure. It was a dome of the most agreeable form, supported by 100 pillars of marble, white as alabaster. The bases and chapiters of the pillars were adorned with four-footed beasts, and birds of various sorts, gilded. The carpet of this noble saloon consisted of one piece of cloth of gold, embroidered with bunches of roses in red and white silk. And the dome, painted in the same manner, after the Arabian fashion, presented to the mind one of the most charming objects. Betwixt each column was a little sofa adorned in the same manner, and great vessels of china, crystal, jasper, jet, porphyry, agate, and other precious materials, garnished with gold and jewels. The spaces betwixt the columns were so many large windows, with seats projecting breast high, fitted up as the sofas, and looking out into the most delicious garden. The walks were of little pebbles of different colors, of the same pattern as the carpet of the saloon, so that, looking upon the carpet within and without, it seemed as if the dome and the garden, with all its ornaments, had been upon the same carpet. The prospect round was, at the end of the walks, terminated by two canals of clear water, of the same circular figure as the dome, one of which being higher than the other, emptied its water into the lowermost in form of a sheet, and curious pots of gilt brass with flowers and shrubs were set upon the banks of the canals at equal distances. Those walks lave betwixt great plots of ground planted with straight and bushy trees, where 1,000 birds formed a melodious concert, and diverted the eye by flying about and playing together or fighting in the air. The Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher were a long time engaged in viewing the magnificence of the place, and expressed their surprise at everything they saw, especially the prince, who had never beheld anything like it. Ebn Thaher, though he had been several times in that delicious place, could not but observe many new beauties. In a word, they never grew weary in admiring so many singularities, and were thus agreeably employed, when they perceived a company of ladies, richly apparelled, sitting without, at some distance from the dome, each of them upon a seat of Indian plain wood, inlaid with silver filigree in compartments, with instruments of music in their hands, waiting for orders to play. They both went forward and had a full view of the ladies, and on the right they saw a great court, with a stair up from the garden, encompassed with beautiful apartments. The slave had left them, and being alone, they conversed together. "For you, who are a wise man," said the Prince of Persia, "I doubt not but you look with a great deal of satisfaction upon all these marks of grandeur and power. For my part, I do not think there is anything in the world more surprising, but when I consider that this is the glorious habitation of the lovely Skimselnihar, and that the greatest monarch of the earth keeps her here, I confess to you that I look upon myself to be the most unfortunate of all mankind, and that no destiny can be more cruel than mine, to love an object possessed by my rival, and that too in a place where he is so potent that I cannot think myself sure of my life one moment." Ebn Thaher, hearing the Prince of Persia speak thus, said to him, "Sir, I wish you could give me as good assurance of the happy success of your passion as I can give you of the safety of your life. Though this stately palace belongs to the Caliph, who built it on purpose for Skimselnihar, and called it the Palace of Eternal Pleasures, and though it makes part of his own palace, yet you must know that this lady lives here at absolute liberty. She is not beset by eunuchs to be spies upon her. This is her private house, absolutely at her disposal. She goes into the city when she pleases and returns again without asking leave of anybody, and the Caliph never comes to see her, but he sends Mesrer, the chief of his eunuchs, to give her notice that she may be prepared to receive him. Therefore you may be easy, and give full attention to the concert of music which I perceive Skimselnihar is preparing for you." Just as Ebn Thaher had spoke these words, the Prince of Persia and he saw the favorite's trusty slave come and give orders to the ladies to begin to sing and play with the instruments. They all began immediately to play together, as a prelude, and after they had played some time, one of them began to sing alone, and played at the same time admirably upon her lute, being informed beforehand upon what subject she was to sing. The words were so agreeable to the Prince of Persia's sentiments that he could not forbear to applaud her at the end of the couplet. "Is it possible," cried he, "that you have the gift of knowing people's hearts, and that the knowledge of what is in my mind has occasioned you to give us a taste of your charming voice by those words? I should not express myself otherwise were I to choose." The lady replied nothing, but went on and sung several other staves, with which the prince was so affected that he repeated some of them with tears in his eyes, which discovered plainly enough that he applied them to himself. When she had made an end, she and her companions rose up and sung all together, signifying by their words that the full moon was going to rise in all her splendor, and that they should speedily see her approach the sun, intimating that Skimselnihar was coming, and that the Prince of Persia would soon have the pleasure to see her. In fact, as they looked towards the court, they saw Skimselnihar's confidant coming towards them, followed by 10 black women, who with much difficulty carried a throne of massy silver, curiously wrought, which they set down before them at a certain distance, after which the black slaves retired behind the trees to the entrance of a walk. After this came 20 handsome ladies, richly apparelled in uniform dress. They advanced in 2 rows, each singing and playing upon instruments which they held in their hands, and placed themselves on each side of the throne. All these things kept the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher in so much the greater expectation, that they were curious to know how they would end. They then saw come out at the same gate from whence the 10 black women came, 10 other ladies, equally handsome and well-dressed, who halted there a few moments, expecting the favorite, who came out last, and placed herself in the midst of them. Skimselnihar was easily distinguished from the rest by her fine shape and majestic air, as well as by a sort of mantle, of a very fine stuff of gold and sky blue, fastened to her shoulders, over her other apparel, which was the most handsome, most magnificent, and best contrived that could be imagined. The pearls, rubies, and diamonds which adorned her were well disposed, not many in number, but well chosen and of inestimable value. She came forward with a majesty resembling the sun in its course amidst the clouds, which receive his splendor without hiding his luster, and sat down upon the silver throne that had been brought for her. As soon as the Prince of Persia saw Skimselnihar, he could not take his eyes off her. "We cease inquiring," said he to Ebn Thaher, "after what we seek when once we see it, and there is no doubt left when once the truth appears. Do you see this charming beauty? She is the cause of all my sufferings, which I bless and will never forbear to bless, however severe and lasting. At the sight of this object I am not my own master. My soul is disturbed and rebels and seems disposed to leave me. Go then, my soul, I allow thee, but let it be for the welfare and preservation of this weak body. It is you, cruel Ebn Thaher, who are the cause of this disorder. You thought to do me a great pleasure in bringing me hither, and I perceive I am only come to complete my ruin." "Pardon me," said he, interrupting himself. "I am mistaken. I would come, and can blame nobody but myself." And at these words he burst into tears. "I am glad," said Ebn Thaher, "that you do me justice. When I told you at first that Skimselnihar was the Caliph's chief favorite, I did it on purpose to prevent that fatal passion which you please yourself with entertaining in your breast. All that you see here ought to disengage you, and you are to think of nothing but of acknowledging the honor which Skimselnihar has done you, by ordering me to bring you with me. Recall then your wandering reason, and prepare to appear before her as good breeding requires. See, there she comes. Were we to begin again, I would take other measures, but since the thing is done, I pray God we may not have cause to repent it. All I have now to say to you is, that love is a traitor, who may involve you in difficulties from which you will never be able to extricate yourself." Ebn Thaher had no time to say more, because Skimselnihar came, and sitting down upon her throne, saluted them both by bowing her head. But she fixed her eyes on the Prince of Persia, and they spoke to one another in a silent language, intermixed with sighs, by which in a few moments they spoke more than they could have done by words in a great deal of time. The more Skimselnihar looked upon the prince, the more she found by his looks to confirm her in the opinion that he was in love with her, and being thus persuaded of his passion, thought herself the happiest woman in the world. At last she turned her eyes from him to command the women, who began to sing first, to come near. They rose, and as they advanced, the black woman, who came out of the walk into which they had retired, brought their seats and set them near the window in the front of the dome where Ebn Thaher and the Prince of Persia stood, and their seats were so disposed that with the favorite's throne and the women on each side of her, they formed a semicircle before them. The women, who were sitting before she came, resumed their places, with the permission of Skimselnihar, who ordered them by a sign. That charming favorite chose one of those women to sing, who, after she had spent some moments in tuning her lute, sung a song, the meaning whereof was, that when two lovers entirely loved one another with boundless affection, their hearts though in two bodies were united, and when anything opposed their desires, could say, with tears in their eyes, if we love because we find one another amiable, ought we to be blamed for this? Let destiny bear the blame. Skimselnihar discovered so well by her eyes and gestures that those words were applicable to herself and the Prince of Persia, that he could not contain himself. He arose, and advancing to a balustrade, which he leaned upon, obliged one of the companions of the woman who had just done singing to observe him. As she was near him, "Attend to me," said he to her, "and do me the favor to accompany with your lute a song which you shall hear forthwith." Then he sung with an air so tender and passionate as perfectly expressed the violence of his love. As soon as he had done, Skimselnihar, following his example, said to one of the women, "Attend to me likewise, and accompany my voice." At the same time she sung after such a manner, as did farther pierce the heart of the Prince of Persia, who answered by a new air, more passionate than the former. Those two lovers having declared their mutual affection by their songs, Skimselnihar yielded to the force of hers. She arose from her throne in transport, and advanced towards the door of the hall. The prince, who perceived her design, rose up immediately, and went to meet her in all haste. They met at the door, where they took one another by the hand, and embraced with so much passion, that they fainted and would have fallen, if the women who followed Skimselnihar had not hindered them. They supported them, and carried them to a sofa, where they were brought to themselves again by throwing odoriferous water upon their faces, and by giving them something to smell to. When they came to themselves, the first thing that Skimselnihar did was to look about, and not seeing Ebn Thaher, she asked, with eagerness, where he was. He had withdrawn out of respect, whilst her women were engaged in recovering her, and dreaded, not without reason, that some disagreeable consequence might follow what he had seen. But as soon as he heard Skimselnihar ask for him, he came forward and presented himself before her. Nihar was very well pleased to see Ebn Thaher, and expressed her joy in these obliging terms. Ebn Thaher, I know not how to return the great obligations you have put upon me. Without you, I should never have seen the Prince of Persia, nor have loved the most amiable person in the world. Assure yourself I shall not be ungrateful, and that my gratitude, if possible, shall be equal to the obligation. Ebn Thaher answered this compliment by a low bow, and wished the favorite the accomplishment of all her desires. Nihar, turning towards the Prince of Persia, who sat by her, and looking upon him with some sort of confusion after what had passed betwixt them, said to him, Sir, I am very well assured you love me, and how great soever your love may be to me, you need not doubt but mine is as great towards you. But let us not flatter ourselves, for notwithstanding this conformity of our sentiments, I see nothing for you and me but trouble, impatience, and tormenting grief. There is no other remedy for our evils but to love one another constantly, to refer ourselves to the disposal of heaven, and to wait its determination of our destiny. Madam, replied the Prince of Persia, you will do me the greatest injustice if you doubt for a moment the continuance of my love. It is so united to my soul that I can justly say it makes the best part of it, and that I shall persevere in it after death. Pains, torments, obstacles, nothing shall be capable of hindering my loving you. Speaking these words, he shed tears in abundance, and Nihar was not able to restrain hers. Ebn Thaher took this opportunity to speak to the favorite. Madam, said he, allow me to represent to you that, instead of melting into tears, you ought to rejoice that you are now together. I understand not this grief. What will it be when you are obliged to part? But why do I talk of that? We have been a long while here, and you know, madam, it is time for us to be going. Ah, how cruel are you, replied Nihar. You who know the cause of my tears, have you no pity for my unfortunate condition? Oh, sad fatality! What have I done to be subject to the severe law of not being able to enjoy the only person I love? Persuaded as she was that Ebn Thaher spoke to her only out of friendship, she did not take amiss what he said to her, but made a proper use of it. She made a sign to the slave, her confidant, who immediately went out, and in a little time brought a collation of fruits upon a small silver table, which she set down betwixt her mistress and the Prince of Persia. Skimselnihar took some of the best and presented to the prince, praying him to eat it for her sake. He took it and put to his mouth that part which she touched, and then he presented some to her which she took and ate in the same manner. She did not forget to invite Ebn Thaher to eat with them, but he, thinking himself not safe in that place and wishing himself at home, ate only out of complacence. After the collation was taken away, they brought a silver basin, with water in a vessel of gold, and washed together. They afterwards returned to their places, and 3 of the 10 black women brought each a cup of rock crystal full of exquisite wine, upon a golden salver, which they set down before Nihar, the Prince of Persia, and Ebn Thaher. That they might be more private, Nihar kept with her only 10 black women, with 10 others, who began to sing and play upon instruments. And after she had sent away all the rest, she took up one of the cups, and holding it in her hand, sung some tender words, which one of her women accompanied with her lute. When she had done, she drank, and afterwards took up one of the other cups, and presented it to the prince, praying him to drink for love of her, as she had drank for love of him. He received the cup with a transport of love and joy. But before he drank, he sung also a song which another woman accompanied with an instrument. And as he sang, the tears fell from his eyes in such abundance that he could not forbear expressing in his song that he knew not whether he was going to drink the wine she had presented to him, or his own tears. Nihar at last presented the 3rd cup to Ebn Thaher, who thanked her for her kindness, and for the honor she did him. After this, she took a lute from one of her women, and sung to it in such a passionate manner that she seemed to be transported out of herself. And the Prince of Persia stood with his eyes fixed upon her, as if he had been enchanted. As these things passed, her trusty slave came in a great fright, and addressing herself to her mistress, said, Madam Mesrer and 2 other officers, with several eunuchs that attend them, are at the gate, and want to speak with you from the caliph. When the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher heard these words, they changed color and began to tremble as if they had been undone. But Nihar, who perceived it, recovered their courage by a sigh. After Nihar had quieted the fears of the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher, she ordered the slave, her confidant, to go and converse with Mesrer, and the 2 other officers, till she had put herself in a condition to receive them, and could send her to introduce them. Immediately, she ordered all the windows of the saloon to be shut, and the painted cloth on the side of the garden to be let down. And after having assured the prince and Ebn Thaher that they might continue there without any fear, she went out at the great gate leading to the garden, and shut it upon them. But whatever assurance she had given them of their being safe, they were desperately afraid all the while they were there. As soon as Skimsulnihar was in the garden with the woman that had followed her, she ordered all the seats, which served the women who played on the instruments, to be set near the window, where the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher heard them. And having got things in order, she sat down upon her silver throne. Then she sent notice to the slave, her confidant, to bring in the chief of the eunuchs and his 2 subaltern officers with him. They appeared, followed by 20 black eunuchs, all handsomely clothed, with scimitars by their sides and gold belts of 4 inches broad. As soon as they perceived the favorite Skimsulnihar at a distance, they made her a profound reverence, which she returned them from her throne. When they came near, she got up and went to meet Mesrer, who came first. She asked what news he brought. He answered, "Madam, the commander of the faithful has sent me to signify that he cannot live longer without seeing you. He designs to come and see you tonight, and I come beforehand to give you notice, that you may be ready to receive him. He hopes, madam, that you will receive him with as much pleasure as he feels impatience to see you." Upon this discourse of Mesrer, the favorite Skimsulnihar prostrated herself to the ground, as a mark of that submission with which she received the caliph's order. When she rose up again, she said, "Pray tell the commander of the faithful that I shall always reckon it my glory to execute his majesty's commands, and that his slave will do her utmost to receive him with all the respect that is due to him." At the same time, she ordered the slave, her confidant, to tell the black women appointed for that service to get the palace ready to receive the caliph, and dismissing the chief of the eunuchs, said to him, "You see it requires some time to get all things ready. Therefore I entreat you to curb his majesty's impatience, that, when he arrives, he may not find things out of order." The chief of the eunuchs and his retinue being gone, Skimsulnihar returned to the saloon. Extremely concerned at the necessity she was under of sending back the Prince of Persia sooner than she thought to have done. She came up to him again with tears in her eyes, which heightened Ebn Thaher's fear, who thought it no good omen. "Madam," said the prince to her, "I perceive you are come to tell me that we must part. If there be nothing more to dread, I hope heaven will give me the patience which is necessary to support your absence." "Alas, my dear heart, my dear soul," replied the too tender Skimsulnihar, "how happy do I think you, and how unhappy do I think myself, when I compare your lot with my sad destiny. No doubt you will suffer by my absence, but that is all, and you may comfort yourself with hopes of seeing me again. But as for me, just heaven. What a terrible trial am I brought to? I must not only be deprived of the sight of the only person whom I love, but I must be tormented with the sight of one whom you have made hateful to me. Will not the arrival of the caliph put me in mind of your departure? And how can I, when I am taken up with thinking on your dear image, express to that prince the joy which he always observed in my eyes whenever he came to see me? I shall have my mind perplexed when I speak to him, and the least complaisance which I show to his love will stab me to the heart like a dagger. Can I relish his kind words and caresses? Think, prince, to what torments I shall be exposed when I can see you no more." Her tears and sighs hindered her from going on, and the Prince of Persia would have replied to her, but his own grief and that of his mistress deprived him of the power of speech. Ebn Thaher, who only wished to get out of the palace, was obliged to comfort them and to exhort them to have patience. But the trusty slave interrupted them. "Madam," said she to Skimsulnihar, "you have no time to lose. The eunuchs begin to arrive, and you know the caliph will be here immediately." "O heaven, how cruel is this separation!" cried the favorite. "Make haste," said she to the confidant, "carry them both to the gallery which looks into the garden on the one side and to the Tigris on the other. And when the night grows dark, let them out by the back gate, that they may retire with safety." Having spoken thus, she tenderly embraced the Prince of Persia, without being able to say one word more, and went to meet the caliph in such disorder as cannot well be imagined. In the meantime, the trusty slave carried the prince and Ebn Thaher to the gallery, as Skimsulnihar had appointed, and having brought them in, left them there and shut the door upon them, after having assured them that they had nothing to fear, and that she would come for them when it was time. When Skimsulnihar's trusty slave left the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher, they forgot she had assured them that they needed not to be afraid. They examined the gallery, and were seized with extreme fear, because they knew no means of escape if the caliph or any of his officers should happen to come there. A great light, which came all of a sudden from the side of the garden through the lattices, caused them to approach them to see from whence it came. It was occasioned by 100 flambeaux of white wax, carried by as many young eunuchs. These were followed by more than 100 others, who guarded the ladies of the caliph's palace, clothed and armed with scimitars, in the same manner as those I spoke of before. And the caliph came after them, betwixt Mesrer their captain on his right, and Vasif their second officer on his left hand. Skimsulnihar waited for the caliph at the entry of a walk, accompanied with 20 women, all of surprising beauty, adorned with necklaces and earrings of large diamonds, and others which covered their heads entirely. They sung and played on their instruments and formed a charming concert. The favorite no sooner saw the prince appear, but she advanced and prostrated herself at his feet. And while she was doing this, Prince of Persia, said she within herself, if your sad eyes witness what I do, judge of my hard lot. If I was humbling myself so before you, my heart would feel no reluctance. The caliph was delighted to see Skimsilnihar. Rise, madam, said he to her. Come near. I am angry with myself that I should have deprived myself so long of the pleasure of seeing you. As he spoke thus, he took her by the hand, and with many tender expressions, went and sat down upon the silver throne which Skimsilnihar caused to be brought for him, and she sat down upon a seat before him, and the 20 women made a circle round them upon other seats, while the young eunuchs, who carried flambeaux, dispersed themselves at a certain distance from one another, that the caliph might enjoy the cool of the evening the better. When the caliph sat down, he looked round him, and beheld with great satisfaction the garden illuminated with a great many other lights, besides those flambeaux which the young eunuchs held. But taking notice that the saloon was shut, was astonished thereat, and demanded the reason. It was done on purpose to surprise him, for he had no sooner spoken, but all the windows flew open at once. He saw it illuminated within and without, in a much better manner than ever he had seen it before. Charming Skimsilnihar, cried he at this sight, I understand you. You would have me to know there are as fine nights as days. After what I have seen, I cannot deny it. Let us return to the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thaher, whom we left in the gallery. Ebn Thaher could not enough admire all that he saw. I am not very young, said he, and I have seen great entertainments in my time, but I do not think anything can be seen so surprising and magnificent. All that is said of enchanted palaces does not come up to the prodigious spectacles we now see. What riches and magnificence united! The Prince of Persia was not at all moved with those objects which so delighted Ebn Thaher. He could look on nothing but Skimsilnihar, and the presence of the caliph threw him into an inconceivable grief. Dear Ebn Thaher, said he, would to God I had my mind as much at liberty to attend to those objects of admiration as you. But alas, I am in quite a different situation. All those objects serve only to increase my torment. Can I see the caliph familiar with the object of my love, and not die of grief? Must such a passionate love as mine be disturbed with so potent a rival? O heavens, how cruel and strange is my destiny. It is but a moment since I esteemed myself the most fortunate lover in the world, and at this instant I feel a death stroke to my heart. I cannot resist it, my dear Ebn Thaher. My patience is exhausted, my disorder overwhelms me, and my courage fails. While he was speaking those words, he saw something pass in the garden, which obliged him to keep silence and to turn all his attention that way. The caliph had ordered one of the women who was near him to play upon her lute, and she began to sing. The words that she sung were very passionate, and the caliph, persuaded that she sung thus by order of Skimsilnihar, who had frequently entertained him with the like testimonies of her affections, interpreted them in his own favor. But this was not now Skimsilnihar's meaning. She applied it to her dear Ali Ebn Bikar, and was so sensibly touched with grief, to have before her an object whose presence she could no longer enjoy, that she fainted and fell backwards upon her seat, which having no arms to support her, she must have fallen down, had not some of the women given her timely assistance, taken her up, and carried her into the saloon. Ebn Thaher, who was in the gallery, being surprised at this accident, turned towards the Prince of Persia, but instead of seeing him stand and look through the window as before, he was extremely amazed to see him lying at his feet motionless. This convinced him of the violence of that prince's passion for Skimsilnihar, and he admired that strange effect of sympathy, which put him into a mortal fear, because of the place they were in. He did all he could to recover the prince, but in vain. Ebn Thaher was in this perplexity, when Skimsilnihar's confidant opened the gallery door, and came in out of breath, as one who knew not where she was. Come speedily, cried she, that I may let you out. All is in confusion here, and I fear this will be the last of our days. Ah, how would you have us go? Replied Ebn Thaher with a mournful voice. Come near, I pray you, and see what a condition the Prince of Persia is in. When the slave saw him in a swoon, she ran in all haste for water, and returned in an instant. Next. At last the Prince of Persia, after they had thrown water on his face, recovered his spirits. Prince, said Ebn Thaher to him, we run the risk of perishing if we stay here any longer. Exert yourself, therefore. Let us endeavor to save our lives. He was so feeble that he could not rise alone. Ebn Thaher and the confidant lent him their hands and supported him on each side. They came to a little iron gate which opens towards the Tigris, went out at it, and came to the side of a little canal which has a communication with the river. The confidant clapped her hands, and immediately a little boat appeared and came towards them with one rower. Ali ibn Bikar and his comrade went aboard, and the confidant stayed at the side of the canal. As soon as the prince sat down in the boat, he stretched out one hand towards the palace, and laying the other upon his heart, "Dear object of my soul," cried he with a feeble voice, "receive my faith with this hand, while I assure you with the other that my heart shall forever preserve the fire with which it burns for you." In the meantime, the boatman rowed with all his might, and Skimsel-Nihar's confidant accompanied the Prince of Persia and Ebn Thahar, walking along the side of the canal, until they came to the Tigris. And when she could go no further, she took leave of them and returned. The Prince of Persia continued very feeble. Ebn Thahar comforted him and exhorted him to take courage. "Consider," said he to him, "that when we are landed, we have a great way to go before we reach my house, and I would not advise you to go to your lodging, which is a great deal farther than mine at this hour, and in this condition." At last they went out of the boat, but the prince had so little strength that he could not walk, which put Ebn Thahar into great perplexity. He recollected he had a friend in the neighborhood, and carried the prince thither with great difficulty. His friend received him very cheerfully, and when he made them sit down, he asked them where they had been so late. Ebn Thahar answered him, "I heard this evening that a man who owed me a considerable sum of money was setting out on a long voyage. I lost no time to find him, and by the way I met with this young nobleman whom you see, and to whom I am under 1,000 obligations. For, knowing my debtor, he did me the favor to go along with me. We had a great deal of trouble to bring the man to reason. We have at length succeeded, and this is the cause of our being so late. In our return home, this good lord, to whom I am forever bound to show all possible respect, was attacked by a sudden illness, which made me take the liberty to knock at your door, flattering myself that you would be pleased to lodge us this night." Ebn Thahar's friend took all this for truth, told them they were welcome, and offered the Prince of Persia, whom he knew not, all the assistance he could desire. But Ebn Thahar spoke for the prince, and said that his distemper was of that nature as required nothing but rest. His friend understood by this that they desired to go to bed, upon which he conducted them to an apartment where he left them. Though the Prince of Persia slept, he was interrupted by troublesome dreams, which represented Skimsel-Nihar in a swoon at the caliph's feet, and increased his affliction. Ebn Thahar was very impatient to be at home, and doubted not but his family was under great apprehension, because he never used to sleep out. He arose and departed early in the morning, after he had taken leave of his friend, who rose at break of day to prayers. At last he came home, and the first thing the Prince of Persia did, who had walked so far with much trouble, was to lie down upon a sofa, as weary as if he had gone a long journey. Being not in a condition to go to his own house, Ebn Thahar ordered a chamber to be made ready for him, and sent to acquaint his friends with his condition and where he was. In the meantime, he begged him to compose himself, to command in his house, and to dispose of all things as he pleased. "I thank you heartily for those obliging offers," said the Prince of Persia, "but that I may not be any way troublesome to you, I conjure you to deal with me as if I were not at your house. I would not stay one moment if I thought my presence would incommode you in the least." As soon as Ebn Thahar had time to recollect himself, he told his family all that had passed at Skimsel-Nihar's palace, and concluded by thanking God, who had delivered him from the danger he was in. The Prince of Persia's principal domestics came to receive his orders at Ebn Thahar's house, and in a little time there arrived several of his friends who had notice of his indisposition. Those friends passed the greatest part of the day with him, and though their conversation could not extinguish those sad ideas which were the cause of his trouble, yet it gave him some relief. He would have taken his leave of Ebn Thahar towards the evening, but this faithful friend found him still so weak that he obliged him to stay till next day, and in the meantime, to divert him, he gave him a concert of vocal and instrumental music in the evening. But this concert served only to put him in mind of the preceding night and renewed his trouble instead of assuaging it, so that next day his distemper seemed to increase. Upon this, Ebn Thahar did not oppose his going home, but took care to accompany him thither. And when he was with him alone in his chamber, he represented to him all those arguments which might influence him to a generous effort to overcome that passion which in the end would neither prove lucky to himself nor to the favorite. "Ah, dear Ebn Thahar," cried the prince, "how easy is it for you to give this advice, but how hard is it for me to follow it. I am sensible of its importance, but am not able to profit by it. I have said already that I shall carry to the grave with me the love that I bear to Skimsel-Nihar." When Ebn Thahar saw that he could gain nothing upon the prince, he took his leave of him and would have retired. The Prince of Persia stopped him and said, "Kind Ebn Thahar, since I have declared to you that it is not in my power to follow your wise counsels, I beg you would not charge it on me as a crime, nor forbear to give me the usual testimonies of your friendship. You cannot do me a greater favor than to inform me of the destiny of my dear Skimselnihar, when you hear any news of her. The uncertainty I am in concerning her fate, and the mortal apprehensions her fainting has occasioned in me, keep me in this languishing condition you reproach me with. My lord, answered Ebn Thahar, you have reason to hope that her fainting was not attended with any bad consequences. Her confidant will quickly come and inform me of the issue, and as soon as I know the particulars, I will not fail to impart them. Ebn Thahar left the prince in this hope, and returned home, where he expected Skimselnihar's confidant all the rest of the day, but in vain, nor did she come next day. His uneasiness to know the state of the Prince of Persia's health would not suffer him to stay any longer without seeing him. He went to his lodging to exhort him to patience, and found him lying on his bed as ill as ever, surrounded by a great many of his friends and several physicians, who made use of all their art to discover the cause of his distemper. As soon as he saw Ebn Thahar, he looked upon him smiling, to signify that he had two things to tell him: the one, that he was glad to see him; the other, how much the physicians, who could not discover the cause of his distemper, were out in their reasonings. His friends and physicians retired one after another, so that Ebn Thahar, being alone with him, came near his bed to ask him how he did since he saw him. I must tell you, answered the prince, that my passion, which continually gathers new strength, and the uncertainty of the lovely Skimselnihar's destiny, augment my distemper every moment, and cast me into such a state as afflicts my kindred and friends, and breaks the measures of my physicians, who do not understand it. You cannot think, added he, how much I suffer by seeing so many people about me, who importune me, and whom I cannot in civility put away. Your company alone relieves me, but I conjure you not to dissemble with me. What news do you bring me of Skimselnihar? Have you seen her confidant? What said she to you? Ebn Thahar answered that he had not seen her yet, and no sooner had he told the Prince of Persia this sad news, but the tears came into his eyes. He could not answer one word, his heart was so oppressed. Prince, added Ebn Thahar, suffer me to tell you that you are too ingenious in tormenting yourself. In the name of God, wipe away your tears. If any of your people should come in, they would discover you by this, notwithstanding the care you ought to take to conceal your thoughts. Whatever this judicious confidant could say, it was not possible for the prince to refrain from weeping. Wise Ebn Thahar, said he, when he had recovered his speech, I may indeed hinder my tongue from revealing the secrets of my heart, but I have no power over my tears, upon such an alarming subject as Skimselnihar's danger. If that adorable and only object of my desires be no longer in the world, I shall not survive her a moment. Reject so afflicting a thought, replied Ebn Thahar. Skimselnihar is yet alive, you need not doubt of it. If you have heard no news of her, it is because she could find no opportunity to send to you, and I hope you will hear from her today. To this he added several other consoling arguments, and then withdrew. Ebn Thahar was scarce at his own house when Skimselnihar's confidant arrived with a melancholy countenance, which he reckoned a bad omen. He asked news of her mistress. Tell me yours first, said the confidant, for I was in great trouble to see the Prince of Persia go away in that condition. Ebn Thahar told her all that she wished to know, and when he had done, the slave began thus. If the Prince of Persia, said she, has suffered and does still suffer for my mistress, she suffers no less for him. After I departed from you, continued she, I returned to the saloon, where I found Skimselnihar not yet recovered from her swoon, notwithstanding all the help they endeavored to give her. The caliph was sitting near her with all the signs of real grief. He asked all the women, and me in particular, if we knew the cause of her distemper, but we kept all secret, and told him we were altogether ignorant of it. In the meantime, we all wept to see her suffer so long, and forgot nothing that might any way help her. In a word, it was almost midnight before she came to herself. The caliph, who had the patience to wait the event, was rejoiced at her recovery, and asked Skimselnihar the cause of her distemper. As soon as she heard him speak, she endeavored to recover her seat, and after she had kissed his feet, before he could hinder her, sir, said she, I have reason to complain of heaven, that it did not allow me to expire at your majesty's feet, to testify thereby how sensible I am of your favors. I am persuaded you love me, said the caliph to her, and I command you to preserve yourself for my sake. You have probably exceeded in something today, which has occasioned this indisposition. Take care, I entreat you, abstain from it for the future. I am very glad to see you better, and I advise you to stay here tonight, and not to return to your chamber, for fear the motion affect you. He then commanded a little wine to be brought her, in order to strengthen her, and taking leave of her, returned to his apartment. As soon as the caliph was gone, my mistress gave me a sign to come near her. She asked me earnestly concerning you. I assured her that you had been gone a long time, which made her easy on that head. I took care not to speak of the Prince of Persia's fainting, lest it should make her fall into the same state, from which we had so much trouble to recover her. But my precautions were in vain, as you shall hear. Prince, said she, I henceforth renounce all pleasure as long as I am deprived of the sight of you. If I have understood your heart right, I only follow your example. You will not cease to weep until you see me again. It is but just that I weep and mourn until I see you. At these words, which she uttered in a manner expressive of the violence of her passion, she fainted a second time in my arms. Skimsilnihar's confidant continued to tell Ebn Thahar all that had happened to her mistress after the first fainting. My companions and I, said she, were a long time recovering her. At last she came to herself. And then I said to her, Madam, are you resolved to kill yourself and to make us also die with you? I entreat you, in the name of the Prince of Persia, who is so deeply interested in your life, to preserve it as you love yourself. Be persuaded to this effort as you love the prince and for our fidelity to you. I am very much obliged to you, replied she, for your care, your zeal, and your advice. But alas, they are useless to me. You are not to flatter us with any hopes, for we can expect no end of our torment but in the grave. One of my companions would have diverted these sad thoughts by playing on the lute, but she commanded her to be silent, and ordered all of them to retire except me, whom she kept all night with her. Oh heavens, what a night it was! She passed it in tears and groans, and incessantly naming the Prince of Persia. She lamented her lot that had destined her to the Caliph, whom she could not love, and not for him whom she loved so dearly. Next morning, because she was not commodiously lodged in the saloon, I helped her to her chamber, where she no sooner arrived than all the physicians of the palace came to see her by order of the Caliph, who was not long in coming himself. The medicines which the physicians prescribed to Skimsilnihar were ineffectual, because they were ignorant of the cause of her distemper, and the presence of the Caliph augmented it. She got a little rest, however, this night, and as soon as she awoke, she charged me to come to you, to hear news of the Prince of Persia. I have already informed you of his case, said Ebn Thahar. So return to your mistress and assure her that the Prince of Persia waits for news from her with the like impatience that she does from him. Above all, exhort her to moderation, and to overcome herself, for fear she drop before the Caliph some word which may prove fatal to us all. As for me, replied the confidant, I confess I dread her transports. I have taken the liberty to tell her my mind, and am persuaded that she will not take it ill that I tell her again this from you. Ebn Thahar, who had but just come from the Prince of Persia's lodgings, thought it not convenient to return so soon, and neglect his own important affairs, and therefore went not till the evening. The prince was alone, and no better than in the morning. Ebn Thahar, said he to him, as soon as he saw him, you have doubtless many friends, but they do not know your worth, which you discover to me by your zeal, your care, and the trouble you give yourself to oblige me. I am confounded with all that you do for me with so great affection, and I know not how I shall be able to express my gratitude. Prince, answered Ebn Thahar, do not speak so, I entreat you. I am ready, not only to give one of my eyes, to save one of yours, but to sacrifice my life for you. But this is not the present business. I come to tell you that Skimsilnihar sent her confidant to ask me about you, and at the same time, to inform me of her condition. You may assure yourself that I said nothing but what might confirm the excess of your passion for her mistress, and the constancy with which you love her. Then Ebn Thahar gave him a particular account of all that had passed betwixt the trusty slave and him. The prince listened with all the different emotions of fear, jealousy, affection, and compassion, which this conversation could inspire him with, making upon everything which he heard all the afflicting or comforting reflections that so passionate a lover was capable of. Their conversation continued so long that the night was far advanced, so that the Prince of Persia obliged Ebn Thahar to stay with him. The next morning, as his trusty friend returned home, there came to him a woman whom he knew to be Skimsilnihar's confidant, and immediately she spoke to him thus: My mistress salutes you, and I am come to entreat you in her name to deliver this letter to the Prince of Persia. The zealous Ebn Thahar took the letter, and returned to the prince, accompanied by the confidant slave. When Ebn Thahar entered the Prince of Persia's house, with Skimsilnihar's confidant, he prayed her to stay, and wait for him a moment in the drawing room. As soon as the Prince of Persia saw him, he asked earnestly what news he had to tell him. The best you can expect, answered Ebn Thahar. You are as dearly beloved as you love. Skimsilnihar's confidant is in your drawing room. She has brought you a letter from her mistress and waits for your orders to come in. Let her come in, cried the prince with a transport of joy, and so saying, he sat up to receive her. The prince's attendants went from him as soon as they saw Ebn Thahar, and left him alone with their master. Ebn Thahar went and opened the door himself and brought in the confidant. The prince knew her and received her with great politeness. "My lord," said she to him, "I am sensible of the affliction you have endured since I had the honor to conduct you to the boat which waited to bring you back. But I hope the letter I have brought will contribute to your cure." So saying, she presented him the letter. He took it, and after he had kissed it several times, he opened and read it as follows. A letter from Schemselnihar to Ali ibn Bikar, Prince of Persia. The person who brings you this letter will give you a better account concerning me than I can do, for I have not been myself since I saw you. Being deprived of your presence, I sought to deceive myself by conversing with you by these ill-written lines, with the same pleasure as if I had the good fortune to speak to you. It is said that patience is a cure for all evils, but it heightens my sufferings instead of relieving them. Although your picture be deeply engraven in my heart, my eyes desire speedily once more to see the original, and they will lose all their light if they be any considerable time deprived of it. May I flatter myself that yours have the same impatience to see me? Yes, I can. Their tender glances have sufficiently discovered it to me. How happy, Prince, should you and Schemselnihar both be, if our united desires were not thwarted by invincible obstacles, which afflict me the more sensibly as they have that effect on you. Those thoughts which my fingers write, and which I express with incredible pleasure, repeating them again and again, proceed from the bottom of my heart, and from the incurable wound which you have made in it, a wound which I bless 1,000 times, notwithstanding the cruel torments I endure for your absence. I would reckon all that opposes our love nothing, were I only allowed to see you sometimes with freedom. I should then enjoy you, and what could I desire more? Do not imagine that I say more than I think. Alas, whatever expressions I make use of, I feel that I think more than I can tell you. My eyes, which are continually watching and weeping for your return, my afflicted heart, which desires you alone, the sighs that escape me as often as I think on you, that is every moment, my imagination, which represents no other object to me than my dear prince, the complaints that I make to heaven for the rigor of my destiny, in a word, my grief, my distress, my torments, which give me no ease ever since I lost sight of you, will vouch for what I write. Am I not unhappy to be born to love, without hope of enjoying him, whom I love? This afflicting thought oppresses me so that I should die were I not persuaded that you love me. But this sweet comfort balances my despair and preserves my life. Tell me that you love me always. I will keep your letter carefully and read it 1,000 times a day. I should endure my afflictions with less impatience. I pray heaven may cease to be angry at us and grant us an opportunity to say that we love one another without fear, and that we shall never cease to love one another. Adieu. I salute Ebn Thaher, to whom we are so much obliged. The Prince of Persia was not satisfied with reading the letter once. He thought he had read it with too little attention, and therefore read it again with more leisure. And as he read, sometimes he uttered deep sighs, sometimes he shed tears, and sometimes he broke out into transports of joy and tenderness, as he was affected with what he read. In short, he could not keep his eyes off those characters drawn by so beloved a hand, and was beginning to read it a third time, when Ebn Thaher observed to him that the confidant had no time to lose, and that he ought to think of giving an answer. "Alas," cried the prince, "how would you have me answer so kind a letter? In what terms shall I express myself in the disturbed state I am in? My mind is tossed with 1,000 tormenting thoughts, which are lost the same moment they are conceived, to make way for others. So long as my body is influenced by the impressions of my mind, how shall I be able to hold the paper, or guide my reed to write?" 81. So saying, he took out of a little desk which was near him, paper, a cane ready cut, and an inkhorn. The Prince of Persia, before he began to write, gave Schemselnihar's letter to Ebn Thaher, and prayed him to hold it open while he wrote, that by casting his eyes upon it, he might the better see what to answer. He began to write, but the tears that fell from his eyes upon the paper obliged him several times to stop, that they might fall the more freely. At last he finished his letter, and giving it to Ebn Thaher, "Read it, I pray," said he to him, "and do me the favor to see if the disorder of my mind has allowed me to give a favorable answer." Ebn Thaher took it and read as follows. The Prince of Persia's answer to Schemselnihar's letter. I was plunged in the deepest grief when I received your letter, at the sight of which I was transported with unspeakable joy, and at sight of the characters written by your lovely hand, my eyes were enlightened by a stronger light than they lost, when yours were closed on a sudden at the feet of my rival. These words contained in your kind letter are so many rays of light, which have dispelled the darkness wherewith my soul was obscured. They show me how much you suffer for love of me, and that you are not ignorant of what I endure for you, and thereby comfort me in my afflictions. On the one hand, they make me shed tears in abundance, and on the other, they inflame my heart with a fire which supports it and prevents my dying of grief. I have not had one moment's rest since our cruel separation. Your letter alone gave me some ease. I kept a mournful silence till the moment I received it, and then it restored my speech. I was buried in profound melancholy, but it inspired me with joy, which immediately appeared in my eyes and countenance. But my surprise at receiving a favor which I had not yet deserved was so great that I knew not how to begin to testify my thankfulness for it. In a word, after having kissed it several times as a precious pledge of your goodness, I read it over and over, and was confounded at the excess of my good fortune. You would have me signify to you that I always love you. Ah, though I did not love you so perfectly as I do, I could not forbear adoring you, after all the marks you have given me of a love so uncommon. Yes, I love you, my dear soul, and shall account it my glory to burn all my days with that sweet fire you have kindled in my heart. I will never complain of that ardor with which I feel it consumes me, and how rigorous soever the evils be which I suffer, I will bear them with fortitude, in hopes to see you some time or other. Would to heaven it were today, and that, instead of sending you my letter, I might be allowed to come and assure you that I die for love of you. My tears hinder me from saying any more. Adieu. Ebn Thahar could not read those last lines without weeping. He returned the letter to the Prince of Persia, and assured him it wanted no correction. The prince closed it, and when he had sealed it, he desired the trusty slave to come near, and said to her, "This is my answer to your dear mistress's letter. I conjure you to carry it to her, and to salute her in my name." The slave took the letter and retired with Ebn Thahar. After Ebn Thahar had walked some way with the slave, he left her, and went to his house, and began to think in earnest upon the amorous intrigue into which he found himself unhappily engaged. He considered that the Prince of Persia and Schemselnihar, notwithstanding their interest to conceal their correspondence, conducted themselves with so little discretion that it could not be long a secret. He drew all the consequences from it, which a man of good sense ought to do. "Were Schemselnihar," said he to himself, "a lady of common rank, I would contribute all in my power to make her and her lover happy. But she is the Caliph's favorite, and no man can without danger attempt to engage the affections of the object of his choice. His anger would fall in the first instance on Schemselnihar, it will next cost the Prince of Persia his life, and I shall be involved in his misfortune. In the meantime, I have my honor, my quiet, my family, and my estate to preserve. I must, while I can, extricate myself out of such a risk." These thoughts occupied his mind all that day. Next morning, he went to the Prince of Persia, with a design to make one more effort to oblige him to conquer his passion. He represented to him what he had before represented in vain, that it would be much better for him to call up all his resolution, to overcome his inclination for Schemselnihar, than to suffer himself to be hurried away by it, and that his passion was so much the more dangerous, as his rival was powerful. "In short, sir," added he, "if you will hearken to me, you ought to think of nothing but to triumph over your love. Otherwise, you run the risk of destroying yourself with Schemselnihar, whose life ought to be dearer to you than your own. I give you this advice as a friend, for which you will some time or other thank me." The prince heard Ebn Thahar with great impatience, but suffered him to speak his mind, and then replied to him thus. "Ebn Thahar," said he, "do you think I can cease to love Schemselnihar, who loves me so tenderly? She is not afraid to expose her life for me, and would you have me regard mine? No, whatever misfortunes befall me, I will love Schemselnihar to my last breath." Ebn Thahar, shocked at the obstinacy of the Prince of Persia, left him hastily, and going to his own house, recalled to his mind his former reflections, and began to think seriously what he should do. In the meantime, a jeweler, one of his intimate friends, came to see him. The jeweler had perceived that Schemselnihar's confidant came oftener to Ebn Thahar than usual, and that he was constantly with the Prince of Persia, whose sickness was known to everyone, though not the cause of it. This had awakened the jeweler's suspicions, and finding Ebn Thahar very pensive, he presently judged that he was perplexed with some important affair, and fancying that he knew the cause, he asked what Schemselnihar's confidant wanted with him. Ebn Thahar, being struck with this question, would have dissembled and told him that it was for a trifle she came so frequently to him. "You do not tell me the truth," said the jeweler, "and you think to persuade me by your dissimulation that this trifle is a more important affair than at first I thought it to be." Ebn Thahar, perceiving that his friend pressed him so much, said to him, "It is true that it is an affair of the greatest consequence. I had resolved to keep it secret, but since I know how much you are my friend, I choose rather to make you my confidant than to suffer you to be under a mistake about it. I do not recommend to you secrecy, for you will easily judge by what I am going to tell you how important it is to keep it." After this preamble, he told him the amour between Schemselnihar and the Prince of Persia. "You know," continued he, "in what esteem I am at court, in the city, and with lords and ladies of the greatest quality. What a disgrace it would be for me, should this rash amour come to be discovered. But what do I say? Should not I and my family be completely ruined? That is what perplexes my mind, but I have just formed my resolution. I will go immediately and satisfy my creditors and recover my debts, and when I have secured my property, will retire to Balsara and stay till the storm that I foresee is blown over. My friendship for Nihar and the Prince of Persia makes me very sensible to what dangers they are exposed. I pray heaven to convince them of it, and to preserve them. But if their evil destiny should bring their amours to the knowledge of the Caliph, I shall, at least, be out of the reach of his resentment. For I do not think them so wicked as to design to involve me in their misfortunes. It would be the height of ingratitude, and a bad reward for the service I have done them, and the good advice I have given them, particularly to the Prince of Persia, who may save both himself and his mistress from this precipice, if he pleases. He may as easily leave Baghdad as I, and absence will insensibly disengage him from a passion, which will only increase whilst he continues in this place. The jeweler was extremely surprised at what Ebn Thaher told him. What you say to me, says he, is of so great importance that I cannot understand how Nihar and the prince could have abandoned themselves to such a violent passion. What inclination soever they may have for one another, instead of yielding to it, they ought to resist it and make a better use of their reason. Is it possible they can be insensible of the dangerous consequence of their correspondence? How deplorable is their blindness! I perceive all the consequences of it as well as you, but you are wise and prudent, and I approve your resolution, the only way to deliver yourself from the fatal events which you have reason to fear. After this conversation, the jeweler rose up and took his leave of Ebn Thaher. Before the jeweler retired, Ebn Thaher conjured him by the friendship betwixt them to say nothing of this to anybody. Fear not, said the jeweler, I will keep this secret on peril of my life. 2 days after, the jeweler went to Ebn Thaher's shop, and seeing it shut, he doubted not but he had executed the design he spoke of. But to be more sure, he asked a neighbor if he knew why it was shut. The neighbor answered that he knew not, unless Ebn Thaher was gone a journey. There was no need of his inquiring farther, and he immediately thought of the Prince of Persia. Unhappy prince, said he to himself, what will be your grief when you hear this news? How will you now carry on your correspondence with Nihar? I fear you will die of despair. I pity you, and must make up your loss of a too timid confidant. The business that obliged him to come abroad was of no consequence, so that he neglected it. And though he had no knowledge of the Prince of Persia, but only by having sold him some jewels, he went to his house. He addressed himself to one of his servants and prayed him to tell his master that he desired to speak with him about business of very great importance. The servant returned immediately to the jeweler and introduced him to the prince's chamber, who was leaning on a sofa with his head upon a cushion. As soon as the prince saw him, he rose up to receive and welcome him, and entreated him to sit down, asked if he could serve him in anything, or if he came to tell him anything interesting concerning himself. Prince, answered the jeweler, though I have not the honor to be particularly acquainted with you, yet the desire of testifying my zeal has made me take the liberty to come to your house, to impart to you a piece of news that concerns you. I hope you will pardon my boldness for my good intention. After this introduction, the jeweler entered upon the matter and continued thus. Prince, I shall have the honor to tell you that it is a long time since the conformity of disposition, and some business we have had together, united Ebn Thaher and me in strict friendship. I know you are acquainted with him, and that he has employed himself in obliging you to his utmost. I have learnt this from himself, for he keeps nothing secret from me, nor I from him. I went just now to his shop and was surprised to find it shut. I addressed myself to one of his neighbors to ask the reason. He answered me that 2 days ago Ebn Thaher took leave of him, and other neighbors, offering them his service at Balsara, whither he is gone, said he, about an affair of great importance. Not being satisfied with this answer, my concern for his welfare determined me to come and ask if you knew anything particularly concerning this his sudden departure. At this discourse, which the jeweler accommodated to the subject, the better to compass his design, the Prince of Persia changed color, and looked at the jeweler in a manner which convinced him how much he was disconcerted with the news. I am surprised at what you inform me, said he. A greater misfortune could not befall me. Ah, said he, with tears in his eyes, if what you tell me be true, I am undone. Has Ebn Thaher, who is all my comfort, in whom I put all my confidence, left me? I cannot think of living after so cruel a blow. The jeweler needed no more to convince him fully of the Prince of Persia's violent passion, which Ebn Thaher told him of. Mere friendship would not make him speak so. Nothing but love could produce such lively sensations. The prince continued some moments absorbed in those melancholy thoughts. At last he lifted up his head, and calling one of his servants, "Go," said he, "to Ebn Thahir's house, and ask some of his domestics if he be gone to Balsara. Run, and come back quickly, and tell me what you hear." While the servant was gone, the jeweler endeavored to entertain the Prince of Persia with indifferent subjects. But the prince gave little heed to him. He was a prey to fatal grief. Sometimes he could not persuade himself that Ebn Thahir was gone, and at other times he did not doubt of it, when he reflected upon the conversation he had with him the last time he saw him, and the abrupt manner in which he left him. At last the prince's servant returned, and reported that he had spoken with one of Ebn Thahir's servants, who assured him that he had been gone 2 days to Balsara. "As I came from Ebn Thahir's house," added the servant, "a slave well-dressed met me, and after she had asked me if I had the honor to belong to you, she told me she wanted to speak with you, and begged at the same time that she might come along with me. She is in the outer room, and I believe she has a letter to give you from some person of consequence." The prince commanded her to be immediately introduced, not doubting but it was Skimsilnihar's confidant slave, as indeed it was. The jeweler knew who she was, having seen her several times at Ebn Thahir's house. She could not have come in a better time to save the prince from despair. She saluted him. The Prince of Persia returned the salute of Skimsilnihar's confidant. The jeweler arose as soon as he saw her appear, and retired, to leave them at liberty to converse together. The confidant, after she had conversed some time with the prince, took her leave and departed. She left him quite another person from what he was before. His eyes appeared brighter, and his countenance more gay, which satisfied the jeweler that the good slave came to tell him something favorable to his amour. The jeweler, having taken his place again near the prince, said to him, smiling, "I see, prince, you have business of importance at the caliph's palace." The Prince of Persia, astonished and alarmed at this discourse, answered the jeweler, "What leads you to suppose that I have business at the caliph's palace?" "I judge so," replied the jeweler, "by the slave that is gone forth." "And to whom, think you, belongs this slave?" replied the prince. "To Skimsilnihar, the caliph's favorite," answered the jeweler. "I know," continued he, "both the slave and her mistress, who has several times done me the honor to come to my house and buy jewels. Besides, I know that Skimsilnihar keeps nothing secret from this slave, and I have seen her go and come for several days along the streets, as I thought, very much troubled. I imagined that it was for some affair of consequence concerning her mistress." The jeweler's words did much trouble the Prince of Persia. "He would not say so," said he to himself, "if he did not suspect, or rather was not acquainted with my secret." He remained silent for some time, not knowing what course to take. At last he began, and said to the jeweler, "You have told me things which make me believe that you know yet more than you have acquainted me with. It concerns my repose that I be perfectly informed. I conjure you, therefore, not to conceal anything from me." Then the jeweler, who desired nothing more, gave him a particular account of what had passed betwixt Ebn Thahir and himself. He let him know that he was informed of his correspondence with Skimsilnihar, and forgot not to tell him that Ebn Thahir, alarmed at the danger of being his confidant in the matter, had communicated to him his intention of retiring to Balsara, to stay there until the storm which he dreaded should be blown over. "This he has executed," added the jeweler, "and I am surprised how he could determine himself to abandon you, in the condition he informed me you was in. As for me, prince, I confess I am moved with compassion towards you, and am come to offer you my service. And if you do me the favor to accept of it, I engage myself to be as faithful to you as Ebn Thahir. Besides, I promise to be more resolute. I am ready to sacrifice my honor and life for you, and that you may not doubt of my sincerity, I swear by all that is sacred in our religion, to keep your secret inviolable. Be persuaded then, prince, that you will find in me the friend whom you have lost." This discourse encouraged the prince, and comforted him under Ebn Thahir's absence. "I am very glad," said he to the jeweler, "to find in you a reparation of my loss. I want words to express the obligations I am under to you. I pray God to recompense your generosity, and I accept your obliging offer with all my heart. Believe me," continued he, "Skimsilnihar's confidant came to speak to me concerning you. She told me that it was you who advised Ebn Thahir to go from Baghdad. These were the last words she spoke to me when she went away, and she seemed persuaded of what she said, but they do not do you justice. I doubt not, after what you have told me, she is deceived." "Prince," replied the jeweler, "I have had the honor to give you a faithful account of my conversation with Ebn Thahir. It is true, when he told me he meant to retire to Balsara, I did not oppose his design, but said he was a wise and prudent man. But let not this prevent your putting confidence in me. I am ready to serve you with all imaginable zeal. If you do not make any use of my service, this shall not hinder me from keeping your secret religiously, according to my oath. I have already told you, replied the prince, that I did not believe what the confidant said. It is her zeal which inspired her with this groundless suspicion, and you ought to excuse it as I do. They continued their conversation for some time, and consulted together about the most convenient means to keep up the prince's correspondence with Schemselnihar. They agreed to begin by undeceiving the confidant, who was so unjustly prepossessed against the jeweler. The prince engaged to remove her mistake the first time he saw her again, and to entreat her to address herself to the jeweler whenever she might bring letters or any other information from her mistress to him. In short, they agreed that she ought not to come so frequently to the prince's house, because thereby she might lead to the discovery of what it was of so great importance to conceal. At last the jeweler arose, and after having again entreated the Prince of Persia to place an unreserved confidence in him, he withdrew. The jeweler, returning to his house, perceived before him a letter, which somebody had dropped in the street. He took it up, and as it was not sealed, he opened it, and found it conceived in these terms. A letter from Schemsil Nihar to the Prince of Persia. I learn from my confidant a piece of news, which gives me no less concern than it must give you. By losing Ebn Thaher, we have indeed suffered a great loss. But let not this hinder you, dear prince, from thinking to preserve yourself. If our confidant has abandoned us through a panic fear, let us consider that it is a misfortune which we could not avoid. I confess Ebn Thaher has left us at a time when we most needed his assistance, but let us fortify ourselves by patience against the unexpected stroke, and let us not forbear to love one another constantly. Fortify your heart against this misfortune. The object of our wishes is not to be obtained without trouble. Let us not be discouraged, but hope that heaven will favor us, and that, after so many afflictions, we shall see a happy accomplishment of our desires. Adieu. While the jeweler was conversing with the Prince of Persia, the confidant had time to return to the palace and communicate to her mistress the ill news of Ebn Thaher's departure. Schemselnihar immediately wrote this letter and sent back her confidant with it to the Prince of Persia, but she negligently dropped it. The jeweler was glad to find it, for it furnished him with an opportunity of justifying himself to the confidant and bringing her to the point he desired. When he had read it, he perceived the slave seeking for it with the greatest anxiety and looking about everywhere. He closed it again quickly and put it into his bosom, but the slave observed him, and running to him, "Sir," said she, "I have dropped a letter which you had just now in your hand. I beseech you to restore it." The jeweler, taking no notice that he heard her, continued his way till he came to his house. He did not shut the door after him that the confidant who followed him might come in. She did so, and when she came to his chamber, "Sir," said she to him, "you can make no use of that letter you have found, and you would not hesitate to return it to me if you knew from whom it came and to whom it is directed. Besides, allow me to tell you, you cannot honestly keep it." Before the jeweler answered the confidant, he made her sit down, and then he said to her, "Is not this letter from Schemselnihar, and is it not directed to the Prince of Persia?" The slave, who expected no such question, blushed. "The question embarrasses you," replied he, "but I assure you I do not put it rashly. I could have given you the letter in the street, but I wished you to follow me, on purpose that I might come to some explanation with you. Is it just, tell me, to impute an unhappy accident to people who no ways contributed towards it? Yet this you have done, in telling the Prince of Persia that it was I who advised Ebn Thaher to leave Baghdad for his own safety. I do not intend to lose time in justifying myself to you. It is enough that the Prince of Persia is fully persuaded of my innocence in this matter. I will only tell you that instead of contributing to Ebn Thaher's departure, I have been extremely afflicted at it, not so much from my friendship to him, as out of compassion for the condition he left the Prince of Persia in, whose correspondence with Schemselnihar he has discovered to me. As soon as I knew certainly that Ebn Thaher was gone from Baghdad, I went and presented myself to the prince, in whose house you found me, to inform him of this news, and to offer him the same service which he did him. And provided you put the same confidence in me that you did in Ebn Thaher, it will be your own fault if you do not make my assistance of use to you. Inform your mistress of what I have told you, and assure her that though I should die for engaging in so dangerous an intrigue, I should not repent of having sacrificed myself for two lovers so worthy of one another." The confidant, after having heard the jeweler with great satisfaction, begged him to pardon the ill opinion she had conceived of him, for the zeal she had for her mistress's interest. "I am beyond measure glad," added she, "that Schemselnihar and the prince have found in you a person so fit to supply Ebn Thaher's place. I will not fail to convince my mistress of the good will you bear her." After the confidant had testified to the jeweler her joy to see him so well disposed to serve Schemselnihar and the Prince of Persia, the jeweler took the letter out of his bosom and restored it to her, saying, "Go, carry it quickly to the Prince of Persia, and come back this way, that I may see the answer. Forget not to give him an account of our conversation." The confidant took the letter and carried it to the prince, who answered it immediately. She returned to the jeweler's house to show him the answer, which was in these words: The Prince of Persia's answer to Schemselnihar. Your precious letter had a great effect upon me, but not so great as I could have wished. You endeavored to comfort me for the loss of Ebn Thaher. Alas, however sensible I am of this, it is but the least of my troubles. You know these troubles, and you know also that your presence alone can cure me. When will the time come that I shall enjoy it without fear of being deprived of it? How long does it seem to me? Or shall we flatter ourselves that we may ever see it? You command me to preserve myself. I will obey you, since I have renounced my own will to follow only yours. Adieu. After the jeweler had read this letter, he gave it again to the confidant, who said, as she was going away, I will desire my mistress to put the same confidence in you that she did in Ebn Thaher. You shall hear of me tomorrow. Accordingly, next day she returned with a pleasant countenance. Your very looks, said he to her, inform me that you have brought Schemselnihar to the point you wished for. It is true, said the confidant, and you shall hear how I effected it. I found yesterday, continued she, Schemselnihar expecting me with impatience. I gave her the Prince of Persia's letter, and she read it with tears in her eyes, and when she had done, I saw that she had abandoned herself to her usual sorrow. Madam, said I to her, it is doubtless Ebn Thaher's removal that troubles you, but suffer me to conjure you, in the name of God, to alarm yourself no farther on that head. We have found another who offers himself to oblige you with equal zeal, and, what is yet more important, with greater courage. Then I spoke to her of you, continued the slave, and acquainted her with the motive which led you to the Prince of Persia's house. In short, I assured her that you would inviolably keep the secret betwixt her and the Prince of Persia, and that you was resolved to favor their amour with all your might. She seemed to be much relieved by my discourse. Ah, what obligations, said she, are the Prince of Persia, and I under to that honest man you speak of. I must be acquainted with him and see him, that I may hear from his own mouth what you tell me, and thank him for such an unheard of piece of generosity towards persons that he is no way obliged to concern himself with. The sight of him will give me pleasure, and I shall omit nothing to confirm him in those good sentiments. Fail not to bring him to me tomorrow. Therefore, sir, be so good as to go with me to the palace. The confidant's discourse perplexed the jeweler. Your mistress, replied he, must allow me to say that she has not duly considered what she requires of me. Ebn Thaher's access to the caliph gave him admission everywhere, and the officers who knew him allowed him free access to Schemselnihar's palace. But as for me, how dare I enter? You see clearly that it is impossible. I entreat you to represent to Schemselnihar the reasons which prevent me from giving her that satisfaction, and acquaint her with all the ill consequences that would attend it. If she considers it ever so little, she would find that it would expose me needlessly to very great danger. The confidant endeavored to encourage the jeweler. Can you believe, said she, that Schemselnihar is so unreasonable as by bringing you to her, to expose you to the least danger, from which she expects so important services? Consider with yourself that there is not the least appearance of risk for you. My mistress and I are too much interested in this affair to involve you in any danger. You may depend upon me, and leave yourself to my conduct. After the thing is over, you will be the first to confess that your fear was groundless. The jeweler yielded to the confidant's discourse and rose up to follow her, but notwithstanding his boasted courage, he was seized with such terror that his whole body trembled. In your present state, said she, I perceive it will be better for you to stay at home, and that Schemselnihar should take other measures to see you. It is not to be doubted but that to satisfy her desire, she will come hither herself. The case being so, sir, I would not have you go. I am persuaded it will not be long ere you see her come to you. The confidant foresaw this, for she no sooner informed Schemselnihar of the jeweler's fear, but she prepared to go to his house. He received her with all the expressions of profound respect. When she sat down, being a little fatigued with coming, she unveiled herself, and let the jeweler see such beauty, as convinced him that the Prince of Persia was excusable in giving his heart to the caliph's favorite. Then she saluted the jeweler with a graceful air, and said to him, I could not hear with what zeal you have engaged in the Prince of Persia's concerns and mine, without immediately forming a design to express my gratitude in person. I thank heaven for having so soon made up Ebn Thaher's loss. Schemselnihar said many other obliging things to the jeweler, after which she returned to her palace. The jeweler went immediately to give an account of this visit to the Prince of Persia, who said to him as soon as he saw him, "I have expected you impatiently. The trusty slave has brought me a letter from her mistress, but it does not relieve me. Whatever the lovely Skimselnihar says, I dare not hope for anything. My patience is at an end. I know not now what measures to take. Ebn Thahir's departure makes me despair. He was my only support. I lost all by losing him. I flattered myself with some hopes by reason of his access to Skimselnihar." After these words, which the prince pronounced with so much eagerness that he gave the jeweler no time to interrupt him, he said to the prince, "No man can take more interest in your affliction than I do. And if you will have patience to hear me, you will perceive that I can relieve you." Upon this, the prince held his peace and listened to him. "I see very well," said the jeweler, "that the only way to give you satisfaction is to fall upon a plan that will afford you an opportunity to converse freely with Skimselnihar. This I wish to procure you, and tomorrow we'll set about it. You must by no means expose yourself to enter Skimselnihar's palace. You know by experience the danger of that step. I know a fitter place for this interview, where you will be safe." When the jeweler had finished speaking, the prince embraced him with transports of joy. "You revive," said he, "by this charming promise, a wretched lover who was condemned to die. I see that you have fully repaired the loss of Ebn Thahir. Whatever you do will be well done. I leave myself entirely to your conduct." After the prince had thus thanked him for his zeal, the jeweler returned home, and next morning Skimselnihar's confidant came to him. He told her that he had given the Prince of Persia hopes that he should see Skimselnihar speedily. "I am come on purpose," answered she, "to concert measures with you for that end. I think," continued she, "this house will be convenient enough for their interview." "I could receive them very well here," replied he, "but I think they will have more liberty in another house of mine, where nobody lives at present. I will quickly furnish it for their reception." "There remains nothing then for me to do," replied the confidant, "but to bring Skimselnihar to consent to it. I will go and speak to her, and return speedily with an answer." She was as diligent as her promise, and returning to the jeweler, told him that her mistress would not fail to keep the appointment in the evening. In the meantime, she gave him a purse, and told him it was to prepare a collation. He carried her immediately to the house where the lovers were to meet, that she might know whither to bring her mistress. And when she was gone, he went to borrow from his friends gold and silver plate, tapestry, rich cushions, and other furniture, with which he furnished the house very magnificently. And when he had put all things in order, he went to the Prince of Persia. You may easily conceive the Prince of Persia's joy when the jeweler told him that he came to conduct him to the house he had prepared to receive him and Skimselnihar. This news made him forget all his former troubles. He put on a magnificent robe and went without his retinue along with the jeweler, who led him through several by-streets that nobody might observe them, and at last brought him to the house, where they conversed together until Skimselnihar came. They did not stay long for this passionate lover. She came after evening prayer with her confidant and two other slaves. It is impossible to express the excessive joy that seized those two lovers when they saw one another. They sat down together upon a sofa, looking upon one another for some time, without being able to speak. They were so much overjoyed, but when their speech returned, they soon made up for their silence. They said to each other so many tender things, as made the jeweler, the confidant, and the two other slaves weep. The jeweler, however, restrained his tears to attend to the collation which he brought in himself. The lovers ate and drank little, after which they sat down again upon the sofa. Skimselnihar asked the jeweler if he had a lute or any other instrument. The jeweler, who took care to provide all that could please her, brought her a lute. She spent some time in tuning it and then sung. While Skimselnihar was charming the Prince of Persia, and expressing her passion by words composed extempore, a great noise was heard, and immediately the slave whom the jeweler had brought with him came in a great fright to tell him that some people were breaking in at the gate, that he asked who it was, but instead of any answer, the blows were redoubled. The jeweler, being alarmed, left Skimselnihar and the prince to go and inform himself of the truth of this bad news. No sooner was he got into the court than he saw, notwithstanding the darkness of the night, a company of men, armed with bayonets and scimitars, who had broken the gate and came directly towards him. He stood close to a wall for fear of his life, and saw 10 of them pass without being perceived by them. Finding he could give no great assistance to the Prince of Persia and Skimselnihar, he contented himself with lamenting their fate, and fled for refuge to a neighbor's house, who was not yet gone to bed. He did not doubt but this unexpected violence was by the caliph's order, who, he thought, had been informed of his favorites meeting the Prince of Persia there. He heard a great noise in his own house, which continued till midnight, and when all was quiet, as he thought, he desired his neighbor to lend him a scimitar, and being thus armed, went on till he came to the gate of his own house. He entered the court full of fear, and perceived a man who asked him who he was. He knew by his voice that it was his own slave. "How did you manage," said he, "to avoid being taken by the watch?" "Sir," answered the slave, "I hid myself in a corner of the court, and I went out so soon as I heard the noise. But it was not the watch who broke into your house. They were robbers who, within these few days, robbed another house in the neighborhood. They doubtless had notice of the rich furniture you brought hither, and had that in view." The jeweler thought his slave's conjecture probable enough. He visited the house, and saw that the robbers had taken all the furniture out of the chamber, where he received Schemselnihar and her lover, that they had also carried off the gold and silver plate, and, in a word, had left nothing. "Being in this condition, O heaven," cried he, "I am irrecoverably undone. What will my friends say, and what excuse can I make when I shall tell them that the robbers have broken into my house, and robbed me of all they had generously lent me? I shall never be able to make up their loss. Besides, what has become of Schemselnihar and the Prince of Persia? This business will be so public that it will be impossible but it must reach the caliph's ears. He will get notice of this meeting, and I shall fall a sacrifice to his fury." The slave, who was very much attached to him, endeavored to comfort him. "As to Schemselnihar," said he, "the robbers probably would content themselves with stripping her, and you have reason to think that she is retired to her palace with her slaves. The Prince of Persia is probably in the same condition, so that you have reason to hope the caliph will never know this adventure. As for the loss your friends have sustained, that is a misfortune that you could not avoid. They know very well the robbers are numerous, that they have not only pillaged the house I have already spoken of, but many other houses of the principal noblemen of the court. And they are not ignorant that notwithstanding the orders given to apprehend them, nobody has been yet able to seize any of them. You will be acquitted by restoring your friends the value of the things that are stolen, and blessed be God, you will have enough left." Waiting till day, the jeweler ordered the slave to mend the street door, which was broken, as well as he could, after which he returned to his usual residence with his slave, making melancholy reflections upon what had happened. "Ebn Thaher," said he to himself, "has been wiser than I. He foresaw the misfortune into which I have blindly thrown myself. Would to God I had never meddled in this intrigue, which will, perhaps, cost me my life." It was scarce day when the report of the robbery spread through the city, and a great many of his friends and neighbors came to his house to express their concern for his misfortune, but were curious to know the particulars. He thanked them for their affection, and had at least the consolation that he heard nobody mention Schemselnihar or the Prince of Persia, which made him believe they were at their houses or in some secure place. When the jeweler was alone, his servants brought him something to eat, but he could not eat a bit. About noon, one of his slaves came to tell him there was a man at the gate, whom he knew not, that desired to speak with him. The jeweler, not choosing to receive a stranger into his house, rose up and went to speak with him. "Though you do not know me," said the man, "yet I know you, and I am come to talk to you about an important affair." The jeweler desired him to come in. "No," answered the stranger. "If you please, rather take the trouble to go with me to your other house." "How know you," replied the jeweler, "that I have another house?" "I know very well," answered the stranger. "Follow me, and do not fear anything. I have something to communicate to you which will please you." The jeweler went immediately with him, and after he had considered by the way how the house they were going to was robbed, he said to him that it was not fit to receive him. When they were before the house, and the stranger saw the gate half broken down, said he to the jeweler, "I see you have told me the truth. I will carry you to a place where we shall be better accommodated." When he had said this, he went on and walked all the rest of the day without stopping. The jeweler, being weary with walking, vexed to see night approach, and that the stranger went on without telling him where he was going, began to lose his patience, when they came to a path which led to the Tigris. And as soon as they came to the river, they embarked in a little boat and went over. The stranger led the jeweler through a long street, where he had never been before in his life. And after he had brought him through I know not how many by streets, he stopped at a gate which he opened. He caused the jeweler to go in, then he shut and bolted the gate with a huge iron bolt, and conducted him to a chamber, where there were 10 other men, all of them as great strangers to the jeweler as he that brought him hither. These 10 men received the jeweler without any compliments. They bade him sit down, of which he had great need, for he was not only out of breath with walking so far, but the fear he was in to find himself with people whom he thought he had reason to be afraid of would have disabled him from standing. They waited for their leader to go to supper, and as soon as he came it was served up. They washed their hands, obliged the jeweler to do the like, and to sit at table with them. After supper the men asked him if he knew whom he spoke to. He answered no, and that he knew not the place he was in. "Tell us your last night's adventure," said they to him, "and conceal nothing from us." The jeweler, being astonished at this discourse, answered, "Gentlemen, it is probable you know it already." "That is true," replied they. The young man and the young lady who were at your house yesternight told it us, but we would know it from your own mouth. The jeweler needed no more to inform him that he spoke to the robbers who had broken into and plundered his house. Gentlemen, said he, I am much troubled for that young man and lady. Can you give me any tidings of them? Upon the jeweler's inquiry of the thieves, if they knew anything of the young man and the young lady, they answered, Be not concerned for them, they are safe and well. So saying, they showed him two closets, where they assured him they were separately shut up. They added, We are informed you alone know what relates to them, which we no sooner came to understand, but we showed them all imaginable respect, and were so far from doing them any injury, that we treated them with all possible kindness on your account. We answer for the same, proceeded they, for your own person. You may put unlimited confidence in us. The jeweler being encouraged at this, and overjoyed to hear that the Prince of Persia and Skimselnihar were safe, resolved to engage the robbers yet farther in their interest. He commended them, flattered them, and gave them 1,000 benedictions. Gentlemen, said he, I must confess I have not the honor to know you, yet it is no small happiness to me that I am not wholly unknown to you, and I can never be sufficiently grateful for the favors which that knowledge has procured me at your hands. Not to mention your great humanity, I am fully persuaded now that persons of your character are capable of keeping a secret faithfully, and none are so fit to undertake a great enterprise, which you can best bring to a good issue by your zeal, courage, and intrepidity. Confiding in these qualities, which are so much your due, I hesitate not to tell you my whole history, with that of those two persons you found in my house, with all the fidelity you desire me. After the jeweler had thus secured, as he thought, the confidence of the robbers, he made no scruple to relate to them the whole amour of the Prince of Persia and Skimselnihar, from the beginning of it to the time he received them into his house. The robbers were greatly astonished at all the particulars they heard, and could not forbear crying out, How? Is it possible that the young man should be the illustrious Ali Ebn Bikar, Prince of Persia, and the young lady the fair and celebrated beauty Skimselnihar? The jeweler assured them nothing was more certain, and that they needed not to think it strange, that persons of so distinguished a character should wish not to be known. Upon this assurance of their quality, the robbers went immediately, one after another, and threw themselves at their feet, imploring their pardon, and protesting that nothing of the kind would have happened to them, had they been informed of the quality of their persons before they broke into the house, and that they would by their future conduct endeavor to make amends for the crime they had thus ignorantly committed. Then turning to the jeweler, they told him they were heartily sorry they could not restore to him all that had been taken from him, part of it being no longer in their possession. But as for what remained, if he would content himself with his plate, it should be forthwith put into his hand. The jeweler was overjoyed at the favor done him, and after the robbers had delivered to him the plate, they required of the prince, Skimselnihar, and him to promise them upon oath that they would not betray them, and they would carry them to a place whence they might easily go to their respective homes. The prince, Skimselnihar, and the jeweler replied that they might rely on their words, but since they desired an oath of them, they solemnly swore not to discover them. The thieves, satisfied with this, immediately went out with them. By the way, the jeweler, uneasy at not seeing the confidant and the two slaves, came up to Skimselnihar and begged her to inform him what was become of them. She answered she knew nothing of them, and that all she could tell him was that she was carried away from his house, ferried over the river, and brought to the place from whence they were just now come. Skimselnihar and the jeweler had no farther discourse. They let the robbers conduct them with the prince to the river's side, when the robbers immediately took boat and carried them over to the other side. While the prince, Skimselnihar, and the jeweler were landing, they heard the noise of the horse patrol coming towards them, just as the boat arrived, and had conveyed the robbers back by dint of rowing. The commander of the brigade demanded of the prince, Skimselnihar, and the jeweler who they were, and whence they came so late. Frightened as they were, and apprehensive of saying anything that might prejudice them, they could not speak. But at length it was necessary they should. The jeweler found his tongue, his mind being freer, and said, Sir, I can assure you, we are very honest people of the city, and that those people who have just landed us, and are got back to the other side of the water, are thieves, who having last night broken open the house where we were, pillaged it, and afterwards carried us to their quarters, where, by fair words, we prevailed on them to let us have our liberty, and they brought us hither. They have restored us part of the booty they had taken from us. At which words he showed the parcel of plate he had recovered. The commander, not satisfied with what the jeweler had told him, came up to him and the Prince of Persia, and looking steadfastly at them, said, Tell me truly, who is this lady? How came you to know her, and whereabouts do you live?" This question embarrassed them so much that neither of them could answer, till at length Skimsel-Nihar extricated them from their difficulty, and taking the commander aside, told him who she was, which he no sooner knew, but he alighted with great expressions of respect and politeness, and ordered his men to bring 2 boats. When the boats were come, he put Skimsel-Nihar into one, and the Prince of Persia and the jeweler into the other, with 2 of his people in each boat, with orders to accompany each of them whithersoever they were bound. The 2 boats took different routes, but we shall at present speak only of that wherein was the prince and jeweler. The prince, to save his guide's trouble, bid them land the jeweler at his house, naming the place. The guide, by this direction, stopped just before the caliph's palace, which put both him and the jeweler into a mortal fright, though he durst not show it. Although they had heard the commander's orders to his men, they could not help imagining they were to be delivered up to the guard, to be brought before the caliph next morning. This, nevertheless, was not the intention of the guides, for after they had landed them, they, by their master's command, recommended them to an officer of the caliph's guard, who assigned them 2 soldiers to conduct them by land to the prince's house, which was at some distance from the river. They arrived there, but so tired and weary that they could hardly move. The prince being come home, with the fatigue of his journey, and this misadventure to himself and Skimsel-Nihar, which deprived him of all hope of ever seeing her more, fell into a swoon on his sofa. While the greatest part of his servants were endeavoring to recover him, the rest gathered about the jeweler, and begged him to tell them what had happened to the prince their lord, whose absence had occasioned them such inexpressible uneasiness. Whilst the greatest part of the prince's domestics were endeavoring to recover him from his swoon, others of them were got about the jeweler, desiring to know what had happened to their lord. The jeweler, who took care to discover nothing to them that was not proper for them to know, told them it was an extraordinary case, but that it was not a time to relate it, and that they would do better to go and assist the prince. By good fortune the prince came to himself that moment, and those that had but just before required his history with so much earnestness began to keep a respectful distance, and pay that respect which was due from them. Although the prince had in some measure recovered his senses, he continued so weak that he could not open his mouth to speak. He answered only by signs, even to his nearest relations, when they spoke to him. He remained in the same condition till next morning, when the jeweler came to take leave of him. His answer was only with a wink, and holding forth his right hand. But when he saw he was laden with the bundle of plate which the thieves had returned to him, he made a sign to his servants that they should take it and carry it to his house. The jeweler had been expected with great impatience by his family the day he went forth with a man who came to ask for him, and whom he did not know. But now he was quite given over, and it was no longer doubted but some disaster had befallen him. His wife, children, and servants were in the greatest alarm, and were lamenting him. When he arrived, their joy was very great, yet they were troubled to see that he was so much altered in the short interval that he was hardly to be known. This was occasioned by the great fatigue of the preceding day, and the fears he had undergone all night, which would not let him sleep. Finding himself much disordered, he continued at home 2 days, and would admit only one of his intimate friends to visit him. The 3rd day, finding himself something better, he thought he might recover strength by going abroad to take the air, and therefore went to the shop of a rich merchant his acquaintance, with whom he continued long in discourse. As he was rising to take leave of his friend and go home, he observed a woman making a sign to him, whom he presently knew to be the confidant of Skimsel-Nihar. Between fear and joy, he made what haste he could away without looking at her. But she followed him, as he feared she would, the place they were in being by no means proper to hold a conversation. As he walked a little faster than ordinary, she not being able to overtake him, every now and then she called out to him to stay. He heard her, but after what had happened, he did not think fit to speak to her in public, for fear of giving cause to suspect that he was connected with Skimsel-Nihar. It was known to every body in Baghdad that this woman belonged to her, and executed all her little commissions. He continued the same pace, and at length came to a mosque, where he knew but few people came. He entered it, and she followed him, and they had a long conversation together, without anybody overhearing them. Both the jeweler and confidant expressed mutual joy at seeing each other, after the strange adventure of the robbers, and their reciprocal apprehension for each other, without regarding their own particular persons. The jeweler wished her to relate to him how she escaped with the 2 slaves, and what she knew of Skimsel-Nihar from the time he lost sight of her. But so great was her eagerness to know what had happened to him from the time of their unexpected separation, that he found himself obliged to satisfy her. "Having given you the detail you desired," said he, oblige me in your turn," which she did in the following manner. "When I first saw the robbers," said she, "I hastily imagined that they were soldiers of the Caliph's guard, and that the Caliph, being informed of Skimselnihar's going out, had sent them to take away her life, the life of the prince, and of us all. Under this impression, I immediately got up to the leads of your house, when the thieves entered the chamber where the prince and Skimselnihar were, and I was soon after followed by that lady's two slaves. From leads to leads, we came at last to a house of very honest people, who received us with much civility, and with whom we lodged that night. Next morning, after thanking the master of the house for our good usage, we returned to Skimselnihar's palace, where we entered in great disorder and distress, because we could not learn the fate of the two unfortunate lovers. The other women of Skimselnihar were astonished to see me return without their lady. We told them we had left her at the house of one of her female friends, and that she would send for us when she had a mind to come home, with which excuse they seemed well satisfied. Next, for my part, I spent the day in great uneasiness, and when night came, opening a small private gate, I espied a little boat on the canal which seemed driven by the stream. I called to the waterman and desired him to row up each side of the river and look if he could see a lady, if he found her, to bring her along with him. The two slaves and I waited impatiently for his return, and at length about midnight, we saw the boat coming down with two men in it and a woman lying along in the stern. When the boat was come up, the two men helped the woman to rise, and then it was I knew her to be Skimselnihar. I cannot express my joy at seeing her. I gave my hand to Skimselnihar to help her out of the boat. She had great need of my assistance, for she could hardly stand. When she was landed, she whispered to me in a tone expressive of her affliction, and bid me go and take a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold and give to the two soldiers that had accompanied her. I committed her to the two slaves to support her, and having ordered the two soldiers to wait for me a moment, I took the purse and returned instantly. I gave it to the soldiers, and having paid the waterman, shut the door. I then followed my lady, and overtook her before she was got up to her chamber. We immediately undressed her, and put her to bed, where she had not long been, before she seemed ready to give up the ghost all the rest of the night. The day following, her other women expressed a great desire to see her, but I told them she had been greatly fatigued and wanted rest to restore her strength. The other two women and I gave her all the assistance in our power, and that she could expect from our attention. She persisted in taking nothing that we offered her, and we should have despaired of her life if I had not at last perceived that the wine which we gave her every now and then had a sensible effect in restoring her strength. By importunity we overcame her obstinacy, and at length prevailed with her to eat. When she came to the use of her speech, for she had hitherto only wept, groaned, and sighed, I begged of her to tell me how she had escaped out of the hands of the robbers. "Why would you require of me," said she, with a profound sigh, "to renew my grief? Would to God the robbers had taken away my life, rather than preserved it. My misfortunes would then have had an end, whereas I live but to increase my sufferings." "Madam," replied I beg you would not refuse me this favor. You cannot but know that the wretched feel a consolation in relating their greatest misfortunes. What I ask would alleviate yours, if you will have the goodness to gratify me. "Here then," said she, "the most afflicting adventure that could possibly have happened to one so deeply in love as myself, who considered myself as at the utmost point of my wishes. You must know, when I first saw the robbers enter, sword in hand, I considered it as the last moment of our lives. But death was not an object of regret, since I thought I was to die with the Prince of Persia. However, instead of murdering us, as I expected, two of the robbers were ordered to take care of us, whilst their companions were busied in packing up the goods they found in the house. When they had done, and got their bundles upon their backs, they went out and carried us along with them. As we went along, one of those that had charge of us demanded of me who I was. I answered I was a dancer. He put the same question to the prince, who replied he was a citizen. When we were come to the place whither they were going, a new alarm seized us. They gathered about us, and after having considered my dress and the rich jewels I was adorned with, they seemed to doubt that I disguised my quality. "Dancers," said they, "do not use to be dressed as you are. Tell us truly who you are." When they saw I answered nothing, they asked the prince once more who he was, for they told him they plainly perceived he was not the person he pretended to be. He did not satisfy them much more than I had done. He only told them he came to see the jeweler, naming him who was the owner of that house where they found them. "I know this jeweler," replied one of the rogues, who seemed to have some authority over the rest. "I have some obligations to him, which he knows nothing of, and I take upon me to bring him hither tomorrow morning, from another house he has. But you must not expect," continued he, "to be released till he comes and tells us who you are. In the meantime, I promise you there shall be no injury offered to you." The jeweler was brought next morning, who, thinking to oblige us, as he really did, declared to the robbers the whole truth. They immediately came and asked my pardon, and I believe did the like to the prince, who was shut up in another room. They protested to me they would not have broken open the house where we were, had they known it was the jeweler's. They soon after took us, the prince, the jeweler, and myself, carried us to the riverside, put us aboard the boat, and rowed us across the water. But we were no sooner landed than a party of horse patrol came up to us. The robbers fled. I took the commander aside and told him my name, and that the night before I had been seized by robbers, who forced me along with them. But having been told who I was, released me, and the two persons he saw with me, on my account. He alighted out of respect to me, and expressing great joy for being able to oblige me, he caused two boats to be brought, putting me and two of his soldiers, whom you have seen, into one, escorted me hither, and the prince and jeweler with two others in another, to conduct them home in safety. My guides have conducted me hither, but what has become of the prince and his friend I cannot tell. I trust, added she, melting into tears, no harm has happened to them since our separation, and I do not doubt but the prince's concern for me is equal to mine for him. The jeweler, to whom we have been so much obliged, ought to be recompensed for the loss he has sustained on our account. Fail not, therefore, to take 2 purses of 1,000 pieces of gold in each, and carry them to him tomorrow morning in my name, and be sure to inquire after the prince's welfare. When my good mistress had done speaking, I endeavored, as to the last article of inquiring into the prince's welfare, to persuade her to endeavor to triumph over her passion, after the danger she had so lately escaped almost by miracle. Make no answer to me, said she, but do what I command you. I was obliged to be silent, and am come hither to obey her commands. I have been at your house, and not finding you at home, and uncertain as I was of finding where you were said to be, was about going to the Prince of Persia, but not daring to attempt the journey, I have left the 2 purses with a particular friend of mine, and if you will wait here, I will go and fetch them immediately. The confidante returned quickly to the jeweler in the mosque, where she had left him, and giving him the 2 purses, bid him out of them satisfy his friends. They are much more than is necessary, said the jeweler, but I dare not refuse the present from so good and generous a lady to her very humble servant. But I beseech you to assure her from me that I shall preserve an eternal remembrance of her goodness. He then agreed with the confidante that she should find him at the house where she had first seen him, whenever she had occasion to impart anything from Schemselnihar, or to hear any tidings of the Prince of Persia, and so they parted. The jeweler returned home very well satisfied, not only that he had got wherewithal so fully to satisfy his friends, but also to think that no person in Baghdad could possibly know that the prince and Schemselnihar had been in his house when it was robbed. It is true, he had acquainted the thieves with it, but their secrecy he thought he might very well depend on. They, he imagined, had not sufficient communication with the world to fear any danger from their divulging it. Next morning he visited the friends who had obliged him, and found no difficulty in satisfying them. He had money in hand to furnish his other house, in which he placed servants. Thus he forgot all his past danger, and the next evening waited on the Prince of Persia. The prince's domestics told the jeweler that he came in very luckily, for that the prince ever since he saw him was reduced to such a state that his life was in danger, and they had not been able to get a word out of him. They introduced him softly into his chamber, and he found him in a condition that excited his pity. He was lying upon his bed with his eyes shut, but when the jeweler saluted him and exhorted him to take courage, he recollected him and opened his eyes and gave him a look that sufficiently declared the greatness of his affliction, infinitely beyond what he felt after he first saw Schemselnihar. He took and grasped him by the hand to testify his friendship, and told him in a feeble voice that he was extremely obliged to him for coming so far to seek one so unhappy and wretched. Prince, replied the jeweler, mention not, I beseech you, any obligations you have to me. I wish the good offices I have endeavored to do you had had a better effect. But at present, let us talk only of your health, which, in the state I see you, I fear you greatly injure, by unreasonably abstaining from proper nourishment. The prince's servants took this opportunity to tell him it was with the greatest difficulty they had prevailed on their master to take the smallest refreshment, and that for some time he had taken nothing at all. This obliged the jeweler to entreat the prince to let his servants bring him something to eat, which he obtained after much importunity. After the prince had eaten more than he had hitherto done, through the persuasion of the jeweler, he commanded the servants to leave him alone with his friend. When the room was clear, he said, besides my misfortune that distracts me, I have been exceedingly concerned to think what a loss you have suffered on my account, and it is but just I should make you some recompense. But before I do this, after begging your pardon 1,000 times, I conjure you to tell me whether you have learnt anything of Skimsilnihar, since I had the misfortune to be parted from her." Here the jeweler, instructed by the confidant, related to him all that he knew of Skimsilnihar's arrival at her palace, her state of health from that time till she recovered, and how she had sent her confidant to him to inquire after his welfare. To all this the prince replied only by sighs and tears. He made an effort to get up, and calling his servants, went himself to his wardrobe, and having caused several bundles of rich furniture and plate to be packed up, he ordered them to be carried to the jeweler's house. The jeweler would fain have declined this kind offer, but although he represented that Skimsilnihar had already made him more than sufficient amends for what he had lost, the prince would be obeyed. The jeweler was therefore obliged to make all possible acknowledgments, and protested how much he was confounded at his highness's liberality. He would then have taken his leave, but the prince desired him to stay, and so they passed a good part of the night in talking together. Next morning the jeweler waited again on the prince, who made him sit down by him. "You know," said he, "there is an end proposed in all things. The end the lover proposes is to enjoy the beloved object in spite of all opposition. If once he loses that hope, he must not think to live. Such is my hard case, for when I had been twice at the very point of fulfilling my desires, I was on a sudden torn from her I loved in the most cruel manner imaginable. It remains for me only to think of death, and I had sought it, but that our holy religion forbids suicide. But I need not anticipate it, I need not wait long." Here he stopped and vented his passion in groans, signs, sobs, and tears, which flowed plentifully. The jeweler, who knew no better way of diverting him from his despair than by bringing Skimsilnihar into his mind, and giving him some shadow of hope, told him he feared the confidant might become from her lady, and therefore it would not be proper to stay any longer from home. "I will let you go," said the prince, "but conjure you that if you see her, you recommend to her to assure Skimsilnihar that if I die as I expect to do shortly, I shall love her to the last moment, even in the grave." The jeweler returned home, and waited in expectation of seeing the confidant, who came some hours after, but all in tears and in great affliction. The jeweler, alarmed, asked her what was the matter. She answered that Skimsilnihar, the prince, herself, and he were all ruined. "Hear the sad news," said she, "as it was told me just upon my entering the palace after I had left you. Skimsilnihar had for some fault chastised one of the slaves you saw with her when we met in your other house. The slave, enraged at the ill treatment, ran presently away, and finding the gate open, went forth. So that we have just reason to believe she has discovered all to an eunuch of the guard who has given her protection. But this is not all. The other slave, her companion, is fled too, and has taken refuge in the caliph's palace, so that we may well fear she has borne her part in this discovery. For just as I came away, the caliph had sent 20 of his eunuchs for Skimsilnihar, and they carried her to the palace. I just found means to come and tell you this. I know not what has passed, yet I fear no good, but above all I recommend it to you as a secret." The confidant added to what she had said before to the jeweler, that it was proper he should go immediately and acquaint the prince with the whole affair, that he might be prepared for every event and keep faithful to the common cause. She went away in haste, without staying for any answer. What answer could the jeweler have made in the condition he was in? He stood motionless as if thunderstruck. He found, however, that there was no time to be lost, and immediately went to give the prince an account. He addressed himself to him with an air that sufficiently showed the bad news he brought him. "Prince," said he, "arm yourself with courage and patience, and prepare to receive the most terrible shock that ever you had to encounter." "Tell me in a few words," said the prince, "what is the matter, without keeping me in suspense. I am prepared to die if necessary." Then the jeweler told him all that he had learnt from the confidant. "You see," continued he, "your destruction is inevitable. Up, rise, save yourself by flight, for the time is precious. You, of all men, must not expose yourself to the anger of the caliph, and should much less confess anything in the midst of torments." At these words the prince was almost ready to expire through grief, affliction, and fear. However, he recovered himself, and asked the jeweler what resolution he would advise him to take in this conjuncture, every moment of which was to be made use of. The jeweler told him he thought nothing remained but that he should immediately take horse, and haste away towards Anbar, 82, that he might get thither before day. "Take what servants and swift horses you think necessary," continued he, "and suffer me to escape with you." The prince, seeing nothing more to be done, immediately gave orders to prepare such an equipage as would be least troublesome, took money and jewels, and having taken leave of his mother, he departed with the jeweler, and such servants as he had chosen. They travelled all that day, and the night following without stopping, till at length, about 2 or 3 hours before daybreak, both their horses and themselves being spent with so long a journey, they stopped to rest themselves. They had hardly sat down before they found themselves surrounded and assaulted by a great band of robbers. They defended their lives for some time courageously. But at length, the prince's servants being all killed, both he and the jeweler were obliged to yield at discretion. The robbers, however, spared their lives, but after they had seized on the horses and baggage, they took away their clothes and left them naked on the spot. When the thieves were gone from them, the prince said to the jeweler, "What think you of our adventure and condition? Had I not better have tarried in Baghdad and awaited my death?" "Prince," replied the jeweler, "it is the decree of heaven that we should thus suffer. It has pleased God to add affliction to affliction, and we must not murmur at it, but receive his chastisements with submission. Let us stay no longer here, but seek for some retreat where we may perhaps be relieved." "Let me die," said the prince, "for what signifies it whether I die here or elsewhere? Perhaps, while we are talking, Skimselnihar is no more, and why should I endeavor to live after she is dead?" The jeweler by his entreaty at length prevailed on him, and they had not gone far before they came to a mosque, which was open. They entered it, and passed there the remainder of the night. At daybreak a man came into the mosque. When he had ended his prayer, as he turned about to go away, he perceived the prince and jeweler, who were sitting in a corner. He came up to them, and after having saluted them with a great deal of civility, said, "I perceive you are strangers." The jeweler answered, "You are not deceived. We have been robbed tonight in coming from Baghdad, as you may see, and are retired hither for shelter, but we know not whom to apply to." "If you think fit to come along with me to my house," answered the man, "I will give you all the assistance in my power." Upon this obliging offer, the jeweler turned to the prince and whispered him, "This man, as you perceive, sir, does not know us, and we have reason to fear that somebody else may come who may know us. We cannot, I think, refuse his offer." "Do as you please," said the prince. "I am willing to be guided by your discretion." The man, observing the prince and jeweler consulting together, and thinking they made some difficulty to accept his offer, asked them if they were resolved what to do. The jeweler answered, "We are ready to follow you. All that we make a difficulty about is, that we are ashamed to appear thus naked." Fortunately, the man had it in his power to cover them sufficiently till they could get to his house. And they were no sooner got to the house, but he brought forth a very handsome suit for each of them. As he thought they must be hungry, and wished to be alone, he had several dishes brought to them by a slave. But they ate little, especially the prince, who was so dejected and dispirited, that he gave the jeweler cause to fear he would die. Their host visited them several times in the day, and in the evening, as he knew they wanted rest, he left them early. But he was no sooner in bed than the jeweler was forced to call him again to assist at the death of the Prince of Persia. He found him breathe short, and with difficulty, which gave him just reason to fear he had but few minutes to live. Coming near him, the prince said, "It is all over, and I am glad you are witness of my last words. I quit life with a great deal of satisfaction. I need not tell you the reason, for you know it already. All my concern is that I cannot die in the arms of my dear mother, who has always loved me tenderly, and for whom I had a reciprocal affection. She will undoubtedly not be a little grieved that she could not close my eyes and bury me with her own hands. Let her know how much I was concerned at this, and pray her in my name to have my body transported to Baghdad, that she may have an opportunity to bedew my tomb with her tears and assist my departed soul with her prayers." He then took notice of the master of the house, and thanked him for his kindness in taking him in, and after desiring him to let his body rest with him till it should be conveyed to Baghdad, he expired. The day after the prince's death, the jeweler took the opportunity of a numerous caravan that was going to Baghdad, and arrived there soon after in safety. He first went home to change his clothes, and then hastened to the prince's palace, where every body was alarmed at not seeing the prince with him. He desired them to acquaint the prince's mother that he wished to speak with her, and it was not long before he was introduced to her in a hall, with several of her women about her. "Madam," said he to her, with an air that sufficiently denoted the ill news he brought, "God preserve you, and shower down the choicest of his blessings upon you. You cannot be ignorant that he alone disposes of us at his pleasure." The princess would not give him leave to go on, but cried out, "Alas, you bring me the news of my son's death." She and her women, at the same time, set up such a hideous cry as brought fresh tears into the jeweler's eyes. She tormented and grieved herself a long while, before she would suffer him to resume his story. At length, she checked her sighs and groans, and begged of him to continue, without concealing from her the least circumstance of such a melancholy separation. He satisfied her, and when he had done, she farther demanded of him, if her son, the prince, had not given him in charge something more particular in his last moments. He assured her his last words were, that it was the greatest concern to him, that he must die so far distant from his dear mother, and that the only thing he wished was that she would be pleased to have his corpse transported to Baghdad. Accordingly, early next morning the princess set out with her women and great part of her slaves to bring her son's body to her own palace. When the jeweler, whom she kept with her, saw she was gone, he returned home very sad and melancholy, at the reflection that so accomplished and amiable a prince was thus cut off in the flower of his age. As he walked towards his house, dejected and musing, he saw a woman in mourning, drowned in tears, standing before him. On lifting up his eyes, he presently knew her to be Skimsel-Nihar's confidant. At the sight of her, his tears began to flow afresh, but he said nothing to her, and going into his own house, she followed him. They sat down, when the jeweler, beginning the conversation, asked the confidant, with a deep sigh, if she had heard of the death of the Prince of Persia, and if it was on his account that she grieved. Alas, answered she, what, is that charming prince then dead? He has not lived long after his dear Skimsel-Nihar. Beauteous souls, continued she, in whatsoever place ye now are, ye must be happy that your loves will no more be interrupted. Your bodies were an obstacle to your wishes, but heaven has delivered you from them. Ye may now form the closest union. The jeweler, who had heard nothing of Skimsel-Nihar's death, and had not observed the confidant was in mourning, suffered fresh grief at hearing this news. Is Skimsel-Nihar then dead? Cried he. She is dead, replied the confidant, weeping afresh, and it is for her I wear these weeds. The circumstances of her death were extraordinary, continued she, and deserve to be known to you. But before I give you an account of them, I beg you to let me know those of the Prince of Persia, whom, with my dearest friend and mistress, I shall lament as long as I live. The jeweler then gave the confidant that satisfaction she desired, and after he had told her all, even to the departure of the prince's mother to bring her son's body to Baghdad, she began and said, You have not forgot that I told you the caliph had sent for Skimsel-Nihar to his palace. And it is true, as we had all the reason in the world to believe, he had been informed of the amour betwixt her and the prince by the two slaves whom he had examined. Apart, you will imagine, he would be exceedingly enraged at Skimsel-Nihar, and express great tokens of jealousy and revenge against the prince. But this was by no means the case. He pitied Skimsel-Nihar, and in some measure blamed himself for what had happened, in giving her so much freedom to walk about the city without being attended by his eunuchs. This is the only conclusion that could be drawn from his extraordinary behavior towards her, as you will hear. He received her with an open countenance, and when he observed that the melancholy which oppressed her did not lessen her beauty, for she appeared thus before him without surprise or fear, with a goodness worthy himself, he said, Skimsel-Nihar, I cannot bear your appearing before me thus, with an air which gives me infinite pain. You must needs be sensible how much I have always loved you, and be convinced of the sincerity of my passion by the continued demonstrations I have given you of it. I can never change my mind, for I love you more than ever. You have enemies, Skimsel-Nihar, proceeded he, and those enemies have insinuated things against your conduct. But all they have said against you has not made the least impression upon me. Shake off then this melancholy, and prepare to entertain me with some diverting and amusing conversation this night, after your accustomed manner. He said many other obliging things to Hen, and then desired her to step into a magnificent apartment near her own, and wait for him. The afflicted Skimsel-Nihar was very sensible of the kindness the caliph had for her, but the more she thought herself obliged to him, the more she was concerned that she was so far removed, perhaps forever, from her prince, without whom she could not live. This interview between the caliph and Skimsel-Nihar, continued the confidant, was whilst I was come to speak with you, and I learned the particulars of it from my companions who were present. But I had no sooner left you, proceeded she, than I went to my dear mistress again and was eyewitness to what happened in the evening. I found her in the apartment I told you of, and as she thought I came from you, she came up to me and, whispering me in the ear, said, I am much obliged to you for the service you have done me, but feel it will be the last. She said no more, but I was not in a place proper to offer anything to comfort her. The caliph was introduced at night with the sound of instruments, which her women played upon, and the collation was immediately served up. He took his mistress by the hand, and made her sit down with him on the sofa. She put such a force upon herself to please him that she expired a few minutes after. In short, she was hardly set down, but she fell backwards. The caliph believed she had only fainted, and so we all thought, but she never recovered, and in this manner we lost her. The caliph did her the honor to weep over her, not being able to refrain from tears, and before he left the room, ordered all the musical instruments to be broken, which was immediately executed. I stayed with her corpse all night, and next morning washed and dressed her for her funeral, bathing her with my tears. The caliph had her interred next morning in a magnificent tomb he had erected for her in her lifetime, in a place she had desired to be buried in. Now, since you tell me, said she, the Prince of Persia's body is to be brought to Baghdad, I will use my best endeavors that he shall be interred in the same tomb. The jeweler was much surprised at this resolution of the confidant, and said, Certainly you do not consider that the caliph will never suffer this. You think the thing impossible, replied she. It is not. You will alter your opinion when I tell you that the caliph has given liberty to all her slaves, with a pension to each for their maintenance, and has committed to me the care and keeping of my mistress's tomb, and allotted me an annual income for that purpose, and for my maintenance. Besides, the caliph, who was not ignorant of the amour between Schemselnihar and the prince, as I have already told you, without being offended at it, will not be sorry if after her death he be buried with her. To all this the jeweler had not a word to say, yet earnestly entreated the confidant to conduct him to her mistress's tomb, that he might say his prayers over her. When he came in sight of it, he was not a little surprised to find a vast concourse of people of both sexes, that were come thither from all parts of Baghdad. As he could not come near the tomb, he said his prayers at a distance. And then going to the confidant, who was waiting hard by, he said to her, Now I am so far from thinking that what you properly proposed cannot be put in execution, that you and I need only publish abroad what we know of the amour of this unfortunate couple, and how the prince died much about the same time with his mistress. Before his corpse arrives, all Baghdad will concur to desire that two such faithful lovers should not be separated when dead, whom nothing could divide in affection whilst they lived. As he said, so it came to pass. For as soon as it came to be known that the corpse was within a day's journey of the city, an infinite number of people went out to meet it above 20 miles off, and afterwards walked before it till it came to the city gate, where the confidant, waiting for that purpose, presented herself before the prince's mother, and begged of her, in the name of the whole city, who earnestly desired it, that she would be pleased to consent that the bodies of the two lovers, who had but one heart whilst they lived, from the time their mutual passion commenced, might be buried in the same tomb now they were dead. The princess immediately consented, and the corpse of the prince, instead of being deposited in his own burying place, was laid by Schemselnihar's side, after it had been carried along in procession at the head of an infinite number of people of all ranks. From that time all the inhabitants of Baghdad, and even strangers from all parts of the world where the Mahometan religion prevails, cease not to hold in the highest veneration that tomb, and pay their devotion at it. The story of the amours of Camaralzaman, Prince of the Isles of the Children of Aladdin, and of Badara, Princess of China. About 20 days' sail on the coast of Persia, there are islands in the main ocean called the Islands of the Children of Aladdin. These islands are divided into 4 great provinces, which have all of them very flourishing and populous cities, forming together a powerful kingdom. It was formerly governed by a king named Schahzaman, 83 who had 4 lawful wives, all daughters of kings, and 60 concubines. Schahzaman thought himself the most happy monarch of the world, on account of his peaceful and prosperous reign. One thing only disturbed his happiness, which was that he was advanced in years and had no children, though he had so many wives. He knew not to what to attribute this barrenness, and what increased his affliction was that he was likely to leave his kingdom without a successor. He dissembled his discontent a long while, and this dissimulation only heightened his uneasiness. At length he broke silence, and one day, after he had complained bitterly of his misfortunes to his grand vizier, he asked him if he knew any remedy for it. That wise minister replied, If what your majesty requires of me had depended on the ordinary rules of human wisdom, you had soon had an answer to your satisfaction. But my experience and knowledge fall far short of your question. The divine power alone, who, in the midst of our prosperities which often tempt us to forget him, is pleased to mortify us in some instance, that we may address our thoughts to him, acknowledge his omnipotence, and ask of him what we can expect from him alone. Your majesty has subjects, proceeded he, who make a profession of honoring and serving God, and suffering great hardships for his sake. To them I would advise you to have recourse, and engage them, by alms, to join their prayers with yours. It may be, someone among them may be so pure and pleasing to God as to obtain a hearing from your prayers. King Schahzaman approved this advice, and thanked his vizier for it. He immediately caused rich alms to be given to every community of these holy men in his dominions, and having sent for the superiors, and treated them with a frugal feast, declared to them his intention, and desired them to acquaint their devout men with it. The king obtained of heaven what he requested, for in 9 months' time he had a son by one of his wives. To express his gratitude to heaven, he sent new alms to the communities of devout Mussulmen, and the prince's birthday was celebrated not only in his capital, but throughout his dominions for a whole week. The prince was brought to him as soon as born, and he found him so beautiful that he gave him the name of Camaralzaman, or Moon of the Age. He was brought up with all imaginable care, and when he came to a proper age, his father appointed him an experienced governor and able preceptors. These persons, distinguished by their capacity, found in him a ready wit, capable of receiving all the instructions that were proper to be given him, as well in relation to morals as other knowledge which a prince ought to possess. As he grew up, he learned all his exercises, and acquitted himself with such grace and wonderful address, as charmed all that saw him, and particularly the Sultan his father. Having attained the age of 15 years, the Sultan, who loved him so tenderly, and gave him every day new marks of his affection, had thoughts of giving him a still greater, by resigning his throne to him, and acquainted his Grand Vizier with his intentions. "I fear," said he, "lest my son should lose in the inactivity of youth those advantages which nature and my education have given him. Therefore, since I am advanced in age, and ought to think of retirement, I have thoughts of resigning the government to him, and passing the remainder of my days in the satisfaction of seeing him reign. I have undergone the fatigue of a crown a long while, and think it now proper for me to retire." The Grand Vizier declined, offering all the reasons he could have alleged to dissuade the Sultan from such a proceeding. On the contrary, he agreed with him in opinion. "Sir," replied he, "the prince is yet but young, and it would not be, in my humble opinion, advisable to burthen him with the weight of a crown so soon. Your Majesty fears, with great reason, his youth may be corrupted in indolence. But to remedy that, do not you think it would be proper to marry him? Marriage forms attachment and prevents dissipation. Your Majesty might then admit him of your council, where he would learn by degrees the art of reigning, and so be qualified to receive your authority, whenever, by your own experience, you shall think him qualified." Schahzaman found this advice of his prime ministers highly reasonable, therefore summoned the prince to appear before him at the same time that he dismissed the Grand Vizier. The prince, who had been accustomed to see his father only at certain times, without being sent for, was a little startled at this summons. When, therefore, he came before him, he saluted him with great respect, and stood with his eyes fixed on the ground. The Sultan, perceiving his constraint, said to him in a mild way, "Do you know, son, for what reason I have sent for you?" The prince modestly replied, "God alone knows the heart. I shall hear it from your Majesty with pleasure." "I sent for you," said the Sultan, "to inform you I have an intention of providing a proper marriage for you. What do you think of it?" Prince Camaralzaman heard this with great uneasiness. It so surprised him that he paused and knew not what answer to make. After a few moments' silence, he replied, "Sir, I beseech you to pardon me if I seem surprised at the declaration you have made to me. I did not expect such proposals to one so young as I am, and I know not whether I could ever prevail on myself to marry, on account of the trouble incident to a married life, and the many treacheries of women, which I have read of. I may not be always of the same mind, yet I perceive it requires time to determine on what your Majesty requires of me." Prince Camaralzaman's answer extremely afflicted his father. He was not a little grieved to see what an aversion he had to marriage, yet would not charge him with disobedience, nor exert his paternal authority. He contented himself with telling him he would not force his inclinations, but give him time to consider of the proposal, and reflect that a prince like him, destined to govern a great kingdom, ought to take some care to leave a successor, and that, in giving himself that satisfaction, he communicated it to his father, who would be glad to see himself revive in his son and his issue. Schahzaman said no more to the prince. He admitted him into his council, and gave him every reason to be satisfied. At the end of the year, he took him aside, and said to him, "My son, have you thoroughly considered of what I proposed to you about marrying last year? Will you still refuse me that pleasure I expect from your obedience, and suffer me to die without giving me that satisfaction?" The prince seemed less disconcerted than before, and was not long answering his father to this effect. "Sir, I have not neglected to consider of your proposal, but after the maturest reflection, find myself more confirmed in my resolution to continue as I am without engaging in marriage. In short, the infinite mischief I have read in histories caused in the world by women, and the continual mischiefs I still hear done by them, are powerful motives for me to have nothing to do with them. So that I hope your Majesty will pardon me if I presume to tell you it will be in vain to solicit me any farther about marriage." He stopped here, and went out, without staying to hear what the Sultan would answer. Any monarch but Schahzaman would have been very angry at such freedom in a son, and would have made him repent it. But he loved him, and preferred gentle methods before he proceeded to compulsion. He communicated this new cause of discontent to his prime minister. "I have followed your advice," said he, "but Camaralzaman is farther than ever from complying with my desires." He delivered his resolution in such free terms that it required all my reason and moderation to keep my temper. Fathers, who so earnestly desire children as I did the son, are fools who seek to deprive themselves of that rest which it is in their own power to enjoy without control. Tell me, I beseech you, how I shall reclaim a disposition so rebellious to my will. "Sir," answered the Grand Vizier, "patience brings many things about that before seemed impracticable, but it may be this affair is of a nature not likely to succeed that way. Your Majesty will have no cause to reproach yourself for precipitation, if you would give the prince another year to consider of the matter. If in this interval he return to his duty, you will have the greater satisfaction, as you will have employed only paternal love to induce him. And if he still continue averse to your proposal when this is expired, your Majesty may propose it to him in full council, that it is highly necessary for the good of the state that he should marry. And it is not likely he will refuse to comply with you before so grave an assembly, which you honor with your presence." The Sultan, who so passionately desired to see his son married, thought this long delay an age. However, though with much difficulty, he yielded to his Grand Vizier's reasons, which he could not disapprove. After the Grand Vizier was gone, Sultan Shah Zaman went to the apartment of the mother of Prince Camaralzaman, to whom he had often expressed his desire to see the prince married. When he had told her, with grief, how his son had refused to comply with his wishes a second time, and the indulgence which by the advice of his Grand Vizier he was inclined to show him, he said, "Madam, I know he has more confidence in, and will hearken more to you than me. Therefore, I desire you would take an opportunity to talk to him seriously about it, and convince him that if he persists in his obstinacy, he will oblige me to have recourse to extremities, which I should be sorry for, and which may give him cause to repent having disobeyed me." Fatima, for so was the lady called, acquainted the prince the first time she saw him, that she had been informed of his second refusal to marry, and how much chagrin he had occasioned his father on that account. "Madam," said the prince, "I beseech you not to renew my grief upon that head. I fear, in my present uneasiness, something may escape me, which may not altogether correspond with the respect I owe you." Fatima knew by this answer that this was not a proper time to speak to him, and therefore deferred what she had to say to another opportunity. Some considerable time after, Fatima thought she had found a more favorable opportunity, which gave her hopes of being heard upon that subject. "Son," said she, "I beg of you, if it be not disagreeable, to tell me what reason you have for your so great aversion to marriage? If it be only the wickedness of some women, nothing can be more unreasonable and weak. I will not undertake the defense of those that are bad. There are a great number of them undoubtedly, but it would be the height of injustice to condemn all the sex for their sakes. Alas, my son, you have in your books met with many bad women who have occasioned great mischief, and I will not excuse them. But you do not consider how many monarchs, sultans, and other princes there have been in the world, whose tyrannies, barbarities, and cruelties astonish those that read of them, as well as myself. Now, for one wicked woman, you will meet with 1,000 tyrants and barbarians, and what torment do you think a good woman must undergo, who is matched with any of these wretches?" "Madam," replied Camaralzaman, "I doubt not there are a great number of wise, virtuous, good, affable, and well-behaved women in the world. Would to God they all resembled you. But what deters me is the doubtful choice a man is obliged to make, and oftentimes one has not the liberty of following his inclination. Let us suppose then, madam," continued he, "that I had a mind to marry, as the Sultan my father so earnestly desires. What wife, think you, would he be likely to provide for me? Probably a princess whom he would demand of some neighboring prince, and who would think it an honor done him to send him her. Handsome or ugly, she must be taken. Nay, suppose no other princess excelled her in beauty, who can be certain that her temper would be good, that she would be affable, complacent, easy, obliging, and the like, that her conversation would generally turn on solid subjects, and not on dress, fashions, ornaments, and 1,000 such fooleries, which would disgust any man of sense. In a word, that she would not be haughty, proud, arrogant, impertinent, scornful, and waste an estate in frivolous expenses, such as gay clothes, jewels, toys, and foolish, mistaken magnificence. You see, madam," continued he, "by one single article, how many reasons a man may have to be disgusted at marriage. Let this princess be never so perfect, accomplished, and irreproachable in her conduct, I have yet a great many more reasons not to alter my opinion and resolution." "What, son," replied Fatima, Have you then more reasons after those you have already alleged? I do not doubt of being able to answer them and stop your mouth with a word. You may proceed, madam, replied the prince, and perhaps I may find a reply to your answer. I mean, son, said Fatima, that it is easy for a prince who has had the misfortune to marry such a wife as you describe, to get rid of her, and take care that she may not ruin the state. Ah, madam, replied the prince, but you do not consider what a mortification it would be to a person of so great quality, to be obliged to come to such an extremity. Would it not have been more for his honor and quiet that he had never run such a risk? But son, said Fatima once more, as you take the case, I apprehend you have a mind to be the last king of your race, who have reigned so long and gloriously over the isles of the children of Aladdin. Madam, replied the prince, for myself I do not desire to survive the king, my father, and if I should die before him, it would be no great matter of wonder, since so many children have died before their parents. But it is always glorious to a race of kings, that it should end with a prince worthy to be so, as I should endeavor to make myself like my predecessors, and like the first of our race. From that time, Fatima had frequent conferences with her son, the prince, on the same subject, and she omitted no opportunity or argument to endeavor to root out his aversion to the fair sex. But he eluded all her reasonings by such arguments as she could not well answer, and continued in the same mind. The year expired, and, to the great regret of the Sultan, Prince Camaralzaman gave not the least sign of having changed his sentiments. One day, therefore, when there was a great council held, the prime vizier, the other viziers, the principal officers of the crown, and the generals of the army being present, the Sultan began to speak thus to the prince. My son, it is now a long while since I have expressed to you my earnest desire to see you married, and I imagined you would have had more complaisance for a father, who required nothing unreasonable of you, than to oppose him so long. But after so long resistance on your part, which has almost worn out my patience, I have thought fit to propose the same thing once more to you in the presence of my council. I would have you consider that you ought not to have refused this, if merely to oblige a parent. The well-being of my dominions requires it, and the assembly here present join with me to require it of you. Declare yourself, then, that according to your answer, I may take the proper measures. The prince answered with so little reserve, or rather with so much warmth, that the Sultan, enraged to see himself thwarted by him in full council, cried out, "How unnatural, son! Have you the insolence to talk thus to your father and Sultan?" He ordered the guards to take him away and carry him to an old tower that had been unoccupied for a long while, where he was shut up, with only a bed, a little furniture, some books, and one slave to attend him. Camaralzaman, thus deprived of liberty, was nevertheless pleased he had the freedom to converse with his books, and that made him look on his confinement with indifference. In the evening he bathed and said his prayers, and after having read some chapters in the Koran, with the same tranquility of mind as if he had been in the Sultan's palace, he undressed himself and went to bed, leaving his lamp burning by him all the while he slept. Next. In this tower was a well, which served in the daytime for a retreat to a certain fairy, named Maimon, daughter of Damriat, king or head of a legion of genies. It was about midnight when Maimon sprang lightly to the mouth of the well, to wander about the world after her wonted custom, where her curiosity led her. She was surprised to see a light in Prince Camaralzaman's chamber. She entered, and without stopping at the slave who lay at the door, approached the bed, whose magnificence attracted her. But she was still more surprised at seeing any body in it. Prince Camaralzaman had but half covered his face with the bedclothes, which Maimon lifted up, and perceived the finest young man she had seen in all her rambles through the world. What beauty, or rather what prodigy of beauty, said she within herself, must this youth appear, when the eyes, concealed by so well-formed eyelids, shall be open? What crime can he have committed, that a man of his high rank can deserve to be treated thus rigorously? For she had already heard his story, and could hardly believe it. She could not forbear admiring the prince, till, at length, having kissed him gently on both cheeks, and in the middle of the forehead, without waking him, she laid the bedclothes in the order they were in before, and took her flight into the air. As she mounted high to the middle region, she heard a great flapping of wings, which made her fly that way, and when she approached, she knew it was a genie who made the noise, but it was one of those that are rebellious against God. As for Maimon, she belonged to that class whom the great Solomon compelled to acknowledge him. This genie, whose name was Danhash, and son of Shamwarash, knew Maimon, and was seized with fear, being sensible how much power she had over him by her submission to the Almighty. He would fain have avoided her, but she was so near him, he must either fight or yield. He therefore broke silence first. "Brave Maimon," said he, in the tone of a suppliant, "swear to me in the name of the great God that you will not hurt me, and I swear also on my part not to do you any harm." Cursed genie, replied Maimon, what hurt canst thou do me? I fear thee not, but I will grant thee this favor, I will swear not to do thee any harm. Tell me then, wandering spirit, whence thou comest, what thou hast seen, and what thou hast done this night. Fair lady, answered Danhasch, you meet me in a good time to hear something very wonderful. The history of the Princess of China. Danhasch, the genie rebellious against God, proceeded and said to Maimon, since you desire it, I will tell you. I come from the utmost limits of China, which look on the last islands of this hemisphere. But, charming Maimon, said Danhasch, who trembled with fear at the sight of this fairy, so that he could hardly speak, promise me at least you will forgive me, and let me go on after I have satisfied your demands. Go on, cursed spirit, replied Maimon, go on and fear nothing. Dost thou think I am as perfidious an elf as thyself, and capable of breaking the solemn oath I have made? Be sure you tell nothing but what is true, or I shall clip thy wings and treat thee as thou deservest. Danhasch, a little heartened at the words of Maimon, said, my dear lady, I will tell you nothing but what is strictly true, if you will but have the goodness to hear me. The country of China, from whence I come, is one of the largest and most powerful kingdoms of the earth, on which depend the utmost islands of this hemisphere, as I have already told you. The king of this country is at present Gayer, who has an only daughter, the finest woman that ever was seen in the world since it was a world. Neither you nor I, nor your class nor mine, nor all our respective genies, have expressions strong enough, nor eloquence sufficient to draw any resemblance of this brilliant lady. Her hair is brown, and of so great a length that it reaches far below her feet, and so thick that it may be fitly compared to one of those fine clusters of grapes, whose fruit is so very large, when she has fastened it in buckles on her head. Her forehead is as smooth as the best polished mirror, and admirably formed. Her eyes, level with her head, are black, sparkling, and full of fire. Her nose is neither too long nor too short, and her mouth small, and of a vermilion color. Her teeth are like 2 rows of pearls, and surpass the finest in whiteness. When she moves her tongue to speak, she utters a sweet and most agreeable voice, and expresses herself in such terms as sufficiently indicate the vivacity of her wit. The whitest alabaster is not fairer than her neck. In a word, by this imperfect sketch, you may guess there is no beauty likely to exceed her in the world. Anyone that did not know the king, father of this incomparable princess, would be apt to imagine, from the great respect and kindness he shows her, that he was enamored with her. Never did a lover more for the most beloved mistress than he has been seen to do for her. The most violent jealousy never suggested such measures as his care to keep her from everyone but the man who is to marry her, has put him upon inventing and executing. And that the retreat which he has resolved to place her in may not seem irksome to her, he has built for her 7 palaces, the most extraordinary and magnificent that ever were known. The first palace is of rock crystal, the second of brass, the third of fine steel, the fourth of another sort of brass more valuable than the foregoing, or than steel, the fifth of touchstone, the sixth of silver, and the seventh of massy gold. He has furnished these palaces most sumptuously, each in a manner proportionable to the materials that it is built of. He has filled the gardens with parterres of grass and flowers, intermixed with pieces of water, waterworks, jets d'eau, canals, cascades, and several great groves of trees, where the eye is lost in prospect, and where the sun never enters, all of which are differently arranged. King Gayer, in a word, has shown that his paternal love has led him to spare no expense. Upon the fame of this incomparable princess's beauty, the most powerful neighboring kings sent ambassadors to request her in marriage. The king of China received them all in the same obliging manner, but as he resolved not to marry his daughter without her consent, and she did not like any of the parties, the ambassadors were forced to return as they came, as to the subject of their embassy. But they were perfectly satisfied with the great honors and civilities they had received. Sir, said the princess to the king, her father, you have an inclination to see me married, and think to oblige me by it. But where shall I find such stately palaces and delicious gardens as I have with your majesty? Through your good pleasure, I am under no constraint, and have the same honors shown to me as are paid to yourself. These are advantages I cannot expect to find anywhere else, to whatsoever husband I should give my hand. Men love ever to be masters, and I do not care to be commanded. After divers more embassies on the same occasion, there came one from the most rich and potent king of all that had hitherto sent. This prince, the king of China, recommended to his daughter as a husband, urging many powerful arguments to show how much it would be to her advantage to accept him. But she entreated her father to dispense with her accepting him, for the same reason as before. He pressed her, but instead of complying, she lost all the respect due to the king, her father. Sir, said she, in anger, talk to me no more of this, or any other match. unless you would have me plunge this poniard in my bosom, to deliver myself from your importunities." The king, greatly enraged, said, "Daughter, you are mad, and I must treat you as such." In a word, he had her shut up in a single apartment of one of his palaces, and allowed her only 10 old women to wait upon her, and keep her company, the chief whereof had been her nurse. And that the kings, his neighbors, who had sent embassies to him on this account, might not think any more of her, he dispatched envoys to them severally, to let them know how averse his daughter was to marriage. And as he did not doubt but she was really mad, he charged them to make known in every court that if there was any physician that would undertake to come and cure her, he should, if he succeeded, have her for his pains. "Fair Maimon," continued Danhasch, "all that I have told you is true, and I have not failed to go every day regularly to contemplate this incomparable beauty, to whom I would be very sorry to do the least harm, notwithstanding my natural inclination to mischief. Come and see her, I conjure you. It would be well worth your while, when you find by your own view I am no liar. I am ready to wait on you as a guide, and you have only to command me. I doubt not but you would think yourself obliged to me for the sight of a princess unequaled for beauty." Instead of answering Danhasch, Maimon burst out into violent laughter, which lasted for some time, and Danhasch, not knowing what might be the occasion of it, was astonished beyond measure. When she had laughed her fill, she cried, "Good, good, very good. You would have me then believe all you have told me. I thought you designed to tell me something surprising and extraordinary, and you have been talking all this while of a mad woman. Fie, fie. What would you say, cursed genie, if you had seen the beautiful prince that I am just come from seeing, and whom I love as he deserves? I am confident you would soon give up the contest, and not pretend to compare your choice with mine." "Agreeable Maimon," replied Danhasch, "may I presume to ask you who is this prince you speak of?" "No," answered Maimon, "the same thing has happened to him as to your princess. The king, his father, would have married him against his will, but after much importunity he frankly told him he would have nothing to do with a wife. For this reason, he is at this moment imprisoned in an old tower, where I make my residence, and whence I came but just now from admiring him." "I will not absolutely contradict you," replied Danhasch, "but my pretty lady, you must give me leave to be of opinion, till I have seen your prince, that no mortal upon earth can come up to the beauty of my princess." "Hold thy tongue, cursed sprite," replied Maimon. "I tell thee once more that can never be." "I will not contend with you," said Danhasch, "but the way to be convinced whether what I say is true or false is to accept of the proposal I made you to go and see my princess, and after that I will go with you to your prince." "There is no need I should take so much pains," replied Maimon. "There is another way to satisfy us both, and that is, for you to bring your princess and place her at my prince's bedside. By this means, it will be easy for us to compare them together and determine the dispute." Danhasch consented to what Maimon had proposed, and determined to set out immediately for China, upon that errand. But Maimon drew him aside, and told him she must first show him the tower whither he was to bring the princess. They flew together to the tower, and when Maimon had shown it to Danhasch, she cried, "Go, fetch your princess, and do it quickly, for you shall find me here. But hear me, I mean you should at least pay the wager if my prince is more beautiful than your princess, and I will pay it if your princess is more beautiful than my prince." Danhasch left Maimon and flew towards China, whence he soon returned with incredible speed, bringing the fair princess along with him asleep. Maimon received him, and introduced him into the chamber of Prince Camaralzaman, where they placed the princess by the prince's side. When the prince and princess were thus laid together, there arose a great contest between the genie and the fairy about the preference of their beauty. They were some time admiring and comparing them without speaking. At length Danhasch broke silence, and said to Maimon, "You see, and I have already told you, my princess was handsomer than your prince. Now, I hope, you are convinced of it." "How, convinced of it?" replied Maimon. "I am not convinced of it, and you must be blind if you cannot see that my prince has the better in the comparison. The princess is fair, I do not deny, but if you compare them together without prejudice, you will quickly see the difference." "Though I should compare them never so often," said Danhasch, "I could never change my opinion. I saw at first sight what I see now, and time will not make me see differently. However, this shall not hinder my yielding to you, charming Maimon, if you desire it. I would not have you yield to me as a favor." "I scorn it," said Maimon. "I would not receive a favor at the hand of such a wicked genie. I refer the matter to an umpire, and if you will not consent, I shall win by your refusal." Danhasch, who was ready to have shown a different kind of complacence for Maimon, no sooner gave his consent, but Maimon stamping with her foot, the earth opened, and out came a hideous, hump-backed, squinting and lame genie, with 6 horns on his head and claws on his hands and feet. As soon as he was come out and the earth had closed up, he, perceiving Maimon, cast himself at her feet, and then, rising up on one knee, asked her what she would please to have with him. Rise, Kashkash, said Maimon. I brought you hither to determine a difference between me and this cursed Danhash. Look on that bed and tell me, without partiality, which is the handsomest of those two that lie there asleep, the young man or the young lady. Kashkash looked on the prince and princess with great attention, admiration, and surprise, and after he had considered them a good while, without being able to determine which was the handsomer, he turned to Maimon and said, Madam, I must confess I should deceive you, and betray myself if I pretended to say one was a whit handsomer than the other. The more I examine them, the more it seems to me. Each possesses, in a sovereign degree, the beauty which is betwixt them, and one has not the least detect by which to say it yields to the other. But if there be any difference, the best way to determine it is to awaken them one after the other, and to agree that the person who shall express most love for the other by ardor, eagerness, and passion shall be deemed to have less beauty in some respect. This proposal of Kashkash's pleased equally both Maimon and Danhash. Maimon then changed herself into a flea, and, leaping on the prince's neck, stung him so smartly that he awoke and put up his hand to the place. But Maimon skipped away and resumed her pristine form, which, like those of the two genies, was invisible, the better to observe what he would do. In drawing back his hand, the prince chanced to let it fall on that of the Princess of China. He opened his eyes and was exceedingly surprised to find a lady lying by him, a lady of the greatest beauty. He raised his head and leaned on his elbow, the better to consider her. Her blooming youth and incomparable beauty fired him in a moment with a flame of which he had never yet been sensible, and from which he had hitherto guarded himself with the greatest attention. Love seized on his heart in the most lively manner, insomuch that he could not help crying out, What beauty! What charms! My heart, my soul! In saying which he kissed her forehead, both her cheeks, and her mouth with so little caution that she had certainly been awaked by it, had not she slept sounder than ordinary, through the enchantment of Danhash. How, my pretty lady, said the prince, do you not awake at these testimonies of love given you by Prince Camaralzaman? Whosoever you are, he is not unworthy of your affection. He was going to awake her at that instant, but suddenly restrained himself. Is not this she, said he, that the Sultan my father would have had me marry? He was in the wrong not to let me see her sooner. I should not have offended him by my disobedience and passionate language to him in public, and he would have spared himself the confusion which I have occasioned him. The prince began to repent sincerely of the fault he had committed, and was once more upon the point of awaking the Princess of China. It may be, said he, recollecting himself, the Sultan my father has a mind to surprise me, and has sent this young lady to try if I had really that aversion to marriage which I pretended. Who knows but he has brought her himself, and is hid behind the hangings, to discover himself and make me ashamed of my dissimulation? This second fault would be greater than the first. At all events, I will content myself with this ring, as a remembrance of her. He then gently drew off a fine ring which the princess had on her finger, and immediately put on one of his own in the place. After this he turned his back, and was not long before he fell into a more profound sleep than before, through the enchantment of the genies. As soon as Prince Camaralzaman was in a sound sleep, Danhash transformed himself into a flea in his turn, and went and bit the princess so rudely on the lip, that she forthwith awoke, started up, and opening her eyes, was not a little surprised to see a man lying by her side. From surprise she proceeded to admiration, and from admiration to a transport of joy, at seeing so beautiful and lovely a young man. What, cried she, is it you the king my father has designed me for a husband? I am indeed most unfortunate for not knowing it before, for then I should not have made him so angry with me, nor been so long deprived of a husband, whom I cannot forbear loving with all my heart. Wake then, wake, proceeded she, for it does not become a husband to sleep so soundly the first night of his nuptials. So saying, she took Prince Camaralzaman by the arm, and shook him so violently that he would have awaked, had not Maimon increased his sleep and augmented his enchantment. She shook him several times, and finding that he did not awake, she cried, What is come to thee? What jealous rival, envying thy happiness and mine, has had recourse to magic to throw thee into this unsurmountable drowsiness when thou shouldst be most awake? Then she seized his hand, and kissing it eagerly, perceived he had a ring upon his finger which greatly resembled hers, and which she was convinced was her own, by seeing she had another on her finger instead of it. She could not comprehend how this exchange could be made, yet she did not doubt but it was a certain token of their marriage. Tired with her fruitless endeavors to awake the prince, and assured, as she thought, he could not escape her. Since, said she, I find it is not in my power to awake thee, I will no longer try to disturb thy repose, but wait our next meeting. After having given him a hearty kiss on the cheek, she lay down again and soon fell asleep. When Maimon saw that she could now speak without fear of awaking the princess, she cried to Danhasch, "Ah, cursed genie, dost thou not now see what thy contest is come to? Art thou not now convinced how much thy princess is inferior to my prince in charms? But I pardon thee thy wager. Another time believe me when I assert anything." Then turning to Kashkesh, "As for you," said she, "I thank you for your trouble. Take the princess, in conjunction with Danhasch, and convey her back again to her bed, from whence he has taken her." Danhasch and Kashkesh did as they were commanded, and Maimon returned to her well. Prince Camaralzaman, waking next morning, looked to see if the lady whom he had seen the night before were by him. When he found she was gone, he cried out, "I thought indeed this was a trick the king, my father, designed to play me. I am glad I was aware of it." Then he waked the slave, who was still asleep, and bid him come and dress him without saying anything to him. The slave brought a basin and water, and after he had washed and said his prayers, he took a book and read some time. After those usual exercises, he called the slave and said to him, "Come hither, and look you do not tell me a lie. How came the lady hither who lay with me tonight, and who brought her?" "My lord," answered the slave, with great astonishment, "I know not what lady your highness speaks of." "I speak," said the prince, "of her that came, or rather that was brought hither, and lay with me tonight." "My lord," replied the slave, "I swear I know of no such lady, and how should she come in without my knowledge, since I lay at the door?" "You are a lying rascal," replied the prince, "and in the plot to vex and provoke me the more." So saying, he gave him a box on the ear, which knocked him down, and after having stamped upon him for some time, at length tying the well rope under his arms, he plunged him several times into the water. "I will drown thee," cried he, "if thou dost not tell me speedily who this lady was, and who brought her." The slave, perplexed and half dead, said within himself, "The prince must have lost his senses through grief, and I shall not escape if I do not tell him a lie." "My lord," then cried he, in a suppliant tone, "I beseech your highness to spare my life, and I will tell you the truth." The prince drew the slave up and pressed him to tell him. As soon as he was out of the well, "My lord," said he, trembling, "your highness must perceive it is impossible for me to satisfy you in my present condition. I beg you to give me leave to go and change my clothes first." "I permit you, but do it quickly," said the prince, "and be sure you conceal nothing." The slave went out, and having locked the door upon the prince, ran to the palace just as he was. The king was at that time in discourse with his prime vizier, to whom he had just related the grief in which he had passed the night on account of his son's disobedience and opposition to his will. The minister endeavored to comfort his master, by telling him the prince himself had given him opportunity to reduce him. "Sir," said he, "your majesty need not repent of having treated your son after this sort. Have but patience to let him continue a while in prison, and assure yourself his heat of youth will abate, and he will submit to all you require." The Grand Vizier had just made an end of speaking, when the slave came in, and cast himself at King Shahzaman's feet. "My lord," said he, "I am very sorry to be the messenger of ill news to your majesty, which I know must create you fresh affliction. The prince is distracted, my lord. What he talks of a lady having lain with him all night, and his treatment to me, as you may see, too plainly proves it." Then he proceeded to tell all the particulars of what Prince Camaralzaman had said to him, and the violence with which he had been treated, in terms that made his story credible. The king, who did not expect to hear anything of this afflictive kind, said to the prime minister, "This is a very melancholy turn, very different from the hopes you gave me just now. Go immediately, without loss of time, see what is the matter, and come and give me an account." The Grand Vizier obeyed instantly, and coming into the prince's chamber, he found him sitting on his bed in good temper, and with a book in his hand which he was reading. After mutual salutations, the vizier sat down by him, and said, "My lord, I wish that a slave of yours was punished for coming to frighten the king, your father, by news that he has brought him." "What news is that," replied the prince, "that could give my father so great alarm? I have much greater cause to complain of that slave." "Prince," answered the vizier, "God forbid that the news which he has told your father concerning you should be true. Indeed, I myself find it to be false, by the good temper I observe you in, and which I pray God to continue." "It may be," replied the prince, "he did not make himself well understood. But since you are come, who ought to know something of the matter, give me leave to ask you, who was that lady that lay with me last night?" The Grand Vizier was thunderstruck at this question. However, he recovered himself, and said, "My lord, be not surprised at my astonishment at your question. Is it possible that a lady, or any other person in the world, should penetrate by night into this place, without entering at the door and walking over the body of your slave? I beseech you recollect yourself, and you will find it is only a dream which has made this impression on you." "I give no ear to what you say," said the prince, raising his voice. "I must know of you absolutely what has become of the lady. And if you scruple to obey me, I am in a place where I shall soon be able to force you to obey me." At these stern words, the Grand Vizier began to be under greater confusion than before, and was thinking how to extricate himself. He endeavored to pacify the prince by good words, and begged of him, in the most humble and guarded manner, to tell him if he had seen this lady. "Yes, yes," answered the prince, "I have seen her, and am very well satisfied you sent her to tempt me. She played the part you had given her admirably well, for I could not get a word out of her. She pretended to be asleep, but I was no sooner got into a slumber than she arose and left me. You know all this, for I doubt not she has been to make her report to you." "My lord," replied the vizier, "I swear to you nothing of this has been acted, which you seem to reproach me with. Neither your father nor I have sent this lady you speak of. Permit me, therefore, to remind your highness once more, you have only seen this lady in a dream." "Do you come to affront and contradict me," said the prince in a great rage, "and to tell me to my face that what I have told you is a dream?" At the same time, he took him by the beard and loaded him with blows as long as he could stand. The poor Grand Vizier endured with respectful patience all the violence of his lord's indignation, and could not help saying within himself, "Now am I in as bad a condition as the slave, and shall think myself happy if I can, like him, escape from farther danger." In the midst of repeated blows, he cried out for a moment's audience, which the prince, after he had nearly tired himself with beating him, consented to give him. "I own, my prince," said the Grand Vizier, dissembling, "there is something in what your highness suspects. But you cannot be ignorant of the necessity a minister is under to obey his royal master's orders. Yet if you will but be pleased to set me at liberty, I will go and tell him anything on your part that you shall think fit to command me." "Go then," said the prince, "and tell him from me, if he pleases, I will marry the lady he sent me, or rather that was brought to me last night. Do this quickly, and bring me a speedy answer." The Grand Vizier made a profound reverence and went away, not thinking himself altogether safe till he had got out of the tower and shut the door upon the prince. He came and presented himself before King Schahzeman, with a countenance that sufficiently showed he had been ill used, and which the king could not behold without concern. "Well," said the king, "in what condition did you find my son?" "Sir," answered the vizier, "what the slave reported to your majesty is but too true." He then began to relate his interview with Camaralzaman, how he flew into a passion upon his endeavoring to persuade him it was impossible the lady he spoke of should have got into him, the ill treatment he had received from him, how he had used him, and by what means he made his escape. Schahzeman, so much the more concerned as he loved the prince with excessive tenderness, resolved to find out the truth of this matter, and therefore proposed himself to go and see his son in the tower, accompanied with the Grand Vizier. Prince Camaralzaman received the king, his father, in the tower where he was confined, with great respect. The king sat down, and after he had made his son the prince sit down by him, put several questions to him, which he answered with great good sense. The king every now and then looked on the Grand Vizier, as intimating he did not find his son had lost his wits, but rather thought he had lost his. The king at length spoke of the lady to the prince. "My son," said he, "I desire you to tell me what lady it was that lay with you the other night, as I have been told." "Sir," answered Camaralzaman, "I beg your majesty not to give me more vexation on that head, but rather to oblige me by letting me have her in marriage. Whatever aversion I may hitherto have discovered for women, this young lady has charmed me to that degree that I cannot help confessing my weakness. I am ready to receive her at your majesty's hands with the deepest gratitude." King Schahzeman was surprised at this answer of the prince, so remote, as he thought, from the good sense he had shown before. "My son," said he to him, "you fill me with the greatest astonishment imaginable by what you now say to me. I swear to you by my crown, that is to devolve upon you after me, I know not one word of the lady you mention, and if any such has come to you, it was altogether without my knowledge or privity. But how could she get into this tower without my consent? For whatever my Grand Vizier told you, it was only to appease you. It must therefore be a mere dream, and I beg of you not to believe otherwise, but recover your senses." "Sir," replied the prince, "I should be forever unworthy of your majesty's favor, if I did not give entire credit to what you are pleased to say. But I humbly beseech you at the same time to give a patient hearing to what I shall say to you, and then to judge whether what I have the honor to tell you be a dream or not." Then Prince Camaralzaman related to the king his father after what manner he had been awaked, exaggerating the beauty and charms of the lady he found by his side, the instantaneous love he conceived for her, and the pains he took to awaken her without effect. He did not conceal what had obliged him to awake and fall asleep again, after he had made the exchange of his ring with that of the lady. Showing the king the ring, he added, "Sir, your majesty must needs know my ring very well, you have seen it so often. After this, I hope you will be convinced that I have not lost my senses, as you have been almost made to believe." King Shahzaman was so perfectly convinced of the truth of what his son had been telling him that he had not a word to say, remaining astonished for some time, and not being able to utter a syllable. The prince took advantage of this opportunity, and said farther, "Sir, the passion I have conceived for this charming lady, whose precious image I bear continually in my mind, is so very great that I cannot resist it. I entreat you therefore to have compassion on me, and procure me the happiness of enjoying her." "Son," replied the king, "after what I have just heard, and what I see by the ring on your finger, I cannot doubt but that your passion is real, and that you have seen this lady, who is the object of it. Would to God I knew who she was, and I would make you happy from this moment, and I should be the happiest father in the world. But what means have I to come at the knowledge of her? Where shall I find her, and how seek for her? How could she get in here, and by what conveyance, without my consent? Why did she come to sleep with you only to show you her beauty, to kindle a flame of love while she slept, and then leave you while you were in a slumber? These things, I must confess, are past my finding out, and if heaven is not so favorable to us as to give some light into them, we, I fear, must both go down to the grave together." So saying, and taking the prince by the hand, "Come then, my son, let us go and afflict ourselves in conjunction, you with hopeless love, and I with seeing you grieve, and not being able to remedy your affliction." King Shahzaman then led his son out of the tower, and conveyed him to the palace, where he was no sooner arrived, than in despair for loving an unknown object he fell sick, and took to his bed. The king shut himself up with him, and spent many a day in weeping, without attending to the affairs of his kingdom. The prime minister, who was the only person that had admittance to him, came one day and told him, the whole court, and even the people, began to murmur at not seeing him, and that he did not administer justice every day as he was wont to do, adding, he knew not what disorder it might occasion. "I humbly beg your majesty, therefore," proceeded he, "to pay some attention. I am sensible your majesty's company is a great comfort to the prince, and that his company is a mutual relief to your grief. But then you must not run the risk of letting all be lost. Permit me to propose to your majesty to remove with the prince to the castle on a little island near the port, where you may give audience to your subjects twice a week only. During these absences, the prince will be so agreeably amused with the beauty, prospect, and good air of the place, that he will bear them with the less uneasiness." King Shahzaman approved this proposal, and after the castle, where he had not resided for some time, had been furnished, he removed thither with the prince. And, accepting the time that he gave audience as aforesaid, he never left him, but passed all his time on his son's pillow, endeavoring to comfort him in sharing his grief. While matters passed thus in the capital of King Shahzaman, the two genies, Danhash and Kashkesh, had carried the Princess of China back to the palace, where the king had shut her up, and laid her in her bed as before. When she awaked next morning, and found by looking to the right and to the left that Prince Camaralzaman was not by her, she cried out with such a voice to her women as soon brought them to her bed. Her nurse, who presented herself first, desired to be informed what she would please to have, and if anything disagreeable had happened to her. "Tell me," said the princess, "what is become of the young man that has passed the night with me, and whom I love with all my soul?" "Madam," replied the nurse, "we cannot understand your highness, unless you will be pleased to explain yourself." "A young man, the best made and most amiable," said the princess, "slept with me last night, whom, with all my caresses, I could not awake. I ask you where he is." "Madam," answered the nurse, "your highness asks us these questions to jest with us. I beseech you to rise." "I am in earnest," said the princess, "and I must know where this young man is." "Madam," insisted the nurse, "you were alone when you went to bed last night, and how any man could come to you without our knowledge, we cannot imagine, for we all lay about the door of your chamber, which was locked, and I had the key in my pocket." At this the princess lost all patience, and catching her nurse by the hair of her head, and giving her 2 or 3 sound cuffs, she cried, "You shall tell me where this young man is, old sorceress, or I will beat your brains out." The nurse struggled to get from her, and at last succeeded, when she went immediately, with tears in her eyes and her face all bloody, to complain to the queen her mother, who was not a little surprised to see her in this condition, and asked who had done this. Madam, began the nurse, you see how the princess has treated me. She had certainly murdered me, if I had not had the good fortune to escape out of her hands. She then began to tell what had been the cause of all that violent passion in the princess. The queen was surprised to hear it, and could not guess how she came to be so infatuated, as to take that for a reality which could be no other than a dream. Your Majesty must conclude from all this, madam, continued the nurse, that the princess is out of her senses. You will think so yourself, if you will go and see her. The queen's affection for the princess was too deeply interested in what she heard. She ordered the nurse to follow her, and they went together to the princess's palace that very moment. The Queen of China sat down by her daughter's bedside, immediately upon her arrival in her apartment, and after she had informed herself about her health, began to ask her what had made her so angry with her nurse, as to treat her in the manner she had done. Daughter, said she, this is not right, and a great princess like you should not suffer herself to be so transported with passion. Madam, replied the princess, I plainly perceive your majesty is come to mock me, but I declare I will never let you rest till you consent I shall marry the young man that lay with me last night. You must know where he is, and therefore I beg of your majesty to let him come into me again. Daughter, answered the queen, you surprise me, I know nothing of what you talk of. Then the princess lost all respect for the queen. Madam, replied she, the king my father and you have persecuted me about marrying, when I had no inclination. I now have an inclination, and I will have this young man I told you of for my husband, or I will kill myself. Here the queen endeavored to calm the princess by soft words. Daughter, said she, you know well you are alone in this apartment. How then could any man come to you? But instead of hearing her, the princess interrupted her, and flew out into such extravagancies as obliged the queen to leave her, and retire in great affliction, to inform the king of all that had passed. The king, hearing it, had a mind likewise to be satisfied in person, and coming to his daughter's apartment, asked her if what he had just heard was true. Sir, replied the princess, let us talk no more of that. I only beseech your majesty to grant me the favor that I may marry the young man I lay with last night. What, daughter, said the king, has anyone lain with you last night? How, sir, replied the princess, without giving him time to go on, do you ask me if anyone lay with me last night? Your majesty knows that but too well. He was the finest and best made youth the sun ever saw. I desire him of you for my husband. I entreat you do not refuse me, but that your majesty may not longer doubt whether I have seen this young man, whether he has lain with me, whether I have caressed him, or whether I did not do my utmost to awake him, without succeeding, see, if you please, this ring. She then reached forth her hand and showed the king a man's ring on her finger. The king did not know what to make of all this, but as he had confined her as mad, he began to think her more mad than ever. Therefore, without saying anything more to her, for fear she might do violence to herself or somebody about her, he had her chained and shut up more close than ever, allowing her only the nurse to wait on her, with a good guard at the door. The king, exceedingly concerned at this indisposition of his daughter, sought all possible means to get her cured. He assembled his council, and after having acquainted them with the condition she was in, if any of you, said he, is capable of undertaking her cure, and succeeds, I will give her to him in marriage, and make him heir to my dominions and crown after my decease. The desire of enjoying a handsome young princess, and the hopes of one day governing so powerful a kingdom as that of China, had a strange effect on an emir, already advanced in age, who was present at this council. As he was well skilled in magic, he offered the king to cure his daughter, and flattered himself with success. I consent, said the king, but I forgot to tell you one thing, and that is, that if you do not succeed, you shall lose your head. It would not be reasonable you should have so great a reward, and yet run no risk on your part. And what I say to you, continued the king, I say to all others that shall come after you, that they may consider beforehand what they undertake. The emir, however, accepted the condition, and the king conducted him where the princess was. She covered her face as soon as she saw them come in, and cried out, Your Majesty surprises me, in bringing with you a man I do not know, and by whom my religion forbids me to be seen. Daughter, replied the king, you need not be scandalized. It is only one of my emirs who has come to demand you of me in marriage. It is not, I perceive, the person that you have already given me, and whose faith is plighted by the ring I wear, replied the princess. Be not offended that I will never marry any other. The emir expected the princess would have said or done some extravagant thing, and was not a little disappointed when he heard her talk so calmly and rationally. For then, he knew her disease was nothing but a violent and deep-rooted love passion. He dared not explain himself to the king, who would not have suffered the princess to give her hand to any other than the person to whom he wished to give her with his own hand. He therefore threw himself at his majesty's feet and said, "After what I have heard and observed, sir, it will be to no purpose for me to think of curing the princess, since I have no remedies proper for her malady, for which reason I humbly submit my life to your majesty's pleasure." The king, enraged at his incapacity and the trouble he had given him, caused him immediately to be beheaded. Some days after, his majesty, unwilling to have it said that he had neglected his daughter's cure, put forth a proclamation in his capital, importing that if there were any physician, astrologer, or magician who would undertake to restore the princess to her senses, he need only come, and he should be employed on condition of losing his head if he miscarried. He had the same published in the other principal cities and towns of his dominions, and in the courts of the princes his neighbors. The first that presented himself was an astrologer and magician, whom the king caused to be conducted to the princess's prison by a eunuch. The astrologer drew forth, out of a bag he carried under his arm, an astrolabe, a small sphere, a chafing dish, several sorts of drugs proper for fumigations, a brass pot with many other things, and desired he might have a fire lighted. The princess demanded what all these preparations were for. "Madam," answered the eunuch, "they are to exorcise the evil spirit that possesses you, to shut him up in this pot, and throw him into the sea." "Foolish astrologer," replied the princess, "I have no occasion for any of your preparations, but am in my perfect senses, and you alone are mad. If your art can bring him I love to me, I shall be obliged to you. Otherwise you may go about your business, for I have nothing to do with you." "Madam," said the astrologer, "if your case be so, I shall desist from all endeavors, believing the king your father can only remedy your disaster in this particular." So putting up his trinkets again, he marched away, very much concerned that he had so easily undertaken to cure an imaginary malady. Coming to give an account to the king of what he had done, he would not wait for the eunuch to speak for him, but began thus boldly: "According to what your majesty published in your proclamation, and what you were pleased to confirm to me yourself, I thought the princess was distracted and depended on being able to recover her by the secrets I have long been acquainted with. But I soon found she had no other disease than that of love, over which my art had no power. Your majesty alone is the physician that can cure her, by giving her in marriage to the person whom she desires." The king was very much enraged at the astrologer, and had his head cut off upon the spot. But his fate did not deter others from making a similar attempt, so that in a short time, 150 astrologers, physicians, and magicians, who came upon this account, all underwent the same fate, and their heads were set upon poles on every gate of the city. The story of Marzavan, with the sequel of that of the Prince Camaralzaman. The Princess of China's nurse had a son, whose name was Marzavan, and who had been foster brother to the princess and brought up with her. Their friendship was so great during their childhood, and all the time they had been together, that they treated each other as brother and sister as they grew up, even some time after their separation. This Marzavan, among other studies, had from his youth been much addicted to judicial astrology, geomancy, and the like secret arts, wherein he became exceeding skillful. Not content with what he had learned from masters, he traveled as soon as he was able to bear the fatigue. And there was hardly any person of note in any science of art, but he sought him in the most remote cities, and kept company with him long enough to obtain all the information he desired, so great was his thirst after knowledge. After several years' absence in foreign parts on this account, he returned to the capital city of his native country, China, where seeing so many heads on the gate by which he entered, he was exceedingly surprised, and coming home, demanded for what reason they had been placed there. But more especially, he informed himself of the condition of the princess his foster sister, whom he had not forgotten. As he could not receive an answer to one inquiry without the other, he heard at length the general account with much sorrow, waiting till he could learn more from his mother, the princess's nurse. Although the nurse, mother to Marzavan, was very much employed about the princess, yet she no sooner heard her dear son was returned, but she found time to come out, embrace him, and converse with him a little, having told him, with tears in her eyes, what a sad condition the princess was in, and for what reason the king, her father, had confined her. He desired to know of his mother, if she could not procure him a private sight of her royal mistress, without the king knowing it. After some pause, she told him she could say nothing to him for the present, but if he would meet her next day at the same hour, she would give him an answer. The nurse, knowing none could approach the princess, but herself, without leave of the eunuch who commanded the guard at the gate, addressed herself to him, who she knew was so lately appointed, that he could know nothing of what had before passed at the court of China. You know, said she to him, I have brought up and suckled the princess, and you may likewise have heard that I had a daughter whom I brought up along with her. This daughter has been since married, yet the princess still does her the honor to love her, and would fain see her, but she would do it without any bodies perceiving her coming in or out. The nurse would have gone on, but the eunuch cried, Say no more, I will with pleasure do anything to oblige the princess. Go and fetch your daughter, or send for her about midnight, and the gate shall be open to you. As soon as night came, the nurse went to look for her son, Marzavan, and having found him, dressed him so artificially in women's clothes that nobody could know he was a man. She carried him along with her, and the eunuch, verily believing it was her daughter, admitted them together. The nurse, before she presented Marzavan, went to the princess, and said, Madam, this is not a woman I have brought to you. It is my son, Marzavan, in disguise, newly arrived from his travels, who having a great desire to kiss your hand, I hope your highness will admit him to that honor. What, my brother Marzavan, said the princess, with great joy. Come hither, cried she, and take off that veil, for it is not unreasonable sure that a brother and a sister should see each other without covering their faces. Marzavan saluted her with profound respect. When she, without giving him time to speak, cried out, I am rejoiced to see you returned in good health after so many years' absence, and without sending the least account all the while of your welfare, even to your good mother. Madam, replied Marzavan, I am infinitely obliged to your highness for your goodness in rejoicing at my health. I hope to have heard a better account of yours than what, to my great affliction, I am now witness of. Nevertheless, I cannot but rejoice that I am come seasonably enough to bring your highness that remedy which you stand so much in need of. And though I should reap no other fruit of my studies and long voyage, I should think myself fully recompensed. Speaking these words, Marzavan drew forth out of his pocket a book and other things, which he judged necessary to be used, according to the account he had had from his mother of the princess's distemper. The princess, seeing him make all these preparations, cried out, What, brother, are you then one of those that believe me mad? Undeceive yourself and hear me. The princess then began to relate to Marzavan all the particulars of her story, without omitting the least circumstance, even to the ring which was exchanged for hers and which she showed him. I have not concealed the least matter from you, quoth she. Yet it is true, there is something that I cannot comprehend, which has given occasion for some persons to think me mad, but this is for want of attending to the rest, which is literally as I tell you. After the princess had done speaking, Marzavan, filled with wonder and astonishment, continued for some time with his eyes fixed on the ground, without speaking a word. But at length he lifted up his head and said, If it be as your highness says, and which I do not in the least doubt, I do not despair to procure you the satisfaction you desire, but I must first entreat your highness to arm yourself with patience for some time longer, till I shall return, till I have traveled over kingdoms which I have not yet visited. And when you hear of my return, be assured the object of your wishes is not far off. So saying, Marzavan took leave of the princess, and set out next morning on his intended voyage. He traveled from city to city, from province to province, and from island to island, and in every place he passed through, he could hear of nothing but the Princess Badoura, which was the princess of China's name and her history. About 4 months after, our traveler arrived at Torf, a seaport town, great and populous, where he no more heard of the Princess Badoura, but all the talk was of Prince Camaralzaman, who was sick, and whose history very much resembled hers. Marzavan was extremely delighted to hear this, and informed himself of the place where the prince was to be found. There were two ways to it, one by land and sea, the other by sea only, which was the shortest way. Marzavan chose the latter, and embarking on board a merchant ship, he arrived safe in sight of King Shahzaman's capital. But just before it entered the port, the ship struck against a rock, by the unskillfulness of the pilot, and foundered. It went down in sight of Prince Camaralzaman's castle, where were at that time the king and his grand vizier. Marzavan could swim very well, and immediately upon the ship sinking, cast himself into the sea, and got safe on shore under the castle, where he was soon relieved by the grand vizier's order. After he had changed his clothes and been well treated and was recovered, he was introduced to the grand vizier, who had sent for him. Marzavan being a young man of good air and address, this minister received him very civilly, and when he heard him give such just and pertinent answers to what was asked of him, conceived a great esteem for him. He also gradually perceived he possessed a great deal of knowledge, therefore said to him, From what I can understand, I perceive you are no common man. You have traveled a great way. Would to God you had learned any secret for curing a certain sick person, who has greatly afflicted this court for a long while." Marzavan replied, if he knew what malady that was, he might perhaps find a remedy for it. Then the Grand Vizier related to him the whole story of Prince Camaralzaman, from its origin, and concealed nothing. Of his birth so earnestly desired, his education, the inclination the king, his father, had to see him early married, his resistance and extraordinary aversion to marriage, his disobeying his father in full counsel, his imprisonment, his pretended extravagancies in prison, which were afterwards changed into a violent passion for a certain unknown lady, who, he pretended, had exchanged a ring with him, though for his part he verily believed there was no such person in the world. Marzavan gave great attention to all the Grand Vizier said, and was infinitely rejoiced to find that, by means of his shipwreck, he had so fortunately lighted on the person he was looking after. He saw no reason to doubt that Prince Camaralzaman was the man the Princess of China was so violently in love with, and that this princess was equally the object of his passion. Therefore, without explaining himself farther to the vizier, he desired to see him, that he might be better able to judge of his distemper and its cure. "Follow me," said the Grand Vizier, "and you will find the king with him, who has already desired I should introduce you to him." The first thing that struck Marzavan on entering the prince's chamber was to find him upon his bed languishing, and with his eyes shut. Although he saw them in that condition, and although the king, his father, was sitting by him, he could not help crying out, "Heavens! Was there ever a greater resemblance?" He meant to the Princess of China, for it seems the princess and prince were much alike. The words of Marzavan excited the prince's curiosity so far that he opened his eyes and looked upon him. Marzavan, who had a ready wit, laid hold of that opportunity and made his compliment in verse extempore, but in such a disguised manner that neither the king nor Grand Vizier understood anything of the matter. However, he represented so nicely what had happened to him with the Princess of China that the prince had no reason to doubt he knew her and could give him tidings of her. This made him so joyful that the effects of it showed themselves in his eyes and looks. After Marzavan had finished his compliments in verse, which surprised Prince Camaralzaman so agreeably, his Highness took the liberty to make a sign to the king, his father, to go from the place where he was, and let Marzavan sit by him. The king, overjoyed at this alteration, which gave him hopes of his son's speedy recovery, quitted his place, and taking Marzavan by the hand, led him to it, obliging him to sit in it. Then his majesty demanded of him who he was, and whence he came, and upon Marzavan's answering he was a subject of China, and came from that kingdom, the king cried out, "Heaven grant you may be able to recover my son from this profound melancholy, and I shall be eternally obliged to you. All the world shall see now handsomely I will reward you." Having said thus, he left the prince to converse at full liberty with the stranger, whilst he went and rejoiced with the Grand Vizier upon this happy rencontre. Marzavan, leaning down to the prince, spoke low in his ear thus. "Prince," said he, "it is time you should cease to grieve. The lady for whom you suffer is the Princess Badara, daughter of Gayer, King of China. This I can assure your Highness from what she has told me of her adventure, and what I have learned of yours. She has suffered no less on your account than you have on hers." Here he began to relate all that he knew of the princess's story, from the fatal night of their extraordinary interview. He omitted not to acquaint him how the king had treated those who had failed in their pretensions to cure the princess of her indisposition. "But your Highness is the only person," added he, "that can cure her effectually, and may present yourself without fear. However, before you undertake so great a voyage, I would have you perfectly recovered, and then we will take such measures as are necessary. Think then, immediately, of the recovery of your health." This discourse had a marvelous effect on the prince. He found so great relief by the hopes he conceived of speedily fulfilling his desires, that he felt he had strength sufficient to rise, and begged leave of his father to dress himself with such an air as gave the old king incredible pleasure. King Schahzaman could not refrain from embracing Marzavan, without inquiring into the means he had used to produce this wonderful effect, and soon after went out of the prince's chamber with the Grand Vizier, to publish this agreeable news. He ordered public rejoicings for several days together, and gave great largesses to his officers and the people, alms to the poor, and caused the prisoners to be set at liberty throughout his kingdom. The joy was soon general in the capital, and in every corner of his dominions. Prince Camaralzaman, though extremely weakened by almost continual want of sleep, and long abstinence from almost all food, soon recovered his health. When he found himself in a condition to undertake the voyage, he took Marzavan aside and said, "Dear Marzavan, it is now time to perform the promise you have made me. I burn with impatience to see the charming princess, and if you do not speedily give me an opportunity to put an end to her torments and my own, by setting out on our journey immediately, I shall soon relapse into my former condition. One thing still afflicts me, continued he, and that is the difficulty I shall meet with in getting leave of my father to go. This would be a cruel disappointment to me, if you do not contrive a way to prevent it. You see, he scarce ever leaves me. At these words the prince fell to weeping, and Marzavan said, I foresaw this difficulty. Let not your highness be grieved at that, for I will undertake to prevent it. My principal design in this voyage was to deliver the Princess of China from her malady, and this from all the reasons of mutual affection which we have borne to each other from our birth, besides the zeal and affection I otherwise owe her. And I should be wanting in my duty to her, if I did not do my best endeavor to effect her cure and yours, and exert my utmost skill. This is then the means I have contrived to obtain your liberty. You have not stirred abroad for some time, therefore let the king, your father, understand you have a mind to take the air, and ask his leave to go out on a hunting party 2 or 3 days with me. No doubt he will grant your request, which when he has done, order 2 good horses to be got ready, one to mount, the other to change, and leave the rest to me. Next day Prince Camaralzaman took his opportunity. He acquainted the king, he was desirous to take the air, and if he pleased, would go and hunt 2 or 3 days with Marzavan. The king gave his consent, but bid him be sure not to lie out above one night, since too much exercise at first might impair his health, and too long absence create his majesty uneasiness. He then ordered him to choose the best horses in his stable, and himself took particular care that nothing should be wanting. When all was ready, his majesty embraced the prince, and having recommended to Marzavan the care of him, he let him go. Prince Camaralzaman and Marzavan were soon mounted. When, to amuse the 2 grooms that led the fresh horses, they made as if they would hunt, and so got as far off the city and out of the road as was possible. When night began to approach, they alighted at a caravanserai or inn, where they supped and slept till about midnight, when Marzavan awaked the prince without awaking the grooms and desired his highness to let him have his suit, and to take another for himself, which was brought in his baggage. Thus equipped, they mounted the fresh horses, and after Marzavan had taken one of the groom's horses by the bridle, they set out as hard as their horses could go. At daybreak they were got into a forest, where, coming to the meeting of 4 roads, Marzavan desired the prince to wait for him a little, and went into the forest. He then cut the groom's horse's throat, and after having torn the prince's suit, which he had put off, besmearing it with blood, he threw it into the highway. The prince demanded his reason for what he had done. He told his highness he was sure the king, his father, would no sooner find that he did not return, and come to know that he was departed without the grooms, but he would suspect something, and immediately send people in quest of them. They that come to this place, said he, and find this bloody habit, will conclude you are devoured by wild beasts, and that I have escaped to avoid the king's anger. The king, persuading himself you are dead, will stop farther pursuit, and we may have leisure to continue our journey without fear of being followed. I must confess, continued Marzavan, this is a violent way of proceeding, to alarm an old father with the death of his son, whom he loves so passionately. But his joy will be the greater when he shall hear you are alive and happy. Brave Marzavan, replied the prince, I cannot but approve such an ingenious stratagem, or sufficiently admire your conduct. I have fresh obligations to you for it. The prince and Marzavan, well provided with cash for their expenses, continued their journey both by land and sea, and found no other obstacle but the length of the time which it necessarily took up. They, however, arrived at length at the capital of China, where Marzavan, instead of going to his lodging, carried the prince to a public inn. They tarried there incognito 3 days, to rest themselves after the fatigue of the voyage, during which time Marzavan caused an astrologer's habit to be made for the prince. The 3 days being expired, they went together to the bath, where the prince put on his astrologer's habit, and from thence Marzavan conducted him in sight of the king of China's palace, where he left him, to go and acquaint his mother, the Princess Badara's nurse, of his arrival, to the end she might inform the princess. Prince Camaralzaman, instructed by Marzavan what he was to do, and provided with all he wanted as an astrologer, came next morning to the gate of the king's palace, before the guards and porters, and cried aloud, I am an astrologer, and am come to effect a cure on the respectable Princess Badara, daughter of the most high and mighty monarch Gayer, king of China, on the conditions proposed by his majesty, to marry her if I succeed, or else to lose my life for my fruitless and presumptuous attempt. Besides the guards and porters at the gate, this novelty drew together a great number of people about Prince Camaralzaman. There had no physician, astrologer, nor magician appeared for a long time on this account, deterred by the many tragical examples of ill success that appeared before their eyes. It was therefore thought there were no more of these professions in the world, or that there were none so mad as those that had gone before them. The prince's good mien, noble air, and blooming youth made every body that saw him pity him. "What mean you, sir?" said some that were nearest to him, "thus to expose a life of such promising expectations to certain death? Cannot the heads you see on all the gates of the city deter you from such an undertaking? In the name of God, consider what you do. Abandon this rash attempt and begone." The prince continued firm, notwithstanding all these remonstrances, and as he saw nobody come to introduce him, he repeated the same cry with a boldness that made every body tremble. They all then cried, "Let him alone, he is resolved to die. God have mercy upon his youth and his soul." He then proceeded to cry out a third time in the same manner, when the Grand Vizier came in person and introduced him to the King of China. As soon as the prince came into the king's presence, he bowed and kissed the ground. The king, who, of all that had hitherto presumptuously exposed their lives on this occasion, had not seen one worthy to cast his eyes upon before, felt real compassion for Prince Camaralzaman, on account of the danger he was about to undergo. But as he saw him more deserving than ordinary, he showed him more honor, and made him come and sit by him. "Young man," said he, "I can hardly believe you at this age can have acquired experience enough to dare attempt the cure of my daughter. I wish you may succeed, and would give her to you in marriage with all my heart, with the greatest joy, more willingly than I should have done to others that have offered themselves before you. But I must declare to you, at the same time, with great concern, that if you do not succeed in your attempt, notwithstanding your noble appearance and your youth, you must lose your head." "Sir," replied the prince, "I have infinite obligations to your majesty for the honor you design me, and the great goodness you show to a stranger. But I desire your majesty to believe I would not have come from so remote a country as I have done, the name of which, perhaps, may be unknown in your dominions, if I had not been certain of the cure I propose. What would not the world say of my fickleness, if, after so great fatigues and dangers as I have undergone on this account, I should abandon this generous enterprise? Even your majesty would soon lose that esteem you have conceived for me. If I must die, sir, I shall die with the satisfaction of not having lost your esteem after I have merited it. I beseech your majesty, therefore, to keep me no longer impatient to display the certainty of my art, by the proof I am ready to give of it." Then the king commanded the eunuch, who had the custody of the princess, to introduce Prince Camaralzaman into her apartment. But before he would let him go, he reminded him once more that he was at liberty to renounce his design. Yet the prince paid no regard, but, with astonishing resolution and eagerness, followed the eunuch. When they came to a long gallery, at the end of which was the princess's apartment, the prince, who saw himself so near the object of his wishes, who had occasioned him so many tears, pushed on and got before the eunuch. The eunuch, redoubling his pace, with much ado got up with him. "Whither away so fast?" cried he, taking him by the arm. "You cannot get in without me, and it should seem you have a great desire for death, thus to run to it headlong. Not one of all those many astrologers and magicians I have introduced before made such haste as yourself to a place whither I fear you will come but too soon." "Friend," replied the prince, looking earnestly on the eunuch, and continuing his pace, "this was because none of the astrologers you speak of were so sure of their art as I am of mine. They were certain, indeed, they should die if they did not succeed, but they had no certainty of their success. On this account they had reason to tremble on approaching the place whither I go, and where I am sure to find my happiness." He had just spoke these words as he was at the door. The eunuch opened it, and introduced him into a great hall, whence was an entrance into the princess's chamber, divided from it only by a piece of tapestry. Prince Camaralzaman stopped before he entered, speaking more softly to the eunuch for fear of being heard in the princess's chamber. "To convince you," said he, "there is neither presumption, nor whim, nor youthful conceit in my undertaking. I leave it to your own desire, whether I should cure the princess in your presence, or where we are without going any farther." The eunuch was amazed to hear the prince talk to him with such confidence. He left off insulting him, and said seriously to him, "It is no matter whether you do it here or there, provided the business is done. Cure her how you will get immortal honor by it, not only in this court, but over all the world." The prince replied, "It will be best, then, to cure her without seeing her, that you may be witness of my skill. Notwithstanding my impatience to see a princess of her rank, who is to be my wife, yet, out of respect to you, I will deprive myself of that pleasure for a little while." He was furnished with everything proper for an astrologer to carry about him. Taking pen, ink, and paper out of his pocket, he wrote this billet to the princess. "Prince Camaralzaman to the Princess of China. Adorable Princess, the lovesick Prince Camaralzaman will not trouble you with a recital of the inexpressible pains that he has endured ever since that fatal night, in which your charms deprived him of the liberty, which he resolved to preserve as long as he lived. He only tells you that he devoted his heart to you in your charming slumbers, those importunate slumbers that hindered him from beholding the brightness of your piercing eyes, in spite of all his endeavors to oblige you to open them. He presumed to present you with his ring as a token of his passion, and to take yours in exchange, which he sends in this billet. If you will condescend to return it as a reciprocal pledge of your love, he will esteem himself the happiest of all lovers. If not, the sentence of death which your refusal brings him will be received with the more resignation, because he dies for love of you. He waits in your antechamber for your answer. When the prince had finished his billet, he folded it up, and enclosed in it the princess's ring, without letting the eunuch see what he did. When he had sealed it, he gave it to him. There, friend, said he, carry it to your mistress. If it does not cure her as soon as she reads it, and sees what is enclosed in it, I give you leave to tell everybody that I am the most ignorant and impudent astrologer that ever was, is, or ever will be. The eunuch, entering the Princess of China's chamber, gave her the packet he received from Prince Camaralzaman. Madam, said he, the boldest astrologer that ever lived, if I am not mistaken, is arrived here, and pretends that on reading this letter and seeing what is in it, you will be cured. I wish he may prove neither a liar nor impostor. The Princess Badoura took this billet and opened it with a great deal of indifference. But when she saw the ring, she had not patience to read it through. She rose hastily, broke the chain that held her by struggling, ran to the door and opened it. She knew the prince as soon as she saw him, and he knew her. They presently embraced each other tenderly, and without being able to speak for excess of joy. They looked on one another a long time, wondering how they met again after their first interview. The princess's nurse, who ran to the door with her, made them come into her chamber, where the Princess Badoura gave the prince her ring, saying, Take it, I cannot keep it without restoring yours, which I will never part with. Neither can it be in better hands. The eunuch went immediately to tell the king of China what had happened. Sir, said he, all the astrologers and doctors who have hitherto pretended to cure the princess were fools in comparison of the last. He made use neither of schemes nor conjurations, of perfumes, or anything else, but cured her without seeing her. Then he told the king how he did it. The monarch was agreeably surprised at the news, and going presently to the princess's chamber, embraced her. He afterwards embraced the prince, and, taking his hand, joined it to the princess's. Happy stranger, said the king, whoever you are, I will keep my word, and give you my daughter to wife, though by what I see in you, it is impossible for me to believe you are really what you appear, and would have me believe you to be. Prince Camaralzaman thanked the king in the most humble expressions, that he might the better show his gratitude. As for my person, said he, I must own I am not an astrologer, as your majesty very judiciously guessed. I only put on the habit of one, that I might succeed more easily in my ambition to be allied to the most potent monarch in the world. I was born a prince and the son of a king and of a queen. My name is Camaralzaman. My father is Shahzaman, who now reigns over the islands that are well known by the name of the Islands of the Children of Aladdin. He then told him his history, and how wonderful was the rise of his love, that the princess S was altogether as marvelous, and that both were confirmed by the exchange of the two rings. When the prince had done speaking, the king said to him, This history is so extraordinary, it deserves to be known to posterity. I will take care it shall. And the original being deposited in my royal archives, I will spread copies of it abroad, that my own kingdom and the kingdoms around me may know it. The marriage was solemnized the same day, and the rejoicings for it were universal all over the empire of China. Nor was Marzavan forgotten. The king gave him an honorable post in his court immediately, and a promise of farther advancement. Prince Camaralzaman and the Princess Badoura enjoyed the fullness of their wishes in the sweets of marriage, and the king kept continual feastings for several months, to show his joy on the occasion. In the midst of these pleasures, Prince Camaralzaman dreamt one night that he saw his father, Shahzaman, on his deathbed, ready to give up the ghost, and heard him speak thus to his attendants. My son, to whom I gave birth, my son, whom I so tenderly loved, whom I bred with so much fondness, so much care, has abandoned me, and is himself the cause of my death. He awoke with a great sigh, which awakened the princess, who asked him the cause of it. Alas, my love, cried the prince, perhaps in the very moment that I am speaking, the king, my father, is no more. He then acquainted her with his melancholy dream, which occasioned him so much uneasiness. The princess, who studied to please him in everything, did not immediately inform him she had contrived a way to do it, fearing that the desire to see his father again would make him take less delight in her company in a distant country. She went to her own father that very day, and finding him alone, kissed his hand and thus addressed herself to him. "Sir, I have a favor to beg of your majesty, and I beseech you not to deny me. But that you may not believe I ask it at the solicitation of the prince, my husband, I assure you beforehand, he knows nothing of my asking it of you. It is that you will give leave for me to go with him and see King Shahzaman, my father-in-law." Next, Prince Camaralzaman and the talesman. Next, "Daughter," replied the king, "though I shall be very sorry to part with you for so long a time as a journey to a place so distant will take up, yet I cannot disapprove of your resolution. It is worthy of yourself, notwithstanding the fatigue of so long a journey. Go, child, I give you leave, but on condition that you stay no longer than a year in King Shahzaman's court. I hope the king will agree to this, that we shall alternately see, he his son and his daughter-in-law, and I my daughter and my son-in-law." The princess communicated the King of China's consent to Prince Camaralzaman, who was transported to hear it, and gave her thanks for this new token of her love. The King of China gave orders for preparations to be made for the journey, and when all things were ready, he accompanied the prince and princess several days' journey on their way. They parted at length with great weeping on all sides. The king embraced them, and having desired the prince to be kind to his daughter, and to love her always with the same passion he now loved her, he left them to proceed on their journey, and to divert himself, hunted all the way as he returned to his capital city. When Prince Camaralzaman and the Princess Badoura had dried up their tears, they comforted themselves with the thought how glad King Shahzaman would be to see them, and how they should rejoice to see the king. They traveled about a month and at last came to a meadow of great extent, planted at convenient distances with tall trees, forming an agreeable shade. The day being unusually hot, Camaralzaman thought it best to encamp there, and proposed it to Badoura, who, having the same intention, the more readily consented to it. They alighted in one of the finest spots. A tent was presently set up. The princess, rising from the shade under which she sat down, entered it, and the prince ordered his servants to pitch their tents also, while they stayed there, and went himself to give directions. The princess, weary with the fatigues of the journey, bid her women untie her girdle, which they laid down by her, and she falling asleep, her attendants left her by herself. Prince Camaralzaman, having seen all things in order, came to the tent where the princess was sleeping. He entered and sat down without making any noise, intending to take a nap himself. But observing the princess's girdle lying by her, he took it up and looked upon the diamonds and rubies one by one. In doing it, he saw a little purse hanging to it, sewed neatly on the stuff and tied fast with a riband. He felt it and found there was something solid in it. Desirous to know what it was, he opened the purse and took out a cornelian, engraven with unknown figures and characters. "This cornelian," said the prince to himself, "must be something very valuable, or my princess would not carry it with so much care." It was Badoura's talisman, 84, which the Queen of China had given her daughter as a charm, that would keep her, as she said, from any harm as long as she had it about her. The prince, the better to look at the talisman, took it out to the light, the tent being dark, and while he was holding it up in his hand, a bird darted down from the air and snatched it away from him. It would be easy to conceive the concern and grief of Prince Camaralzaman when he saw the bird fly away with the talisman. 85, he was more troubled at it than words can express, and cursed his unseasonable curiosity, by which means his dear princess had lost a treasure that was so precious and so valued by her. The bird, having got her prize, settled on the ground not far off, with the talisman in her mouth. The prince drew near it, in hopes she would drop it, but as he approached, the bird took wing and settled again on the ground farther off. Camaralzaman followed her, and the bird, having swallowed the talisman, took a farther flight. The prince, being very dexterous at a mark, thought to kill her with a stone and still followed her. The farther she flew, the more eager he grew in pursuing her, keeping her always in view. Thus the bird drew him along from hill to valley, and valley to hill, all day, every step leading him out of the way from the field, where he left his camp and the Princess Badoura. And instead of perching at night on a bush, where he might probably have taken her, she roosted on a high tree, safe from his pursuit. The prince, vexed to the heart for taking so much pains to no purpose, thought of returning to the camp. But said he to himself, which way shall I return? Shall I go down the hills and valleys which I passed over? Shall I wander in darkness? And will my strength bear me out? How durst I appear before my princess without her talisman? Overwhelmed with such thoughts and tired with the pursuit, sleep came upon him, and he lay down under a tree where he passed the night. He awoke the next morning before the bird had left the tree, and as soon as he saw her on the wing, followed her again that whole day, with no better success than he had done the last, eating nothing but herbs and fruits all the way as he went. He did the same for 10 days together, pursuing the bird and keeping her in his eye, from morning to night, lying always under the tree where she roosted. On the 11th day the bird continued flying, and Camaralzaman observing her, he came near a great city. When the bird came to the walls, she flew over them, and the prince saw no more of her, so he despaired of ever recovering the Princess Badura's talisman. Camaralzaman, whose grief was beyond expression, went into the city, which was built on the seaside and had a fine port. He walked up and down the streets without knowing where he was or where to stop. At last he came to the port in as great uncertainty as ever what he should do. Walking along the river side, he perceived the gate of a garden open and an old gardener at work in it. The good man, looking up, saw he was a stranger and a Mussulman, so he asked him to come in and shut the door after him. Camaralzaman entered, and as the gardener bade him shut the door, demanded of the gardener why he was so cautious. Because, replied the old man, I see you are a stranger newly arrived and a Mussulman. And this city is inhabited for the most part by idolaters, who have a mortal aversion to us Mussulmen, and treat those few of us that are here with great barbarity. I suppose you did not know this. And it is a miracle that you have escaped as you have thus far, these idolaters being very apt to fall upon the Mussulmen that are strangers, or to draw them into a snare, unless those strangers are instructed how to beware of them. I bless God who has brought you into a place of safety. Camaralzaman thanked the honest gardener for his advice and the security he offered him in his house. He would have said more, but the good man interrupted him, saying, Let us leave complimenting. You are weary and must want to refresh yourself. Come in and rest yourself. He conducted him into his little hut, and after the prince had eaten heartily of what he set before him, with a cordiality that charmed him, he requested him to relate how he came there. Camaralzaman complied with his request, and when he had ended his story, without concealing any part of it, he asked him which was the nearest way to the king his father's territories. For it is in vain for me to think of finding my princess where I left her, after wandering 11 days from the spot by so extraordinary an adventure. Ah, continued he, how do I know she is alive? And saying thus, he burst into tears. The gardener replied, there was no possibility of his going thither by land. The ways were so difficult, and the journey so long. Besides, there was no accommodation for his subsistence. Or, if there were, he must necessarily pass through the countries of so many barbarous nations that he would never reach his father's. It was a year's journey from the city where he was to any country inhabited only by Mussulmen, that the quickest passage for him would be to go to the Isle of Ebene, whence he might easily transport himself to the Isles of the Children of Aladdin, that a ship sailed from the port every year to Ebene, and he might take that opportunity of returning to these islands. The ship departed, said he, but a few days ago. If you had come a little sooner, you might have taken your passage in it. If you will wait the year round when it makes the voyage again, and will stay with me and accept of my house, such as it is, you will be as welcome to it as to your own. Prince Camaralzaman was glad he had met with such an asylum, in a place where he had no acquaintance nor interest. He accepted the offer, and lived with the gardener till the time came that the ship was to sail to the Isle of Ebene. He spent his time in working all day in the garden, and all night in sighs, tears, and complaints, thinking of his dear Princess Badura. We must leave him in this place, to return to the princess, whom we left asleep in her tent. The story of the Princess Badura, after her separation from Prince Camaralzaman. The princess slept a long time, and when she awoke, wondered that Prince Camaralzaman was not with her. She called her women, and asked them if they knew where he was. They told her they saw him enter the tent but did not see him go out again. While they were talking to her, she took up her girdle, found the little purse open, and that the talisman was gone. She did not doubt but Camaralzaman had taken it to see what it was, and that he would bring it back with him. She waited for him impatiently till night, and could not imagine what made him stay away from her so long. When it was quite dark and she could hear nothing of him, she fell into violent grief. She cursed the talisman, and him that made it, and had not she been restrained by duty, would have cursed the queen her mother, who gave her such a fatal present. She was the more troubled because she could not imagine how her talisman should have caused the prince's separation from her. She did not, however, lose her judgment, and came to a courageous resolution, not common with persons of her sex. She only and her women knew of the prince's being gone, for his men were reposing or asleep in their tents. The princess, fearing they would betray her if they had any knowledge of it, moderated her grief, and forbid her women to say or do anything that might create the least suspicion. She then laid aside her habit and put on one of Prince Camaralzaman's, being so like him, that next day, when she came abroad, his men took her for him. She commanded them to pack up their baggage and begin their march. And when all things were ready, she ordered one of her women to go into her litter, she herself mounting on horseback, and riding by her side. They traveled several months by land and sea, the princess continuing the journey under the name of Camaralzaman. They took the island of Ebene in their way to the Isles of the Children of Aladdin. They went to the capital of the island of Ebene, where a king reigned whose name was Armanos. The persons who first landed, giving out that the ship carried Prince Camaralzaman, who was returning from a long voyage, and was forced in there by a storm, the news of his arrival was presently carried to court. King Armanos, accompanied by most of his courtiers, went immediately to wait on the prince, and met the princess just as she was landing, and going to the lodging that had been taken for her. He received her as the son of a king, who was his friend, and with whom he always kept up a good understanding. He conducted her to the palace, where an apartment was prepared for her and all her attendants, though she would fain have excused herself, and have lodged in a private house. He showed her all possible honor, and entertained her 3 days together with extraordinary magnificence. At the end of this time, King Armanos, understanding that the princess, whom he still took for Prince Camaralzaman, talked of going abroad again to proceed on her voyage, charmed with the air and qualities of such an accomplished prince as he took her to be, he took an opportunity when she was alone, and spoke to her in this manner. You see, prince, that I am old and cannot hope to live long, and to my great mortification I have not a son to whom I may leave my crown. Heaven has only blessed me with one daughter, whose beauty cannot be better matched than with a prince of your rank and accomplishments. Instead of going home, stay and take her from my hand, with my crown, which I resign in your favor, and stay with us. It is time for me to rest, after having so long borne it, and nothing could be a greater pleasure to me in my retirement than to see my people ruled by so worthy a successor to my throne. The king of the Isle of Ebene's generous offered to bestow his only daughter in marriage, and with her his kingdom, on the Princess Badara, who could not accept it, because she was a woman, put her into unexpected perplexity. She thought it would not become a princess of her rank to undeceive the king, and to own that she was not Prince Camaralzaman, but his wife, when she assured him she was he himself, and whose part she had hitherto acted so well. She was also afraid to refuse the honor he offered her, lest being so much bent upon the conclusion of the marriage, his kindness might turn to aversion and hatred, and he might attempt something even against her life. Besides, she was not sure whether she might not find Prince Camaralzaman in the court of King Shahzaman his father. These considerations, added to the prospect of obtaining a kingdom for the prince her husband, in case she found him again, determined her to accept the proposal of King Armanos and marry his daughter. So after having stood silent for some minutes, she, with blushes which the king took for a sign of modesty, answered, Sir, I am infinitely obliged to your majesty for your good opinion of me, for the honor you do me, and the great favor you offer me, which I cannot pretend to merit and dare not refuse. But, sir, continued she, I cannot accept this great alliance on any other condition than that your majesty will assist me with your counsels, and that I do nothing without having first your approbation. The marriage treaty being thus concluded and agreed on, the ceremony was put off till next day. In the meantime, Princess Badara gave notice to her officers, who still took her for Prince Camaralzaman, what she was about to do, that they might not be surprised at it, assuring them the Princess Badara consented to it. She talked also to her women, and charged them to continue to keep the secret she had entrusted them with. The king of the Isle of Ebene, rejoicing that he had got a son-in-law so much to his satisfaction, next morning summoned his council, and acquainted them with his design of marrying his daughter to Prince Camaralzaman, whom he introduced to them, and having made him sit down by him, told them he resigned the crown to him, and required them to acknowledge him for king and swear fealty to him. Having said this, he descended from his throne, and the Princess Badara, by his order, ascended it. As soon as the council broke up, the new king was proclaimed through the city, rejoicings were appointed for several days, and couriers dispatched over all the kingdom to see the same ceremonies observed with the same demonstrations of joy. At night there were extraordinary feastings at the palace, and the Princess Hayat-el-Nefis 86 was led to the Princess Badara, whom every body took for a man, dressed like a royal bride. The wedding was solemnized with the utmost splendor. They were put to bed and left alone. In the morning, while the Princess Badara went to receive the compliments of the nobility in the Hall of Audience, where they congratulated her on her marriage and accession to the throne, King Armanos and his queen went to the apartment of the new queen, their daughter, and asked her how she spent the night. Instead of answering them, she held down her head, and by her looks they saw plainly enough she was disappointed. King Armanos, to comfort the princess, Hayat-el-Nefis bid her not be troubled. Prince Camaralzaman, said he, when he landed here, might think only of going to his father's court. Though we have engaged him to stay by arguments with which he ought to be well satisfied, Yet it is probable he grieves at being so suddenly deprived of the hopes of seeing either his father or any of his family. You must wait till those first emotions of filial love are over. He will then carry himself towards you as a good husband ought to do. The Princess Badoura, under the name and character of Prince Camaralzaman, and the King of Ebene, spent the whole day in receiving the compliments of the courtiers and the nobility of the kingdom, who were in and about the city, and in reviewing the regular troops of her household, and entered on the administration of affairs as king with so much dignity and judgment, as gained her the general applause of all who were witnesses of her conduct. It was evening before she returned to Queen Hayat-el-Nefis' apartment, and she perceived by the reception she gave her that the bride was not at all pleased with the preceding night. She endeavored to dissipate her grief by a long conversation, in which she employed all the wit she had, and she possessed a good share of it, to persuade her she loved her entirely. She then gave her time to go to bed, and while she was undressing herself, she went to her devotions. Her prayers were so long that Queen Hayat-el-Nefis was asleep before they were ended. She then left off and lay down softly by the new queen without waking her, and was as much afflicted at her being forced to act a part which did not belong to her, as in the loss of her dear Camaralzaman, for whom she ceased not to sigh. She rose as soon as it was day, before Hayat-el-Nefis was awake, and being dressed in her royal robes as king, went to council. King Armanos, as he had done the day before, came early to visit the queen his daughter, whom he found in tears. He wanted no more to be informed of the cause of her trouble, provoked at the contempt, as he thought, put upon his daughter, of which he could not imagine the reason. Daughter, said he, have patience for another night. I raised your husband to the throne, and can pull him down again, and drive him thence with shame, unless he gives you the satisfaction that he ought to do. His usage of you has provoked me so much, I cannot tell to what my resentment may transport me. The affront is as great to me as to you. It was late again before the Princess Badoura came to Queen Hayat-el-Nefis. She talked to her as she had done the night before, and after the same manner went to her devotions, desiring the queen to go to bed. But Hayat-el-Nefis would not be so served. She held her back and obliged her to sit down again. What, said she, you think to deal by me this night as you have done the two last? Tell me, I beseech you, what can you dislike in a princess of my youth and beauty, who not only loves but adores you, and thinks herself the happiest of all princesses of her rank in having so amiable a prince for her husband? Anybody but me would be not merely offended, but shocked by the slight, or rather the unpardonable affront you have put upon me, and abandon you to your evil destiny. However, though I did not love you so well as I do, yet out of pure good nature and humanity, which makes me pity the misfortunes of persons for whom I am less concerned, I could not forbear telling you that the king my father is enraged against you for your carriage towards me, and tomorrow will make you feel the marks of his just anger, if you continue to use me as you have hitherto done. Do not therefore drive to despair a princess, who, notwithstanding all your ill usage, cannot help loving you. This discourse embarrassed the Princess Badoura inexpressibly. She did not doubt of the truth of what Hayat-el-Nefis had said. King Armanos' coldness to her the day before had given her but too much reason to see he was highly dissatisfied with her. The only way to justify her conduct was to communicate her sex to the Princess Hayat-el-Nefis. But though she had foreseen she should be under a necessity of making such a declaration to her, she was afraid how she would take it. But, considering that if Camaralzaman was alive, he must necessarily touch at the Isle of Ebene in his way to King Shazam and his father's kingdom, that she ought to preserve herself for his sake, and that it was impossible to do this if she did not let the Princess Hayat-el-Nefis know who and what she was. She resolved to venture the experiment. The Princess Badoura stood as one that was struck dumb, and Hayat-el-Nefis, being impatient to hear what she could say, was about to speak to her again, when she stopped her by these words: Lovely and too charming princess, I own I have been in the wrong, and I condemn myself for it, but I hope you will pardon me, and keep the secret I am going to reveal to you for my justification. She then opened her bosom, and proceeded thus. See, princess, if a princess, a woman like yourself, does not deserve to be forgiven, I believe you will be so good, at least when you know my story, and the afflicting disaster that forced me to act the part you see. The Princess Badoura having discovered herself entirely to the Princess of the Isle of Ebene, she again prayed her to keep the secret, and to make as if she really was a husband to her, till the Prince Camaralzaman's arrival, which she hoped would be in a little time. Princess, replied Hayat-el-Nefis, your fortune is indeed strange, that a marriage, so happy as yours was, should be shortened by so unaccountable an accident, after a passion so reciprocal and full of wonders. Pray heaven you may meet with your husband again soon, and assure yourself I will keep religiously the secret committed to me. It will be to me the greatest pleasure in the world to be the only person in the great kingdom of the Isle of Ebene who knows what and who you are, while you go on governing the people as happily as you have begun. I only ask of you at present to be your friend." Then the two princesses tenderly embraced each other, and after 1,000 expressions of mutual friendship, lay down to rest. According to the custom of the country, the tokens of the consummation of the marriage were to be produced and seen publicly. The two princesses found out a way to get over that difficulty. Queen Haetel women were deceived themselves next morning, and deceived King Armanos, his queen, and the whole court. From this time, Princess Badoura rose in King Armanos' esteem and affection, governing the kingdom peaceably and prosperously to his and his people's content. While things passed as already mentioned in the court of the Isle of Ebene, Prince Camaralzaman stayed in the city of idolaters with the gardener, who had offered his house for a retreat till the ship sailed for that island. One morning when the prince was up early, and as he used to do, was preparing to work in the garden, the gardener prevented him, saying, "This day is a great festival among the idolaters, and because they abstain from all work themselves, to spend the time in their assemblies and public rejoicings, they will not let the Mussulman work, who to gain their favor generally assist at their shows, which are worth seeing. You will therefore have nothing to do today, I leave you here. As the time approaches, in which the ship uses to sail for the Isle of Ebene, I will go to see some of my friends, and know when it will depart and secure you a passage in it." The gardener put on his best clothes and went out. When Prince Camaralzaman was alone, instead of going out to take part in the public joy of the city, the solitude he was in brought to his mind, with more than usual violence, the loss of his dear princess. He walked up and down the garden sighing and groaning, till the noise which two birds made on a neighboring tree tempted him to lift up his head and stop to see what was the matter. Camaralzaman was surprised to behold a furious battle between these two birds, fighting one another with their beaks, and that, in a very little while, one of them fell down dead at the foot of a tree. The bird that was victorious took wing again and flew away. In an instant, two other large birds that had seen the fight at a distance came from the other side of the garden and pitched on the ground, one at the feet and the other at the head of the dead bird. They looked upon it some time, shaking their heads in token of grief, after which they dug a grave with their talons and buried it. When they had filled up the grave with the earth they had turned up to make it, they flew away and returned in a few minutes, bringing with them the bird that had committed the murder, the one holding one of its wings in its beak, and the other one of its legs. The criminal all the while crying out in a doleful manner, and, struggling to escape, they carried it to the grave of the bird which it had lately sacrificed to its rage, and there sacrificed it in just revenge for the murder it had committed. They with their beaks killed the murderer. They then opened the belly, tore out the entrails, left the body on the spot unburied, and flew away. Next, Camaralzaman remained in great astonishment all the time that he stood beholding this sight. He drew near the tree where this scene had passed, and casting his eyes on the scattered entrails of the bird that was last killed, he spied something red hanging out of the stomach. He took it up and found it was his beloved Princess Badoura's talisman, which had cost him so much pain and sorrow, and so many sighs since the bird snatched it out of his hand. "Ah, cruel," said he to himself, still looking on the bird, "thou tookest delight in doing mischief, so I have the less reason to complain of that which thou didst to me. But the greater it was, the more do I wish well to those that revenged my quarrel on thee, in punishing thee for the murder of one of their own kind." It is impossible to express Prince Camaralzaman's joy. "Dear princess," continued he to himself, "this happy minute, which restores to me a treasure so precious to thee, is without doubt a presage of our meeting again, and perhaps sooner than I think of. Thank heaven, who sent me this good fortune, and gives me the hope of the greatest felicity that my heart can desire." Saying this, he kissed the talisman, wrapped it up in a riband, and tied it carefully about his arm. Till now he had been almost every night a stranger to rest, his trouble always keeping him awake, but next night he slept soundly. He rose somewhat later the next morning than he used to do, put on his working clothes, and went to the gardener for orders. The good man bid him root up an old tree which bore no fruit. Camaralzaman took an axe and began his work. In cutting off a branch of the root, he found his axe struck against something that resisted the blow and made a great noise. He removed the earth and discovered a broad plate of brass, under which was a staircase of 10 steps. He went down, and at the bottom saw a cavity about 6 yards square, with 50 brass urns placed in order around it, each with a cover over it. He opened them all, one after another, and there was not one of them which was not full of gold dust. He came out of the cave rejoicing that he had found such a vast treasure. He put the brass plate on the staircase and rooted up the tree against the gardener's return. The gardener had learned the day before that the ship which was bound for the Isle of Ebene would sail in a few days, but the certain time was not yet fixed. His friend promised to let him know the day if he called upon him on the morrow, and while Camaralzaman was rooting up the tree, he went to have his answer. He returned with a joyful countenance, by which the prince guessed he brought him good news. "Son," said the old man, so he always called him on account of the difference of years between him and the prince, "be joyful and prepare to embark in 3 days. The ship will then certainly set sail. I have agreed with the captain for your passage." "In my present situation," replied Camaralzaman, "you could not bring me more agreeable news. And in return, I have also tidings that will be as welcome to you. Come along with me, and you shall see what good fortune heaven has in store for you." The prince led the gardener to the place where he had rooted up the tree, made him go down into the cave, and when he was there, showed him what a treasure he had discovered, thanking Providence for rewarding his virtue and the pains he had been at for so many years. "What do you mean?" replied the gardener. "Do you imagine I will take these riches as mine? The property of them is yours. I have no right to them. For 80 years since my father's death, I have done nothing but dig in this garden, and could not discover this treasure, which is a sign it was destined for you, since God has permitted you to find it. It suits a prince like you rather than me. I have one foot in the grave, and am in no want of anything. Providence has bestowed it upon you just when you are returning to that country, which will one day be your own, where you will make a good use of it." Prince Camaralzaman would not be outdone in generosity by the gardener. They had a long dispute about it. At last, the prince solemnly protested that he would have none of it unless the gardener would divide it with him and take half. The good man, to please the prince, consented, so they parted it between them and each had 25 urns. "Having thus divided it, son," said the gardener to the prince, "it is not enough that you have got this treasure. We must now contrive how to carry it so privately aboard a ship that nobody may know anything of the matter, otherwise you will run the risk of losing it. There are no olives in the Isle of Ebene. Those that are exported hence are a good commodity there. You know I have plenty of them. Take what you will. Fill 50 pots, half with the gold dust and half with olives, and I will get them carried to the ship when you embark." Camaralzaman followed this good advice, and spent the rest of the day in packing up the gold and the olives in the 50 pots. 87, and fearing the talisman, which he wore on his arm, might be lost again, he carefully put it in one of the pots, marking it with a particular mark to distinguish it from the other. When they were all ready to be shipped, night coming on, the prince retired with the gardener, and talking together, he related to him the battle of the birds, with the circumstance of that adventure, by which he had found the Princess Badara's talisman again. The gardener was equally surprised and joyful to hear it for his sake. Whether the old man was quite worn out with age, or had exhausted himself too much that day, the gardener had a very bad night. He grew worse the next day, and on the third day, when the prince was to embark, was so ill that it wan plain he was nigh his end. As soon as day broke, the captain of the ship came in person, with several seamen, to the gardener's. They knocked at the garden door, and Camaralzaman opened it to them. They asked him where the passenger was that was to go with him. The prince answered, "I am he. The gardener who agreed with you for my passage is sick and cannot be spoken with. Come in, and let your men carry those pots of olives and my baggage aboard for me. I will only take leave of the gardener and follow you." The seamen took up the pots and the baggage, and the captain bid the prince make haste, the wind being fair, and they stayed for nothing but him. When the captain and his men were gone, Camaralzaman went to the gardener to take his leave of him, and thank him for all his good offices. But he found him in the agonies of death, and had scarce time to bid him rehearse the articles of his faith, which all good Mussulmen do before they die. The gardener did this, and expired in his presence. The prince, being under the necessity of embarking immediately, hastened to pay the last duty to the deceased. He washed his body, buried him in his own garden, for the Mahometans had no cemetery in the city of the idolaters, where they were only tolerated, and, having nobody to assist him, it was almost evening before he had put him in the ground. As soon as he had done it, he ran to the waterside, carrying with him the key of the garden, designing, if he had time, to give it to the landlord, otherwise to deposit it in some trusty person's hand before witnesses, that he might have it after he was gone. When he came to the port, he was told the ship sailed several hours before he came, and was already out of sight. It stayed 3 hours for him, and the wind standing fair, the captain durst not stay longer. It is easy to imagine that Prince Camaralzaman was exceedingly grieved to be forced to stay longer in a country where he neither had nor wished to have any acquaintance, and to think that he must wait another 12 months for the opportunity he had lost. But the greatest affliction of all was, his having let go the Princess Badara's talisman, which he now gave over for lost. The only course that was left for him to take was to return to the garden from whence he came, to rent it of the landlord, and to continue to cultivate it by himself, deploring his misery and misfortunes. He hired a boy to help him to do some part of the drudgery, that he might not lose the other half of the treasure, which came to him by the death of the gardener, who died without heirs. He put the gold dust in 50 other pots, which he filled up with olives, to be ready against the time of the ship's return. While Prince Camaralzaman began another year of labor, sorrow, and impatience, the ship, having a fair wind, continued her voyage to the Isle of Ebene, and happily arrived at the capital city. The palace being by the seaside, the new king, or rather the Princess Badara, espying the ship as she was entering into the port with all her flags, asked what vessel it was. She was answered that it came annually from the city of the idolaters, and generally was richly laden. The princess, who always had Prince Camaralzaman in her mind amidst the glories which surrounded her, imagined that the prince might be aboard, and resolved to go aboard the ship and meet him, without discovering herself to him. For she doubted whether he would know her again, but to observe him, and take proper measures for their making themselves mutually known. Under pretense of inquiring what merchandise was aboard, and having the first sight of the goods, and choosing the most valuable for herself, she commanded a horse to be brought, which she mounted and rode to the port, accompanied by several officers in waiting at that time, and arrived at the port just as the captain came ashore. She ordered him to be brought before her, and asked whence he came, how long he had been on his voyage, and what good or bad fortune he had met with in it, if he had no stranger of quality aboard, and particularly with what his ship was laden. The captain gave a satisfactory answer to all her demands, and as to passengers, assured her there were none but merchants in his ship, who used to come every year and bring rich stuffs from several parts of the world to trade with the finest linens, painted and plain, diamonds, musk, ambergris, camphire, civet, spices, drugs, olives, and many other articles. The Princess Badara loved olives extremely. When she heard the captain speak of them, land them, said she, I will take them off your hands. As to the other goods, tell the merchants to bring them to me, and let me see them before they dispose of them, or show them to anyone. The captain, taking her for the king of the Isle of Ebene, replied, Sire, there are 50 great pots of olives, but they belong to a merchant whom I was forced to leave behind. I gave him notice myself that I stayed for him, and waited a long time, but he not coming, and the wind offering, I was afraid of losing it, and so set sail. The princess answered, No matter, bring them ashore, we will make a bargain for them however. The captain sent his boat aboard, and in a little time it returned with the pots of olives. The princess demanded how much the 50 pots might be worth in the Isle of Ebene. Sir, said the captain, the merchant is very poor, and your majesty will do him a singular favor if you give him 1,000 pieces of silver. To satisfy him, replied the princess, and because you tell me he is poor, I will order you 1,000 pieces of gold for him, which do you take care to give him. The money was accordingly paid, and the pots carried to the palace in her presence. Night drawing on, the princess withdrew into the inner palace, and went to the Princess Hayat-ul-Nefis' apartment, ordering the 50 pots of olives to be brought thither. She opened one to let the Princess Hayat-ul-Nefis taste them, and to taste them herself, and poured them into a dish. Great was her astonishment when she found the olives were mingled with gold dust. What can this mean? Said she. It is wonderful beyond comprehension. Her curiosity increasing by so extraordinary an adventure, she ordered Hayat-ul-Nefis, women to open and empty all the pots in her presence, and her wonder was still greater when she saw that the olives in all of them were mixed with gold dust. But when she saw her talisman drop out of that in which the prince had put it, she was so surprised that she fainted away. The Princess Hayat-ul-Nefis and her women recovered the Princess Badara by throwing cold water in her face. When she recovered her senses, she took the talisman and kissed it again and again, but not being willing that the Princess Hayat-ul-Nefis, women, who were ignorant of her disguise, should hear what she said, and it growing late, she dismissed them. Princess, said she to Hayat-ul-Nefis as soon as they were gone, you, who have heard my story, to be sure guessed it was at the sight of the talisman that I fainted. This is that talisman, and the fatal cause of my losing my dear husband, Prince Camaralzaman, but as it was that which caused our separation, so I foresee it will be the means of our approaching meeting. The next day, as soon as it was light, she sent for the captain of the ship, and when he came, spoke to him thus, I want to know something more of the merchant to whom the olives belong, that I bought of you yesterday. I think you told me you left him behind you in the city of idolaters. Can you tell me what he does there? Yes, sire, replied the captain, I can speak on my own knowledge. I agreed for his passage with a very old gardener, who told me I should find him in his garden where he worked under him. He showed me the place, and for that reason I told your majesty he was poor. I went thither to call him. I told him what haste I was in, spoke to him myself in the garden, and cannot be mistaken in the man. If what you say is true, replied the Princess Baddara, you must set sail this very day for the city of idolaters, and fetch me that gardener's man, who is my debtor. Else I will not only confiscate all your goods and those of your merchants, but your and their lives shall answer for his. I have ordered my seal to be put on the warehouses where they are, which shall not be taken off till you bring me that man. This is all I have to say to you. Go and do as I command you. The captain could make no reply to this order, the disobeying of which would be a very great loss to him and his merchants. He acquainted them with it, and they hastened him away as fast as they could, after he had laid in a stock of provisions and fresh water for his voyage. They were so diligent that he set sail the same day. He had a prosperous voyage to the city of the idolaters, where he arrived in the night. When he was got as near the city as he thought convenient, he would not cast anchor, but let the ship ride off shore. And going into his boat with 6 of his stoutest seamen, he landed a little way off the port, whence he went directly to Camaralzaman's garden. Though it was about midnight when he came there, the prince was not asleep. His separation from the fair princess of China, his wife, afflicted him as usual. He cursed the minute in which his curiosity tempted him to touch the fatal girdle. Thus did he pass those hours which are devoted to rest, when he heard somebody knock at the garden door. He ran hastily to it, half dressed as he was. But he had no sooner opened it than the captain and the seamen took hold of him and carried him by force on board the boat, and so on shipboard, where as soon as he was safely lodged, they set sail immediately and made the best of their way to the Isle of Ebene. Hitherto Camaralzaman, the captain, and his men had not said a word to one another. At last the prince broke silence and asked the captain, whom he knew again, why they had taken him away by force. The captain, in his turn, demanded of the prince whether he was not a debtor of the king of Ebene. I, the king of Ebene's debtor, replied Camaralzaman in amazement. I do not know him. I had never anything to do with him in my life and never set foot in his kingdom. The captain answered, you should know that better than I. You will talk to him yourself in a little while. Till then, stay here and have patience. The captain was not long on his voyage back to the Isle of Ebene. Though it was night when he cast anchor in the port, he landed immediately, and taking Prince Camaralzaman with him, hastened to the palace, where he demanded to be introduced to the king. The Princess Baddara was withdrawn into the inner palace. However, as soon as she had heard of the captain's return and Camaralzaman's arrival, she came out to speak to him. As soon as she cast her eyes on the prince, for whom she had shed so many tears, she knew him in his gardener's habit. As for the prince, who trembled in the presence of a king, as he thought her, to whom he was to answer for an imaginary debt, it could not enter into his thoughts that the person whom he so earnestly desired to see stood before him. If the princess had followed the dictates of her inclination, she would have run to him, and by embracing, discovered herself to him. But she put a constraint on herself, believing that it was for the interest of both that she should act the part of a king a little longer before she made herself known. She contented herself for the present to put him into the hands of an officer, who was then in waiting, charging him to take care of him and use him well till next day. When the Princess Baddara had provided for Prince Camaralzaman, she turned about to the captain, whom she was now to reward for the important service he had done her. She commanded another officer to go immediately and take the seal off the warehouse, where his and his merchants' goods were, and gave him a rich diamond, worth much more than the expense he had been at in both his voyages. She besides bid him keep the 1,000 pieces of gold she had given him for the pots of olives, telling him she would make up the account with the merchant whom he had brought with him. This done, she retired to the princess of the Isle of Ebene's apartment, to whom she communicated her joy, praying her to keep the secret still. She told her how she intended to manage the discovering of herself to Prince Camaralzaman, and giving the kingdom to him, adding, there was so vast a difference between a gardener and a great prince, as he is, that it may be dangerous to raise him at once from the lowest condition of the people to the highest degree. However justice required it should be done. The princess of the Isle of Ebene was so far from betraying her that she rejoiced with her, and entered into the design, assuring her she would with the greatest pleasure contribute to it all that lay in her power, and that she had only to say what she would desire of her. The next morning, the Princess of China ordered Prince Camaralzaman to be conducted early to the bath, and then apparelled in the robes of an emir or governor of a province. She commanded him to be introduced into the council, where his fine person and majestic air drew all the eyes of the lords there present upon him. The Princess Badoura herself was charmed to see him again, as lovely as she had often seen him, and that pleasure inspired her to speak the more warmly in his praise. When she addressed herself to the council, having ordered the prince to take his seat among the emirs, she spoke to them thus: My lords Camaralzaman, whom I have advanced to the same dignity with you, is not unworthy the place assigned him. I have known enough of him in my travels to answer for him, and I can assure you he will make his merit known to all of you, as well by his valor as by 1,000 other brilliant qualities and the extent of his genius. Camaralzaman was extremely amazed to hear the king of the Isle of Ebene, whom he was far from taking for a woman, much less for his dear princess, name him and declare that he knew him, while he thought himself certain he had never seen him before in his life. He was much more surprised when he heard him praise him so excessively. Those praises, however, from the mouth of Majesty, did not disconcert him, though he received them with such modesty as showed that he deserved them, and did not grow vain upon it. He prostrated himself before the throne of the king, and rising again, Sire, said he, I want words to express my gratitude to your Majesty for the honor you have done me. I shall do all in my power to render myself worthy of your royal favor. From the council board, the prince was conducted to a palace, which the Princess Badoura had ordered to be fitted up for him, where he found officers and domestics ready to obey his commands, a stable full of fine horses, and everything suitable to the quality of an emir. When he was in his closet, the steward of his household brought him a strong box full of gold for his expenses. The less he conceived whence came his great good fortune, the more he admired it, but never once imagined that he owed it to the Princess of China. 2 or 3 days after, the Princess Badoura, that he might be nearer her person, and in a more distinguished post, made him high treasurer, which office became lately vacant. He behaved himself in his new charge with so much integrity, yet obliging everybody, that he not only gained the friendship of the great, but also the affections of the people, by his uprightness and bounty. Camaralzaman had been the happiest man in the world, to see himself in so high favor with a foreign king as he conceived, and increasing in the esteem of all his subjects, if he had had his princess with him. In the midst of this good fortune, he never ceased lamenting her, and grieved that he could hear no tidings of her, especially in a country where she must necessarily have come in her way to his father's court, after their separation, so afflicting to both. He had mistrusted something, had the Princess Badoura still gone by the name of Camaralzaman, which she took with his habit. But on her accession to the throne, she changed it, and took that of Armanos, in honor of the old king, her father-in-law. She was known now only by the name of the young King Armanos. There were very few courtiers who knew that she had ever been called Camaralzaman, which name she assumed when she arrived at the court of the Isle of Ebene, nor had Camaralzaman so much acquaintance with any of them yet, to inform himself farther of her history. The princess, fearing he might do it in time, and desiring that he should owe the discovery of herself to herself only, resolved to put an end to her own torments and his. For she had observed that as often as she discoursed with him about the affairs of his office, he fetched such deep sighs as could be addressed to nobody but her. She herself lived in such a constraint that she could endure it no longer. Add to this the friendship of the emirs and courtiers, the zeal and affection of the people. In a word, everything contributed to her putting the crown of the Isle of Ebene on his head, without any obstacle. The Princess Badoura had no sooner taken this resolution with the Princess Hayat Nefis than she the same day took Prince Camaralzaman aside, saying, I must talk with you about an affair, Camaralzaman, which requires much consideration, and on which I want your advice. As I do not see how it can be done so conveniently as in the night, come hither in the evening, and leave word at home not to be waited for. I will take care to provide you a bed. Camaralzaman came punctually to the palace at the hour appointed by the princess. She took him with her into the inner apartment, and having told the chief eunuch, who prepared to follow her, she had no occasion for his service, and that he should only keep the door shut, she carried him into a different apartment from that of the Princess Hayat Nefis, where she used to sleep. When the prince and princess entered the chamber, where there was a bed, she shut the door, and taking the talisman out of a little box, gave it to Camaralzaman, saying, It is not long since an astrologer presented me with this talisman. You being skillful in all things, may perhaps tell me its use. Camaralzaman took the talisman, and drew near a lamp to view it. As soon as he recollected it, with an astonishment which gave the princess great pleasure, Sire, said he to the prince, Your Majesty asked me what this talisman is good for. Alas, it is only good to kill me with grief and despair, if I do not quickly find the most charming and lovely princess in the world, to whom it belonged. The loss of it was the occasion to me of a strange adventure, the very recital of which will move your majesty to pity such an unfortunate husband and lover, if you will have patience to hear it. You shall tell me that another time, replied the princess. I am very glad to tell you I know something of it already. Stay here a little, and I will return to you in a moment. At these words, she went into her closet, put off her royal turban, and in a few minutes dressed herself like a woman. And having the girdle round her which she had on the day of their separation, she entered the chamber. Prince Camaralzaman immediately knew his dear princess, ran to her, and tenderly embraced her, crying out, "How much I am obliged to the king who has so agreeably surprised me." "Do not expect to see the king any more," replied the princess, embracing him in her turn with tears in her eyes. "You see him in me. Sit down, and I will explain this enigma to you." They sat down, and the princess told the prince the resolution she came to, in the field where they encamped the last time they were together. As soon as she perceived, she waited for him to no purpose. How she went through with it, till she arrived at the Isle of Ebene, where she had been obliged to marry the Princess Hayatal Nefis, and accept of the crown which King Armanos offered her as a condition of the marriage. How the princess, whose merit she highly extolled, took her declaration of her sex, and how she found the talisman in the pots of olives mingled with the gold dust, which she bought, and how the finding it was the cause of her sending for him from the city of the idolaters. When she had done telling her adventure, she obliged the prince to tell her by what accident the talisman occasioned their separation. He satisfied her inquiries, and when he had done, he upbraided her in the kindest expressions for her cruelty in making him languish so long without her. She excused herself with the reasons already related, after which, it growing late, they went to bed. The Princess Badara and Prince Camaralzaman rose next morning as soon as it was light, but the princess would no more put on her royal robes as king. She dressed herself in the dress of a woman, and then sent the chief eunuch to King Armanos, her father-in-law, to desire he would give himself the trouble to come to her apartment. When the king entered the chamber, he was amazed to see there a lady that was unknown to him, and the high treasurer with her, who was not permitted to come within the inner palace, nor any of the lords of the court. He sat down and asked where the king was. The princess answered, "Yesterday I was king, sir, and today I am only princess of China, wife to the true Prince Camaralzaman, the true son of King Shahzaman. If your majesty will have patience to hear both our stories, I hope you will not condemn me for putting an innocent deceit upon you." The king bid her go on, and heard her discourse from the beginning to the end with astonishment. The princess, finishing it, said to him, "Sir, though in our religion women do not easily comply with the liberty assumed by men to have several wives, yet if your majesty will consent to give your daughter the Princess Hayatal Nefis in marriage to Prince Camaralzaman, I will with all my heart yield up to her the rank and quality of queen, which of right belongs to her, and content myself with the second place. If this precedence was not her due, I would, however, give it her, after the obligation I have to her for keeping my secret so generously. If your majesty refers it to her consent, I am sure of that, having already consulted her, and I will pass my word that she will be very well satisfied." King Armanos listened to the princess with astonishment, and when she had done, turned about to Prince Camaralzaman, saying, "Since the Princess Badara, your wife, whom I have all along thought to be my son-in-law, through a deceit of which I cannot complain, assures me that she will divide your bed with my daughter, I have nothing more to do but to know of you if you are willing to marry her, and accept of the crown which the Princess Badara would deservedly wear as long as she lived, if she did not quit it out of love to you." "Sir," replied Prince Camaralzaman, "though I desire nothing so earnestly as to see the king my father, yet the obligations I have to your majesty and the Princess Hayatal Nefis are so weighty, I can refuse her nothing." Camaralzaman was proclaimed king, and married the same day with all possible demonstrations of joy, and had every reason to be well pleased with the Princess Hayatal Nefis, beauty, wit, and love for him. The two queens lived together afterwards on the same friendly terms, and in the same cordiality, as they had done before, both being contented with King Camaralzaman's equal carriage towards them, and they alternately were taken to his bed. The next year each brought him a son at the same time, and the births of the two princes were celebrated with extraordinary rejoicings. The first, which the Princess Badara was delivered of, King Camaralzaman called Amjad, most glorious, and the other, which was born of Queen Hayatal Nefis, Asad, most happy. The story of the princes Amjad and Asad. The two princes were brought up with great care, and, when they were old enough, had the same governor and the same instructors in the arts and sciences which King Camaralzaman would have them learn, and the same master for each exercise. The friendship which from their infancy they conceived for each other occasioned an uniformity of manners and inclinations, which increased it. When they were of an age to have separate households, they loved one another so tenderly that they begged King Camaralzaman to let them live together. He consented to it. So they had the same domestics, the same equipages, the same apartment, and the same table. Camaralzaman had formed so good an opinion of their capacity and integrity that he made no scruple of admitting them into his council at 18 years old, and letting them, by turns, preside there, while he himself took the diversion of hunting, or amused himself with his queens at his houses of pleasure. The two princes being equally handsome and well made from their infancy, the two queens loved them with incredible tenderness, yet so that the Princess Badoura had a greater kindness for Prince Asad, Queen Hayat-ul-Nefis' son, than for her own, and Queen Hayat-ul-Nefis loved Amjad, the Princess Badoura's son, better than her own son Asad. The two queens thought at first this inclination was nothing but a friendship which proceeded from an excess of their own friendship for each other, which they still preserved. But as the two princes advanced in years, that friendship turned to a violent love, when they appeared in their eyes to possess graces that blinded their reason. They knew how criminal their passion was, and did all they could to resist it. But the familiar intercourse with them, and the habit of admiring, praising, and caressing them from their infancy, which they could not leave off when they grew up, inflamed their desires to such a height that they could neither eat, drink, or sleep. It was their and the prince's ill fortune that the latter, being used to be so treated by them, had not the least suspicion of their infamous passion. The two queens had not concealed from each other this passion, but had not the boldness to declare it verbally to each of the princes she loved. They at last resolved to do it by a billet, and availed themselves of King Camaralzaman's absence to execute their wicked design, when he was gone on a hunting party for 3 or 4 days. Prince Amjad presided at the council on the day of King Camaralzaman's departure, and administered justice till 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When he returned to the palace from the council chamber, an eunuch took him aside and gave him a billet from Queen Hayat-ul-Nefis. Amjad took it and read it with horror. "Traitor," said he to the eunuch as soon as he had read it through, "is this the fidelity thou owest thy master and thy king?" At these words he drew his saber and cut off his head. Having done this in a transport of anger, he ran to the Princess Badoura his mother, showed her the billet, told her the contents of it, and from whom it came. Instead of hearkening to him, she fell into a passion herself, and said, "Son, it is all a calumny and imposture. Queen Hayat-ul-Nefis is a very discreet princess, and you are very bold to talk to me against her after this rate." The prince, enraged at his mother, cried, "You are both equally wicked, and were it not for the respect I owe my father, this day should have been the last of Hayat-ul-Nefis' life." Queen Badoura might have imagined by the example of her son Amjad that Prince Asad, who was not less virtuous, would not receive more favorably a declaration of love like that which had been made to his brother. Yet that did not hinder her persisting in so abominable a design. She the next day wrote him a billet, which she trusted to an old woman who had access to the palace, to convey to him. The old woman watched her opportunity to give it him as he was coming from the council chamber, where he presided that day in his turn. The prince took it, and reading it, fell into such a rage that, without giving himself time to finish it, he drew his saber and punished the old woman as she deserved. He ran presently to his mother Queen Hayat-ul-Nefis' apartment with the billet in his hand. He would have shown it to her, but she did not give him time, crying out, "I know what you mean. You are as impertinent as your brother Amjad. Begone, and never come into my presence again." Asad stood as one thunderstruck at these words, which he never expected. He was so transported with rage that he had liked to have given very fatal demonstrations of his anger. But he contained himself, and withdrew without making any reply, fearing, if he stayed, he might say something unworthy the greatness of his soul. Amjad had not mentioned to him the billet which he received the preceding day, and finding by what his mother had said to him that she was altogether as criminal as Queen Hayat-ul-Nefis, he went to his brother, to chide him for not communicating the hated secret to him, and to mingle his sorrow with his. The two queens, rendered desperate by finding in the two princes so much virtue, which should have had an influence on them, renounced all sentiments of nature and mothers, and conspired together to destroy them. They made their women believe the two princes had attempted their virtue. They counterfeited the matter to the life by their tears, cries, and curses, and lay in the same bed, as if the resistance they pretended to have made had reduced them almost to death's door. When Camaralzaman returned to the palace from hunting, he was very much surprised to find them in bed together, all in tears, acting despondency so well that he was touched with compassion. He asked them with earnestness what had happened to them. At this question, the dissembling queens wept and gobbled more bitterly than before. And after he had pressed them again and again to tell him, Queen Baddara at last answered him. Sir, our grief is so well founded that we ought not to see the light of the sun, nor live a day after the violence that has been offered us by the unparalleled brutality of the princes your sons. They formed a horrid design, encouraged by your absence, and had the boldness and insolence to attempt our honor. Your Majesty will excuse us from saying any more. You may guess the rest by our affliction. Next, Prince Amjad and Prince Asad. The king sent for the two princes, and had killed them both with his own hand, if old King Armanos, his father-in-law, who was by, had not held his hand. Son, said he, what are you going to do? Will you stain your hands and your palace with your own blood? There are other ways of punishing them if they are really guilty. He endeavored thus to appease him, and desired him to examine whether they did, indeed, commit the crime of which they were accused. It was no hard thing for Camaralzaman to be so much master of himself as not to butcher his own children. He ordered them to be put under arrest, and sent for an emir called Jandar, whom he commanded to carry them out of the city, and put them to death at a great distance, and in what place he pleased, but not to see him again, unless he brought their clothes with him, as a token of his having executed his orders. Jandar traveled with them all night, and early next morning made them alight, telling them, with tears in his eyes, the commands he had received. Believe me, princes, said he, it is a trying duty imposed on me by your father to execute this cruel order. Would to heaven I could avoid it. The princes replied, do your duty. We know well you are not the cause of our deaths, and forgive you with all our hearts. Then they embraced, and bade each other the last adieu with so much tenderness, that it was a long time before they could leave one another's arms. Prince Asad was the first who prepared himself for the fatal stroke. Begin with me, Jandar, said he, that I may not have the trouble to see my dear brother Amjad die. Amjad opposed it, and Jandar could not, without weeping more than before, be witness of this dispute between them, which showed how perfect and sincere their friendship was. At last they thus determined the contest, desiring Jandar to tie them together, and put them in the most convenient posture for him to give them the fatal stroke at one blow. Do not refuse the comfort of dying together to two unfortunate brothers, who from their birth have shared everything, even their innocence, said the generous princes. Jandar granted their request. He tied them to each other, breast to breast, and when he had placed them so as he thought he might strike the blow with more surety, and cut off their heads at once, he asked them if they had anything to command him before they died. We have only one thing to desire of you, replied the princes, which is, to assure the king our father, at your return, that we are innocent, but that we do not charge him with our deaths, knowing he is not well informed of the truth of the crime with which we are accused. Jandar promised to do what they would have him, and drew his saber. His horse being tied to a tree just by, started at the sight of the saber, which glittered against the sun, broke his bridle, and ran away with all speed into the country. He was a very valuable good horse, and so richly harnessed that the emir could not bear the loss of him. This accident so troubled him, that instead of beheading the two princes, he threw away his saber and ran after his horse to catch him again. The horse galloped on before him, and led him several miles out of his way into a wood. Jandar followed him, and the horse's neighing roused a lion that was asleep. The lion started up, and instead of running after the horse, made directly towards Jandar, who thought no more of his horse, but how to save his life and avoid the lion. He ran into the thickest of the wood, the lion keeping him in view, pursuing him among the trees. In this extremity he said to himself, Heaven had not punished me in this manner, but to show the innocence of the princes whom I was commanded to put to death. And now, to my misfortune, I have not my saber to defend myself. While Jandar was gone, the two princes were seized with a violent thirst, occasioned by the fear of death, notwithstanding their noble resolution to submit to the king, their father's cruel order. Prince Amjad told the prince his brother there was a spring not far off. Ah, brother, said Asad, we have so little time to live, what need have we to quench our thirst? We can bear it a few minutes longer. Amjad, taking no notice of his brother's remonstrance, unbound himself, and unbound the prince his brother whether he would or no. They went to the spring, and having refreshed themselves, heard the roaring of the lion. They also heard Jandar's dreadful cries in the wood where he and the horse were. Amjad took up Jandar's saber which lay on the ground, saying to Asad, Come, brother, let us go and help poor Jandar. Perhaps we may arrive soon enough to deliver him from the danger in which he now is. The two princes ran to the wood, and entered it just as the lion was going to fall on Jandar. The beast, seeing Prince Amjad, advancing towards him with a saber in his hand, left his prey, and came against him with fury. The prince met him intrepidly, and gave him a blow so forcibly and dexterously that it felled him to the ground. When Jandar saw that he owed his life to the two princes, he threw himself at their feet and thanked them for the great obligation he had to them, in words which sufficiently showed his gratitude. Princes, said he, rising up and kissing their hands with tears in his eyes, God forbid that ever I should attempt anything against your lives, after you have so kindly and bravely saved mine. It shall never be said that the Emir Jandar was guilty of such ingratitude. Next, the service we have done you, answered the princes, ought not to hinder you from executing the orders you have received. Let us first catch your horse again, and then return to the place where you left us. They were at no great trouble to take the horse, whose mettle was abated with running. When they had restored him to Jandar, and were near the fountain, they begged of him, and argued with him to do as their father had commanded him. But all to no purpose. I only take liberty to desire you, said Jandar, and I pray you not to deny me, that you will divide my clothes between you, and give me yours, and go to such a distance, that the king your father may never hear of you more. The princes were forced to comply with his request. Each of them gave him his clothes, and covered themselves with what he could spare them of his. He also gave them all the money he had about him, and took leave of them. When the Emir Jandar parted from the princes, he passed through the wood, where Amjad had killed the lion, in whose blood he dipped their clothes. Which having done, he proceeded on his way to the capital city of the Isle of Ebene. At his arrival there, King Camaralzaman asked if he had done what he ordered him. Jandar replied, "See, sir, the proofs of my obedience," giving him at the same time the prince's clothes. How did they take the punishment I commanded to be executed on them? Jandar answered with wonderful constancy, sir, and resignation to the decrees of heaven, which showed how sincerely they made profession of their religion, but particularly with great respect towards your majesty and an inconceivable submission to the sentence of death. We die innocent, said they, but we do not murmur. We take our death from the hand of heaven and forgive our father, for we know very well he has not been rightly informed of the truth. Camaralzaman, sensibly touched at Emir Jandar's relation, bethought himself of putting his hand in their pockets. He began with Prince Amjad's, where he found a billet open, which he read. He no sooner knew that Queen Hayatul Nefis writ it, as well by a lock of her hair which was in it, and by the handwriting, but he was chilled with horror. He then trembling put his hand into that of Asad, and finding their Queen Badara's billet, his surprise was so great and sudden that he fainted. Never was grief equal to Camaralzaman's. When he was recovered from his fit, barbarous father, cried he, what hast thou done? Thou hast murdered thy own children, thy innocent children. Did not their wisdom, their modesty, their obedience, their submission to thy will in all things, their virtue, all plead in their behalf? Blind and insensible father, dost thou deserve to live after the execrable crime thou hast committed? I have brought this abomination on my own head, and heaven chastises me for not persevering in that aversion to women in which I was born. And oh, ye detestable wives, I will not, no, I will not, as ye deserve, wash off the guilt of your sins with your blood. Ye are unworthy of my rage, but perdition seize me if ever I see you more. King Camaralzaman was a man of too much religion to break his vow. He commanded the two queens to be lodged in separate apartments that very day, where they were kept under strong guards, and he never saw them again as long as he lived. While the king of the Isle of Ebene afflicted himself for the loss of the princes his sons, whose death he thought he had been the author of, by his too rashly condemning them, the royal youths wandered through deserts, endeavoring to avoid all places that were inhabited, and to meet any human creature. They lived on herbs and wild fruits and drank only foul rain-water, which they found in the crevices of the rocks. They slept and watched by turns at night for fear of wild beasts. When they had traveled about a month, they came to the foot of a frightful mountain, of black stones, and to all appearance inaccessible. They at last espied a sort of path, but so narrow and difficult that they durst not venture up it. This obliged them to go along by the foot of the mountain, in hopes to find a more easy way to reach the top of it. They went about it 5 days, but could see nothing like a path, so they were forced to return to that which they had neglected. They still thought it would be in vain for them to attempt going up by it. They deliberated what they should do, a long time, and at last, encouraging one another, resolved to ascend the hill. The more they advanced, they thought it was the higher and the more steep, which made them think several times of giving over their enterprise. When the one was weary, the other stopped, and they took breath together. Sometimes they were both so tired that they wanted strength to go farther. Then, despairing of being able to reach the top, they thought they must lie down and die of fatigue and weariness. A few minutes after, when they found they recovered strength, they animated each other and went on. Notwithstanding all their endeavors and their courage and perseverance, they could not get to the top that day. Night came on, and Prince Asad was so tired and spent that he stopped and said to Prince Amjad, "Brother, I can go no farther, I am just dying." "Let us rest ourselves," replied Prince Amjad, "as long as you will and have a good heart. It is but a little way to the top, and the moon befriends us." They rested themselves about half an hour, and then Asad made a new effort, and once more ascended what remained of the way to the mountain's summit, where they both at last arrived, and lay down. Amjad rose first, and advancing, saw a tree at a little distance. He went to it, and found it was a pomegranate tree with large fruit upon it, and a spring at the foot of it. He ran to his brother Asad to tell him the good news, and conduct him to the tree by the fountain side. They refreshed themselves there by eating each a pomegranate, after which they fell asleep. When they awoke next morning, "Come, brother," said Amjad to Asad, "let us go on. I see the mountain is easier to be traveled over on this side than the other. All our way now is downhill." But Asad was so tired with the last day's fatigue that he wanted 3 days' repose to recover himself. They spent them as they had done many before, in discoursing on their mother's inordinate passion, which had reduced them to such a deplorable state. "But," said they, "since heaven has so visibly declared itself in our favor, we ought to bear it with patience, and comfort ourselves with hopes that we shall see an end of it." After having rested 3 days, the two brothers continued their travels. As the mountain on that side was composed of several stages of extensive fields, they were 5 days in descending it, before they came into the plain. They then discovered a great city, at which they rejoiced. "Brother," said Amjad to Asad, "are not you of my opinion that you should stay in some place out of the city, where I may find you again, while I go and learn the language and inform myself what is the name of the city, in what country we are, and when I come back I will bring provisions with me. It may not be safe for us to go there together." "Brother," replied Asad, "your advice is both safe and prudent, and I approve of what you say. But if one of us must part from the other on that account, I will not suffer it to be you. You must allow me to go, for what shall I suffer if any ill accident should happen to you?" "But, brother," answered Amjad, "the same ill accident you fear for me, I have as much reason to be afraid of for you. I entreat you to let me go, and do you stay here with patience." "I will never yield to it," said Asad. "If any ill happen to me, it will be some comfort to think you are safe." Amjad was forced to submit, and Asad going towards the city, he stayed under the trees at the foot of the mountain. Prince Asad took the purse of money which Amjad had in charge, and went forwards towards the city. He had not gone far in the first street, before he met with a reverend old man with a cane in his hand. He was neatly dressed, and the prince took him for a man of note in the place, who would not put a trick upon him, so he accosted him thus: "Pray, my lord, which is the way to the marketplace?" The old man looked on Prince Asad, smiling. "Child," said he, "it is plain you are a stranger, or you would not have asked that question of me." "Yes, my lord, I am a stranger," replied Asad. The old man answered, "You are welcome, then. Our country will be honored by the presence of so handsome a young man as you are. Tell me what business you have at the marketplace." "My lord," replied Asad, "it is near 2 months since my brother and I set out from our own country, which is a great way from hence. We have not ceased traveling, and we arrived here but today. My brother, tired with such a long journey, stays at the foot of the mountain, and I am come to buy some provision for him and me." "Son," said the old man, "you could not have come in a better time, and I am glad of it for your and your brother's sake. I made a feast today for some friends of mine, and there is a great deal of victuals left untouched. Come along with me. You shall eat as much as you please, and when you have done, I will give you enough to last your brother and you several days. Do not spend your money when there is no occasion for it. Travelers are always in want of it. While you are eating, I will give you an account of our city, which nobody can do better than myself, who have borne all the honorable offices in it. It is well for you that you happen to light upon me, for I must tell you, all our citizens cannot so well help and inform you as I can. I can assure you some of them are very wicked. Come along, you shall see the difference between a real honest man, as I am, and such as boast of being so, and are not." "I am infinitely obliged to you," replied Asad, "for your goodwill towards me. I put myself entirely into your hands, and am ready to go with you where you please." The old man laughed in his sleeve to think he had got the prince in his clutches, and as he walked by the side of him, all the way, lest he should perceive it, talked of various subjects to preserve the favorable opinion Asad had of him. "Among other things," said he, "it must be confessed you were very fortunate to meet with me, rather than with any other man. I thank God I met with you. You will know why I say it when you come to my house." Thither they came ere it was long, and the old man introduced Asad into a hall, where were 40 such old fellows as himself, who made a circle round a flaming fire, which they adored. The prince was not more seized with horror at the sight of so many men mistakenly adoring the creature for the creator than with fear of finding himself betrayed and in such an abominable place. While Assad stood motionless with astonishment, the old cheat saluted the 40 gray-headed men. Devout adorers of fire, said he to them, this is a happy day for us. Where is Gazban? Call him. He spake these words aloud, and a negro, who waited at the lower end of the hall, presently came up to him. This black was Gazban, who, as soon as he saw the disconsolate Assad, imagined for what he was called. He ran to him immediately, knocked him down, and bound his hands with wonderful activity. When he had done, carry him down, said the old man, and fail not to order my daughters, Bastama and Kavama, to give him every day a good bastinado, with a loaf morning and night for his subsistence. This is enough to keep him alive till the next ship departs for the blue sea and the fiery mountain. He shall be offered up an agreeable sacrifice to our divinity. As soon as the old man had given this cruel order to Gazban, then the slave hurried Prince Assad out of the hall, through several doors, till they came to a dungeon, down to which led 20 steps. There he left him in chains of prodigious weight and bigness, fastened to his feet. When he had done, he went to give the old man's daughters notice of it, but their father had before sent for them, and given them their instructions himself. Daughters, said he to them, go down and give the Mussulman I just now brought in the bastinado, as you know how to do it. Do not spare him. You cannot better show your zeal for the worship of the fire. Bastama and Kavama, who were bred up in their hatred to Mussulman, received this order with joy. They descended into the dungeon that very moment, stripped Assad, and bastinadoed him unmercifully, till the blood issued out of his wounds, and he was almost dead. After this cruel infliction, they put a loaf of bread and a pot of water by him, and retired. Assad did not come to himself again for a long time. When he did, he broke out into a flood of tears, deploring his misery. His comfort, however, was that this misfortune had not happened to his brother Amjad. That prince waited for his brother till evening with impatience. When it was 2, 3, or 4 of the clock in the morning, and Assad did not return, he was like one in despair. He spent the night in that dismal condition, and as soon as it was day, went to the city, where he was surprised to see but very few Mussulmen. He accosted the first he met, and asked him the name of the place. He was told it was the city of the magicians, so called from the great number of magicians who adored the fire, and that there were but very few Mussulmen. Amjad then demanded how far it was to the Isle of Ebene. He was answered, 4 months' voyage by sea, and a year's journey by land. The man he talked to left him hastily, having satisfied him as to those 2 questions, and went about his business. Amjad, who had been but 6 weeks coming from the Isle of Ebene with his brother Assad, could not comprehend how they reached this city in so little time, unless it was by enchantment, or that the way across the mountain was much shorter, but not frequented, because of its difficulty. Going farther in the town, he stopped at a tailor's shop, whom he knew to be a Mussulman by his dress, as he had known the man he had talked to before. Having saluted him, he sat down, and told the occasion of the trouble he was in. When Prince Amjad had done talking, the tailor replied, if your brother has fallen into the hands of some magician, depend upon it you will never see him more. He is lost past all recovery, and I advise you to comfort yourself as well as you can, and to beware of falling into the same misfortune. To which end, if you will hearken to me, you shall stay at my house, and I will tell you all the tricks of these magicians, that you may take care of yourself when you go out. Amjad, afflicted for the loss of his brother, accepted the tailor's offer, and thanked him 1,000 times for his kindness to him. The story of Prince Amjad and a lady of the city of the magicians. Prince Amjad did not go out of the tailor's house for a whole month, except his host went with him. At last he ventured to go alone to the bath. As he was returning home through a street where there was nobody, he met a lady coming to him. Seeing a handsome young man, fresh come out of the bath, she lifted up her veil and asked him, with a smiling air, whither he was going, and ogled him all the while so amorously that Amjad could not resist her charms. Madam, said he, I am going to my own house, or yours, as you please. My lord, replied the lady, with an agreeable smile, ladies of my quality never carry men to their own houses. They always go to the men's. Amjad was very much confounded at this answer, which he did not expect. He durst not venture to take her home to his landlord's house, fearing the good man would be scandalized by it, and he should have lost his protection, of which he stood in great need, considering he was in a city where it was so necessary for him to be always upon his guard. He knew so little of the town that he could not tell where to carry her, and he could not resolve to lose this lucky adventure. In this uncertainty, he determined to throw himself upon chance, and without making any answer he went before and the lady followed him. Amjad led her from street to street, from square to square, till they were both weary with walking. At last they came to a street, at the end of which was a great gate, shut up, opening to a handsome house and having a seat on each side of it. Amjad sat down on one of them as if to take breath, and the lady, more weary than he, seated herself on the other. When she had taken her seat, she asked him whether that was his house. "You see it, madam," said Amjad. "Why do you not open the gate then?" replied the lady. "What do you wait for?" "Fair lady," answered Amjad, "I have not the key. I left it with my slave when I sent him on an errand, and he cannot be come back yet. Besides, I ordered him afterwards to get something good for dinner, so that I am afraid we shall wait a long time for him." The prince met with so many difficulties in satisfying his passion that he began to repent of it. He therefore contrived this answer, in hopes that the lady would take the hint and out of resentment leave him and seek elsewhere for a lover, but he was mistaken. "This is a most impertinent slave," said the lady, "to make us wait so long. I will chastise him myself as he deserves, if you do not, when he comes back. It is not decent that I should sit here alone with a man at a gate." Saying this, she arose and took up a stone to break the lock, which was only of wood and weak, according to the fashion of the country. Amjad did all he could to hinder her. "What are you doing, madam?" said the prince. "For heaven's sake stay a little. What are you afraid of?" replied the lady. "Is it not your house? It is no great matter to break a wooden lock, a new one will not cost much." The lock she accordingly broke, and as soon as the door was open, entered the house and walked before him. Amjad gave himself over for a lost man when he saw the door forced open. He paused upon it, whether he should go into the house or not, or make off as fast as he could, to avoid the danger which he believed was inevitable, and he was going to fly when the lady returned. Seeing he did not enter, "Why do not you come into your house?" said she. The prince answered, "I am looking to see if my slave is coming, fearing we have nothing ready." Come in," said madam. "We had better wait for him within doors than without." Amjad, much against his will, followed her into the house. Passing through a spacious court, neatly paved, they mounted by several steps into a grand vestibule, which led to a large open hall, very well furnished, where he and the lady saw a table ready spread with all sorts of delicacies, another heaped with fruit, and a sideboard full of bottles of wine. When Amjad saw these preparations, he gave himself up for lost. "Poor Amjad," said he to himself, "thou wilt soon follow thy dear brother Asad." The lady, on the contrary, transported at the sight, cried out, "How, my lord, did you fear there was nothing ready? You see your slave has done more than you expected. But if I am not mistaken, these preparations were made for some other lady, and not for me. No matter, let her come. I promise you I will not be jealous. I only beg the favor of you that you will permit me to wait on her and you." Amjad, as much as he was troubled at this accident, could not help laughing at the lady's pleasantry. "Madam," said he, thinking of something else that tormented his mind, "there is nothing in what you fancy. This is my common dinner and no extraordinary preparation, I assure you." As he could not bring himself to sit down at a table which was not prepared for him, he would have taken his seat on a sofa, but the lady would not let him. "Come, sir," said she, "you must be hungry after bathing. Let us eat and enjoy ourselves." Amjad was forced to do what the lady would have him. They both sat down and fell to. The lady, having eat a bit, took a bottle and glass, poured out some wine, and drank to Amjad. And when she had drank herself, she filled another glass and gave it to Amjad, who pledged her. The more the prince thought of this adventure, the more he was amazed that the master of the house did not appear, and that so rich a house and so well provided should be left without a servant. "It will be lucky," said he to himself, "if the master of the house does not come till I am got clear of this intrigue." While he was occupied with these thoughts and others more troublesome, she ate and drank heartily, and obliged him to do the same. They were almost come to the fruit when the master of the house arrived. It happened to be Bahadur, master of the horse to the king of the magicians. This house belonged to him, but he commonly dwelt in another, and he seldom came here, unless to regale himself with 2 or 3 chosen friends. He always sent provisions from his other house on such occasions, and had done so this day by some of his servants, who were just gone as the lady and Amjad entered it. Bahadur came as he used to do, in disguise, and without attendants, and a little before the time appointed for his friend's coming. He was not a little surprised to see the door of his house broken open. He entered, making no noise, and hearing some persons talking and making merry in the hall, he stole along under the wall and put his head halfway within the door to see who they were. Perceiving a young man and a young lady eating at his table the victuals that had been provided for his friends and himself, and that there was no great harm done, he resolved to divert himself with the adventure. The lady's back was a little turned from him, and she did not see the master of the horse, but Amjad saw him immediately. He had then the glass in his hand and was going to drink it off. He changed color at the sight of Bahadur, who made a sign to him not to say a word, but to come and speak with him. Amjad drank and rose. "Where are you going?" said the lady. The prince answered, "Pray, madam, stay here a little. I shall be back again in a minute. A small affair obliges me to go out at present." Bahadur waited for him in the vestibule and led him into the court to talk to him without being heard by the lady. When Bahadur and Amjad were in the court, Bahadur demanded of the prince how the lady came into his house, and why they broke open his door. "My lord," replied Amjad, "you may very reasonably think me guilty of a very unwarrantable action, but if you will have patience to hear me, I hope my innocence will appear." He then told him, in a few words, what had happened to him, without disguising any part of the truth. And to convince him that he was not capable of committing such an action as to break into a house, he told him plainly he was a prince, and what was the reason of his coming to the city of the magicians. Bahadur, who naturally loved strangers, was transported with an opportunity of obliging one of Amjad's rank and quality. For by his air, his actions, and his well-turned discourse, he did not in the least doubt of the truth of what he said. "Prince," said Bahadur, "I am very glad I can oblige you in so pleasant an adventure as this. Far from disturbing the feast, it will be a pleasure to me to contribute to your satisfaction in anything. Before I say any more on the subject, I am happy to inform you my name is Bahadur. I am master of the horse to the king of the magicians. I commonly dwell in another house which I have in the city, and come here sometimes to have the more liberty with my friends. You have made this lady believe you have a slave, though you have none. I will be your slave, and that this may not disturb you, and to spare your excuses, I repeat again that I will positively be so. You will soon know my reason for it. Go to your place and continue to divert yourself. When I return again and come before you in a slave's habit, chide me for staying so long. Do not be afraid even to strike me. I will wait upon you all the while you are at table, till night. You shall sleep here, and so shall the lady, and tomorrow morning you may send her home with honor. I shall afterwards endeavor to do you more important services. Go, and lose no time." Amjad would have made him an answer, but the master of the horse would not let him, forcing him to go to the lady. He had scarce got into the hall before Bahadur's friends, whom he had invited, arrived. Bahadur excused himself for not entertaining them that day, telling them they would approve of the reason of it when they knew it, which should be in due time. When they were gone, he went forth and dressed himself in a slave's habit. Prince Amjad came to the lady much better pleased at finding the house belonged to a man of quality, who had received him so courteously. When he sat down to the table again, he said, "Madam, I beg 1,000 pardons for my rudeness. I was vexed that my slave should tarry so long. The rascal shall pay for it when he comes. I will teach him to make me stay so for him." "Let not that trouble you," said the lady. "So much the worse for him. If he is guilty of any faults, let him pay for it. Do not let us think of him. We will enjoy ourselves without him." They continued at the table with the more pleasure, as Amjad was under no apprehensions of the consequence of the lady's indiscretion, who ought not to have broken open the door, though it had been Amjad's own house. The prince was now as merry as the lady. They said 1,000 pleasant things, and drank more than they ate, till Bahadur arrived, disguised like a slave. Bahadur entered like a slave who feared his master's displeasure for staying out when he had company with him. He fell down at his feet and kissed the ground to implore his clemency, and when he had done, stood behind him with his hands across in expectation of his commands. "Sirrah," said Amjad, with a fierce tone and angry look, "is there such a slave as you in all the world? Where have you been? What have you been doing that you came no sooner?" "My lord," replied Bahadur, "I ask your pardon. I was executing your orders and did not think you would come home so early." "You are a rascal," said Amjad, "and I shall break your bones to teach you to lie and to disappoint me." He then rose up, took a stick, and gave him 2 or 3 slight blows with it, after which he sat down to table again. The lady was not satisfied with the chastisement he bestowed on him. She also rose, took the stick, and fell upon Bahadur so unmercifully that the tears came into his eyes. Amjad, offended to the last degree at the freedom she took, and that she should use one of the king's chief officers so ill, cried out to her in vain, "Enough." She continued striking him. "Let me alone," said she. "I will give him enough, and teach him to be absent so long another time." She continued beating him with great fury, till Amjad rose from the table and forced the stick out of her hand, which she did not part with without much struggling. When she found she could beat Bahadur no longer, she sat down and railed at and cursed at him. Bahadur wiped his eyes and stood up to fill out wine. When he saw they had done eating and drinking, he took away the cloth, cleared the hall, put everything in its place, and night coming on, lighted up the lamps. Every time he came in or went out, the lady muttered and threatened him, and gave him abusive language to Amjad's great disliking, who would have hindered her but could not. When it was time for them to go to bed, Bahadur prepared one for them on the sofa and withdrew into a chamber where he laid himself down, and it was not long before he fell asleep, having been fatigued with his beating. Amjad and the lady entertained one another a good half-hour afterwards, and the lady wanted to go forth before she went to bed. Passing through the vestibule, she heard Bahadur snore, and having seen a saber hanging up in the hall, she turned back again and said to Prince Amjad, "My lord, as you love me, do one thing for me." "In what can I serve you?" replied the prince. The lady answered, "Oblige me so far as to take down this saber and cut off your slave's head with it." Amjad was astonished at such a proposal from a lady, not doubting but it was the wine she had drank that prompted it. "Madam," said he, "let my slave alone. He is not worthy of your notice. I have beat him, and you have beat him. It is sufficient. Besides, I am very well satisfied with him. He does not use to be guilty of such faults." "That shall not do," replied the lady in violent fury. "The rogue shall die. If not by your hands, by mine." Saying this, she took down the saber from the place where it hung, drew it out of the scabbard, and was going to execute her wicked design. Amjad met her in the vestibule, saying, "You shall be satisfied, madam, since you will have it so. But I should be sorry that anyone beside myself should kill my slave." When she had given him the saber, "Come, follow me," said he. "Make no noise, for fear we wake him." They went into Bahadur's chamber, where Amjad, instead of striking him, struck at the lady and cut off her head, which fell upon Bahadur. If the noise of the blow which Amjad gave the lady, in cutting off her head, had not waked Bahadur, her head falling upon him would have done it. He was amazed to see Amjad with a saber all bloody, and the body of the lady lying headless on the ground. The prince told him what had passed, and ending his discourse, said, "I had no other way to hinder this furious woman from killing you, but to take away her life." "My lord," replied Bahadur, full of gratitude, "persons of your rank and generosity are not capable of doing such a wicked action as she desired of you. You are my deliverer, and I cannot enough thank you." After he had embraced him, to show him what sense he had of his obligations to him, he said, "We must carry this corpse out before it is quite day. Leave it to me, I will do it." Amgad would not agree to that, saying he would carry it away himself since he had struck the blow. Bahadur replied, "You are a stranger in this city, and cannot do it so well as one who is acquainted here. I must do it, if for no other reason, yet for both our safeties, to prevent our being questioned for her death. Stay you here, and if I do not come back before day, you may be sure the watch has seized me. And for fear of the worst, I will by writing give this house and furniture for your habitation. You have nothing to do but to live in it." When he had written, signed, and delivered the paper to Prince Amjad, he put the lady's body in a bag, head and all, laid it on his shoulder, and went out with it from one street to another, taking the way to the seaside. He had not gone far before he met with one of the judges of the city, who was going the rounds in person. Bahadur was stopped by the judge's followers, who, opening the bag, found the body of a murdered lady, bundled up with the head. The judge, who knew the master of the horse, notwithstanding his disguise, took him home to his house, and not daring to put him to death without telling the king of it, because of his quality, he carried him to court as soon as it was day. When the king had heard from the judge what a foul action he had been guilty of, as he believed from the circumstances, he addressed the master of the horse in these words: "It is thus then that thou murderest my subjects, to rob them, and then thou wouldst throw their dead bodies into the sea, to hide thy villainy. Let us rid them of you. Go, hang him up immediately." Innocent as Bahadur was, he took his sentence of death with all imaginable resignation, and said not a word to justify himself. The judge carried him to his house, and, while the gallows was preparing, he sent a crier to publish throughout the city that at noon the master of the horse was to be hanged for a murder committed by him. Prince Amjad, who had in vain expected Bahadur's return, was struck with terrible consternation when he heard the crier publish the approaching execution of the master of the horse. "If," said he to himself, "somebody must die for the death of such a wicked woman, it is I and not Bahadur. I will never suffer an innocent man to be punished for the guilty." And without deliberating any more about it, he hastened to the place of execution, whither the people were running from all parts. When Amjad saw the judge bringing Bahadur to the gibbet, he went up to him and said, "I am come to tell you, and to assure you, that the master of the horse whom you are leading to execution is wholly innocent of the lady's death. I am guilty of the crime, if it is one, to have killed a detestable woman, who would have murdered Bahadur." And then he told him all as it happened. The prince having informed the judge how he met her coming out of the bath, how she was the cause of going into the master of the horse's pleasure house, and all that had passed to the moment in which he was forced to cut off her head to save Bahadur's life, the judge ordered execution to be stopped and conducted Amjad to the king, taking the master of the horse with him. The king had a mind to hear the story from Amjad himself. And the prince, the better to prove his own innocence and the master of the horses, took that opportunity to discover who he was and what had driven him and his brother Asad to that city, with all the accidents that had befallen them, from their departure from the capital city of the Isle of Ebene to the time in which he talked to him. The prince having done speaking, the king said to him, I rejoice that I have by this means come to the knowledge of you. I not only give you your own and my master of the horse's life, whom I commend for his kindness to you, but I restore him to his office. And as for you, prince, I declare you my grand vizier, to make amends for your father's unjust usage of you, though it is also excusable, and I permit you to employ all the authority I now give you to find out Prince Asad. Prince Amjad, having thanked the king of the city and country of magicians for the honor he had done him, and taking possession of his office of grand vizier, he took every possible means to find out the prince his brother. He ordered the common criers to promise a great reward to anyone who should bring forth Prince Asad, or tell any tidings of him. He sent men up and down the country to the same purpose, but notwithstanding all his diligence, he could hear no news of him. The sequel of the story of Prince Asad. Asad, in the meanwhile, continued in the dungeon in chains. Bastama and Kavama, the cunning old conjurer's daughters, treating him daily with the same cruelty and inhumanity as at first. The solemn festival of the Adorers of Fire approached, and a ship was fitted out for the fiery mountain as usual. The captain's name was Bahram, a great bigot to that religion. He loaded it with proper merchandise, and when it was ready to sail, he put Asad in a chest which was half full of goods, a few crevices being left between the boards for him to breathe, enough to keep life in him. This chest was stowed in the bottom of the hold for the greater security. Before the ship sailed, the Grand Vizier Amjad, Asad's brother, who had been told that the Adorers of Fire used to sacrifice a Mussulman every year on the fiery mountain, suspected that Asad might have fallen into their hands and be designed a victim at that bloody sacrifice, wherefore he resolved to search the ship in person. He ordered all the passengers and seamen to be brought upon deck, and commanded his men to search all over the ship, which they did, yet Asad could not be found, he was so well concealed. When the Grand Vizier had done searching the vessel, she sailed, and as soon as Bahram was got out to sea, he ordered Prince Asad to be taken out of the chest, and fettered to secure him, fearing lest he should fling himself into the sea in despair, since he knew he was going to be sacrificed. The wind was very favorable 2 or 3 days, and then it turned contrary, after which there arose a furious storm, and the vessel was not only driven out of her course, but neither Bahram nor his pilot knew where they were. They were afraid of splitting against the rocks, for in the violence of the storm they discovered land and a dreadful shore before them. Bahram saw he was driven into the port and capital of Queen Margiana, which was a great mortification to him. This Queen Margiana was a devout professor of the Mahometan religion and a mortal enemy to the Adorers of Fire. She banished all of them out of her dominions and would not let any of their ships touch at her ports. It was no longer in the power of Bahram now to help putting into the port of this queen's capital city, or else he had been dashed to pieces against the frightful rocks that lay off the shore. In this extremity, he held a council with his pilot and seamen. My lads, said he, you see to what a necessity we are reduced. We must choose one of these two things, either resolve to be swallowed up by the waves, or put into Queen Margiana's port, whose hatred to all persons of our religion you very well know. She will certainly seize our vessel and put us all to death without mercy. I see but one likely way to escape her, which is to take off the fetters from the Mussulman we have aboard and dress him like a slave. When Queen Margiana commands me to come before her and asks what trade I use, I will tell her I deal in slaves, that I have sold all I had but one, whom I keep to be my clerk because he can read and write. She will see him, to be sure, and he being handsome and of her own religion will have pity on him. No doubt she will then ask to buy him of me, and on this condition will let us stay in the port till the weather is fair. If any of you have anything else to propose, that will be of more advantage to us, I am ready to hearken to it. The pilot and seamen applauded his judgment and agreed to follow his advice. Bahram commanded Prince Asad's chains to be taken off, and had him dressed like a slave very neatly, as became one who was to pass for his clerk before the queen of the country. They had scarce time to do this, before the ship drove into the port and dropped anchor. Queen Margiana's palace was so near the seaside that her garden extended down to the seashore. She saw the ship anchor and sent to the captain to come to her, and the sooner to satisfy her curiosity, waited for him in her garden. Bahram, who expected to be sent for, landed with Prince Asad, whom he required to confirm what he had said of his being a slave and his clerk. When he was introduced to the queen, he threw himself at her feet and informed her of the necessity he was in to put into her port, that he dealt in slaves and had sold all he had but one, which was Asad there present, whom he kept for his clerk. The queen was taken with Asad from the minute she first saw him, and was extremely glad to hear that he was a slave, resolving to buy him, cost what it would. She asked Asad what was his name. "Great Queen," replied Asad, with tears in his eyes, "does your majesty ask what my name was formerly, or what it is now?" The queen answered, "Have you two names, then?" "Alas, it is but too true," said Asad. "I was once called Asad, most happy, and now my name is Mater, devoted to be sacrificed." Margiana, not being able to find out the true meaning of this answer, understood it of his condition of a slave, for she perceived he had a great deal of wit. "Since you are clerk to the captain," said she, "no doubt you can write well. Let me see your hand." Bahram had furnished Asad with pen, ink, and paper, as a token of his office, that the queen might take him for what he designed she should. The prince stepped a little aside, and wrote as follows, suitable to his wretched circumstances. "The blind man avoids the ditch into which the clear-sighted falls. Fools advance themselves to honors by discourses which signify nothing, while men of sense and eloquence live in poverty and contempt. The Mussulman with all his riches is miserable. The infidel triumphs. We cannot hope things will be otherwise. The Almighty has decreed it should be so." Asad presented the paper to Queen Margiana, who admired alike the moral of the sentences and the goodness of the writing. She needed no more to have her heart inflamed, and to feel a sincere concern for his misfortunes. She had no sooner read it, but she addressed herself to Bahram, saying, "Do which you will, either sell me this slave, or make a present of him to me. Perhaps it will turn most to your account to do the latter." Bahram answered insolently that he could neither give nor sell him, that he wanted his slave and would keep him. Queen Margiana, provoked at his boldness, would not talk to him any more about it. She took the prince by the arm and turned him before her to the palace, sending Bahram word that if he stayed the night in her port, she would confiscate his goods and burn his ship. So he was forced to go back to his vessel and prepare to put to sea again, notwithstanding the tempest was not yet over. Queen Margiana, on entering her palace, commanded supper to be got ready, and while it was providing, she ordered Asad to be brought into her apartment, where she bade him sit down. Asad would have excused himself. "It does not belong to a slave," said he, "to presume to this honor." "To a slave," replied the queen, "you were so a moment ago. Henceforward you are no more a slave. Sit down near me and tell me the story of your life, for by what you wrote, and the insolence of that slave merchant, I guess there is something extraordinary in it." Prince Asad obeyed her, and, sitting down, began thus. "Mighty queen, your majesty is not mistaken in thinking there is something extraordinary in the story of my life. It is indeed more so than you can imagine. The ills, the incredible torments I have suffered, and the death to which I was devoted, and from which I am delivered by your royal generosity, will show the greatness of my obligation to you, never to be forgotten. But before I enter into particulars of my miseries, which will strike horror into the hearts of all that hear it, I must trace the origin of them to its source." This preamble increased Queen Margiana's curiosity. The prince then told her of his royal birth, of his brother Amjad and their mutual friendship, of their mother's criminal passion, which in a night turned into inveterate hatred, the cause of all their sufferings, of the king his father's rage, how miraculously their lives were saved, how he lost his brother, how he had been long imprisoned and tortured, and was only discharged then to be sacrificed on the fiery mountain. When Asad had finished his discourse, the queen was more than ever enraged at the adorers of fire. "Prince," said she, "though I have always had an aversion to the adorers of fire, yet hitherto I have had some humanity for them. But after their barbarous usage of you, and their execrable design to sacrifice you, I will henceforth declare perpetual war against them." She would have said more, but supper being served up, she made Prince Asad sit down at table with her, being charmed with his beauty and eloquence, and touched with a passion which she hoped soon to have an opportunity of letting him see. "Prince," said she, "we must make you amends for so many fasts and wretched meals, which the pitiless adorers of fire forced you to make. You will want nourishment after such sufferings." With these and such like words she helped him at supper, and ordered the prince to drink a good deal of wine to recover his spirits, by which means he drank more than he could well bear. The cloth being taken away, Asad, wanting to go out, took an opportunity when the queen did not see him. He descended into the court, and seeing the garden door open, went into it. Being tempted by the pleasantness of the place, he walked there a while. At last he came to a fountain, where he washed his face and hands to refresh himself, and lying down on the turf round the fountain, fell asleep. It was almost night, and Bahram, determined to prevent the queen from executing her threats, had weighed anchor, troubled at the loss of Assad, by which he was disappointed of a most acceptable sacrifice. He comforted himself as well as he could with the thoughts that the storm was over, and that a land breeze favored his getting off from that coast. As soon as he was towed out of the port by the help of his boat, before it was hoisted up into the ship again, "Stop, my lads," said he to the seamen in it, "do not come on board again. I will give you some casks to fill with water, and will wait for you." The sailors excused themselves, for that they did not know where to get water. Bahram had observed, while he was talking to the queen in the garden, that there was a fountain at the end of it, near the port. "Go," said he, "land before the palace garden. The wall is not above breast high. You may easily get over. There is a basin in the middle of the garden, where you may fill all your barrels and hand them aboard without difficulty." The sailors went ashore at the place he directed them to, and laying their casks on their shoulders, easily got over the wall. As they drew near the basin, they perceived a man sleeping on the grass and knew him to be Assad. They immediately divided themselves, and while some of the crew filled their baron with as little noise as possible, others surrounded Assad and watched to stop him if he should awake. He was fast and slept on, giving them time to fill all their casks, which, as soon as they had filled, they handed over the wall to others of their crew who waited there to carry them aboard. They next seized Assad and bore him away, without giving him time to recollect himself. They got him over the wall into their boat with the casks and rowed to the ship. When they came near her, they cried out for joy, "Captain, sound your trumpets, beat your drums, we have brought you your slave again." Bahram, who could not imagine how the seamen could find and take him again, and did not see Assad in the boat, it being night, waited their coming on board with impatience to ask what they meant. But when he had seen him, he could not contain himself, so great was his joy. He commanded him to be chained down again, without staying to inquire how they came by him, and having hoisted the boat on board, set sail for the fiery mountain. In the meanwhile, Queen Margiana was in a dreadful fright. She did not much concern herself at first, when she found Prince Assad was gone out, because she did not doubt but he would return in a little time. When some time had passed without his appearing, she began to be uneasy, and commanded her women to look for him. They searched all about without finding him, and night coming on, she ordered them to search again with torches, which they did to as little purpose. Queen Margiana was so impatient and alarmed that she went with lights, and finding the garden door open, went into it and walked all over it with her women to seek for him herself. And passing by the fountain and basin, she espied a slipper, which she took up and knew it to be Prince Assad's. Her women also said it was his. The water being spilt about the basin made her believe that Bahram had carried him off again. She sent immediately to see if he was still in the port. And hearing he had set sail a little before it was dark, that he lay to some time off the shore, while he sent his boat for water from the fountain, she doubted no longer of the prince's ill fortune. So she sent word to the commander of 10 ships of war, which lay always ready in the port, to sail on the shortest notice, that she would embark herself next morning as soon as it was day. The commander lost no time, ordered the captains and subalterns, seamen and soldiers aboard, and was ready to sail at the time appointed. She embarked, and when the squadron was at sea, told the commander her intention. "Make all the sail you can," said she, "and give chase to the merchantman that sailed yesterday evening out of this port. I give it to you to be plundered if you take it. If not, your life shall answer it." The 10 ships chased Bahram's 2 whole days without seeing her. The third day in the morning they discovered her, and at noon had so surrounded her that she could not escape. As soon as cruel Bahram espied the 10 ships of war, he doubted not it was Queen Margiana's squadron in pursuit of him, and upon that he ordered Assad to be bastinadoed, which he did every day, and had not missed once treating him so barbarously since he left the port of the city of magicians. On sight of these ships, he used him more cruelly than before. He was much perplexed what to do when he found he was going to be surrounded. To keep Assad was to declare himself guilty. To kill him was as dangerous, for he feared some tokens or other of it might be seen. He therefore commanded him to be unfettered and brought from the bottom of the hold where he lay. When he came before him, "It is thou," said he, "that art the cause of my being pursued," and so saying, he flung him into the sea. Prince Assad, knowing how to swim, made so good use of his feet and hands that he got safe to shore, the waves seconding his bold exertions. The first thing he did after he got on shore was to thank God who had delivered him from so great danger, and once more rescued him out of the hands of the adorers of fire. He then stripped himself, and wringing the water out of his clothes, he spread them on a rock, where, by the heat of the sun and the rock together, they soon dried. After which he lay down to rest himself, deploring his miserable condition, not knowing in what country he was, nor which way to turn himself. He dressed himself again and walked on, keeping as near the seaside as he could. At last he came to a sort of path which he followed, and traveled 10 days through a country which was not inhabited, still living on herbs, plants, and wild fruits. At last he approached the banks of a rivulet near a city, which he knew to be that of the magicians, where he had been so ill-used, and where his brother Amjad was grand vizier. He was very glad of it, resolving not to come near any of the adorers of fire, but only to converse with Mussulmen. For he remembered he had seen some, the first time he entered the town. It being late, and he knowing the shops were already shut and few people in the streets, resolved to stay in a burying ground near the city, where there were several tombs built in the form of mausoleums. He found the door of one of them open, he entered it, and designed to pass the night there. We must now return to Bahram's ship, which was soon surrounded on all sides by Queen Margiana's squadron, after he had thrown Prince Asad overboard. The ship in which Queen Margiana was in person first boarded him, and Bahram, being in no condition of defense against so many, furled his sails in token of yielding. The queen herself came aboard him, and demanded of him where the clerk was, whom he had the boldness to take or cause to be taken out of her very palace. Bahram replied, O queen, I swear by your majesty, he is not in my ship. You will, by searching it, see my innocence. Margiana ordered the ship to be searched as narrowly as possible, but she could not find the man whom she so passionately longed to recover, as well out of love to him, as out of that generosity which was her distinguishing character. She was going to kill Bahram with her own hand, but refrained, contenting herself with seizing his ship and cargo, and turning him and his men on shore in their boat. Bahram and his seamen arrived at the city of the magicians the same night that Asad did, stopped at the same burying ground, the city gates being shut, intending to stay in some tomb till the next day, when they were opened again. As Asad's ill luck would have it, Bahram passed before that in which the prince was sleeping, with his head wrapped up in his habit. Asad awoke at the noise he made, and asked, Who's there? Bahram knew him again presently. Ha, ha, said he, thou art the man who hast ruined me forever. Thou hast escaped being sacrificed this year, but depend on it thou shalt not escape the next. Saying this, he flew upon him, clapped his handkerchief into his mouth to prevent his making a noise, and by the help of his seamen bound him. The next morning, as soon as the city gates were open, Bahram and his men easily carried Asad by a roundabout way, through streets where nobody was up, to the old man's house, where he had been so inhumanly treated. As soon as he got in, he was again thrown into the same dungeon. Bahram acquainted the old fellow with the sad occasion of his return and the ill success of his voyage. The old rascal, upon this, commanded his two daughters, Bastama and Kavama, to treat Asad more cruelly than before, if possible. Asad was in a terrible surprise to find himself in the hands of his old persecutors, from whom he had suffered so much, and expected to undergo another time the torments from which he hoped that he had been delivered. He was bemoaning the rigor of his destiny, when he saw Bastama enter with a cudgel, a loaf, and a pitcher of water. He was almost dead at the sight of that unmerciful wretch, and the thoughts of the daily sufferings he was to endure for another year, after which he was to die the most horrible death. Bastama dealt not so inhumanly by Prince Asad as she had done the first time of his confinement. His cries, complaints, and earnest entreaties to her to spare him, joined with his tears, were so moving that Bastama could not help being affected by them, and shedding tears with him. My lord, said she, covering his shoulders again, I ask 1,000 pardons for my inhuman treatment of you formerly, and for making you now feel its effect. Till now I was afraid of disobeying a father, who is unjustly enraged against you, and resolved on your destruction, but at last I loathe and abhor this barbarity. Be comforted, your evil days are over. I will endeavor, by better treatment of you, to make amends for all my crimes, the enormity of which you will find I am convinced of. You have hitherto looked on me as an infidel. Henceforth believe me one of your own religion, having been converted by a slave, who is a Mussulman. I hope your lessons will finish my conversion. To show my good intentions, I first beg pardon of the true God for all my sins, in dealing so cruelly by you, and I trust he will put it in my power to set you entirely at liberty. The prince was much comforted to hear her talk thus. He thanked the Almighty for the change wrought in her heart. He also thanked her for her good disposition towards him, and omitted no arguments which he thought would have any effect to confirm her in them, by instructing her in the Mussulman religion, and telling her his whole story, his high birth, and adventures to that time. When he was convinced she was fixed in her good resolution, he asked her how she could hinder her sister Kavama knowing it, and treating him as barbarously as she used to do. Let not that trouble you, replied Bastama. I know how to order matters so that she shall never come near you. And as she said, she every day prevented her coming down into the dungeon, where she often visited the prince. And instead of carrying him bread and water, she brought him the best wine and the choicest victuals she could get, which was prepared by her 12 Mahometan slaves. She eat with him herself from time to time, and did her utmost to make his confinement comfortable. A few days afterwards, Bastama, as she stood at her father's door, heard the public crier making proclamation, but she could not hear what it was about, being too far off. As he came near her father's house, she withdrew into it, holding the door half open, perceiving he went before the Grand Vizier Amjad, brother to Asad, who was accompanied by several officers and other attendants, walking before and behind him. The crier, going a few steps from the house, repeated the proclamation with a loud voice, as follows: "The most excellent and illustrious Grand Vizier is come in person to seek for his dear brother, from whom he was separated about a year ago. He is a young man of such a person. If anyone has him in keeping, or knows where he is, his excellency commands that they bring him forth, or give him notice where he shall find him, promising a great reward to the person that shall so do. If anyone conceals him, and he is found, his excellency declares he shall be punished with death, together with his wife, children, and all his family, and his house be razed to the ground." Bastama, as soon as she had heard this, shut the door as fast as she could and ran to Asad in the dungeon. "Prince," said she, with joy, "your troubles are at an end, follow me immediately." She had taken off his fetters the first day he was brought in. So the prince followed her into the street, where she cried, "There he is, there he is." The Grand Vizier, who was not far from the house, returned. Asad knew him to be his brother, ran to him and embraced him. Amjad, who presently recollected him, returned his embrace with all possible tenderness, made him mount one of his officers' horses, who alighted for that purpose, and conducted him in triumph to the palace, where he presented him to the king, by whom he was advanced to the post of a vizier. Bastama would not return to her father's house, which was the next day razed to the ground, but kept Prince Asad in sight, and was sent to the queen's apartment. The old man, her father, and Bahram, and all their families were brought before the king, who condemned them to be beheaded. They threw themselves at his feet and implored his mercy. "There is no mercy for you to expect," said the king, "unless you renounce your adoring of fire and profess the Mahometan religion." They accepted the condition, and were pardoned at the intercession of Asad, in consideration of Bastama's friendship, for whose sake Kavama's life and the lives of the rest of their families were saved. Amjad, in consideration of Bahram turning Mussulman, and to compensate for his loss, which he had suffered before he deserved his favor, made him one of his principal officers, and lodged him in his house. Bahram, being informed of Amjad and his brother Asad's story, proposed to his benefactor to fit out a vessel to convey them to their father King Camaralzaman's court. "For," said he, "the king must certainly have heard of your innocence, and impatiently desire to see you ere this. Otherwise we can easily inform him of the truth before we land, and if he is still in the same mind, you can but return hither." The two brothers accepted the proposal, communicated it to the king of the city of the magicians, who approved of it, and commanded a ship to be equipped. Bahram undertook the employment cheerfully, and soon got in readiness to sail. The two princes, when they understood the ship was ready, waited upon the king one morning to take their leave of him. While they were making their compliments and thanking the king for his favors, they were interrupted by a great tumult in the city, and presently an officer came to give them notice that a numerous army was advancing against the city, nobody knowing who they were or whence they came. The king being alarmed at the news, Amjad addressed himself to him thus: "Sir, though I have just resigned into your majesty's hands the dignity of your first minister, with which you were pleased to honor me, I am ready to do you all the service in my power. I desire, therefore, that you would be pleased to let me go and see who this enemy is that comes to attack you in your capital city, without having first declared war." The king desired him to do so. Amjad departed from him immediately, with a very small retinue, to see what enemy approached, and what was the reason of their coming. It was not long before Prince Amjad descried the army, which appeared very formidable, and which approached nearer and nearer. The advanced guards received him favorably, and conducted him to a princess, who stopped and commanded her army to halt while she talked with the prince, who, bowing profoundly to her, demanded if she came as a friend or an enemy. If as an enemy, what cause of complaint she had against the king, his master. "I come as a friend," replied the princess, "and have no cause of complaint against the king of the city of the magicians. His territories and mine are so situated that it is almost impossible for us to have any disputes. I only come to require a slave, named Asad, to be delivered up to me." He was carried away by one Bahram, a captain of a ship belonging to this city, the most insolent man in the world. I hope your king will do me justice when he knows I am Margiana. The prince answered, Mighty queen, the slave whom you take so much pains to seek for is my brother. I lost him and have found him again. Come, and I will deliver him up to you myself, and will do myself the honor to tell you the rest of the story. The king, my master, will rejoice to see you. The queen ordered her army to pitch their tents and encamp where they were, and accompanied Prince Amjad to the city and palace, where he presented her to the king, who received her in a manner becoming her dignity. Asad, who was present and knew her as soon as he saw her, also paid his respects to her. She showed great joy at the sight of him, and while they were thus engaged, tidings came that an army more powerful than the former approached on the other side of the city. The king of the magicians was more terrified than before, understanding the second army was more numerous than the first, for he saw this by the clouds of dust they raised, which hid the face of the heavens. Amjad, cried he, what shall we do now? A new army comes to destroy us. Amjad guessed what the king meant. He mounted on horseback again and galloped towards the second army. He demanded of the advanced guards to speak with their general. They conducted him to a king, for such he was he saw by the crown on his head. When he drew near him, he alighted, prostrated himself to the ground, and asked what he required of the king, his master. The monarch replied, I am Gayer, king of China. My desire to learn tidings of a daughter whose name is Badara, whom I married to Camaralzaman, son of Shah Zaman, king of the Isles of the children of Aladdin, obliged me to leave my dominions. I suffered that prince to go to see his father Shah Zaman, king of the Isles of the children of Aladdin, on condition he came back in a year with my daughter. From that time I have heard nothing of them. Your king will lay an infinite obligation on an afflicted father, to tell him if he knows what is become of them. Prince Amjad, perceiving by his discourse that the king was his grandfather, kissed his hand with tenderness and answered him thus, Sir, I hope your majesty will pardon my freedom, when you know that I take it only to pay my duty to my grandfather. I am the son of Camaralzaman, king of the Isle of Ebene and of Queen Badara, for whom you are thus troubled, and I doubt not but they are both in good health in their kingdom. The king of China, overjoyed to see his grandson, tenderly embraced him. Such a meeting, so happy and unexpected, drew tears from both. The king, inquiring on what occasion he came into a strange country, the prince told him all that had happened to him and his brother Asad. When he had ended his relation, my son, replied the king of China, it is not just that such innocent princes as you are should be longer ill-used. Comfort yourself. I will carry you and your brother home and make your peace. Return and acquaint your brother with my arrival. While the king of China encamped in the same place where Prince Amjad met him, that prince returned to let the king of the magicians, who waited for him impatiently, know how he had succeeded. The king was amazed that so mighty a king as he of China should undertake such a long and troublesome journey, out of a desire to see his daughter, and that he was so near his capital. He gave orders to make things ready for his reception, and went forth to meet him. While these things were transacting, a great dust was seen on another side of the town, and suddenly news came of the arrival of a third army, which obliged the king to stop, and to desire the Prince Amjad once more to see who they were, and on what account they came. Amjad went accordingly, and Prince Asad accompanied him. They found it was Camaralzaman, their father's army, with which he was coming to seek for them. He was so grieved for the loss of his sons, that at last Emir Jandar declared how he had saved their lives, which made him resolve to go and see towards what country the two princes had traveled. The afflicted father embraced the two princes with floods of tears of joy, which put an end to those he had a long time shed for grief. The princes had no sooner told him the king of China, his father-in-law, was arrived, but he, with them and a small party, rode to wait upon him in his camp. They had not gone far before they saw a fourth army, advancing in good order, which seemed to come from Persia. Camaralzaman told the two princes to go and see what army it was, and he would in the meanwhile stay for them. They departed immediately, and, coming up to it, were presented to the king to whom the army belonged, and, after having saluted him with due reverence, they demanded on what design he approached so near the king of the magicians' capital. The grand vizier, who was present, answered in the name of the king his master, the monarch to whom you speak is Shah Zaman, king of the Isles of the children of Aladdin, who has a long time traveled, thus attended, to seek his son, Prince Camaralzaman, who left his dominions many years ago. If you know anything of him, you cannot oblige him more than to acquaint him with it. The princes only replied that they would bring him an answer in a little time, and, galloping back as fast as they could, told Camaralzaman it was King Shah Zaman's army, and that the king his father was with it in person. Wonder, surprise, joy, and grief, to have left the king his father without taking leave of him, had such an effect on King Camaralzaman that he fainted as soon as he heard he was so near. Prince Amjad and Prince Asad, by their assiduities, at length brought him to himself, and when he had recovered his strength, he went to his father's tent and threw himself at his feet. Never was there a more moving interview between a father and a son. Shahzaman kindly upbraided Camaralzaman with unkindness in so cruelly leaving him, and Camaralzaman discovered a hearty sorrow for the fault which love had urged him to commit. The three kings and Queen Margiana stayed 3 days at the court of the king of the magicians, who treated them magnificently. These 3 days were rendered more remarkable by Prince Asad's marriage with Queen Margiana and Prince Amjad with Bastama, for the service she had done his brother Asad. At last the three kings and Queen Margiana, with her husband Asad, returned to their respective kingdoms. As for Amjad, the king of the magicians had such an affection for him, he would not part with him, and being very old, he resigned his crown to him. Amjad, when he had the supreme authority, did his utmost to exterminate the worship of fire and establish the Mahometan religion throughout his dominions. The story of Nuruddin and the Fair Persian. The city of Balsara was for many years the capital of a kingdom tributary to the caliphs of Arabia. The king who governed it in the days of the caliph Harun al-Rashid was named Sinbad. They were cousins, the sons of two brothers. Sinbad, not thinking it proper to commit the administration of his affairs to one single vizier, made choice of two, Khacan and Sai. Khacan was of a sweet, generous, and affable temper, and took a pride in obliging to the utmost of his power those with whom he had any concern, without the least hindrance to justice, which he was obliged to distribute, so that he was universally respected at court, in the city, and throughout the whole kingdom, and the praises he so highly deserved were the general theme. Sai was of a quite different character. He was always sullen and morose, and disgusted everybody, without regard to their rank or quality. Instead of making himself beloved and admired for his riches, he was so perfect a miser as to deny himself the necessaries of life. In short, nobody could endure him, and nothing good was said of him. But what increased the people's hatred against him the more was his implacable aversion to Khacan, always interpreting in the worst sense the actions of that worthy minister, and endeavoring to do him all the ill offices imaginable with the king. One day, after council, the king of Balsara amused himself with his two viziers and some other members of the council. The conversation turned upon the women slaves that are daily bought and sold, and are with us almost accounted in the same rank with our lawful wives. Some were of opinion that it was enough if the slave so bought was beautiful and well-shaped, to make amends for the wives, which very often, on account of alliance or interest in families, men are obliged to marry, though they are not always the greatest beauties, or possessed of any perfection, either of mind or body. Others maintained, and amongst the rest Khacan, that neither beauty nor all bodily perfections were the only things to be desired in a slave, but that they ought to be accompanied with a great share of wit, prudence, modesty, and agreeableness, and if possible, much pleasing knowledge. The reason they gave for it was, that nothing could be more agreeable to persons on whom the management of important affairs depends, than after having spent the whole day in that fatiguing employment, to have a companion in their retirement, whose conversation is not only pleasing, but useful and amusing. For in short, continued they, there is but little difference between brutes and those men who keep a slave only to look at, and gratify a passion that we have in common with them. The king was entirely of their opinion who spoke last, and he gave a proof of it, by ordering Khacan to buy him a slave, a perfect beauty, mistress of all those qualifications they had just mentioned, and in particular possessed of knowledge. Sai, jealous of the honor the king had done Khacan, and being of a contrary opinion, said, "Sire, it will be very difficult to find a slave so accomplished as your majesty requires, and should they light upon such a one, as I scarce believe they will, she will be a cheap bargain at 10,000 pieces of gold." "Sai," replied the king, "I perceive plainly you think it too great a sum. It may be so for you, though not for me." Then turning to his high treasurer, he ordered him to send the 10,000 pieces of gold to the vizier's house. Khacan, as soon as he came home, sent for all the brokers who used to deal in women slaves, and strictly charged them that if ever they met with a slave that answered the description he gave them, they should come and acquaint him with it. The brokers, partly to oblige the vizier, and partly for their own interest, promised to use their utmost endeavors to find out one to his liking. Scarce a day passed but they brought him one, but he always found some fault or other. One day, as Khacan was getting on horseback, very early in the morning to go to court, a broker came to him, and catching hold of the stirrup with great eagerness, told him there was a Persian merchant arrived very late the day before, who had a slave to sell, so surprisingly beautiful that she excelled all women that his eyes had ever beheld. And for wit and knowledge, added he, the merchant engages she shall match the finest wits, and the most learned persons of the age. Khacan, overjoyed at this news, which made him hope for a favorable opportunity of making his court, ordered him to bring the slave to his palace against his return, and continued his journey. The broker failed not to be at the vizier's at the appointed hour, and Khacan, finding the lovely slave so much beyond his expectations, immediately gave her the name of the fair Persian. As he had an infinite deal of wit and learning, he soon perceived by her conversation that it was in vain to search farther for a slave that surpassed her in any of those qualifications required by the king, and therefore he asked the broker at what rate the Persian merchant valued her. Sir, replied the broker, he is a man of few words in bargaining, and he tells me that the very lowest price he can part with her at is 10,000 pieces of gold. He has also sworn to me that without reckoning his care and pains, from the time of his first taking charge of her, he has laid out pretty near the sum upon her education, in masters to accomplish both her body and her mind, besides clothes and maintenance. And as he always thought her fit for a king, so from her very infancy, when he first bought her, he has not been sparing of anything that might contribute towards advancing her to that high honor. She plays upon all sorts of instruments to perfection. She sings, dances, writes better than the most celebrated authors, makes verses, and, in short, there is scarce any book but she has read, so that there never was a slave of so great a capacity heard of before. The vizier Khacan, who understood the merit of the fair Persian better than the broker, who only reported what he had heard from the merchant, was unwilling to drive off the bargain to another time, and therefore sent one of his servants to look after the merchant, where the broker told him he was to be found. As soon as the Persian merchant came, "It is not for myself, but the king," said the vizier Khacan, "that I buy your slave. But however, you must let him have her at a more reasonable price than what you have set upon her." "Sir," replied the merchant, "I should do myself an unspeakable honor in offering her as a present to his majesty, if it became a person in my situation to make him one of such inestimable value. I ask no more than her education and accomplishments have cost me, and all I have to say is, that I believe his majesty will be extremely pleased with the purchase." The vizier Khacan would no longer stand bargaining with the merchant, but paid him the money down immediately. "Sir," said he to the vizier, upon taking his leave of him, "since the slave is designed for the king's use, give me leave to tell you that being extremely fatigued with our long journey, you see her at a great disadvantage. And though she has not her equal in the world for beauty, yet if you please to keep her at your own house but a fortnight and take a little pains with her, she will appear quite another creature. After that, you may present her to the king with honor and credit, for which I hope you will think yourself much obliged to me. The sun, you see, has a little altered her complexion, but after 2 or 3 times bathing, and when you have dressed her as you think proper, she will be so changed that she will appear to your eyes infinitely more charming than now." Khacan was much pleased with the advice the merchant gave him, and was resolved to follow it. He assigned the fair Persian a particular apartment near his ladies, whom he desired to invite her to an entertainment, and henceforth treat her as a person designed for the king. He also entreated her to get several suits of the richest clothes for her that could be had, and that became her best. Before he took his leave of the fair Persian, "Your happiness, madam," said he, "cannot be greater than what I am about to procure for you. You shall judge for yourself. It is for the king himself I have purchased you, and I hope he will be better pleased with possessing you than I am in having discharged the commission his majesty has honored me with. I think it, however, my duty to warn you that I have a son, who, though he does not want wit, yet is young, insinuating, and forward, and to caution you how you suffer him to come near you." The fair Persian thanked him for his good advice, and after she had given him an assurance of her intention to follow it, he withdrew. Nureddin, for so the vizier's son was named, had free access to his mother's apartment, with whom he usually eat his meals. He was very genteel, young, agreeable, and bold, and being master of abundance of wit and readiness of expression, had the art of persuading others as he pleased. He saw the fair Persian, and from the first interview, though he knew his father had bought her purposely for the king, and had declared the same to him, yet he never used the least endeavors to check the violence of his passion. In short, he resigned himself wholly to the power of her charms, by which his heart was at first conquered, and from his first conversation with her, he resolved to employ his utmost endeavors to get her from the king. On the other hand, the fair Persian had no dislike to Nuruddin. "The vizier," said she to herself, "has done me honor to purchase me for the king of Balsara, but I should have thought myself very happy if he had designed me only for his own son." Nuruddin was not backward in making use of the advantage of seeing and conversing with a beauty he was so passionately enamored with, for he never would leave her till his mother forced him to do it. "My son," said she, "it is not proper for a young man like you to be always in the women's apartment. Go, mind your studies, and endeavor to qualify yourself to succeed your father in his high posts and honors." It being a great while since the fair Persian had bathed upon account of her long journey, the vizier's lady, 5 or 6 days after she was purchased, ordered the bath in her own house to be got ready purposely for her. She sent her to it, with many of her women slaves, who were charged by the vizier's lady to be as attentive to her as to herself, and after bathing, to put her on a very rich suit of clothes that she had provided for her. She was the more careful, in order to ingratiate herself with her husband, by letting him see how much she interested herself in everything that contributed to his pleasure. As soon as she came out of the bath, the fair Persian, 1,000 times more beautiful than ever she appeared to Cochin when he brought her, went to make a visit to his lady, who at first sight hardly knew her. The fair Persian kissed her hand in a very graceful manner, and said to her, "Madam, I know not how you like me in this dress you have pleased to order for me. But your women, who tell me it becomes me so extremely well, they should scarce know me, certainly flatter me. From you alone I expect to hear the truth, but if what they say be really so, I am indebted to you, madam, for the advantage it has given me." "Oh, my daughter," cried the vizier's lady, transported with joy, "you have no reason to believe my women have flattered you. I am better skilled in beauty than they. And setting aside your dress, which becomes you admirably well, your beauty is so much improved by the bath that I hardly knew you myself. If I thought the bath was warm enough, I would take my turn, for I am now of an age that requires frequent use of it." "Madam," replied the fair Persian, "I have nothing to say to the undeserved civilities you have been pleased to show me, but as for the bath, it is in wonderful fine order, and if you design to go in, you have no time to lose, as your women can inform you as well as I." The vizier's lady, considering that she had not bathed for some days past, was desirous to make use of that opportunity, and accordingly she acquainted her women with her intention, who immediately prepared all things necessary on such an occasion. The fair Persian withdrew to her apartment, and the vizier's lady, before she went to bathe, ordered 2 little female slaves to stay with her, with a strict charge that if Nuruddin came, they should not give him admittance. While the vizier's lady was bathing, and the fair slave alone in her apartment, in came Nuruddin, and not finding his mother in her chamber, went directly to the fair Persian's, where he found the 2 little slaves in the antechamber. He asked them where his mother was. They told him in the bath. "Where is the fair Persian, then?" replied Nuruddin. "In her chamber," answered the slaves, "but we have positive orders from your mother not to let you go in." The entrance into the fair Persian's chamber being only covered with a piece of tapestry, Nuruddin went to lift it up, in order to go in, but was opposed by the 2 slaves, who clapped themselves just before it, on purpose to stop his passage. He presently caught hold of them both by the arms and, thrusting them out of the antechamber, locked the door upon them. Away they immediately ran, with a great outcry, to the bath, and with tears in their eyes told their lady that Nuruddin, having driven them away by force, was got into the fair Persian's chamber. The vizier's lady received the astonishing news of her son's presumption with the greatest concern. She immediately left off bathing, and, dressing herself with all possible speed, came directly to the fair Persian's chamber. But before she could get thither, Nuruddin was gone. The fair Persian was extremely surprised to see the vizier's lady enter her chamber all in tears, and in the utmost confusion. "Madam," said she to her, "may I presume to ask the occasion of your concern? And what accident has happened in the bath that makes you leave it so soon?" "What?" cried the vizier's lady. "Can you so calmly ask that question, when my son Nuruddin has been with you alone in your chamber? Can there happen a greater misfortune to him or me?" "I beseech you, madam," said the fair slave, "what prejudice can this action of Nuruddin's do to you or him?" "How?" replied the vizier's lady. "Did not my husband tell you that you were designed for the king, and sufficiently cautioned you to beware of Nuruddin?" "I have not forgot it, madam," replied the fair Persian. "But your son came to tell me the vizier, his father, had changed his mind, and instead of reserving me for the king, as he first designed, has made him a present of my person. I easily believed him, madam, for, oh, think how a slave as I am, accustomed from my infant years to the laws of servitude, could or ought to resist him. I must own I did it with the less unwillingness on account of a violent inclination for him, which the freedom of conversation and daily intercourse has raised in my soul. I could, without regret, lose the hope of ever being the king, and think myself perfectly happy in spending my whole life with Nuruddin. At this discourse of the fair Persian, would to God, cried the vizier's lady, that what you say were true. I should hear it with joy. But believe me, Nuruddin is an impostor and has deceived you, for it is impossible his father should ever make him the present he spoke of. Ah, wretched youth, how miserable has he made me! But more his father, by the dismal consequences we must all expect to share with him. Neither my prayers or tears will be able to prevail or obtain a pardon for him. But as soon as his father hears of his violence to you, he will inevitably sacrifice him to his just resentment. At these words she fell to weeping bitterly, and the slaves, who were as much afraid for Nuruddin as herself, bore her company. A little after this, in came the vizier Khacan, and being surprised to find his lady and her slaves all in tears, and the fair Persian very melancholy, asked the reason of it. But instead of answering him, his wife and his slaves kept on weeping and lamenting. He was more astonished at this than before. At last, addressing himself to his wife, I command you, said he, to let me know the occasion of your tears, and to tell me the whole truth. The poor disconsolate lady could no longer refuse to satisfy her husband. Sir, said she, first promise not to use me unkindly for what I tell you, since I assure you that what has happened has not been occasioned by any fault of mine. Then, without staying for his answer, whilst I was bathing with my women, continued she, your son, laying hold of that fatal opportunity to ruin us both, came hither and made the fair Persian believe that instead of reserving her for the king, as you once designed, you had given her to him as a present. I do not say what he did after such a notorious falsehood, but shall leave you to judge of it yourself. This is the cause of my affliction, upon your account, and his, for whom I want confidence to implore your pardon. It is impossible to express the Vizier Khacan's distraction upon hearing of the insolence of his son Nuruddin. Ah, cried he, beating his breast and tearing his beard, miserable son, unworthy of life. Hast thou at last thrown thy father from the highest pinnacle of happiness into a misfortune that must inevitably involve thee also in his ruin? Neither will the king be satisfied with thy blood or mine, to avenge the affront offered to his royal person. His lady endeavored to comfort him. Afflict yourself no more about the matter, said she. I shall easily raise, with part of my jewels, 10,000 pieces of gold, and you may buy another slave, more beautiful and more worthy of the king. Ah, replied the vizier, could you think me capable of being so extremely afflicted at losing 10,000 pieces of gold? It is not that loss, nor the loss of all I am worth, for that I should not feel, but the forfeiting my honor, more precious than all the riches in the world. However, methinks, replied the lady, a loss that can be repaired by money cannot be so very great. How? Cried the vizier. Don't you know Sai is my mortal enemy, and as soon as this affair comes to his knowledge, do you think he will not exult over me before the king? Your Majesty, will he say to him, is always talking of Khacan's zeal and affection for your service. But see what a proof he has lately given of his being worthy the regard you have hitherto shown him. He has received 10,000 pieces of gold to buy a slave with, and, to do him justice, he has most honorably acquitted himself of that commission, in buying the most beautiful that ever eyes beheld. But, instead of bringing her to your Majesty, he has thought it better to make a present of her to his son. Here, my son, said he, take this slave, since thou art more worthy of her than the king. Then with his usual malice will he go on, his son has her now entirely in his possession, and every day revels in her arms without the least disturbance. This, sir, is the exact truth that I have done myself the honor of acquainting you with, and if your Majesty questions it, you may easily satisfy yourself. Do you not plainly see, continued the vizier, how, upon such a malicious insinuation as this, I am every moment liable to have my house forced by the king's guards, and the fair Persian taken from me, besides 1,000 other misfortunes that will unavoidably follow? Sir, replied the vizier's lady to her husband, I am sensible the malice of Sai is very great, and that, if he has but the least intimation of this affair, he will certainly give it a turn very disadvantageous to your interest. But how is it possible that he or anybody else should come to the knowledge of what has been privately transacted in your family? Suppose it comes to the king's ears, and he should ask you about it. Cannot you say that upon a strict examination you did not think the slave so fit for his Majesty's use as you did at the first view, that the merchant has cheated you, that, indeed, she has a great deal of beauty, but is nothing near so accomplished as she was reported to be? The king will certainly believe what you say, and say I be vexed to the soul, to see all his malicious designs of ruining you entirely disappointed. Take courage then, And if you will follow my advice, send for all the brokers, tell them you do not like the fair Persian, and order them to be as expeditious as possible in getting another slave." The vizier Khacan, approving of this reasonable advice, resolved to make use of it, as his passion began to cool. Yet his indignation against his son Nureddin was not in the least abated. Nureddin came not in sight all that day, and not daring to hide himself among his young companions, lest his father should search for him in their houses, he went a little way out of town, and took sanctuary in a garden where he had never been before, and where he was totally unknown. He did not come back till it was very late, when he knew his father was in bed, and then his mother's women, opening the door very softly, let him in without any noise. He went out next morning before his father was stirring, and this plan he pursued for a whole month to his great mortification. Indeed, the women never flattered him but told him plainly his father's anger was as great as ever, and that he protested, if he came in his sight, he would certainly kill him. Though the vizier's lady was informed by her women of Nureddin's lying every night in the house, she durst not presume to entreat her husband to pardon him. At last she ventured, and one day said to him, "I have hitherto been silent, sir, not daring before to take the liberty of talking to you about your son. But now give me leave to ask you what you design to do with him. It is impossible for a son to be more criminal towards a father than Nureddin has been towards you. He has robbed you of the honor and satisfaction of presenting the king with a slave so accomplished as the fair Persian. This I acknowledge. But after all, are you absolutely resolved to destroy him, and instead of a light evil no more to be thought of, draw upon yourself a far greater than perhaps you at present imagine? Are you not afraid that the malicious world, which inquires after the reason of your son's absconding, may find out the true cause, which you are so desirous of concealing? And if that should happen, you would certainly fall into a misfortune, which it is so much your interest justly avoid." "Madam," said the vizier, "there is sound reasoning in what you have urged. However, I cannot think of pardoning Nureddin till I have mortified him as he deserves." "He will be sufficiently mortified," replied the lady, "if you will put in execution what has just come into my mind. You must know then your son comes hither every night after you are in bed. He sleeps here, and steals out every morning before you are stirring. Wait for his coming in tonight, make as if you design to kill him, upon which I will run to his assistance, and when he finds his life entirely owing to my prayers and entreaties, you may oblige him to take the fair Persian on what conditions soever you please. He loves her, and I am sensible the fair slave has no aversion for him." Khacan was very willing to make use of this stratagem. So, when Nureddin came in at the usual hour, before the door was opened, he placed himself behind it. As soon as he entered, he rushed suddenly upon him, and got him down under his feet. Nureddin, lifting up his head, saw his father with a dagger in his hand, ready to stab him. In that instant came his mother, and catching hold of the vizier's arm, "Sir," cried she, "what are you doing?" "Let me alone," replied the vizier, "that I may kill this base unworthy son." "You shall kill me first," cried the mother. "Never will I suffer you to imbrue your hands in your own blood." Nureddin improved this moment. "My father," cried he, with tears in his eyes, "I implore your clemency and compassion, nor must you deny me pardon, since I ask it in his name before whom we must all appear at the last day." Khacan suffered the dagger to be taken out of his hand, and as soon as Nureddin was released, he threw himself at his father's feet and kissed them, to show how sincerely he repented of having offended him. "Nureddin," said he, "return thanks to your mother, since it is purely for her sake I pardon you. I design also to give you the fair Persian, on condition that you will oblige yourself by an oath not to look upon her any longer as a slave, but as your wife, that you will not sell her, nor ever be divorced from her. For she having abundance of wit and prudence, and much better conduct than you, I am persuaded she will be able to moderate those rash sallies of youth, which are enough to ruin you." Nureddin, who little expected to be treated after so kind and indulgent a manner, returned his father 1,000 thanks, with all the gratitude and sincerity imaginable. And the vizier, the fair Persian, and he were very well pleased and satisfied with the match. The vizier Khacan would not wait for the king's asking him about the commission that he had given him, but took particular care to mention it often, representing to his majesty the many difficulties he met with in that affair, and how fearful he was of not acquitting himself to his majesty's satisfaction. In short, he managed the business with so much address that the king insensibly forgot it, and though Sai had got some small information of the matter, yet Khacan was so much in the king's favor that he was afraid to speak of it. It was now above a year that this nice affair had been kept with greater secrecy than the vizier at first expected, who being one day in the bath, and some important business obliging him to leave it. Warm as he was, the air, which was then a little cold, struck to his breast, caused a defluxion to fall upon his lungs, which threw him into a violent fever and confined him to his bed. His illness increasing every day, and perceiving he had but a short time to live, he thus addressed himself to his son Nureddin, who never stirred from him during his whole sickness. "My son," said he, "I know not whether I have made a good use of the riches heaven has blessed me with, but you see they are not able to save me from the hands of death. The last thing I desire of you with my dying breath is that you would be mindful of the promise you made me concerning the fair Persian, and in this assurance I shall die content." These were the Vizier Khakan's last words. He died a few moments after and left his family, the court, and the whole city in great affliction for his death. The king lamented him as a wise, zealous, and faithful minister, and the whole city bewailed him as their protector and benefactor. Never was there a funeral in Balsara solemnized with greater pomp and magnificence. The viziers and emirs, and in general all the grandees of the court, strove for the honor of bearing his coffin, one after another, upon their shoulders to the place of burial, and both rich and poor accompanied him thither with tears in their eyes. Nureddin gave all the demonstrations of a sorrow equal to the loss he had lately sustained, and lived a great while without ever seeing any company. At last, he admitted of a visit from an intimate friend of his. His friend endeavored to comfort him, and finding him inclined to hear reason, he told him that having done what was due to the memory of his father, and fully satisfied all that decency required of him, it was now high time to appear again in the world, to converse with his friends, and maintain a character suitable to his birth and merit. For, continued he, we should sin both against the laws of nature and civil society, and be thought insensible, if upon the death of our fathers we neglect to pay them what filial love requires at our hands. But having once performed that duty, and put it out of the power of any man to reproach us on that account, we are obliged to return to our usual method of living. Dry up your tears, then, and reassume that wonted air of gaiety, which always inspires with joy those that have the honor of your conversation. This advice seemed very reasonable. Nureddin was easily persuaded to follow it, and if he had followed it with all the regularity it required, he would certainly have avoided all the misfortunes that afterwards befell him. He treated his friend very nobly, and when he took his leave, Nureddin desired him to come the next day, and bring 3 or 4 friends of their acquaintance. By this means, he insensibly fell into the society of about 10 young men pretty near his own age, with whom he spent his time in continual feasting and entertainments, and scarce a day passed but he made every one of them some considerable present. Sometimes, to oblige his friends, Nureddin would send for the fair Persian, who, notwithstanding her obedience to his command, never approved of his extravagant way of living, but often spoke her mind freely. "I question not," said she, "but the vizier your father has left you an ample fortune. But great as it may be not displeased with your slave for telling you that at this rate of living you will quickly see an end of it. We may sometimes indeed treat our friends and be merry with them, but to make a daily practice of it is certainly the high road to ruin and destruction. For your own honor and reputation, you would do better to follow the footsteps of your deceased father, that in time you may rise to that dignity by which he has acquired so much glory and renown." Nureddin hearkened to the fair Persian's discourse with a smile, and when she had done, "My charmer," said he, with the same air of mirth, "say no more of that. Let us talk of nothing but mirth and pleasure. In my father's lifetime I was always under restraint, and I am now resolved to enjoy the liberty I so much sighed for before his death. It is time enough for me to think of leading the sober, regular life you talk of, and a man of my age ought to taste the pleasures of youth." What contributed still more to the ruin of Nureddin's fortune was his unwillingness to reckon with his steward, for whenever he brought in his accounts, he still sent him away without examining them. "Go, go," said he, "I trust wholly to your honesty. Only take care to let me have wherewith to make merry." "You are the master, sir," replied he, "and I but the steward. However, you would do well to think upon the proverb, 'He that spends much, and has but little, must at last insensibly be reduced to poverty.' You are not contented with keeping an extravagant table, but you must lavish away your estate with both hands, and were your coffers as large as mountains, they would not be sufficient to maintain you." "Begone," replied Nureddin, "I want not your grave lessons, only take care to provide good eating and drinking, and trouble your head no farther about the rest." In the meantime, Nureddin's friends were constant guests at his table, and never failed to take advantage of the easiness of his temper. They praised and flattered him, extolling his most indifferent actions, But above all, they took particular care to commend whatever belonged to him, and in this they found their account. Sir, said one of them, I came the other day by your estate that lies in such a place. Nothing can be so magnificent or so handsomely furnished as your house, and the garden belonging to it is a paradise upon earth. I am very glad it pleases you, said Nuruddin. Bring me pen, ink, and paper. Without more words, it is at your service. I make you a present of it. No sooner had others commended one of his houses, baths, and public buildings erected for the use of strangers, the yearly revenue of which was very considerable, but he immediately gave them away. The fair Persian could not forbear letting him know how much injury he did himself. But instead of hearkening to her, he continued his extravagancies, and, the first opportunity that offered, squandered away the little he had left. In short, Nuruddin did nothing for a whole year but feast and make merry, wasting and consuming, after a prodigal manner, the great wealth that his predecessors, and the good vizier his father, had with so much pains and care acquired and preserved. The year was but just expired, when somebody one day knocked at the hall door, where he and his friends were at dinner together by themselves, having sent away the slaves, that they might enjoy a greater liberty. One of his friends offered to rise, but Nuruddin, stepping before him, opened the door himself. It seems it was the steward, and Nuruddin, going a little out of the hall to know his business, left the door half open. The friend that offered to rise from his seat, seeing it was the steward, and being curious to know what he had to say to Nuruddin, placed himself between the hangings and the door, where he plainly overheard the steward's discourse to his master. Sir, said he, I ask 1,000 pardons for coming to disturb you in the height of your pleasure, but what I have to say is of such importance that I thought myself bound in duty to acquaint you with it. I am come, sir, to make up my last accounts, and to tell you that what I all along foresaw, and have often warned you of, is at last come to pass. I have not the smallest piece left of all the sums I have received from you for your expenses. The other funds you assign me are all exhausted. The farmers and those that owe you rent have made it so plainly appear to me that you have assigned over to others what they held of you, that it is impossible for me to get any more of them on your account. Here are my books, if you please, examine them, and if you wish I should continue useful to you, assign me other funds, or else give me leave to quit your service. Nuruddin was so astonished at his discourse that he gave him no answer. The friend, who had been listening all this while, and had heard every syllable of what the steward said, immediately came in, and told the company what he had overheard. It is your business, gentlemen, said he, to make your use of this caution. For my part, I declare to you this is the last visit I design ever to make Nuruddin. Nay, replied they, if matters go thus, we have as little business here as you, and for the future shall take care not to trouble him with our company. Nuruddin returned presently after. Yet, notwithstanding all his efforts to carry it pleasantly to his guests, he could not dissemble the matter, but they plainly perceived the truth of what they had heard. He was scarce sat down in his place, but one of his friends rose up. Sir, said he, I am sorry I cannot have the honor of keeping you company any longer, and therefore I hope you will excuse my rudeness in leaving you so soon. What urgent affair, replied Nuruddin, obliges you to be going so soon? My wife, sir, said he, is brought to bed today, and upon such an occasion, you know, a husband's company is always necessary. So, making a very low bow, away he went. A minute afterwards a second took his leave with another excuse. The rest did the same, one after another, till at last not one of those 10 friends that had hitherto kept Nuruddin company was left in the room. As soon as they were gone, Nuruddin, little suspecting the resolution they had formed never to see him again, went directly to the fair Persian's apartment, to whom in private he related all the steward had told him, and seemed extremely concerned at the ill state of his affairs. Sir, said the fair Persian to him, allow me to say, you would never take my advice, but always managed your concerns after your own way, and now you see the fatal consequence of it. I find I was not mistaken when I presaged to what a miserable condition you would bring yourself at last. But what afflicts me the more is, that at present you do not see the worst of your misfortunes. Whenever I presumed freely to impart my thoughts to you, let us be merry, said you, and improve the time that fortune offers us. Perhaps she will not always be so prodigal in her favors. But was I now to blame in telling you that we are ourselves the makers of our own fortunes by a prudent management of them? You would not hearken to me, and I was forced to let you go on, however reluctantly. I must own, replied Nuruddin, I was extremely in the wrong in not following the advice that you, out of your admirable prudence, gave me. It is true I have spent my estate, but do you not consider it is among a chosen set of friends whom I have long known, and who, I am persuaded, have more generosity and gratitude in them than to abandon me in distress? Sir, replied the fair Persian, if you have nothing but the gratitude of your friends to depend on, your case is desperate. for believe me, that hope is ill-grounded, and you will tell me so yourself in time." To this Nuruddin replied, "Charming Persian, I have a better opinion of my friends' generosity than you. Tomorrow I design to make a visit to them all, before the usual time of their coming hither, and you shall see me return with a round sum that they will assist me with. I am resolved to alter my way of living, and with the money they lend me, set up in some business." Next morning Nuruddin failed not to visit his 10 friends, who lived in the very same street. He knocked at the first door he came at, where one of the richest of them lived. A slave came to the door, but before he would open it, he asked who was there. "Tell your master," said he to the slave, "it is Nuruddin, the late Vizier Khakan's son." The slave opened the door and showed him into a hall where he left him, to go tell his master, who was in an inner room, that Nuruddin was come to wait on him. "Nuruddin," cried he in a disdainful tone, loud enough for Nuruddin to hear it with surprise, "go tell him I am not at home, and whenever he comes hither be sure you give him the same answer." The slave came back and told Nuruddin he thought his master was within, but he was mistaken. Nuruddin came away in the greatest confusion. "Ah, base, ungrateful wretch," cried he, "to treat me so today after the vows and protestations of friendship that he made me yesterday." He went to another door, but that friend ordered his slaves also to say he was gone out. He had the same answer at the third, and in short, all the rest denied themselves, though everyone was at home at the same time. Nuruddin now began in earnest to reflect with himself, and see the folly of relying upon the protestations of attachment that his false friends had solemnly made him in the time of his prosperity, when he could treat them so sumptuously, and load them with favors. "It is very true," said he to himself, with tears in his eyes, "that a fortunate man, as I was, may be compared to a tree laden with fruit, which, as long as there is any on its boughs, people will be crowding round and gathering. But as soon as it is stripped of all, they immediately leave it and go to another." He smothered his passion as much as possible while he was abroad, but no sooner was he got home than he gave a loose to his affliction and discovered it to the fair Persian. The fair Persian, seeing him so extremely concerned, fancied he had not found his friends so ready to assist him as he expected. "Well, sir," said she, "are you now convinced of the truth of what I told you?" "Ah," cried he, "my dear, thou hast been too true a prophetess, for not one of them would know me, see me, or speak to me. Who could ever have believed that persons so highly obliged to me, and on whom I have spent my estate, could have used me so barbarously? I am distracted, and I fear committing some action unworthy myself, in the deplorable and desperate condition I am reduced to, without the assistance of your prudent advice." "Sir," replied the fair Persian, "I see no other way of supporting yourself in your misfortunes, but selling off your slaves and furniture, and living on the money they produce, till heaven points out some other means to deliver you from your present misery." Nuruddin was very loth to make use of this expedient, but what could he do in the necessitous circumstances he was in? He first sold off his slaves, those unprofitable mouths, which would have been a greater expense to him than in his present condition he could bear. He lived on the money for some time, and when it was all spent, he ordered his goods to be carried into the marketplace, where they were sold for half their worth, though there were among them several valuable things that cost immense sums. Upon this he lived a considerable time, but that supply failing at last, he had nothing left by which he could raise any more money, of which he complained to the fair Persian in the most sorrowful expressions. Nuruddin little expected the answer this prudent woman made him. "Sir," said she, "I am your slave, and you know that the late vizier your father gave 10,000 pieces of gold for me. I know I am a little sunk in value since that time, but I believe I shall sell for pretty near that sum. Let me entreat you then instantly to carry me to the market, and expose me to sale, and with the money that you get for me, which will be very considerable, you may turn merchant in some city where you are not known, and by that means find a way of living, if not in splendor, yet with happiness and content." "Lovely and adorable Persian," cried Nuruddin, "is it possible you can entertain such a thought? Have I given you such slender proofs of my love, that you should think me capable of so base an action? But suppose me so vile a wretch, could I do it without being guilty of perjury, after the oath I have taken to my late father never to sell you? I could sooner die than break it, and part with you, whom I love infinitely beyond myself. Though by the unreasonable proposal you have made me, you show me that your love is by no means reciprocal." "Sir," replied the fair Persian, "I am convinced that your passion for me is as violent as you say it is. And heaven, who knows with what reluctance I have made this proposal, that makes you think so hardly of me, is my witness that mine is as great as yours. But to silence your reasons at once, I need only bid you remember that necessity has no law. I love you to that degree that it is impossible for you to love me more, and be assured that to what master soever I shall belong, my love for you will always continue the same. And if you are ever able to redeem me, as I hope you may, it will be the greatest pleasure in the world to be restored to you again. I confess it is a fatal and cruel necessity to which we are driven, but I see no other way of freeing ourselves from the misery that involves us both. Nuruddin, who was convinced of the truth of what the fair Persian had said, and that there was no other way of avoiding a shameful poverty, was forced to yield to her proposal. Accordingly, he led her to the market where the women slaves are exposed to sale, with a regret that cannot easily be expressed. He applied himself to a broker named Hagi Hassan. Hagi Hassan, said he, here is a slave that I have a mind to sell. Prithee see what they will give for her. Hagi Hassan desired Nuruddin and the fair Persian to walk into the room, and when she pulled off the veil that covered her face, sir, said Hagi Hassan to Nuruddin, in a great surprise, if I am not mistaken, this is the slave your father, the late vizier, gave 10,000 pieces of gold for. Nuruddin assured him it was the same, and Hagi Hassan gave him some hopes of selling her at a good rate and promised to use all his art to raise her price as high as he could. Hagi Hassan and Nuruddin went out of the room, and Hagi Hassan locked the fair Persian in. He went immediately after the merchants, but they being busy in buying slaves that came from different countries, Greeks, Franks, Africans, Tartars, and others, he was forced to stay till the market was done. When the sale was over and the greatest part of them were got together again, my masters, said he to them, with an air of gaiety in his looks and actions, everything that is round is not a nut. Everything that is long is not a fig. All that is red is not flesh, and all eggs are not fresh. It is true you have seen and bought a great many slaves in your lives, but you never yet saw one comparable to her I am going to tell you of. She is the very pearl of slaves. Come, follow me, and you shall see her yourselves, and judge at what rate I shall cry her. The merchants followed Hagi Hassan into the apartment where the fair Persian was, and as soon as they beheld her, they were so surprised at her beauty, that at the first word they unanimously agreed that 4,000 pieces of gold was the very lowest price they could set upon her. The merchants left the room, and Hagi Hassan, who came out with them, without going any farther, proclaimed with a loud voice, 4,000 pieces of gold for the Persian slave. None of the merchants had yet offered anything, and they were consulting together about what they might afford to give for her, when the vizier Sai appeared. Perceiving Nuruddin in the market, said he to himself, Nuruddin is certainly still making money of his goods, for he knew he had exposed them to sale, and is come hither to buy a slave with it. He advanced forward just as Hagi Hassan began to proclaim a second time, 4,000 pieces of gold for the Persian slave. The vizier Sai, who concluded by the high price that the slave must be extraordinarily beautiful, was very desirous to see her. So spurring his horse forward, he rode up to Hagi Hassan, who was surrounded by the merchants. Open the door, said he, and let me see the slave. It was not the custom to show a slave to a particular person after the merchants had seen her and were treating for her. But none of them durst dispute their right with the vizier, and Hagi Hassan was obliged to open the door and made a sign to the fair Persian to come forward, that Sai might have a sight of her, without alighting from his horse. The vizier was astonished at the sight of so beautiful a slave, and knowing the broker's name, having formerly dealt with him, Hagi Hassan, said he, is it not at 4,000 pieces of gold that you cry her? Yes, sir, answered he. The merchants just now agreed that I should put her up at that price. I wait their advance on it, and I question not but they will give a great deal more. If nobody offers more, I will give that sum, replied Sai, looking upon the merchants at the same time with a countenance that forbade them to advance any more. He was so universally dreaded that nobody durst speak a word, even to complain of his encroaching upon their privilege. The vizier Sai, having stayed some time, and finding none of the merchants outbid him, what do you stay for? Said he to Hagi Hassan. Go, look after the seller, and strike a bargain with him at 4,000 pieces of gold, or inquire if he demands more, not knowing yet the slave belonged to Nuruddin. Hagi Hassan, having locked the chamber door, went to confer with Nuruddin. Sir, said he to him, I am very sorry to bring you the ill news of your slave, being just going to be sold for nothing. How so? Replied Nuruddin. Why, sir, said Hagi Hassan, you must know that the business at first went on well. For as soon as the merchants had seen your slave, they ordered me, without hesitation, to cry her at 4,000 pieces of gold. Accordingly, I cried her at that price, and presently the vizier Sai came, and his presence has stopped the mouths of all the merchants, who seemed inclinable to raise her, at least to the same price your deceased father gave for her. Sai will give no more than 4,000 pieces, and it is much against my inclination that I am come to tell you the despicable price he offers. The slave indeed is your own, but I will never advise you to part with her upon those terms, since you and everybody else are sensible of her being worth infinitely more. Besides, he is base enough to contrive a way to trick you out of the money." "Hagi Hassan," replied Nuruddin, "I am highly obliged to thee for thy advice. Do not think I will ever sell my slave to any enemy of our family. My necessities, indeed, are at present very great, but I would sooner die in the utmost poverty than consent to the delivering her up to him. I have only one thing to beg of thee, who art skillful in all the turns and shifts of sale, that thou wouldst put me in a way to prevent the sale of her." "Sir," said Hagi Hassan, "there is nothing more easy. You must pretend that, being in a violent passion with your slave, you swore to expose her in the market, and for the sake of your oath, you have now brought her hither, without any intention of selling her. This will satisfy everybody, and say I will have nothing to say against it. Come along with me, then, and just as I am presenting her to Sai, as if it were by your own consent, pull her to you, give her 2 or 3 blows, and send her home." "I thank thee for thy counsel," said Nuruddin, "and thou shalt see I will make use of it." Hagi Hassan went back to the chamber, and having in 2 words acquainted the fair Persian with their design, that she might not be surprised at it, he took her by the hand, and led her to the vizier Sai, who was still on horseback at the door. "Sir," said he, "here is the slave. She is yours, take her." The words were scarce out of Hagi Hassan's mouth, but Nuruddin, catching hold of the fair Persian, pulled her to him, and giving her a box on the ear, "Come hither, impertinence," said he, "and get you home again. For though your ill humor obliged me to swear I should bring you hither, yet I never intended to sell you. I have business for you to do yet, and it will be time enough to part with you when I have nothing else left." This action of Nuruddin put the vizier Sai into a violent passion. "Miserable debauchee," cried he, "wouldst thou have me believe thou hast anything else left to make money of but thy slave?" And at the same instant, spurring his horse directly against him, endeavored to have carried off the fair Persian. Nuruddin, nettled to the quick at the affront the vizier had put upon him, quitted the fair Persian, and laying hold of his horse's bridle, made him run 2 or 3 paces backwards. "Vile dotard," said he to the vizier, "I would tear thy soul out of thy body this moment, were it not out of respect for the crowd of people here present." The vizier Sai being loved by nobody, but hated by all, there was not one among them but was pleased to see Nuruddin mortify him a little, and by signs they gave him to understand that he might revenge himself upon him as much as he pleased, for nobody would interfere in their quarrel. Sai endeavored to make Nuruddin quit the bridle, but he being a lusty, vigorous man, and encouraged by those that stood by, pulled him off his horse in the middle of a brook, gave him 1,000 blows, and dashed his head against the stones, till it was all over blood. The slaves that waited upon the vizier would have drawn their scimitars, and have fallen upon Nuruddin, but the merchants interposing prevented them. "What do you mean?" said they to him. "Do you not see that one is a vizier, the other a vizier's son? Let them fight it out between themselves. Perhaps they will be reconciled one time or other. Whereas, if you had killed Nuruddin, your master, with all his greatness, could not have been able to protect you against the law." Nuruddin, having given over beating the vizier Sai, left him in the middle of the brook, and taking the fair Persian, marched home with her, attended by the people, with shouts and acclamations for the actions he had performed. The vizier Sai, cruelly bruised with the blows he had received, made shift to get up by the assistance of his slaves, and had the mortification to see himself besmeared with blood and dirt. He leaned upon the shoulders of 2 slaves, and in that condition went straight to the palace, in the sight of all the people, with greater confusion, because nobody pitied him. As soon as he reached the king's apartment, he began to cry out and call for justice, after a lamentable manner. The king ordered him to be admitted, and as soon as he came, he asked him who it was that had abused and put him into that miserable pickle. "Sire," cried Sai, "it is the favor of your majesty, and being admitted into your sacred councils, that has occasioned me to have been so barbarously treated." "Say no more of that," replied the king. "Only let me hear the whole story simply as it is, and who the offender is, and if he is in the wrong, you may depend upon it he shall be severely punished." "Sire," said Sai then, telling the whole matter to his own advantage, having an occasion for a cook-maid, "I went to the market of women slaves to buy me one. When I came thither, there was a slave just cried at 4,000 pieces of gold. I ordered them to bring the slave before me, and I think my eyes never did nor will behold a more beautiful creature. I had no sooner examined her beauty with the highest satisfaction, but I immediately asked to whom she belonged, and upon inquiry, I found that Nuruddin, son to the late Vizier Khacan, had the disposing of her. Sire, your majesty may remember that about 2 or 3 years ago you gave that vizier 10,000 pieces of gold, strictly charging him to buy you a slave with it. The money, indeed, was laid out upon this very slave, but instead of bringing her to your majesty, Thinking his son deserved her better, he made him a present of her. Nureddin, since his father's death, having wasted his whole fortune in riot and feasting, has nothing left but this slave, which he at last resolved to part with, and she was to be sold in his name. I sent for him, and without mentioning anything of his father's prevarication, or rather treachery to your majesty, I in the civilest manner said to him, Nureddin, the merchants, I perceive, have put your slave up at 4,000 pieces of gold, and I question not, but in emulation of each other, they will raise the price considerably. Let me have her for the 4,000 pieces. I am going to buy her for the king, our lord and master. This will be a handsome opportunity of making your court to him, and his favor will be worth a great deal more than the merchants can propose to give you. Instead of returning me a civil answer, the insolent wretch, beholding me with a fierce air, decrepit villain, said he, I would rather give my slave to a Jew for nothing than to thee for money. Nureddin, replied I, without passion, though I had some reason to be a little warm, you do not consider that in talking at this rate you affront the king, who raised both your father and me to the honors we have enjoyed. This admonition, instead of softening him, only provoked him to a higher degree, so that, falling upon me like a madman, without regard to my age or rank, he pulled me off my horse, beat me as long as he could stand over me, and has put me into this miserable plight your majesty sees me in. I beseech you to consider that upon your account I have been so publicly affronted. At the end of these words he held down his head and turned away to shed a shower of tears. The abused king, highly incensed against Nureddin by this relation, full of malice and artifice, discovered by his countenance the violence of his anger, and turning to the captain of his guards, who stood near him, Take 40 of your soldiers, said he, and immediately go plunder Nureddin's house, and having ordered it to be razed to the ground, bring him and his slave along with you to me. The captain of the guards was not gone out of the king's presence, when an officer belonging to the court, who overheard the order that had been given, got before him. His name was Sangar, and he had been formerly a slave of the vizier Khacan, who had introduced him at court, where by degrees be raised himself. Sangar, full of gratitude for his old master, and affection for Nureddin, whom he remembered a child, and being no stranger to Sayai's hatred to Khacan's family, could not hear the order without concern. This action of Nureddin's, said he to himself, may not be altogether so black as Sayai has represented it. He has prejudiced the king against him, who will certainly put him to death, without allowing him time to justify himself. He made so much haste to Nureddin's house, as to get thither soon enough to acquaint him with what had passed at court, and give him time to provide for his own and the fair Persian's safety. He knocked so violently at the door that Nureddin, who had been a great while without any servant, ran immediately to open it. My dear lord, said Sangar, here is no more safety for you in Balsara. You must lose no time, but depart hence this moment. How so? Replied Nureddin. What is the reason I must be gone so soon? Make haste away, sir, said Sangar, and take your slave with you. In short, Sayai has been just now acquainting the king, after his own way of telling it, all that passed between you and him, and the captain of the guard will be here in an instant with 40 soldiers to seize you and the fair Persian. Take these 40 pieces of gold to assist you in finding out some other place of safety. I would give you more if I had it about me. Excuse my not staying any longer. I leave you with great reluctance, but it is for the good of us both. I have so much interest with the captain of the guards that he will take no notice of me. Sangar gave Nureddin but just time to thank him, and away he went. Nureddin presently acquainted the fair Persian with the absolute necessity of their going that moment. She only stayed to put on her veil, and then they both stole out of the house together, and were so lucky as not only to get clear of the city, without the least notice being taken of their escape, but also safely to arrive at the mouth of the Euphrates, which was not far off, where they embarked in a vessel that lay ready to weigh anchor. They were no sooner on shipboard, but the captain came on deck amongst his passengers. Children, said he to them, are you all here? Have any of you any more business to do in the city, or have you left anything behind you? They were all there, they answered him, and ready, so that he might sail as soon as he pleased. When Nureddin came on board, the first question he asked was, whither the ship was bound, and being told for Baghdad, he rejoiced at it. The captain, having weighed anchor, set sail, and the vessel, with a very favorable wind, lost sight of Balsara. Let us now see how matters went at Balsara, while Nureddin and the fair Persian made their escape from the fury of the enraged king. The captain of the guards came to Nureddin's house and knocked at the door, but nobody coming to open it, he ordered his soldiers to break it open, who immediately obeyed him and rushed in. They searched every hold and comer of the house, but neither he nor the fair Persian was to be found. The captain of the guards made them inquire of the neighbors, and he himself asked if they had seen them lately. It was all in vain, for if they had seen him go out of his house, so universally beloved was Nureddin, that not one of them would have said the least word to his prejudice. While they were rifling the house and leveling it to the ground, he went to acquaint the king with the news. "Look for them," said he, "everywhere, for I am resolved to have them." The captain of the guards made a second search after them, and the king dismissed the vizier Sai with honor. "Go home," said he to him, "trouble yourself no farther to punish Nureddin. I will revenge his insolence." Without delay, the king ordered to be proclaimed throughout the whole city a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold for any person that should apprehend Nureddin and the fair Persian, with a severe punishment upon whoever should conceal them. But after all his pains and diligence, no tidings could be heard of them, and the vizier Sai had only the comfort of seeing the king espouse his quarrel. In the meantime, Nureddin and the fair Persian, after a prosperous voyage, landed safe at Baghdad. As soon as the captain came within sight of that city, pleased that his voyage was at an end, "Rejoice, my children," cried he to the passengers. "Yonder is that great and wonderful city, where there is a perpetual concourse of people from all parts of the world. There you shall meet with innumerable crowds, and never feel the extremity of cold in winter, nor the excess of heat in summer, but enjoy an eternal spring with all its flowers and the delicious fruits of autumn." When the vessel came to anchor, a little below the city, the passengers went ashore, each to their respective place of abode. Nureddin gave the captain 5 pieces of gold for his passage, and went ashore also with the fair Persian. But being a perfect stranger in Baghdad, he was at a loss for a lodging. They rambled a considerable time along by the gardens that bordered on the Tigris, and keeping close to one of them that was enclosed with a very fine long wall at the end of it, they turned into a street well paved, where they perceived a garden door and a charming fountain near it. The door, which was very magnificent, happened to be shut, but the porch was open, in which there was a sofa on each side. "This is a very convenient place for us," said Nureddin to the fair Persian. "Night comes on apace, and though we have eaten nothing since our landing, I am for passing the night here, and tomorrow we shall have time enough to look for a lodging. What say you to it?" "Sir," replied the fair Persian, "you know your wishes are mine. Let us go no farther, since you are willing to stay here." Each of them having drank a draught of water at the fountain, they laid themselves down upon one of these sofas, and after a little chat, being invited by the agreeable murmur of the water, they fell fast asleep. The garden belonged to the caliph, and in the middle of it there was a pavilion, called the Pavilion of Pictures, because its chief ornaments were pictures, after the Persian manner, drawn by the most celebrated painters in Persia, whom the caliph had sent for on purpose. The stately hall within this pavilion was lighted by 80 windows, with a lustre in each. But these were only lighted when the caliph came thither to spend the evening, and the weather was so very calm that not a breath of air was stirring. Then they made a glorious illumination, and could be seen at a great distance in the country on that side, and by great part of the city. There was but one person that had the charge of this fine garden, and the office was at this time held by a very aged officer, named Sheikh Ibrahim, whom the caliph himself, for some important service, put into that employment, with strict charge not to let all sorts of people in, but especially to suffer nobody either to sit or lie down on the sofas at the outward door, that they might always be clean, and whenever he found any body there, to punish them severely. Some business had obliged this officer to go abroad, and he was not yet returned. When he came back, there was just daylight enough for him to discern 2 persons asleep upon one of the sofas, with both their heads under a piece of linen, to defend them from the gnats. "Very well," said Sheikh Ibrahim to himself, "these people disobey the caliph's orders, but I will take care to teach them better manners." Upon this he opened the door very softly, and a moment after returned with a swinging cane in his hand, and his sleeve tucked up to the elbow. He was just going to lay on them both with all his might, but withholding his arm, he began to reason with himself after this manner. "Thou wast going to strike, without reflection, these people, who perhaps are strangers, destitute of a lodging, and utterly ignorant of the caliph's order, so that it would be advisable to know first who they are." Upon this he gently lifted up the linen that covered their heads, and was astonished to see a young man so well shaped, and a young woman so beautiful. He then waked Nureddin, by pulling him softly by the feet. Nureddin, presently lifting up his head and seeing an old man with a long white beard standing at his feet, got up and throwing himself upon his knees and taking his hand, kissed it. "Good father," said he, "heaven preserve you." "What do you want, my son?" replied Sheikh Ibrahim. "Who are you and whence came you?" "We are strangers newly arrived," answered Nureddin, "and we would fain tarry here till tomorrow." "This is not a proper place for you," said Sheikh Ibrahim. "Come in with me, and I will find one fitter for you to sleep in than this, and the sight of the garden, which is very fine, will please you, when you see it tomorrow by daylight." "Is this garden your own?" said Nureddin. Yes, replied Sheikh Ibrahim, smiling. It is an inheritance left me by my father. Pray walk in, for I am sure you will not repent seeing it. Nuruddin rose up to thank Sheikh Ibrahim for the civility he had shown them, and afterwards the fair Persian and he went into the garden. Sheikh Ibrahim locked the door, and going before, led them to a spot from whence, at one view, they might see the disposition, grandeur, and beauty of the whole garden. Nuruddin had seen very fine gardens in Balsara, but never any comparable to this. Having satisfied his curiosity, as he was walking in one of the walks, he turned about to the officer that was with him and asked him what his name was. As soon as he told him it was Sheikh Ibrahim, said he to him, I must confess this is a charming garden indeed. Heaven send you long to enjoy the pleasures of it. We cannot sufficiently thank you for the favor you have done us by showing us a place so well worth seeing. However, it is but just that we should make you some amends for your kindness. Here are 2 pieces of gold, take them, and get us something to eat, that we may be merry together. At the sight of the 2 pieces of gold, Sheikh Ibrahim, who was a great admirer of that metal, laughed in his sleeve. He took them, and leaving Nuruddin and the fair Persian by themselves, went to provide what was necessary, for he was alone. Said he to himself with great joy, these are generous people. I should have done very wrong if through imprudence I had ill-treated and driven them away. A 10th part of the money will suffice to treat them, and the rest I will keep for my pains. While Sheikh Ibrahim was gone to fetch something for his own supper, as well as for his guests, Nuruddin and the fair Persian walked up and down the garden, till at last they came to the pavilion of pictures that was in the middle of it. They stood a while to admire its wonderful structure, size, and loftiness, and after taking a full view of it on every side, they went up a great many steps of fine white marble, to the hall door, which they found locked. They were but just got to the bottom of the steps as Sheikh Ibrahim returned loaded with provisions. Sheikh Ibrahim, said Nuruddin in great surprise, did you not tell us that this was your garden? I did, replied Sheikh Ibrahim, and do so still. And does this magnificent pavilion also belong to you? Said Nuruddin. Sheikh Ibrahim was staggered at this unexpected question. If, said he to himself, I should say it is none of mine, they will ask me how I can be master of the garden, and not of the pavilion. As he had made them believe the garden was his, he said the same of the pavilion. My son, said he, the pavilion is not distinct from the garden, but they both belong to me. If so, said Nuruddin, since you invite us to be your guests tonight, do us the favor to show us the inside of it. For if we may judge by the outward appearance, it must certainly be extraordinarily magnificent. It would have been a great piece of incivility in Sheikh Ibrahim to have refused Nuruddin that favor, after what he had already done for him. Moreover, he considered that the caliph not having given him notice, according to his usual custom, it was likely he would not be there that night, and therefore resolved to treat his guests and sup with them in that room. He laid the provisions upon the first step, while he went to his apartment for the key. He soon returned with a light and opened the door. Nuruddin and the fair Persian entered the hall, and finding it so surprising, were never tired with admiring the beauty and richness of the place. Indeed, without saying anything of the pictures, which were admirably well drawn, the sofas were very noble and costly, and besides lustres that were fixed to every window, there was between each bar a silver arm, with a wax candle in it. Nuruddin could not behold these glorious objects without recollecting his former splendor and sighing. In the meantime, Sheikh Ibrahim was getting ready, and the cloth being laid upon a sofa, and everything in order, Nuruddin, the fair Persian, and he sat down and eat together. When supper was done and they had washed their hands, Nuruddin opened the casement, and calling the fair Persian to him, come hither, my dear, said he, and with me admire the charming prospect and beauty of the garden by moonlight. Nothing can be more agreeable. She came to him, and they both enjoyed the view, while Sheikh Ibrahim was busy in taking away the cloth. When Sheikh Ibrahim came to his guests again, Nuruddin asked him whether he had any liquor to treat them with. What liquor would you have? Replied Sheikh Ibrahim. Sherbet? I have the best in the world, but sherbet, you know, my son, is never drank after supper. I know that very well, said Nuruddin. It is not sherbet but another sort of liquor that we ask you for, and I am surprised at your not understanding me. It is wine then you mean, said Sheikh Ibrahim. You guess right, replied Nuruddin, and if you have any, oblige us with a bottle. You know a bottle after supper is a very proper companion to spend the hours with till bedtime. Heaven defend me from keeping wine in my house, cried Sheikh Ibrahim, and from ever coming to a place where any is. A man who, like me, has been a pilgrimage 4 times to Mecca, has renounced wine forever. You would do us a singular kindness, said Nuruddin, in getting a little for our own drinking, and if it be not too much trouble, I will put you in a way how you may do it, without going into an inn, or so much as laying your hand upon the vessel that contains it. Upon that condition I will do it, replied Sheikh Ibrahim. Only let me know what I am to do. Next. Why then, said Nureddin to him, we just now saw an ass tied to the entrance of your garden, which certainly must be yours, and which you may make use of in this extremity. Here are 2 pieces of gold more. Take them, and lead your ass with the panniers to the next inn. You may stand at as great a distance as you please. Do but give something to the first person that comes by, and desire him to go with your ass to the inn, and get 2 pitchers of wine. Put one in one pannier, and another in another, which he must pay for out of the money you give him, and so let him bring the ass back to you. You will have nothing to do but to drive the beast hither before you. We will take the wine out of the panniers. By this means you will do nothing that will give you any scruple. The 2 last pieces of gold that Sheikh Ibrahim was going to receive wrought wonderfully upon his mind. Ah, my son, cried he, after Nureddin had done speaking, you have an excellent contrivance. And had it not been for your invention, I should never have thought of this way of getting you some wine without any scruple of conscience. Away he went to execute the orders, which he did in a little time, and, upon his return, Nureddin went down the stairs, and taking the pitchers out of the panniers, carried them into the hall. Sheikh Ibrahim, having led the ass back to the place from whence he took him, came back again. Sheikh Ibrahim, said Nureddin to him, we cannot enough thank you for the trouble we have already given you, but we want something yet. What is that? Replied Sheikh. What more service can I do you? We have no cups to drink out of, said Nureddin, and a little fruit, if you had any, would be very acceptable. Do but say what you have a mind to, replied Sheikh Ibrahim, and you shall have everything to your heart's content. Down went Sheikh Ibrahim, and in a short time spread a table for them with beautiful porcelain dishes, full of all sorts of delicious fruits, besides gold and silver cups to drink out of. And having asked them if they wanted anything else, he withdrew, though they pressed him earnestly to stay. Nureddin and the fair Persian sat down again, and drank each a cup apiece. They were mightily pleased with the wine. Well, my dear, said Nureddin to the fair Persian, are we not the most fortunate persons in the world, after so many dangers, to meet with so charming and agreeable a place? Let us be merry, and think no more on the hardships of our voyage. Can my happiness be greater in this world, than to have you on one side of me and my glass on the other? They drank freely, and diverted themselves with agreeable conversation, each singing a song. Both having very good voices, but especially the fair Persian, their singing attracted Sheikh Ibrahim, who had stood hearkening a great while on the steps without discovering himself. He could contain himself no longer, but thrusting his head in at the door, courage, sir, said he to Nureddin, whom he took to be quite drunk, I am glad to see you so pleased. Ah, Sheikh Ibrahim, cried Nureddin turning to him, you are a glorious man, and we are extremely obliged to you. We dare not ask you to drink a cup, but walk in. Come, sit down, and let us have the honor at least of your company. Go on, said Sheikh Ibrahim. The pleasure of hearing your songs is sufficient for me. Upon this he immediately retired. The fair Persian, perceiving Sheikh Ibrahim, through one of the windows, standing upon the steps without the door, told Nureddin of it. Sir, said she, you see what an aversion he has for wine, yet I question not in the least to make him drink some, if you will do as I would have you. Nureddin asked her what it was. Do but say the word, replied he, and I am ready to do what you please. Prevail with him then only to come in and bear us company. Some time after fill up a bumper and give it him. If he refuses it, drink it yourself, pretend to be asleep, and leave the rest to me. Nureddin understood the fair Persian's design, and called to Sheikh Ibrahim, who came again to the door. Sheikh Ibrahim, said he, we are your guests. You have entertained us in the most obliging manner in the world, and will you now refuse our solicitations to honor us with your company? We do not ask you to drink, but only the favor of seeing you. Sheikh Ibrahim, being at last prevailed upon, came into the hall and sat down upon the edge of a sofa that stood nearest to the door. You do not sit well there, said Nureddin, and we cannot have the honor of seeing you. Pray come nearer and sit you down by the lady. She will like it much. I will obey you, replied Sheikh Ibrahim. So coming forward, simpering, to think he should be seated near so beautiful a creature, he placed himself at some distance from the fair Persian. Nureddin desired a song of her, in return for the honor that Sheikh Ibrahim had done them, and she sung one that charmed him. When the fair Persian had ended her song, Nureddin poured out a cup of wine, and presented it to Sheikh Ibrahim. Sheikh Ibrahim, said he, I entreat you drink this to our healths. Sir, replied he, starting back as if he abhorred the very sight of the wine, I beseech you to excuse me. I have already told you that I have forsworn the use of wine these many years. Then since positively you will not drink our healths, said Nureddin, give me leave to drink yours. While Nureddin was drinking, the fair Persian cut half an apple, and presented it to Sheikh Ibrahim. Though you refused drinking, said she, yet I believe you will not refuse tasting this apple. It is very excellent. Sheikh Ibrahim had no power to refuse it from so fair a hand, but taking it with a very low bow, put it in his mouth. She said a great many pleasant things upon the occasion, and Nuruddin, falling back upon the sofa, pretended to fall fast asleep. The fair Persian presently advanced towards Sheikh Ibrahim, and speaking in a low voice, "Look at him," said she. "Thus, in all our merry parties he constantly serves me, and no sooner has he drank a cup or two, but he falls asleep and leaves me alone. But I hope you will have the goodness to keep me company till he awakes." At this the fair Persian took a cup, and filling it with wine, offered it to Sheikh Ibrahim. "Here," said she, "drink off this to my health, I am going to pledge you." Sheikh Ibrahim made a great many difficulties and begged her to excuse him from drinking, but she pressed him so that, overcome by her charms and entreaties, he took the cup and drank off every drop of the wine. The good old man loved a cheering cup in his heart, but was ashamed to drink among strangers. He often went to the tavern in private, as many other people do, and he did not take the precaution Nuruddin recommended, but went directly to an inn, where he was well known, knights serving him instead of a cloak, and saved the money that Nuruddin had ordered him to give the messenger that was to have gone for it. While Sheikh Ibrahim was eating the half-apple after his draught, the fair Persian filled him out another, which he received with less difficulty than the former, but made none at all at the third. In short, a fourth was drank before Nuruddin started up from his pretended sleep, and bursting out into a violent fit of laughter, and looking upon him, "Ha! Ha!" said he, "Sheikh Ibrahim, have I caught you at last? Did you not tell me you had forsworn wine, and now you have drank it all up from me?" Sheikh Ibrahim, not expecting to be surprised after that manner, blushed a little. However, that did not spoil his draught. "But when he had done, sir," said he to Nuruddin, laughing, "if there is any crime in what I have done, it lies at this fair lady's door, not mine, for who could possibly resist so many charms?" The fair Persian, who perfectly understood Nuruddin, took Sheikh Ibrahim's part. "Let him talk," said she. "Sheikh Ibrahim, take no notice of him, but let us drink on and be merry." A while after, Nuruddin filled out a cup for himself and the fair Persian. But when Sheikh Ibrahim saw that Nuruddin had forgot him in his turn, he took his cup, and presenting it to the fair Persian, "Madam," said he, "do you pretend I cannot drink as well as you?" At these words of Sheikh Ibrahim, Nuruddin and the fair Persian were ready to split their sides with laughing. Nuruddin poured him out some wine, and they sat laughing, chatting, and drinking, till pretty near midnight. About that hour the fair Persian began to take notice that there was but one candle upon the table. "Sheikh Ibrahim," said she to the good old officer, "you have afforded us but one candle, when there are so many wax lights yonder. Pray do us the favor to light some of them, that we may see a little better what we are doing." Sheikh Ibrahim, making use of the liberty that wine inspires when it gets into the head, and not caring to be interrupted in his discourse with Nuruddin, bade the fair Persian light them herself. "It is fitter for a young person like you to do it," said he, "than for me, but be sure not to light above 5 or 6, for that is enough." Up rose the fair Persian immediately, and taking a wax candle in her hand, lighted it with that which stood upon the table, and, without any regard to Sheikh Ibrahim's order, lighted up the whole fourscore. By and by, while Sheikh Ibrahim was entertaining the fair Persian with some other discourse, Nuruddin took his turn to desire him to light up some of the candles in the lustres, not taking notice that all the wax lights were already in a blaze. "Certainly," replied Sheikh Ibrahim, "you must be very lazy or less vigorous than I am, that you are not able to light them yourself. Get you gone and light them. But be sure you light no more than 3. To work he went, but instead of that number he lighted them all and opened the shutters of the fourscore windows before Sheikh Ibrahim, who was deeply engaged with the fair Persian, knew anything of the matter. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid, being not yet gone to bed, was in a room at his palace by the river Tigris, from whence he could command a view both of the garden and pavilion. He accidentally opened the casement, and was extremely surprised at seeing the pavilion illuminated, and at first by the greatness of the light, thought the city was on fire. The Grand Vizier Ja'afar was still with him, who only waited for his going to rest, and then designed to go home too. The Caliph, in a great rage, called the Vizier to him. "Careless Vizier," said he, come hither, look upon the pavilion of pictures, and tell me the reason of its being illuminated at this hour, now I am not there." The Grand Vizier Ja'afar, upon this news, fell into a violent trembling, fearing something else was the matter. But when he came nearer, and with his own eyes saw the truth of what the Caliph had told him, he was more alarmed than before. Some excuse must be made to appease the Caliph's anger. "Commander of the true believers," said he, "all that I can say to your majesty about this matter is, that some 5 or 6 days ago Sheikh Ibrahim came to acquaint me that he had a design to assemble the ministers of his mosque. To assist at a ceremony, He was ambitious of performing in your majesty's auspicious reign. I asked him if I could be any way serviceable to him in this affair, upon which he entreated me to get leave of your majesty to perform the ceremony in the pavilion. I sent him away with leave to hold the assembly, telling him I would take care to acquaint your majesty with it. And I ask pardon for having quite forgotten it. Sheikh Ibrahim, continued he, has certainly made choice of this day for the ceremony. And after treating the ministers of his mosque, he was willing to indulge them with the sight of this illumination. Ja'afar, said the caliph, with a tone that plainly showed his anger was a little mollified, according to your own account, you have committed 3 faults that are unpardonable. The first, in giving Sheikh Ibrahim leave to perform this ceremony in my pavilion, for a person in such an office as his is not worthy of so great an honor. The second, in not acquainting me with it, and the third, in not diving into the good old man's intention. For my part, I am persuaded he only did it to try if he could get any money towards bearing the charge of it, but that never came into your head, and sure I shall not wrong him in allowing him to revenge himself for not having obtained the expense of the night's illumination. The Grand Vizier Ja'afar, overjoyed to hear the Caliph put the matter upon that footing, very willingly owned the faults he reproached him with, and freely confessed he was to blame in not giving Sheikh Ibrahim a few pieces of gold. Since the case is so, added the Caliph, it is just that thou shouldst be punished for thy mistakes, but thy punishment shall be light. Thou shalt spend the remainder of the night, as I mean to do, with these honest people, whose company I shall be well pleased with. And while I am putting on a citizen's habit, go thou and disguise thyself with Mesrer, and come both of you along with me. The Vizier Ja'afar would have persuaded him it was late, and that all the company would be gone before he could get thither, but the Caliph said he would positively go. The Vizier, who knew that not a syllable of what he had said was true, began to be in great consternation, but there was no reply to be made, and go he must. The Caliph then, disguised like a citizen, with the Grand Vizier Ja'afar and Mesrer, chief of the eunuchs, stole out of the palace together. They rambled through the streets of Baghdad till they came to the garden. The door, through the carelessness of Sheikh Ibrahim, was open, he having forgot to shut it when he came back from buying the wine. The Caliph was very angry at it. Ja'afar, said he to the Grand Vizier, what excuse have you for the door being open at this unseasonable hour? Is it possible that Sheikh Ibrahim makes a custom of leaving it thus all night? I rather believe the hurry of the feast has been the occasion of this neglect. Caliph went into the garden, and when he came to the pavilion, resolving not to go into the hall till he knew what was doing there, he consulted with the Grand Vizier whether it was not his best way to climb up into one of the trees that was near it, to make a discovery. The Grand Vizier, casting his eyes upon the door, perceived it stood half open, and told the Caliph. It seems Sheikh Ibrahim had left it so, when he was prevailed upon to come in and bear Nureddin and the fair Persian company. The Caliph, laying aside his first design, stole softly up to the hall door, which standing half open, he could see all the company that were within, without being discovered himself. But how was he surprised, when he saw a lady of incomparable beauty and a handsome young man sitting at the table, with Sheikh Ibrahim by them. Sheikh Ibrahim held a cup in his hand. My fair lady, said he to the fair Persian, a true toper never drinks without singing a song first. If you please to hear, I will give you one of my best songs. Sheikh Ibrahim sung, and the Caliph was the more surprised because, till that moment, he never knew of his drinking wine but always took him for a grave, solid man, as he seemed to be to outward appearance. The Caliph retired from the door with the same caution as he made his approaches to it, and coming to the Grand Vizier Ja'afar, who was standing upon the steps a little lower, come up, said he to him, and see if those within yonder are the ministers of the mosque, as you would have made me believe. By the tone of voice in which the Caliph spoke these last words, the Vizier understood that things went ill on his side. However, he went up the steps. But when he had peeped in at the door and saw all the 3 sitting in that condition, he trembled for fear of his life. He went back to the Caliph, but in so great confusion that he knew not what to say. What riotous doings are here? Said the Caliph to him. Who are these people that have presumed to take the liberty of diverting themselves in my garden and pavilion? I must, however, confess, I never saw 2 persons more beautiful or better paired in my life, and therefore, before I discover my anger, I will inform myself better, and know who they are, and the reason of their being here. He went to the door again to observe them more narrowly, and the Vizier, who followed, stood behind him, while he fixed his eyes upon them. They both plainly heard every word that Sheikh Ibrahim said to the fair Persian. Is there anything, my charming lady, wanting to render the pleasure of the evening more complete? Nothing but a lute, replied the fair Persian, and methinks, if you could get me one, all would be very well. Can you play upon it? Said Sheikh Ibrahim. Fetch me one, replied the fair Persian, and you shall hear whether I can or not. Sheikh Ibrahim, without stirring very far from his place, took a lute out of a press and presented it to the fair Persian, who began to tune it. The Caliph, in the meantime, turning to the Grand Vizier Ja'afar, said he, "The young lady is going to play upon the lute, and if she performs well, I will forgive her and the young man for her sake. But as for thee, I will have thee hanged." "Commander of the true believers," replied the Grand Vizier, "if that is your intention, I wish to God she may play ill." "Why so?" said the Caliph. "Because," replied the Grand Vizier, "the longer we live in this world, the more reason we shall have to comfort ourselves with the hopes of dying in good sociable company." The Caliph, who loved a repartee, began to laugh at this, and putting his ear to the opening of the door, he listened to hear the fair Persian play. The fair Persian began in a style that, from the moment of her touching the lute, the Caliph perceived she did it with a masterly hand. Afterwards she began to sing an air, and accompanying the lute with her voice, which was admirably fine, she sung and played with so much skill and sweetness that the Caliph was quite ravished to hear her. As soon as the fair Persian had finished her song, the Caliph went down the steps, and the Vizier Ja'afar followed him. When he came to the bottom, I never, said he, to the Vizier, heard a more charming voice or a lute better touched in my life. Isaac, 88, whom I thought the most skillful player in the world, does not come up to her. I am so charmed with her music that I will go in and hear her play before me. We must, therefore, consider how I can do it. Commander of the true believers, said the Grand Vizier, if you should go in, and Sheikh Ibrahim chanced to know you, he would infallibly die with the fright. "It is that hurts me," replied the Caliph, "and I should be loth to be the occasion of his death after so many years' service. A thought is just come into my head that may succeed. Stay here with Mesrer and wait for me in the next walk." The neighborhood of the Tigris had given the Caliph an opportunity of turning a sufficient quantity of water under a stately bridge into his garden, to make a piece of water well terraced, whither the choicest fish of the whole river used to retire. The fishermen knew it very well, and would have given the world to fish there, but the Caliph had expressly charged Sheikh Ibrahim not to suffer any of them to come near it. However, that very night, a fisherman, passing by the garden door, which the Caliph had left open as he found it, made use of this opportunity and, going in, went directly to the canal. The fisherman immediately fell to work with his casting nets, and was just ready to draw them, when the Caliph, fearing what would be the effect of Sheikh Ibrahim's negligence, but willing to make use of it to bring his design about, came to the same place. The fisherman, in spite of his disguise, knew him, and, throwing himself at his feet, humbly implored his pardon, and excused himself upon the account of his poverty. "Rise," said the Caliph, "and be not afraid. Only draw your nets that I may see what fish you have got." The fisherman, recovered of his fright, quickly obeyed the Caliph's orders. He drew out 5 or 6 very large fishes, and the Caliph, choosing the 2 biggest, tied them together by the head with the twig of a tree. After this, said he to the fisherman, "Give me thy clothes, and here take mine." The exchange was soon made, and the Caliph, being dressed like a fisherman, even to his boots and turban, "Take thy nets," said he to the fisherman, "and get thee about thy business." When the fisherman, very well pleased with his good fortune, was gone, the Caliph, taking the 2 fishes in his hand, went to look after the Grand Vizier Ja'afar and Mesrer. He stopped at the Grand Vizier, who, not knowing him, asked him what he wanted and bid him go about his business. The Caliph fell a-laughing, by which the Vizier, finding it to be him, commander of the true believers, said he, "Is it possible it can be you? I knew you not, and I ask 1,000 pardons for my rudeness. You are so disguised that you may venture into the hall without any fear of being discovered by Sheikh Ibrahim. Stay you here with Mesrer," said the Caliph, "while I go yonder and play my part." The Caliph went up to the hall and knocked at the door. Nureddin, hearing him first, told Sheikh Ibrahim of it, who asked who was there. The Caliph opened the door, and stepping a little way into the hall to show himself, "Sheikh Ibrahim," said he, "I am the fisherman Karim, who, being informed of your design to treat some of your friends, have brought you 2 very fine fishes, fresh caught, to ask if you have any occasion for them." Nureddin and the fair Persian, mightily pleased to hear him name fish, "Pray," said she to Sheikh Ibrahim, "let him come in that we may look at them." Sheikh Ibrahim, by this time, was incapable of asking this counterfeit fisherman how or which way he came thither, his whole thought being only to oblige the fair Persian. With much ado he turned his head towards the door, being quite drunk, and in a stammering tone, calling to the Caliph, whom he took to be a fisherman, "Come hither, thou nightly thief," said he, "and let us see what thou hast got." The Caliph went forwards, and counterfeiting all the actions of a fisherman to a nicety, presented the 2 fishes. "These are very fine ones indeed," said the fair Persian, "and if they were well dressed and seasoned, I should be glad to eat some of them." "The lady is in the right on it," answered Sheikh Ibrahim, "but what can you do with your fish unless it were dressed? Go dress it thyself, and bring it to us. Thou wilt find everything necessary in my kitchen." The caliph went back to the Grand Vizier Ja'afar, said he, I have been very well received, but they want the fish to be dressed. I will take care to dress it myself, said the Grand Vizier, and they shall have it in a moment. Nay, replied the caliph, so eager am I to accomplish my design, that I will take that trouble myself. For since I have personated the fisherman so well, sure I can play the cook for once. In my younger days I dealt a little in cookery and always came off with credit. So saying, he went directly towards Sheikh Ibrahim's lodgings, and the Grand Vizier and Messer followed him. They all three fell to work, and though Sheikh Ibrahim's kitchen was not very large, yet there was everything in it that they wanted. The fish was quickly cooked, and the caliph served it up, putting to everyone's plate a lemon to squeeze in the sauce if they thought proper. They all eat very heartily, but especially Nureddin and the fair Persian, and the caliph stood before them. As soon as the repast was over, Nureddin, looking upon the caliph, fisherman, said he, there never was better fish eaten, and you have done us the greatest favor in the world. At the same time, putting his hand into his bosom, and pulling out a purse of 30 pieces of gold, the remainder of 40 that Sangar, the officer of the king of Balsara, had given him just upon his departure, take it, said he to him. If I had any more, thou shouldst have it. Had I known thee in my prosperity, I would have taken care to secure thee from ever wanting. Do not refuse the small present I make thee, but accept of it as kindly as if it was much greater. The caliph took the purse and thanked Nureddin, and perceiving by the weight that it contained gold, sir, said he to him, I cannot enough thank you for your liberality, and I think myself very fortunate in having to do with a person of your generosity. But before I take my leave, I have a favor to ask, which I beg you not to deny me. Yonder is a lute, which makes me believe that the lady understands playing upon it, and if you can prevail with her to play but one tune, I shall go away perfectly satisfied. For a lute, sir, is an instrument I am particularly fond of. Fair Persian, said Nureddin, immediately addressing himself to her, I ask that favor of you, and I hope you will not refuse me. She took up the lute without more entreaties, and putting it presently in tune, played and sung with such an air as charmed the very soul of the caliph. Afterwards she played upon the lute without singing, but with so much strength and softness that transported him into an ecstasy. When the fair Persian had given over playing, the caliph cried out, what a voice! What a hand! What skill! Was there ever finer singing or better playing upon the lute? Never was there any seen or heard like it. Nureddin, who was accustomed to give all that belonged to him to persons who praised him, fisherman, said he, I find thou hast some taste for music. Since thou art so delighted with her performance, she is thine. I make thee a present of her. At the same time he rose up, and taking his robe, which he had laid by, was going away, and leaving the caliph, whom he believed to be no other than a fisherman, in possession of the fair Persian. The fair Persian was extremely surprised at Nureddin's liberality. She took hold of him, and, looking tenderly at him, whither, sir, said she, are you going? Sit down in your place, I entreat you, and hearken to what I am going to sing and play. He did as she desired him. And then the fair Persian, touching the lute, and looking upon him with tears in her eyes, sung some verses that she had made extempore, to reproach him with his indifference, and the easiness as well as cruelty with which he resigned her to Karam. She only hinted without explaining herself any farther to a fisherman as Karam was, for she, as well as Nureddin, was ignorant of his being the caliph. When she had done playing, she put the lute down by her, and clapped a handkerchief to her face, to hide the tears she could not help shedding. Nureddin made no answer to all these reproaches, but by his silence seemed to declare, he did not repent of what he had done. The caliph, surprised at what he had heard, sir, said he, as far as I see, this beautiful, rare, and accomplished lady, that so generously you have made me a present of just now, is your slave, and you are her master. It is very true, Karam, replied Nureddin, and thou wouldst be more surprised than thou art now, should I tell thee all the misfortunes that have happened to me upon her account. Ah, I beseech you, sir, replied the caliph, still behaving like a fisherman, oblige me so far as to let me hear part of your story. Nureddin, who had already obliged him in several things of more consequence, was so complacent as to relate the whole story to him. He began with the vizier his father's buying the fair Persian for the king of Balsara, and omitted nothing of what he had done, or what had happened to him from that time to their arrival at Baghdad, and to that very moment he was talking to him. When Nureddin had ended his story, and whither are you going now? Said the caliph. Where heaven shall direct me, answered Nureddin. If you will believe me, replied the caliph, you shall go no farther, but on the contrary, you must return to Balsara. I will write a short letter, which you shall give the king in my name. You shall see, upon the reading it, he will give you a very handsome reception, and nobody will dare to speak against you. Karam, said Nureddin, what thou hast told me is very singular. I never heard that a poor fisherman, as thou art, had any correspondence with a king." "Be not astonished at that," replied the caliph. "You must know that we both studied together under the same masters, and were always the best friends in the world. It is true, fortune has not been equally favorable to us. She has made him a king, and me but a fisherman. But this inequality has not lessened our friendship. He has often expressed a readiness and desire to advance my fortune, but I always refused it, and am better pleased with the satisfaction of knowing that he will never deny me whatever I ask for the service and advantage of my friends. Let me do it, and you shall see the success." Nureddin consented to what the caliph had proposed, and there being everything necessary for writing in the hall, the caliph wrote a letter to the king of Balsara, at the top of which, near the edge of the paper, he placed this form, in 3 small characters, "In the name of the most merciful God," to show he would be absolutely obeyed. The letter of Caliph Harun al-Rashid to the king of Balsara. Harun al-Rashid, son of Mandi, sends this letter to Maham Zainbai, his cousin. "As soon as Nureddin, son to the late Vizier Khakan, the bearer, has delivered you this letter, and you have read it, pull off the royal mantle, put it on his shoulders, and place him in thy seat without fail. Farewell." The caliph folded up the letter and sealed it, and giving it to Nureddin, without saying anything of what was in it, "Go," said he, "embark immediately in a vessel that is ready to go off, as there did constantly every day at the same hour. You may sleep when you are abroad." Nureddin took the letter, and away he went, with the little money he had about him when Sangar gave him his purse. And the fair Persian, distracted with grief at his departure, retired to one of the sofas and fell to weeping bitterly. Nureddin was scarce gone out of the hall, when Sheikh Ibrahim, who had been silent during the whole transaction, looking steadfastly upon the caliph, whom he still took for the fisherman Karim, "Hark," said he, "Karim, thou hast brought us 2 fishes that are worth 20 pieces of copper at most, and thou hast got a purse and a slave, but dost thou think to have it all for thyself? I here declare that I will go halves with thee in the slave, and as for the purse, show me what is in the inside. If it is silver, thou shalt have 1 piece for thyself. But if it is gold, I will have it all, and give thee in exchange some pieces of copper which I have in my purse." For the better understanding of what follows, Scheherazade, interrupting herself here, said, "We must observe that the caliph, before his serving up the fish, had dispatched the Grand Vizier Ja'afar to his palace, with orders to get 4 slaves with a rich habit, and to wait on the other side of the pavilion till he gave a signal with his finger against the window. The Grand Vizier performed his commission, and he, Mesrer, and the 4 slaves waited at the appointed place, expecting the sign. But to return to my story," said the sultaness. "The caliph, still personating the fisherman, answered Sheikh Ibrahim boldly, 'I know not what there is in the purse. Gold or silver, you shall freely go my halves, but as to the slave, I will have her all to myself, and if you will not accept these conditions, you shall have nothing.'" Sheikh Ibrahim, enraged to the last degree at this insolence, considering him only as a fisherman, snatched up one of the china dishes which were on the table, and flung it at the caliph's head. The caliph easily avoided the blow, being thrown by a person in liquor, but the dish striking against the wall was dashed into 1,000 pieces. Sheikh Ibrahim grew more enraged at having missed his aim, and, catching up the candle that stood upon the table, rose from his seat and went staggering down a pair of back stairs to look for a cane. The caliph took this opportunity, and striking his hands against the window, the Grand Vizier, Mesrer, and the 4 slaves were with him in a trice. The slaves quickly pulled off the fisherman's clothes and put him on the habit they had brought. They had not quite dressed the caliph, who had seated himself upon the throne that was in the hall, but were very busy about him, when Sheikh Ibrahim, spurred on by interest, came back with a swinging cane in his hand, with which he designed to pay the pretended fisherman soundly. But instead of finding him, he saw his clothes in the middle of the hall and the caliph upon his throne, with the Grand Vizier and Mesrer on each side of him. He stood a while gazing upon this unexpected sight, doubting whether he was awake or asleep. The caliph fell a-laughing at his astonishment, and calling to him, "Sheikh Ibrahim," said he, "What dost thou want? Whom dost thou look after?" Sheikh Ibrahim, no longer doubting that it was the caliph, immediately threw himself at his feet with his face and long beard to the ground. "Commander of the true believers," cried he, "your vile slave has offended you, but he implores your clemency and asks 1,000 pardons for his offense." As soon as the slaves had made an end of dressing him, he came down from his throne, and advancing towards him, "Rise," said he, "I forgive thee." The caliph then addressed himself to the fair Persian, who had suspended her sorrow as soon as she understood that the garden and pavilion belonged to that prince, and not to Sheikh Ibrahim, as he had all along made her believe, and that it was he himself disguised in the fisherman's clothes. "Fair Persian," said he, "rise and follow me. By what you have lately seen, you ought to know who I am, and to believe that I am above taking any advantage of the present which Nureddin, with a generosity not to be paralleled, has made me of your person. I have sent him to Balsora to be king there, and when I have given him the dispatches necessary for his establishment, you shall go thither and be queen. In the meantime, I am going to order an apartment for you in my palace, where you shall be treated according to your desert." This discourse encouraged the fair Persian, and comforted her very sensibly. The joy for the advancement of Nureddin, whom she passionately loved, to so high an honor, made her sufficient amends for her affliction. The Caliph kept his promise, and recommended her to the care of his lady Zobeide, whom he acquainted with the esteem he had lately entertained for Nureddin. Nureddin's return to Balsora was more fortunate, and speedier by some days, than he could have expected. Upon his arrival, without visiting any of his friends or relations, he went directly to the palace, where the king at that time was giving public audience. With the letter held up in his hand, he pressed through the crowd, who presently made way for him to come forward and deliver it. The king took and opened it, and his color changed in reading it. He kissed it thrice, and was just about to obey the caliph's orders, when he bethought himself of showing it to the vizier Sai, Nureddin's irreconcilable enemy. Sai, who had discovered Nureddin, and began to conjecture, with great uneasiness, what might be the design of his coming, was no less surprised than the king at the order contained in the letter. And being as much concerned in it, he thought that very moment upon a way to evade it. He pretended not to have read the letter quite through, and therefore, desiring a second view of it, he turned himself a little on one side, as if he wanted a better light, and, without being perceived by anybody, dexterously tore off from the top of it the form that showed the caliph would be absolutely obeyed, and putting it into his mouth, swallowed it. After this egregious piece of villainy, Sai turned to the king, and giving him the letter, "Sir," said he to him, in a low voice, "what does your majesty intend to do?" "What the caliph has commanded me," replied the king. "Have a care, sir," said the wicked vizier, "what you do. It is true, this is the caliph's hand, but the form is not to it." The king had observed that very well, but in his confusion, he thought his eyes deceived him when he saw it was gone. "Sir," continued the vizier, "we have no reason to doubt but that the caliph, upon the complaints he has made against your majesty and me, has granted him this letter purely to get rid of him, and not with any intention of having the order contained in it executed. Besides, we must consider he has sent no express with a patent, and without that the order is of no force. And since a king like your majesty was never deposed without that formality, any other man as well as Nureddin might come with a forged letter. Let who will bring such a letter as this, it ought not to be put in execution. Your majesty may depend upon it, that is never done, and I will take upon myself all the consequence of disobeying this order." King Sinbad, easily persuaded by this pernicious counsel, left Nureddin entirely to the discretion of the vizier Sai, who led him to his house after a very insulting manner, where, after causing him to be bastinadoed till he was almost dead, he ordered him to a prison, where he commanded him to be put in the darkest and deepest dungeon, with a strict charge to the jailer to give him nothing but bread and water. When Nureddin, half dead with the strokes, came to himself, and found what a nasty dungeon he was in, he bewailed his misfortunes in the most pathetic manner. "Ah, fisherman," cried he, "how hast thou cheated me, and how easy have I been in believing thee? Could I, after the civility I showed thee, expect so inhuman and barbarous usage? However, may heaven reward thee, for I cannot persuade myself that thy intention was so base, and I will with patience wait the end of my afflictions." The poor disconsolate Nureddin remained 6 whole days in this miserable condition, and Sai did not forget that he had confined him there. But being resolved to put him to a shameful death, and not daring to do it by his own authority, to accomplish his villainous design, he loaded some of his slaves with rich presents, which he, at the head of them, went and presented to the king. "Behold, sire," said he, with the blackest malice, "what the new king has sent you upon his accession to the crown, and begs your majesty to accept of it." The king, taking the matter just as Sai intended it, "What," replied he, "is that wretch still living? I thought you had put him to death already." "Sire, I have no power," answered the vizier, "to take any person's life away. That only belongs to your majesty." "Go," said the king, "behead him instantly. I give you full authority." "Sire," replied the vizier Sai, "I am infinitely obliged to your majesty for the justice you do me. But since Nureddin has publicly affronted me, I humbly beg the favor that his execution may be performed before the palace, and that the criers may publish in every quarter of the city, that every body may be satisfied he has made a sufficient reparation for the affront The king granted his request, and the criers, in performing their office, diffused an universal sorrow through the whole city. The memory of his father's virtues being yet very fresh among them, no one could hear without horror and indignation that the son was going to suffer an ignominious death, through the villainy and instigation of the vizier Sai. Sai went in person to the prison, accompanied with 20 slaves, ministers of his cruelty, who took Nuruddin out of the dungeon, and put him upon a shabby horse without a saddle. When Nuruddin saw himself in the hands of his enemy, "Thou triumphest now," said he, "and abusest thy power. But I trust in the truth of what is written in one of our books. You judge unjustly, and in a little time you shall be judged yourself." The vizier Sai, who really triumphed in his heart, "What insolent," said he, "darest thou insult me yet? But go, I pardon thee, and care not whatever happens to me, so I have the pleasure of seeing thee lose thy head in the public view of all Balsara. Thou oughtest also to remember what another of our books says. What signifies if one dies the next day after the death of his enemy?" The vizier, still implacable in his hatred and enmity, surrounded by part of his slaves in arms, ordered Nuruddin to be conducted by the other, and went himself towards the palace. The people were ready to fall upon him as he went along, and if anybody had set the example, they would certainly have stoned him to death. When he had brought him to the place of suffering, which was to be in sight of the king's apartment, he left him in the executioner's hands and went straight to the king, who was in his closet, ready to glut his eyes with the bloody spectacle he had prepared. The king's guard and the vizier's slaves, which made a circle round Nuruddin, had much ado to withstand the people, who made all possible efforts, but in vain, to break through them and carry him off by force. The executioner coming up to him, "Sir," said he, "I hope you will forgive me. I am but a slave and cannot help doing my duty. If you have no occasion for anything more, I beseech you prepare yourself, for the king is just going to give me orders to strike the blow." The poor unfortunate Nuruddin, at that cruel moment, looking round upon the people, "Will no charitable body," cried he, "bring me a little water to quench my thirst?" Which immediately they did, and handed it up to him upon the scaffold. The vizier Sai, perceiving this delay, called out to the executioner from the king's closet window, where he had planted himself, "Strike! What dost thou stay for?" At these barbarous and inhuman words the whole place echoed with loud imprecations against him, and the king, jealous of his authority, made it appear, by enjoining him to stay a while, that he was angry at his presumption. But there was another reason. For the king that very moment, casting his eye to a large street that faced him, and joining to the place of execution, saw about the middle of it a troop of horsemen come galloping full speed towards the palace. "Vizier," said the king immediately, "look yonder. What is the meaning of those horsemen?" Sai, who knew not what it might be, earnestly pressed the king to give the executioner the sign. "No," replied the king, "I will first know who those horsemen are." It was the vizier Ja'afar with his train, who came in person from Baghdad by the caliph's order. To understand the occasion of this minister's coming to Balsara, we must observe that after Nuruddin's departure with the caliph's letter, the caliph, the next day, nor several days after, never thought of sending him the patent that he mentioned to the fair Persian. He happened one day to be in the inner palace, which was that of the women, and passing by the apartment, he heard the sound of a fine voice. He listened to it, and he had no sooner heard the words of one complaining for the absence of somebody, than he asked the officer of the eunuchs that attended him, who that woman was that belonged to that apartment. The officer told him it was the young stranger's slave, whom he had sent to Balsara to be king in the room of Mohammed Zinbai. "Ah, poor Nuruddin," cried the caliph presently, "I had forgot thee. But haste," said he to the officer, "and bid Ja'afar come to me." The vizier was with him in an instant. As soon as he came, Ja'afar, said he, "I have hitherto neglected sending the pat to Nuruddin, which was to confirm him king of Balsara, but we have no time now to draw up one. Therefore immediately take post horses, and with some of your servants make what haste you can to Balsara. If Nuruddin is no longer alive but put to death by them, order the vizier Sai to be hanged. But if he is living, bring him to me with the king and the vizier." The grand vizier stayed no longer than just to get on horseback, and being attended by a great train of officers belonging to his house, he set off for Balsara, where he arrived in the manner and at the time already mentioned. As soon as he came to the palace yard, the people cleared the way for him, crying out, "A pardon for Nuruddin?" And with his whole train he rode into the palace, even to the very stairs where he alighted. The king of Balsara, knowing him to be the caliph's chief minister, went to meet him, and received him at the entrance of his apartment. The first question the vizier asked was if Nuruddin was living, and if he was, that he might be sent for. The king made answer he was alive, and gave orders to have him brought in. Accordingly he soon made his appearance as he was, tied and bound with cords. The Grand Vizier Jafar caused him to be untied, and setting him at liberty, ordered the Vizier Sai to be seized and bound him with the same cords. The Grand Vizier Jafar lay but one night in Balsara. The next day he set out again for Baghdad, and, according to the order he had received, carried Sai, the king of Balsara, and Nuruddin along with him. As soon as he came to Baghdad, he presented them all to the caliph. And after he had given him an account of his journey, and particularly the miserable condition he found Nuruddin in, and his ill usage by the advice and malice of Sai, the caliph desired Nuruddin to behead the vizier himself. "Commander of the true believers," said Nuruddin, "notwithstanding the injury this wicked man has done me, and the mischief he endeavored to do my deceased father, I should think myself the basest of mankind, if I were to stain my hands with his blood." The caliph was extremely pleased with his generosity, and ordered justice to be done by the executioner's hand. The caliph would fain have sent Nuruddin back to Balsara to have been king there, but Nuruddin humbly begged to be excused from accepting of the offer. "Commander of the true believers," said Nuruddin, "the city of Balsara, after the misfortunes that have happened to me there, will be so much my aversion, that I beseech your majesty to give me leave to keep the oath that I have made of never returning thither again. And I shall think it my greatest glory to serve near your royal person, if you are pleased to allow me the honor." The caliph consented to it, and placing him among the number of those courtiers who were his greatest favorites, restored the fair Persian to him again. To all these favors he added a plentiful fortune, and he and the fair Persian lived together to their dying day, with all the happiness they could desire. As for the king of Balsara, the caliph contented himself with only letting him see how careful he ought to be in the choice of his viziers, and so sent him back into his kingdom. The story of Bedr, Prince of Persia, and Johora, Princess of Samandal. Persia is a country of so vast extent that their ancient monarchs have, not without some color of reason, assumed the haughty title of King of Kings. For not to mention those subdued by their arms, there are kingdoms and provinces whose kings are not only tributary, but also in as great subjection as governors in other nations are to kings. One of these kings, who in the beginning of his reign had signalized himself by many glorious and successful conquests, enjoyed so profound a peace and tranquility, as rendered him the happiest of monarchs. The only thing in which he thought himself unfortunate was, that amongst all his wives, not one of them ever brought him a son, and being now far advanced in years, he was desirous of an heir to succeed him after his death. However, he had above 100 ladies, all lodged in separate apartments, after a magnificent manner, with women slaves to wait upon, and eunuchs to guard them. Yet, notwithstanding all his endeavors to please and gratify them in everything, there was not one that answered his expectation. He had women very often brought him from the most remote countries, and if they pleased him, he not only gave the merchants their full price at first word, but loaded them with honors, favors, and benedictions, in hopes that at last he might be so happy as to meet with one by whom he might have a son. There was scarce any act of charity but what he performed to prevail with heaven. He gave immense sums to the poor, besides large donatives to the religious of his religion, building for their use many noble colleges richly endowed, in hopes of obtaining by their prayers what he so earnestly desired. One day, according to the custom of his royal predecessors, during their residence in their capital city, he held an assembly of his courtiers, at which all the ambassadors and strangers of quality about the court were present, and where they not only entertained one another with talking of news and politics, but also of the sciences, history, poetry, literature, and whatever else was capable of diverting the mind after the most agreeable manner. Upon that day, an eunuch came to acquaint him with the arrival of a certain merchant from a far country, who, having brought a slave along with him, desired leave to show her to his majesty. "Give him admittance instantly," said the king, "and after the assembly is over I will talk with him." The merchant was introduced, and seated in a convenient place, from whence he might easily have a full view of the king, and hear him talk familiarly to those that stood near his person. The king observed this rule to all strangers, with a design that by degrees they might grow acquainted with him, so that, when they saw with what freedom and civility he addressed himself to all, they might be encouraged to talk with him in the same manner, without being the least surprised at the pomp and splendor of his appearance, which was enough to deprive those of their power of speech that were not used to it. He treated the ambassadors also after the same manner. He ate with them, and during the repast asked them several questions concerning their health, their journey, and the particularities of their country. After they had been thus encouraged, he gave them audience. When the assembly was over, and all the company retired, the merchant, who was the only person left, fell prostrate before the king's throne with his face to the earth, wishing his majesty an accomplishment of all his desires. As soon as he rose up, the king asked him if the news of his having brought a slave for him was true, and whether she was handsome. "Sire," replied the merchant, "I doubt not in the least but your majesty has very beautiful women, since you search every corner of the earth for them. But I may boldly affirm, without overvaluing my merchandise, that you never yet saw a woman that could stand in competition with her for shape and beauty, agreeable qualifications, and all the perfections that she is mistress of." "Where is she?" said the king. "Bring her to me instantly." "Sire," replied the merchant, "I have delivered her into the hands of one of your chief eunuchs, and your majesty may send for her at your pleasure." The fair slave was immediately brought in, and no sooner had the king cast his eyes on her, but he was charmed with her beautiful and easy shape. He went presently into a closet, whither the merchant, with a few eunuchs, followed him. The fair slave wore a red satin veil striped with gold over her face, and when the merchant had taken it off, the king of Persia beheld a lady that surpassed in beauty, not only his present ladies, but all that he ever had before. He immediately fell passionately in love with her, and bid the merchant name his price. "Sire," said he, "I gave 1,000 pieces of gold to the person of whom I bought her, and in my 3 years' journey to your court, I reckon I have spent as much. But I shall forbear setting any price to so great a monarch. And therefore, if your majesty likes her, I humbly beg you would accept of her as a present." "I am highly obliged to you," replied the king, "but it is never my custom to treat merchants, who come hither purely for my pleasure, after so ungenerous a manner. I am going to order thee 10,000 pieces of gold. Will that be sufficient?" "Sire," answered the merchant, "I should have esteemed myself very happy in your majesty's acceptance of her for nothing, yet I dare not refuse so generous an offer. I shall not fail to publish it in my own country, and in every place through which I pass." The money was presently paid, and before he departed, the king made him put on a rich suit of cloth of gold. The king caused the fair slave to be lodged in the finest apartment next his own, and gave particular orders to the matrons, and the women slaves appointed to attend her, that after bathing they should dress her in the richest habit they could find, and carry her the finest pearl necklaces, the brightest diamonds, and other the richest precious stones, that she might choose those she liked best. The officious matrons, whose only care was to please the king, were astonished at her beauty, and being well versed therein, they told his majesty that if he would allow them but 3 days, they would engage to make her so much handsomer than she was at present, that he could scarce know her again. The king could hardly deprive himself of the pleasure of enjoying her so long, but at last he consented, upon condition they would be as good as their word. The king of Persia's capital was situated in an island, and his palace, which was very magnificent, was built upon the seashore. His apartment looked upon that element, and the fair slaves, which was pretty near it, had also the same prospect, and it was the more agreeable, upon the account of the seas beating almost against the foot of the wall. At the 3 days' end, the fair slave, magnificently dressed and set off, was alone in her chamber, sitting upon a sofa, and leaning against one of the windows that faced the sea, when the king, being informed that he might visit her, came in. The slave, hearing somebody walk in the room, with an air quite different from that of the women slaves, who had hitherto attended her, immediately turned her head about to see who it was. She knew him to be the king, but without discovering the least surprise, or so much as rising from her seat to salute or receive him, as if he had been the most indifferent person in the world, she put herself in the same posture again. The king of Persia was extremely surprised to see a slave of so beauteous a form so very ignorant of the world. He attributed this to the narrowness of her education, and the little care that was taken of instructing her in the first rules of civility. He went to her at the window, where, notwithstanding the coldness and indifference with which she had just now received him, she suffered herself to be admired, caressed, and embraced as much as he pleased. In the midst of these amorous embraces and tender endearments, this monarch paused a while to gaze upon, or rather to devour her with his eyes. "My goddess, my angel, my charmer," cried the king, "whence came you, and where do those happy parents live that brought into the world so surprising a masterpiece of nature as you are? Ah, how I love you, and shall always continue to do so. Never did I feel for a woman what I now feel for you. And though I have seen, and do see every day, a vast number of beauties, yet never did my eyes behold so many charms in one single person, which have so transported me out of myself, that I shall entirely devote myself to you. My dearest life," continued he, "you neither answer. nor by any visible token give me the least reason to believe that you are sensible of the many demonstrations I have given you of the violence of my passion. Neither will you turn your eyes on me to afford mine the pleasure of meeting them, and to convince you that it is impossible to love more than I do you. Why will you still keep this obstinate silence which chills me? And whence proceeds the seriousness, or rather sorrow, that torments me to the soul? Do you mourn for your country, your friends, or your relations? Alas, is not the king of Persia, who loves and adores you, capable of comforting and making you amends for the loss of everything in the world? What protestations of love soever the king of Persia made the fair slave, or all he could say to oblige her to speak to him, she continued her astonishing reserve, and keeping her eyes still fixed upon the ground, would neither look at him nor utter a word. The king of Persia, charmed with the purchase he had made of a slave that pleased him so well, pressed her no farther, in hopes that by treating her kindly, he might prevail upon her to change her mind. He presently clapped his hands, and the women that waited in an outward room entered. He commanded them to bring in supper. When it was on the table, my soul, said he to the slave, come hither and sup with me. She rose from her seat, and being seated over against the king, his majesty helped her before he began eating himself, and so he did of every dish during the whole supper. The slave eat as well as the king, but still with downcast eyes and without speaking a word, though he often asked her how she liked the entertainment, and whether it was dressed according to her taste. The king, willing to change the discourse, asked her what her name was, how she liked the clothes and the jewels she had on, what she thought of her apartment and the rich furniture, and whether the prospect of the sea was not very agreeable. But to all these questions she answered not a word, so that the king was at a loss what to think of her silence. He imagined at first that perhaps she might be dumb, but then, said he to himself, can it be possible that heaven should form a creature so beautiful, so perfect, and so accomplished, yet at the same time with so great an imperfection? Were it however so, I could not love her with a less passion than I do. When the king of Persia rose from the table, he washed his hands on one side, while the fair slave washed hers on the other. He took that time to ask the women that held the basin and napkin if ever they had heard her speak. One of them presently made answer, Sire, we have neither seen her open her lips, nor heard her speak any more than your majesty has just now. We have rendered her our services in the bath. We have combed and dressed her head, put on her clothes, and waited upon her in her chamber, but she has never opened her lips so much as to say, that is well, or I like this. We have often asked her, Madam, do you want anything? Is there anything you wish for? Do but ask and command us, but we have never been able to draw a word from her. We cannot tell whether her silence proceeds from pride, sorrow, stupidity, or dumbness, and this is all we can inform your majesty of. The king of Persia was more astonished at hearing this than he was before. However, believing the slave might have some cause of sorrow, he was willing to endeavor to divert and amuse her. Accordingly, he made a very splendid assembly, to which all the ladies of the court came, and those who were skillful in playing upon musical instruments performed their parts, while others sung or danced or did both together. At last, they played at all sorts of games, which mightily diverted the king. The fair slave was the only person that took no pleasure in these diversions. She never stirred out of her place, but kept her eyes fixed on the ground with so much indifference that all the ladies were no less surprised than the king. After the assembly was over, everyone retired to her apartment, and the king, who was left alone with the fair slave, lay with her that night. The next morning the king of Persia rose more pleased than ever he had been with all his women he had seen before, and more enamored with the fair slave than he was the day before. Indeed, he soon made it appear, by resolving henceforth to attach himself only to her, and he performed his resolution. On the very same day he dismissed all his other women, giving every one of them their jewels and other valuable things, besides a considerable fortune, with free leave to marry whom they thought fit, and only kept the matrons and a few other elderly women to wait upon the fair slave. However, for a whole year together, she never afforded him the pleasure of one single word. Yet the king continued his assiduities to please her, with all the complacence imaginable, and to give her the most signal proofs of a violent passion. The year was now expired, when the king, sitting one day by his mistress, protested to her that his love, instead of being diminished, grew every day more violent. My queen, said he, I cannot divine what your thoughts are, but nothing is more true, and I swear to you that having the happiness of possessing you, there remains nothing for me to desire. I esteem my kingdom, great as it is, less than an atom, when I have the pleasure of beholding you, and of telling you 1,000 times that I adore you. I desire not that my words alone should oblige you to believe me. Surely you can no longer doubt it, after the vast number of women who were in my palace, whom I have sacrificed to your beauty. You may remember it is about a year since I sent them all away, and I repent of it as little even now I am talking with you, as I did the first moment of their departure, and I never shall repent. Nothing would be wanting to complete my happiness and crown my joy, would you but speak one single word to me, by which I might be assured that you thought yourself at all obliged to me. But how can you speak to me if you are dumb? And alas, I feel too fearful this is the case. How can I doubt, since you still torment me with silence, after a whole year's entreating you continually to speak to me? If it is impossible for me to obtain of you that consolation, may heaven at least grant me the blessing of a son by you, to succeed me after my death. I find myself growing old every day, and I begin already to want one to assist me in bearing the weight of my crown. Still, I cannot conceal the great desire I have of hearing you speak, for something within me tells me you are not dumb, and I beseech, I conjure you, dear madam, to break through this long silence and speak but one word to me, and after that I care not how soon I die. At this discourse the fair slave, who, according to her usual custom, had hearkened to the king with downcast eyes, and had given him cause to believe not only that she was dumb, but that she had never laughed in her life, began to smile a little. The king of Persia perceived it with a surprise that made him break forth into an exclamation of joy, and no longer doubting but that she was going to speak, he waited for that happy moment with an eagerness and attention that cannot easily be expressed. At last the fair slave, breaking her long-kept silence, thus addressed herself to the king. "Sire," said she, "I have so many things to say to your majesty, that having once broke silence, I know not where to begin. However, in the first place, I think myself in duty bound to thank you for all the favors and honors you have been pleased to confer upon me, and to implore heaven to bless and prosper you, to prevent the wicked designs of your enemies, and not suffer you to die, after hearing me speak, but to grant you a long life. After this, sire, I cannot give you a greater satisfaction than by acquainting you that I am with child, and I wish, as you do, it may be a son. Had it never been my fortune to have been pregnant, I was resolved, I beg your majesty to pardon the sincerity of my intention, never to have loved you, as well as to have kept an eternal silence. But now I love you as I ought to do." The king of Persia, ravished to hear the fair slave not only speak, but tell him tidings in which he was so nearly concerned, embraced her tenderly. "Shining light of my eyes," said he, "it is impossible for me to receive a greater joy than what you have now given me. You have spoken to me, and you have declared your being with child, which I did not expect. After these two occasions of joy, I am transported out of myself." The king of Persia, in the transport of his joy, said no more to the fair slave. He left her, but in such a manner as made her perceive his intention was speedily to return. And being willing that the occasion of his joys should be made public, he declared it to his officers, and sent in all haste for the grand vizier. As soon as he came, he ordered him to distribute 1,000 pieces of gold among the holy men of his religion, who made vows of poverty, as also among the hospitals and the poor, by way of returning thanks to heaven, and his will was obeyed by the direction of that minister. After the king of Persia had given this order, he returned to the fair slave again. "Madam," said he, "pardon me for leaving you so abruptly, since you have been the occasion of it, but I hope you will indulge me with some conversation, since I am desirous to know of you several things of much greater consequence. Tell me, my dearest soul, what were the powerful reasons that induced you to persist in that obstinate silence for a whole year together, though every day you saw me, heard me talk to you, eat and drank with me, and every night lay with me? I shall pass by your not speaking, but how you could carry yourself so as that I could never discover whether you were sensible of what I said to you, or no, I confess, surpasses my understanding, and I cannot yet comprehend how you could contain yourself so long. Therefore I must conclude the occasion of it to be very extraordinary." "To satisfy the king of Persia's curiosity," replied this fair person, "think whether or no to be a slave, far from my own country, without any hopes of ever seeing it again, to have a heart torn with grief, for being separated forever from my mother, my brother, my friends, and my acquaintance. Are not these sufficient reasons for my keeping a silence your majesty has thought so strange and unaccountable? The love of our native country is as natural to us as that of our parents, and the loss of liberty is insupportable to everyone who is not wholly destitute of common sense and knows how to set a value on it. The body indeed may be enslaved, and under the subjection of a master, who has the power and authority in his hands. But the will can never be conquered, but remains free and unconfined, depending on itself alone, as your majesty has found an instance of it in me, and it is a wonder that I have not followed the example of abundance of unfortunate wretches, whom the loss of liberty has reduced to the melancholy resolution of procuring their own deaths 1,000 ways, by a liberty which cannot be taken from them. Madam, replied the king, I am convinced of the truth of what you say, but till this moment I was of opinion that a person beautiful, well-shaped, of good understanding, like yourself, whom her evil destiny had condemned to be a slave, ought to think herself very happy in meeting with a king for her master. Sire, replied the fair slave, whatever the slave is, as I have already observed to your majesty, there is no king on earth can tyrannize over her will. But when you speak of a slave mistress of charms enough to captivate a monarch and induce him to love her, if she is of a rank infinitely below him, I am of your opinion, she ought to think herself happy in her misfortunes. But what happiness can it be, when she considers herself only as a slave, torn from a parent's arms, and perhaps from those of a lover, her passion for whom death only can extinguish? But when this very slave is in nothing inferior to the king that bought her, your majesty shall then judge yourself of the rigor of her destiny, her misery, and her sorrow, and to what desperate attempts the anguish of despair may drive her. The king of Persia, astonished at this discourse, madam, said he, can it be possible that you are of royal blood, as by your words you seem to intimate? Explain the whole secret to me, I beseech you, and no longer augment my impatience. Let me instantly know who are the happy parents of so great a prodigy of beauty, who are your brothers, your sisters, and your relations, but above all, what your name is. Sire, said the fair slave, my name is Gulnare 89 of the sea, and my father, who is now dead, was one of the most potent monarchs of the ocean. When he died, he left his kingdom to a brother of mine, named Sail, 90, and to the queen my mother, who is also a princess, the daughter of another puissant monarch of the sea. We enjoyed a profound peace and tranquility through the whole kingdom, till a neighboring prince, envious of our happiness, invaded our dominions with a mighty army, and penetrating as far as our capital, made himself master of it. And we had but just time enough to save ourselves in an impenetrable and inaccessible place, with a few trusty officers who did not forsake us in our distress. In this retreat, my brother was not negligent in contriving all manner of ways to drive the unjust invader from our dominions. One day, taking me into his closet, sister, said he, the events of the smallest undertakings are always dubious. As for my own part, I may fail in the attempt I design to make to recover my kingdom, and I shall be less concerned for my own disgrace than what may possibly happen to you. To prevent it, and to secure you from all accident, I would fain see you married first. But in the miserable condition of our affairs at present, I see no probability of matching you to any of the princes of the sea, and therefore I should be very glad if you would concur with my opinion and think of marrying to some of the princes of the earth. I am ready to contribute all that lies in my power towards it, and I am certain there is not one of them, however powerful, but, considering the beauty you are mistress of, would be proud of sharing his crown with you. At this discourse of my brother's, I fell into a violent passion. Brother, said I, you know that I am descended, as well as you, by both father and mother's side, from the kings and queens of the sea, without any mixture of alliance with those of the earth. Therefore I do not design to marry below myself, any more than they did, and I took an oath to that effect as soon as I had understanding to inquire into the nobleness and antiquity of our family. The condition to which we are reduced shall never oblige me to alter my resolution, and if you perish in the execution of your design, I am prepared to fall with you, rather than to follow the advice I so little expected from you. My brother, who was still earnest for the marriage, however improper for me, endeavored to make me believe that there were kings of the earth who were nowise inferior to those of the sea. This put me into a more violent passion, which occasioned him to say several bitter reflecting things that nettled me to the quick. He left me as much dissatisfied with myself as he could possibly be with me, and in this peevish mood I gave a spring from the bottom of the sea, up to the island of the moon. Notwithstanding the violent discontent that made me cast myself upon that island, I lived content in retirement. But in spite of all my precautions, a person of distinction, attended by his servants, surprised me sleeping and carried me to his own house. He expressed much love to me, and omitted nothing which he thought might induce me to make a return to his passion. When he saw that fair means would not prevail upon me, he attempted to make use of force, but I soon made him repent of his insolence. So at last he resolved to sell me, which he did to that very merchant who brought me hither and sold me to your majesty. He was a very prudent, courteous, humane person, and during the whole of the long journey, never gave me the least reason to complain. As for your majesty, continued the Princess Gulnare, if you had not shown me all the respect you have hitherto paid, for which I am extremely obliged to your goodness, and given me such undeniable marks of your affection that I could no longer doubt of it. If you had not immediately sent away your women, I hesitate not to tell you plainly that I should not have remained with you. I would have thrown myself into the sea out of this very window, where you accosted me when you first came into this apartment, and I would have gone in search of my mother, my brother, and the rest of my relations. I should have persisted in that design, and I would infallibly have put it in execution, if after a certain time I had found myself deceived in the hopes of being with child. But now, in the condition I am in, all I could say to my mother or brother would never convince them that I have been a slave to a king like your majesty. They would never believe it, but would forever upbraid me with the crime I have voluntarily committed against my honor. However, sire, be it a prince or princess that I shall bring into the world, it will be a pledge to engage me never to be parted from your majesty. And therefore I hope you will no longer look upon me as a slave, but as a princess worthy your alliance. After this manner, the Princess Gulnare discovered herself to the King of Persia and finished her story. My charming, my adorable princess, cried he, what wonders have I heard? And what ample matter for my curiosity to ask 1,000 questions concerning those strange and unheard of things which you have related to me. But first, I ought to thank you for your goodness and patience in making trial of the truth and constancy of my passion. I thought it impossible for me to love you more than I did, but since I know you to be so great a princess, I love you 1,000 times more. Princess, did I say? Madam, you are no longer so, but you are my queen, the Queen of Persia, and by that title you shall soon be proclaimed throughout the whole kingdom. Tomorrow the ceremony shall be performed in my capital, with a pomp and magnificence that was never yet beheld, which will plainly show that you are my queen and my lawful wife. This should long ago have been done, had you sooner convinced me of my error, for from the first moment of my seeing you, I have been of the same opinion as now, to love you always, and never to place my affections on any other. But that I may satisfy myself, and pay you all the respect that is your due, I beseech you, madam, to inform me more particularly of the kingdom and people of the sea, which are altogether unknown to me. I have heard much talk, indeed, of the inhabitants of the sea, but I always looked upon it as nothing but a tale or fable. But, by what you have told me, I am convinced there is nothing more true, and I have a very good proof of it in your own person, who are one of them, and are pleased to condescend to be my wife, which is an honor no other inhabitant on the earth can boast of besides myself. There is one thing yet which puzzles me, therefore I must beg the favor of you to explain it. That is, I cannot comprehend how it is possible for you to live or move in the water without being drowned. There are very few amongst us who have the art of staying under water, and they would surely perish if, after a certain time, according to their activity and strength, they did not come up again. Sire, replied the Queen Gulnare, I shall with pleasure satisfy the King of Persia. We can walk at the bottom of the sea with as much ease as you can upon land, and we can breathe in the water as you do in the air, so that instead of suffocating us, as it does you, it absolutely contributes to the preservation of our lives. What is yet more remarkable is that it never wets our clothes, so that when we have a mind to visit the earth, we have no occasion to dry them. Our common language is the same with that of the writing engraved upon the seal of the great prophet Solomon, the son of David. I must not forget to tell you further that the water does not in the least hinder us from seeing in the sea, for we can open our eyes without any inconvenience. And as we have quick, piercing sight, we can discern any object as clearly in the deepest part of the sea as upon land. We have also there a succession of day and night, the moon affords us her light, and even the planets and the stars appear visible to us. I have already spoken of our kingdoms, but as the sea is much more spacious than the earth, so there are a greater number of them and of greater extent. They are divided into provinces, and in each province there are several great cities well peopled. In short, there are an infinite number of nations, differing in manners and customs as well as upon the earth. The palaces of the kings and princes are very sumptuous and magnificent. Some of them are of marble of various colors, others of rock crystal, with which the sea abounds, mother of pearl, coral, and of other materials more valuable. Gold, silver, and all sorts of precious stones are more plentiful there than on earth. I say nothing of the pearls, since the largest that ever was seen upon earth would not be valued amongst us, and none but the very lowest rank of citizens would wear them. As we have a marvelous and incredible agility to transport ourselves whither we please in the twinkling of an eye, we have no occasion for any carriages or riding horses. Not but the king has his stables, and his stud of sea-horses, but they are seldom made use of, except upon public feasts or rejoicing days. Some, after they have trained them, take delight in riding them, and show their skill and dexterity in races. Others put them to chariots of mother of pearl, adorned with an infinite number of shells of all sorts, of the liveliest colors. These chariots are open, and in the middle there is a throne upon which the king sits and shows himself to the public view of his subjects. The horses are trained up to draw by themselves, so that there is no occasion for a charioteer to guide them. I pass over 1,000 other curious particulars relating to these marine countries, which would be very entertaining to your majesty. But you must permit me to defer it to future leisure, to speak of something of much greater consequence, which is that the method of delivering and the way of managing the women of the sea in their lying in is quite different from those of the women of the earth, and I am afraid to trust myself in the hands of the midwives of this country. Therefore, since my safe delivery equally concerns us both, with your majesty's permission, I think it proper for greater security to send for my mother and my cousins to assist at my labor, at the same time to desire the king my brother's company, to whom I have a great desire to be reconciled. They will be very glad to see me again, after I have related my story to them, and when they understand I am wife to the mighty king of Persia. I beseech your majesty to give me leave to send for them. I am sure they will be happy to pay their respects to you, and I venture to say you will be extremely pleased to see them. Madam, replied the king of Persia, you are mistress. Do whatever you please. I will endeavor to receive them with all the honors they deserve. But I would fain know how you would acquaint them with what you desire, and when they will arrive, that I may give orders to make preparation for their reception, and go myself in person to meet them. Sire, replied the Queen Gulnare, there is no need of these ceremonies. They will be here in a moment, and if your majesty will but step into the closet and look through the lattice, you shall see the manner of their arrival. As soon as the king of Persia was in the closet, Queen Gulnare ordered one of her women to bring her a fire pan with a little fire. After that, she bid her retire and shut the door. When she was alone, she took a piece of aloes out of a box and put it into the fire pan. As soon as she saw the smoke rise, she repeated some words unknown to the king of Persia, who observed with great attention all that she did. She had no sooner ended, but the sea began to be disturbed. The closet the king was in was so contrived that looking through the lattice on the same side with the windows that faced the sea, he could plainly perceive it. At length the sea opened at some distance, and presently there arose out of it a tall, handsome young man with whiskers of a sea-green color. A little behind him, a lady, advanced in years, but of a majestic air, attended by 5 young ladies, nothing inferior in beauty to the Queen Gulnare. Queen Gulnare immediately came to one of the windows, and saw the king her brother, the queen her mother, and the rest of her relations, who at the same time perceived her also. The company came forward, borne, as it were, upon the surface of the waves. When they came to the edge, they nimbly, one after another, sprung to the window, from whence the Queen Gulnare had retired to make room for them. King Sail, the queen her mother, and the rest of her relations, embraced her tenderly, with tears in their eyes on their first entrance. After Queen Gulnare had received them with all imaginable honor, and made them sit down upon a sofa, the queen her mother addressed herself to her. Daughter, said she, I am overjoyed to see you again after so long an absence, and I am confident that your brother and your relations are no less so. Your leaving us without acquainting anybody with it involved us in inexpressible concern, and it is impossible to tell you how many tears we have shed upon that account. We know of no other reason that could induce you to take such a surprising resolution, but what your brother told us of the conversation that passed between him and you. The advice he gave you seemed to him at that time very advantageous for settling you handsomely in the world, and very suitable to the then posture of our affairs. If you had not approved of his proposal, you ought not to have been so much alarmed, and give me leave to tell you, you took the thing in a quite different light from what you ought to have done. But no more of this discourse. It serves only to renew the occasion of our sorrow and complaint, which we and you ought to bury forever in oblivion. Give us now an account of all that has happened to you since we saw you last, and of your present situation, but especially let us know if you are satisfied. Queen Gulnare immediately threw herself at her mother's feet, and after rising and kissing her hand, Madam, said she, I own I have been guilty of a very great fault, and I am indebted to your goodness for the pardon which you are pleased to grant me. What I am going to say, in obedience to your commands, will soon convince you that it is very often in vain for us to have an aversion for certain measures. I have myself experienced that the only thing I had an abhorrence to is just that to which my destiny has led me. She related the whole of what had befallen her since she quitted the sea in a violent passion for the earth. As soon as she had made an end, and had acquainted them with her having been sold to the king of Persia, in whose palace she was at present. Sister, said the king her brother, You have been very much to blame to suffer so many indignities, but you can blame nobody. But yourself, you have it in your power now to free yourself, and I cannot but admire your patience that you could endure so long a slavery. Rise and return with us into my kingdom that I have reconquered from the proud usurper who had made himself master of it. The king of Persia, who heard these words from the closet where he stood, was in the utmost alarm. Ah, said he to himself, I am ruined, and if my queen, my Gulnare, hearkens to this advice and leaves me, I shall surely die, for it is impossible for me to live without her, and they want to deprive me of her. Queen Gulnare soon put him out of his fears. Brother, said she smiling, what I have just now heard gives me a greater proof than ever I had of the sincerity of your friendship for me. I could not brook your proposing to me a match with a prince of the earth. Now I can scarce forbear being angry with you for advising me to break the engagement I have made with the most puissant and most renowned monarch in the world. I do not speak here of any engagement between a slave and her master. It would be easy to return the 10,000 pieces of gold that I cost him. But I speak now of a contract between a wife and a husband, and a wife who has not the least reason to complain. He is a religious, wise, and temperate king, and has given me the most essential demonstrations of his love. What can be a greater instance of the violence of his passion than sending away all his women, of which he had a great number, immediately upon my arrival, and confining himself only to me? I am now his wife, and he has lately declared me Queen of Persia, to share with him in his counsels. Besides, I am pregnant, and if heaven permits me to give him a son, that will be another motive to engage my affections to him the more. So that, brother, continued the Queen Gulnare, instead of following your advice, you see I have all the reason in the world, not only to love the king of Persia as passionately as he loves me, but also to live and die with him, more out of gratitude than duty. I hope then neither my mother, nor you, nor any of my cousins, will disapprove of the resolution or the alliance I have made, which will be an equal honor to the kings of the sea and earth. Excuse me for giving you the trouble of coming hither from the bottom of the deep, to communicate it to you, and for the pleasure of seeing you after so long a separation. Sister, replied King Sail, the proposal I made you of going back with us into my kingdom, upon the recital of your adventures, which I could not hear without concern, was only to let you see how much we all love you, and how much I in particular honor you, and that nothing in the world is so dear to me as your happiness. Upon the same account, then, for my own part, I cannot condemn a resolution so reasonable and so worthy of yourself, after what you have told us of the king of Persia, your husband, and the great obligations you have to him, and I am persuaded that the queen our mother will be of the same opinion. The queen confirmed what her son had just spoken, and addressing herself to Queen Gulnare, said, I am very glad to hear you are pleased, and I have nothing else to add to what your brother has just said to you. I should have been the first to have condemned you, if you had not expressed all the gratitude you owe to a monarch that loves you so passionately, and has done such great things for you. As the king of Persia, who was still in the closet, had been extremely concerned for fear of losing his beloved queen, so now he was transported with joy at her resolution never to forsake him. And having no room to doubt of her love after so open a declaration, he began to love her more than ever, and resolved to express his gratitude in every possible way. While the king was indulging incredible pleasure, Queen Gulnare clapped her hands, and presently in came some of her slaves, whom she had ordered to bring in a collation. As soon as it was served up, she invited the queen her mother, the king her brother, and her cousins to sit down and take part of it. They began to reflect that without asking leave, they were got into the palace of a mighty king, who had never seen nor heard of them, and that it would be a great piece of rudeness to eat at his table without him. This reflection raised a blush in their faces, and in their emotion their eyes glowing like fire, they breathed flames at their mouths and nostrils. This unexpected sight put the king of Persia, who was totally ignorant of the cause of it, into a dreadful consternation. Queen Gulnare, suspecting this, and understanding the intention of her relations, rose from her seat, and told them she would be back in a moment. She went directly to the closet, and by her presence recovered the king of Persia from his surprise. Sir, said she, I doubt not but that your majesty is well pleased with the acknowledgment I have lately made of the many favors for which I am indebted to you. I might have complied with the wishes of my relations, and gone back with them into their dominions, but I am not capable of such ingratitude, for which I should have been the first to have condemned myself. Ah, my queen, cried the king of Persia, speak no more of your obligations to me. You have none. I am under so great to you that I shall never be able to repay or express them. I never thought it possible you could have loved me so tenderly as you do, and as you have made appear to me in the most expressive manner. Ah, sir, replied the Queen Gulnare, could I do less than I have done? I fear I have not done enough, considering all the honors that your majesty has heaped upon me, and it is impossible for me to remain insensible of your love, after so many convincing proofs as you have given me. But, sir, continued Queen Gulnare, let us drop this, and give me leave to assure you of the sincere friendship that the Queen my mother, and the King my brother are pleased to honor you with. They earnestly desire to see you, and tell you so themselves. I intended to have some conversation with them by ordering a banquet for them, before I introduce them to your majesty, but they are very impatient to pay their respects to you, and therefore I desire your majesty would be pleased to walk in and honor them with your presence. Madam, said the King of Persia, I should be very glad to salute persons that have the honor to be so nearly related to you, but I am afraid of the flames that they breathe at their mouths and nostrils. Sir, replied the Queen, laughing, you need not in the least be afraid of those flames, which are nothing but a sign of their unwillingness to eat in your palace, without your honoring them with your presence and eating with them. The King of Persia, encouraged by these words, rose up and went into the chamber with his Queen Gulnare. She presented him to the Queen her mother, to the King her brother, and to her other relations, who instantly threw themselves at his feet with their faces to the ground. The King of Persia ran to them, and lifting them up, embraced them one after another. After they were all seated, King Sale began. Sir, said he to the King of Persia, we are at a loss for words to express our joy. To think that the Queen my sister, in her disgrace, should have the happiness of falling under the protection of so powerful a monarch. We can assure you she is not unworthy of the high rank you have been pleased to raise her to, and we have always had so much love and tenderness for her, that we could never think of parting with her to any of the puissant princes of the sea, who have often demanded her in marriage before she came of age. Heaven has reserved her for you, sir, and we have no better way of returning thanks to it for the favor it has done her, than beseeching it to grant your majesty a long and happy life with her, and to crown you with prosperity and satisfaction. Certainly, replied the King of Persia, heaven reserved her purely for me, as you observe. I love her with so tender and violent a passion, that I am satisfied I never loved any woman till I saw her. I cannot sufficiently thank either the Queen her mother, or you, Prince, or your whole family, for the generosity with which you have consented to receive me into an alliance so glorious to me as yours. So saying, he invited them to take part of the collation, and he and his queen sat down at the table with them. After the collation was over, the King of Persia conversed with them till it was very late, and when they thought it convenient to retire, he waited upon them himself to the several apartments he had ordered to be prepared for them. The King of Persia treated his illustrious guests with continual feasts, in which he omitted nothing that might show his grandeur and magnificence, and insensibly prevailed with them to stay with him till the Queen was brought to bed. When the time of her lying in drew near, he gave particular orders that nothing should be wanting that was necessary upon such an occasion. At night she was brought to bed of a son, to the great joy of the Queen her mother, who assisted at the labor, and as soon as he was dressed in swaddling clothes, which were very magnificent, went and presented him to the king. The King of Persia received this present with a joy easier to be imagined than expressed. The young prince being of a beautiful countenance, he thought no name so proper for him as that of better, which in the Arabian language signifies the full moon. To return thanks to heaven, he was very liberal in his alms to the poor, and caused the prison doors to be set open, and gave all his slaves of both sexes their liberty. He distributed vast sums among the ministers and holy men of his religion. He also gave large donations to his courtiers, besides a great deal that was thrown amongst the people, and by proclamation ordered rejoicing for several days to be kept through the whole city. One day after the queen was up again, as the King of Persia, Queen Gulnare herself, the queen her mother, King Sale, her brother, and the princesses their relations, were discoursing together in her majesty's bedchamber. The nurse came in with the young Prince Bedr in her arms. King Sale no sooner saw him, but he ran to embrace him, and taking him in his arms, fell to kissing and caressing him with the greatest demonstration of tenderness. He took several turns with him about the room, dancing and tossing him about, when all of a sudden, through a transport of joy, the window being open, he sprung out and plunged with him into the sea. The King of Persia, who expected no such sight, set up a hideous cry, verily believing he should either see the dear prince his son no more, or else that he should see him drowned. He was like to have died of grief and affliction. Sir, said Queen Gulnare, with a quiet and undisturbed countenance, the better to comfort him, let your majesty fear nothing. The young prince is my son as well as yours, and I do not love him less than you do. You see, I am not alarmed, neither in truth ought I to be so. He runs no risk, and you will soon see the king his uncle appear with him again, and bring him back safe and sound. Although he was born of your blood, he is equally of mine, and will have the same advantage his uncle and I have, of living equally in the sea and upon the land. The queen his mother, and the princesses his relations, confirmed the same thing, yet all they said had no effect on the king's fright, from which he could not recover till he saw Prince Better appear again before him. The sea at length became troubled, when immediately King Sail arose with the young prince in his arms, and holding him up in the air, he re-entered at the same window he went out at. The king of Persia being overjoyed to see Prince Better again, and astonished that he was as calm as before he lost sight of him. King Sail said, Sir, was not your majesty in a great fright when you first saw me plunge into the sea with the prince my nephew? Alas, prince, answered the king of Persia, I cannot express my concern. I thought him lost from that very moment, and you now restore life to me by bringing him again. I thought as much, replied King Sail, though you had not the least reason to apprehend any danger. For, before I plunged into the sea with him, I pronounced over him certain mysterious words which were engraven on the seal of the great Solomon, the son of David. We practice the like in relation to all those children that are born in the regions at the bottom of the sea, by virtue whereof they receive the same privileges that we have over those people who inhabit the earth. From what your majesty has observed, you may easily see what advantage your son Prince Better has acquired by his birth on the part of his mother, Queen Gulnair my sister, for as long as he lives, and as often as he pleases, he will be at liberty to plunge into the sea, and traverse the vast empires it contains in its bosom. Having so spoke, King Sail, who had restored Prince Better to his nurse's arms, opened a box he had fetched from his palace in the little time he had disappeared, which was filled with 300 diamonds, as large as pigeons' eggs, a like number of rubies of extraordinary size, as many emerald wands, each half a foot long, and with 30 strings or necklaces of pearl, consisting each of 10 feet. Sir, said he to the king of Persia, presenting him with this box, when I was first summoned by the queen my sister, I knew not what part of the earth she was in, or that she had the honor to be married to so great a monarch. This made us come empty-handed. As we cannot express how much we have been obliged to your majesty, I beg you to accept this small token of gratitude in acknowledgement of the many particular favors you have been pleased to show her, wherein we take equal interest. It is impossible to express how greatly the king of Persia was surprised at the sight of so much riches, enclosed in so little compass. What, prince, cried he, do you call so inestimable a present a small token of your gratitude, when you never have been indebted to me? I declare once more, you have never been in the least obliged to me, neither the queen your mother nor you. I esteem myself but too happy in the consent you have given to the alliance I have contracted with you. Madam, continued he, turning to Gulnair, the king your brother has put me into the greatest confusion, and I would beg of him to permit me to refuse his present, were I not afraid of disobliging him. Do you therefore endeavor to obtain his leave that I may be excused accepting it? Sir, replied King Sail, I am not at all surprised that your majesty thinks this present so extraordinary. I know you are not accustomed upon earth to see precious stones of this quality and quantity. But if you knew, as I do, the mines whence these jewels were taken, and that it is in my power to form a treasure greater than those of all the kings of the earth, you would wonder we should have the boldness to make you a present of so small a value. I beseech you, therefore, not to regard it in that respect, but on account of the sincere friendship which obliges us to offer it to you, and not give us the mortification of refusing it. These engaging expressions obliged the king of Persia to accept the present, for which he returned many thanks both to King Sail and the queen his mother. A few days after, King Sail gave the king of Persia to understand that the queen his mother, the princesses his relations, and himself could have no greater pleasure than to spend their whole lives at his court, but that having been so long absent from their own kingdom, where their presence was absolutely necessary, he begged of him not to take it ill if they took leave of him and Queen Gulnair. The king of Persia assured them he was very sorry that it was not in his power to return their visit in their own dominions, but added, as I am verily persuaded you will not forget Queen Gulnair, but come and see her now and then, I hope I shall have the honor to see you again more than once. Many tears were shed on both sides upon their separation. King Sail departed first, but the queen his mother, and the princesses his relations, were fain to force themselves, in a manner, from the embraces of Queen Gulnair, who could not prevail with herself to let them go. This royal company were no sooner out of sight, but the king of Persia said to Queen Gulnair, Madam, I should have looked upon the person that had pretended to pass those upon me for true wonders, of which I myself have been eyewitness from the time I have been honored with your illustrious family at my court, as one who would have abused my credulity. But I cannot refuse to believe my own eyes, and shall remember it as long as I live, and never cease to bless heaven for directing you to me, in preference to any other prince. Young Prince Bedr was brought up and educated in the palace, under the care of the king and queen of Persia, who both saw him grow and increase in beauty, to their great satisfaction. He gave them yet greater pleasure as he advanced in years, by his continual sprightliness, by his agreeable manners, and by the justness and vivacity of his wit in whatever he said. And this satisfaction was the more sensible, because King Sale his uncle, the queen his grandmother, and the princesses his relations, came from time to partake of it. He was easily taught to read and write, and was instructed with the same facility in all the sciences that became a prince of his rank. When he arrived at the age of 15, he acquitted himself in all his exercises with infinitely better address and grace than his masters. He was withal very wise and prudent. The king, who had almost from his cradle discovered in him these virtues, so necessary for a monarch, and who moreover began to perceive the infirmities of old age coming upon himself every day, would not stay till death gave him possession of his throne, but purposed to resign it to him. He had no great difficulty to make his council consent to it, and the people heard this resolution with so much the more joy, as they conceived Prince Bedr worthy to govern them. In a word, as the king had not for a long time appeared in public, they had all the opportunity to observe he had not that disdainful, proud, and crabbed air, which most princes have, who look upon all below them with scorn and contempt. They saw, on the contrary, that he treated all mankind with that goodness which invited them to approach him, that he heard favorably all who had anything to say to him, that he answered everybody with a goodness that was peculiar to him, and that he refused nobody anything that had the least appearance of justice. The day for the ceremony was appointed, when, in the midst of the whole assembly, which was then more numerous than ordinary, the king of Persia, then sitting on his throne, came down from it, took the crown from off his head, put it on that of Prince Bedr, and having seated him in his place, kissed his hand, as a token that he resigned his authority to him. After which he took his place among the crowd of viziers and emirs below the throne. Hereupon the viziers, emirs, and other principal officers came immediately and threw themselves at the new king's feet, taking each the oath of fidelity according to their rank. Then the grand vizier made a report of divers important matters, on which the young king gave judgment with that admirable prudence and sagacity that surprised all the council. He next turned out several governors convicted of maladministration, and put others in their room, with that wonderful and just discernment, as exacted the acclamations of every body, which were so much the more honorable, as flattery had no share in them. He at length left the council, accompanied by the late king his father, and went to wait on his mother, Queen Gulnare, at her apartment. The queen no sooner saw him coming with his crown upon his head, but she ran to him and embraced him with a great deal of tenderness, wishing him a long and prosperous reign. The first year of his reign, King Bedr acquitted himself of all his royal functions with great assiduity. Above all, he took care to inform himself of the state of his affairs, and all that might in any way contribute towards the happiness of his people. Next year, having left the administration to his council, under the direction of the old king his father, he went out of his capital city, under pretense of diverting himself with hunting. But his real intention was to visit all the provinces of his kingdom, that he might reform all abuses there, establish good order and discipline everywhere, and take from all ill-minded princes, his neighbors, any opportunities of attempting anything against the security and tranquility of his subjects, by showing himself on his frontiers. It required no less than a whole year for this young king to execute a design so worthy of him. Soon after his return, the old king his father fell so dangerously ill that he knew at once he should never recover. He waited for his last moment with great tranquility, and his only care was to recommend to the ministers and other lords of his son's court to persevere in the fidelity they had sworn to him, and there was not one but willingly renewed his oath as freely as at first. He died, at length, to the great grief of King Bedr and Queen Gulnare, who caused his corpse to be borne to a stately mausoleum, worthy of his rank and dignity. The funeral obsequies ended, King Bedr found no difficulty to comply with that ancient custom in Persia to mourn for the dead a whole month, and not to be seen by anybody during all that time. He had mourned the death of his father his whole life. Had he hearkened to his excessive affliction, and had it been right for a great prince thus to abandon himself to it? During this interval, the queen, mother to Queen Gulnare and King Sail, together with the princesses their relations, arrived at the Persian court and took a great part of their affliction before they offered any consolation. When the month was expired, the king could not refuse admittance to the Grand Vizier and the other lords of his court, who besought him to lay aside his mourning, to show himself to his subjects, and take upon him the administration of affairs as before. He showed so great reluctance to their request that the Grand Vizier was forced to take upon him to say to him, "Sir, it were needless to represent to your majesty that it belongs only to women to persist in perpetual mourning. We doubt not but you are fully convinced of that, and that it is not your intention to follow their example. Neither our tears nor yours are capable of restoring life to the good king your father, though we should lament him all our days. He has undergone the common law of all men, which subjects them to pay the indispensable tribute of death. Yet we cannot say absolutely that he is dead, since we see him in your sacred person. He did not himself doubt, when he was dying, but he should revive in you, and to your majesty it belongs to show that he was not deceived." King Bedr could no longer oppose such pressing instances. He laid aside his mourning habit immediately, and, after he had resumed the royal habit and ornaments, he began to provide for the necessities of his kingdom and subjects with the same assiduity as before his father's death. He acquitted himself with universal approbation, and as he was exact in maintaining the ordinances of his predecessor, the people did not perceive they had changed their sovereign. King Sail, who was returned to his dominions in the sea with the queen his mother and the princesses, no sooner saw that King Bedr had resumed the government, but he, at the end of the year, came alone to visit him, and King Bedr and Queen Gulnare were overjoyed to see him. One evening, when they rose from table, they talked of various matters. King Sail fell insensibly on the praises of the king his nephew, and expressed to the queen his sister how glad he was to see him govern so prudently, which had acquired him so great reputation, not only among his neighbors but more remote princes. King Bedr, who could not bear to hear himself so well spoken of, and not being willing, through good manners, to interrupt the king his uncle, turned on one side and feigned to be asleep, leaning his head against a cushion that was behind him. From these commendations, which regarded only the wonderful conduct and surprising genius of King Bedr, King Sail came to speak of the perfections of his body, which he extolled as prodigies, having nothing equal to them upon earth, or in all the kingdoms under the waters, with which he was acquainted. "Sister," said he, in an ecstasy, "he is so handsome, as you well know, I wonder you have not thought of marrying him ere this. If I mistake not, he is in his 20th year, and at that age no prince like him ought to be suffered to be without a wife. I will think of a match for him myself, since you will not, and marry him to some princess of our lower world that may be worthy of him." "Brother," replied Queen Gulnare, "you call to my remembrance a thing, which I must own I have never thought of to this very moment. As he never discovered any inclination for marriage, I never thought of mentioning it to him, and I am glad you have spoken of it to me. I like your proposing one of our princesses, and I desire you to name one so beautiful and accomplished that the king my son may be obliged to love her." "I know one that will suit," replied King Sail, softly. "But before I tell you who she is, let us see if the king my nephew be asleep or not, and I will tell you afterwards why it is necessary we should take that precaution." Queen Gulnare turned about and looked upon her son, and thought she had no reason to doubt but he was in a profound sleep. King Bedr, nevertheless, far from sleeping, redoubled his attention, unwilling to lose anything the king his uncle said with so much secrecy. "There is no necessity for your speaking so low," said the queen to the king her brother. "You may speak out with freedom, without fear of being heard." "It is by no means proper," replied King Sail, "that the king my nephew should as yet have any knowledge of what I am going to say. Love, sometimes enters at the ear, and it is not necessary he should thus conceive a passion for this lady I am about to name. Indeed, I see many difficulties to be surmounted, not on the lady's part, as I hope, but on that of her father. I need only mention to you the Princess Giuhara, 91 daughter of the King of Samandal." "Oh, brother," replied Queen Gulnare, "is not the Princess Giuhara yet married? I remember to have seen her a little before I left your palace. She was then about 18 months old, and surprisingly beautiful, and must needs be the wonder of the world if her charms have increased equally with her years. The few years she is older than the king my son ought not to prevent us from doing our utmost to bring the match about. Let me but know the difficulties that are to be surmounted, and we will surmount them." "Sister," replied King Sail, "the greatest difficulty is, that the king of Samandal is insupportably vain, looking upon all others as his inferiors. It is not likely we shall easily get him to enter into this alliance. For my part, I will go to him in person and demand of him the princess his daughter, and in case he refuses her, we will address ourselves elsewhere, where we shall be more favorably heard. For this reason, as you may perceive, added he, it is as well for the king, my nephew, not to know anything of our design, till we have got the consent of the king of Samandal, lest he should fall in love with the princess Jeuhara, and we afterwards not be able to obtain her for him. They discoursed a little longer upon this point, and before they parted, agreed that King Sale should forthwith return to his own dominions, and demand the Princess Jeuhara of the King of Samandal her father, for the King of Persia his nephew. This done, Queen Gulnare and King Sale, who verily believed King Better asleep, agreed to awake him before they retired, and he dissembled so well that he seemed to wake from a profound sleep. He had heard every word they said, and the character they gave of the Princess Jeuhara had inflamed his heart with a new passion. He had conceived such an idea of her beauty that the desire of possessing her made him pass the night very uneasy, without closing his eyes. Next day King Sale would take leave of Queen Gulnare and the king his nephew. The young king, who knew the king his uncle would not have departed so soon, but to go and promote without loss of time his happiness, changed color when he heard him mention his departure. His passion was become so violent, it would not suffer him to wait so long time for the sight of his mistress as would be required to accomplish the marriage. He more than once resolved to desire his uncle to bring her away with him, but as he did not care to let the queen his mother understand he knew anything of what had passed, he desired him only to stay with him one day more, that they might hunt together, intending to take an opportunity to discover his mind to him. The day for hunting was set, and King Better had many opportunities of being alone with his uncle to declare his mind to him, but he had not the courage to open his mouth to acquaint him with his design. In the heat of the chase, when King Sale was separated from him, and not one of his officers and attendants were near him, he alighted near a rivulet, and having tied his horse to a tree, which with several others growing along the banks afforded a very pleasing shade, he laid himself down on the grass and gave free course to his tears, which flowed in great abundance, accompanied with many sighs. He remained a good while in this condition, absorbed in thought without speaking a word. King Sale, in the meantime, missing the king his nephew, began to be much concerned to know what was become of him, but could meet no one who could give any tidings of him. He therefore left his company to go in search of him, and at length perceived him at a distance. He had observed the day before, and more plainly that day, that he was not so lively as he used to be, that he was more pensive than ordinary, and that, if he was asked a question, he either answered not at all or nothing to the purpose. But he never in the least suspected the cause of all this alteration. As soon as he saw him lying in that disconsolate posture, he immediately guessed he had not only heard what passed between him and Queen Gulnare, but was become passionately in love. He hereupon alighted at some distance from him, and having tied his horse to a tree, took a compass, and came upon him so softly that he heard him pronounce the following words. Amiable princess of the kingdom of Samandal, cried he aloud, I have no doubt had but an imperfect sketch of your incomparable beauty. I hold you to be still more beautiful in preference to all the princesses in the world, and to excel them as much as the sun does the moon and stars. I would this moment go and offer you my heart, if I knew where to find you. It belongs to you, and no princess shall be possessor of it but you. King Sale would hear no more. He advanced immediately and discovered himself to King Better. From what I see, nephew, said he, you heard what the queen your mother and I said the other day of the Princess Jeuhara. It was not our intention you should have known anything, and we thought you were asleep. My dear uncle, replied King Better, I heard every word and have sufficiently experienced the effect you foretold, which it was not in your power to prevent. I detained you on purpose to acquaint you with my love before your departure. But the shame to disclose to you my weakness, if it be any to love a princess so worthy of my love, sealed up my mouth. I beseech you, then, by the friendship you profess for a prince who has the honor to be so nearly allied to you, that you would pity me, and not wait to procure me the consent of the divine Jeuhara, till you have gained the consent of the king of Samandal that I may marry his daughter, unless you had rather see me die with love for her, before I have a sight of her. These words of the king of Persia greatly embarrassed King Sale. He represented to him how difficult it was to give him the satisfaction he desired, and that he could not well do it without carrying him along with him, which might be of dangerous consequence, since his presence was so absolutely necessary in his kingdom. He conjured him, therefore, to moderate his passion, till such time as he had put things into a train to satisfy him, assuring him he would use his utmost diligence, and would come to acquaint him in a few days. But these reasons were not sufficient to satisfy the king of Persia. Cruel uncle, said he, I find you do not love me so much as you pretended, and that you had rather see me die than grant the first request I ever made you. I am ready to convince your majesty, replied King Sail, that I would do anything to serve you. But as for carrying you along with me, I cannot do that till I have spoken to the queen your mother. What would she say of you and me? If she consents, I am ready to do all you would have me, and I will join my entreaties to yours. You cannot be ignorant, replied the king of Persia, that the queen my mother would never willingly part with me, and therefore this excuse of yours does but farther convince me of your unkindness. If you do realty love me, as you would have me to believe you do, you must return to your kingdom immediately and carry me along with you. King Sail, finding himself obliged to yield to his nephew's importunity, drew from his finger a ring, on which were engraven the same mysterious names of God that were upon Solomon's seal, that had wrought so many wonders by their virtue. Here, take this ring, said he, put it upon your finger, and fear neither the waters of the sea nor their depth. The king of Persia took the ring, and when he had put it on his finger, King Sail said to him, Do as I do. At the same time they both mounted lightly up into the air and made towards the sea, which was not far distant, whereinto they plunged. The sea-king was not long getting to his palace, with the king of Persia, whom he immediately carried to the queen's apartment and presented him to her. The king of Persia kissed the queen his grandmother's hands, and she embraced him with great demonstrations of joy. I do not ask you how you do, said she to him. I see you are very well, and I am rejoiced at it. But I desire to know how my daughter, your mother, Queen Gulnare, does? The king of Persia took great care not to let her know he came away without taking leave of her. On the contrary, he told her the queen his mother was in perfect health, and had enjoined him to pay her duty to her. Then the queen presented him to the princesses, and while he was in conversation with them, she left him and went with King Sail into a closet, who told her how the king of Persia had fallen in love with the princess Jeuhara, upon the bare relation of her beauty, and contrary to his intention, that he had brought him along with him, without being able to hinder it, and that he was going to concert measures to procure the princess for him in marriage. Although King Sail was, to do him justice, perfectly innocent of the king of Persia's passion, yet the queen could hardly forgive his indiscretion in mentioning the princess Jeuhara before him. Your imprudence is not to be forgiven, said she to him. Can you think that the king of Samandal, whose character is so well known, will have greater consideration for you than the many kings he has refused his daughter to, with such evident contempt? Would you have him send you away with the same confusion? Madam, replied King Sail, I have already told you it was contrary to my intention that the king my nephew heard what I related of the beauty of the princess Jeuhara to the queen my sister. The fault is committed, and we must consider what a violent passion he has for this princess, and that he will die with grief and affliction if we do not speedily use every possible means to obtain her for him. For my part, I shall omit nothing that can contribute to it, since I was, though innocently, the cause of the malady. I will therefore do all that I can to remedy it. I hope, madam, you will approve of my resolution to go myself and wait upon the king of Samandal, with a rich present of precious stones, and demand the princess his daughter of him for the king of Persia your grandson. I have some reason to believe he will not refuse me, but will be pleased at an alliance with one of the greatest potentates of the earth. It were to have been wished, replied the queen, that we had not been under a necessity of making this demand, since the success of our attempt is not so certain as we could desire. But since my grandson's peace and content depend upon it, I freely give my consent to it. But above all, I charge you, since you well know the humor of the king of Samandal, that you take care to speak to him with due respect, and in a manner that cannot possibly offend him. The queen prepared the present herself, composing it of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and strings of pearls, all which she put into a very neat and very rich box. Next morning King Sail took leave of her majesty and the king of Persia, and departed with a chosen and small troop of officers and other attendants. He soon arrived at the kingdom and the palace of the king of Samandal, who delayed not to give him audience immediately upon his arrival. He rose from his throne as soon as he perceived him, and King Sail, forgetting his character for some moments, knowing whom he had to deal with, prostrated himself at his feet, wishing him the accomplishment of all his desires. The king of Samandal immediately stooped to take him up, and after he had placed him by him on his left hand, he told him he was welcome, and asked him if there was anything he could do to serve him. Sir, answered King Sail, though I should have no other motive than that of paying my respects to the most potent, most prudent, and most valiant prince in the world, feeble would be my expressions how much I honor your majesty. Could you penetrate into my inmost soul, you would be convinced of the great veneration I have for you, and the ardent desire to testify my attachment. Having spoke these words, he took the box of jewels from one of his servants, and having opened it, presented it to the king, imploring him to accept of it for his sake. Prince, replied the king of Samandal, you would not make me such a present without you had a request proportionable to it to propose. If there be anything in my power, you may freely command it, and I shall feel the greatest pleasure in granting it. Speak, and tell me frankly wherein I can serve you. I must own ingenuously, replied King Sale, I have a boon to ask of your majesty, and I shall take care to ask nothing but what is in your power to grant. The thing depends so absolutely on yourself, that it would be to no purpose to ask it of any other. I ask it then with all possible earnestness, and I beg of you not to refuse it me. If it be so, replied the king of Samandal, you have nothing to do but acquaint me what it is, and you shall see after what manner I can oblige when it is in my power. Sir, said King Sale, after the confidence your majesty has been pleased to encourage me to put in your goodwill, I will not dissemble any longer, that I came to beg of you to honor our house with your alliance by the marriage of your honorable daughter the Princess Giuhara, and to strengthen the good understanding that has so long subsisted between our two crowns. At these words the king of Samandal burst out a-laughing, falling back in his throne against a cushion that supported him, and with an imperious and scornful air, said to King Sale, I have always hitherto thought you a prince of great sense, wisdom, and prudence. But what you say convinces me how much I was mistaken. Tell me, I beseech you, where was your wit or discretion, when you formed to yourself so great a chimera as you have but now proposed to me? Could you conceive a thought only of aspiring in marriage to a princess, the daughter of so great and powerful a king as I am? You ought to have considered better beforehand the great distance between us, and not run the risk of losing in a moment the esteem I always had for your person. King Sale was extremely nettled at this affronting answer, and had much ado to restrain his resentment. However, he replied with all possible moderation, God reward your majesty as you deserve. I have the honor to inform you, I do not demand the princess your daughter in marriage for myself. Had I done so, your majesty and the princess ought to have been so far from being offended, that you should have thought it an honor done to both. Your majesty well knows I am one of the kings of the sea as well as yourself, that the kings my ancestors yield not in antiquity to any other royal families, and that the kingdom I inherit from them is no less potent and flourishing than it has ever been. If your majesty had not interrupted me, you had soon understood that the favor I ask of you was not for myself, but for the young king of Persia, my nephew, whose power and grandeur, no less than his personal good qualities, cannot be unknown to you. Everybody acknowledges the Princess Giuhara to be the most beautiful person under heaven, but it is no less true that the young king of Persia, my nephew, is the best made and most accomplished prince on the land. Thus the favor that is asked being likely to redound both to the honor of your majesty and the princess your daughter, you ought not to doubt that your consent to an alliance so equal will be unanimously approved in all the kingdoms of the sea. The princess is worthy of the king of Persia, and the king of Persia is no less worthy of her. No king or prince in the world can dispute her with him. The king of Samandal had not let King Sale go on so long after this rate, had not the rage he put him in deprived him of all power of speech. He was some time longer before he could find his tongue, so much was he transported with passion. At length, however, he broke out into outrageous and injurious expressions, unworthy of a great king. Dog, cried he, dare you talk to me after this manner, and so much as mention my daughter's name in my presence? Can you think the son of your sister Gulnare worthy to come in competition with my daughter? Who are you? Who is your father? Who is your sister? And who your nephew? Was not his father a dog and a son of a dog like you? Guards seized the insolent wretch and cut off his head. The few officers that were about the king of Samandal were immediately going to obey his orders, when King Sale, who was in the flower of his age, nimble and vigorous, got from them, before they could draw their sabers. And having reached the palace gate, he there found 1,000 men of his relations and friends, well armed and equipped, who were just arrived. The queen his mother having considered the small number of attendants he took with him, and moreover foreseeing the bad reception he would probably have from the king of Samandal, had sent these troops to protect and defend him in case of danger, ordering them to make haste. Those of his relations who were at the head of this troop had reason to rejoice at their seasonable arrival, when they beheld him and his attendants come running in great disorder, and pursued. Sire, cried his friends, the moment he joined them, what is the matter? We are ready to revenge you. You need only command us. King Sale related his case to them in as few words as he could, and putting himself at the head of a large troop, he, while some seized on the gates, re-entered the palace as before. The few officers and guards who had pursued him, being soon dispersed, he re-entered the king of Samandal's apartment, who, being abandoned by his attendants, was soon seized. King Sale left sufficient guards to secure his person, and then went from apartment to apartment to search after the Princess Giuhara. But that princess, on the first alarm, had, together with her women, sprung up to the surface of the sea and escaped to the desert island. Next, while this passed in the palace of the king of Samandal, those of King Sale's attendants who had fled at the first menaces of that king put the queen mother into terrible consternation upon relating the danger her son was in. King Bedr, who was by at that time, was the more concerned, in that he looked upon himself as the principal author of all the mischief that might ensue. Therefore, not caring to abide the queen's presence any longer, he, while she was giving the orders necessary at that conjuncture, darted up from the bottom of the sea. And not knowing how to find his way to the kingdom of Persia, he happened to light on the same island where the Princess Giuhara had saved herself. The prince, not a little disturbed in mind, went and seated himself under the shade of a large tree, surrounded with divers others. Whilst he was endeavoring to recover himself, he heard somebody talking, but was too far off to understand what was said. He arose and advanced softly towards the place whence the sound came, where, among the branches, he perceived a beauty that dazzled him. Doubtless, said he, within himself, stopping and considering her with great attention, this must be the Princess Giuhara, whom fear has obliged to abandon her father's palace. Or, if it be not, she no less deserves my hearty love. This said, he came forward, and discovering himself approached the princess with profound reverence. Madam, said he, I can never sufficiently thank heaven for the favor it has done me in presenting to my eyes this day so much beauty. A greater happiness could not have befallen me than this opportunity to offer you my most humble services. I beseech you, therefore, madam, to accept them, it being impossible that a lady in this solitude should not want assistance. True, my lord, replied Giuhara very sorrowfully. It is not a little extraordinary for a lady of my quality to be in this situation. I am a princess, daughter of the king of Samandal, and my name is Giuhara. I was at ease in my father's palace, and my apartment, when all of a sudden I heard a dreadful noise. News was immediately brought me that King Sale, I know not for what reason, had forced the palace, seized the king my father, and murdered all the guards that made any resistance. I had only time to save myself and escape hither from his violence. At these words of the princess, King Bedr began to be concerned that he had quitted his grandmother so hastily, without staying to hear from her an explanation of the news that had been brought her. But he was, on the other hand, overjoyed to find that the king his uncle had rendered himself master of the king of Samandal's person, not doubting but he would consent to give up the princess for his liberty. Adorable princess, continued he, your concern is most just, but it is easy to put an end both to that and your father's captivity. You will agree with me when I shall tell you that I am Bedr king of Persia, and King Sale is my uncle. I assure you, madam, he has no design to seize upon the king your father's dominions. His only intent is to obtain of him that I may have the honor and happiness of being his son-in-law. I had already given my heart to you, upon the bare relation of your beauty and charms, and now, far from repenting of what I have done, I beg of you to accept it, and to be assured that I will love you as long as I live. I dare flatter myself you will not refuse this favor, but be ready to acknowledge that a king, that quitted his dominions purely on your account, deserves some acknowledgement. Permit me, then, beauteous princess, to have the honor to go and present you to the king my uncle, and the king your father shall no sooner have consented to our marriage, but King Sale will leave him sovereign of his dominions as before. This declaration of King Bedr did not produce the effect he expected. It is true, the princess no sooner saw him than his person and air, and the good grace wherewith he accosted her, led her to look on him as one who would not have been disagreeable to her. But when she heard from his own mouth that he had been the occasion of the ill treatment her father had suffered, of the grief and fright she had endured, and especially the necessity she was reduced to of flying her country, she looked upon him as an enemy with whom she ought to have no manner of converse. Whatever inclination she might have to consent to this marriage, which he desired, she determined never to yield to it, in consideration that one of the reasons that her father might have had against this match might be that King Bedr was son of a king of the earth, and therefore she resolved to submit entirely to his will in that particular. She would not, however, let King Bedr know her resentment, and only sought an occasion to deliver herself dexterously out of his hands, and seeming in the meantime to have a great kindness for him. Are you then, sir, said she, with all possible civility, son of the Queen Gulnare, so famous for her wit and beauty? I am glad of it, and rejoice that you are the son of so worthy a mother. The king my father was much in the wrong so strongly to oppose our union. He could not have seen you, but he must have consented to make us both happy. Saying so, she reached forth her hand to him as a token of friendship. King Better, believing himself arrived at the very pinnacle of happiness, held forth his hand and taking that of the princess, stooped down to kiss it, when she, pushing him back and spitting in his face for want of water to throw at him, said, "Wretch, quit that form of a man, and take that of a white bird with a red bill and feet." Upon her pronouncing these words, King Better was immediately changed into a bird of that sort, to his great surprise and mortification. "Take him," said she, to one of her women, "and carry him to the dry island." This island was only one frightful rock, where there was not a drop of water to be had. The waiting woman took the bird, and in executing her princess's orders, had compassion on King Better's destiny. "It would be great pity," said she to herself, "to let a prince, so worthy to live, die of hunger and thirst. The princess, so good and gentle, will, it may be, repent of this cruel order when she comes to herself. It were better that I carried him to a place where he may die a natural death." She accordingly carried him to a well-frequented island and left him in a charming plain, planted with all sorts of fruit trees and watered by divers rivulets. Let us return to King Sale. After he had sought a good while for the Princess Giuhara, and ordered others to seek for her to no purpose, he caused the King of Samandal to be shut up in his own palace, under a strong guard, and having given the necessary orders for governing the kingdom in his absence, he returned to give the queen his mother an account of what he had done. The first thing he asked upon his arrival was, where the king his nephew was, and he learned with great surprise and vexation that he had disappeared. "News being brought me," said the queen, "of the danger you was in at the palace of the king of Samandal, whilst I was giving orders to send you other troops to avenge you, he disappeared. He must have been frightened at hearing of your being in so great danger, and did not think himself in sufficient security with us." This news exceedingly afflicted King Sale, who now repented of his being so easily wrought upon by King Better, as to carry him away with him without his mother's consent. He sent everywhere after him, but whatever diligence was used, he could hear no tidings of him. And instead of the joy he conceived at having carried on so far the marriage, which he looked upon as his own work, his grief for this accident was more mortifying. Whilst he was under this suspense about his nephew, he left his kingdom under the administration of his mother, and went to govern that of the king of Samandal, whom he continued to keep with great vigilance, though with all due respect to his character. The same day that King Sale returned to the kingdom of Samandal, Queen Gulnara, mother to King Better, arrived at the court of the queen her mother. The princess was not at all surprised to find her son did not return the same day he set out, it being not uncommon for him to go farther than he proposed in the heat of the chase. But when she saw he neither returned the next day, nor the day after, she began to be alarmed, as may easily be imagined from her affection for him. This alarm was augmented when the officers, who had accompanied the king, and were obliged to return after they had for a long time sought in vain both for him and his uncle, came and told her majesty they must of necessity have come to some harm, or must be together in some place which they could not guess, since, whatever diligence they had used, they could hear no tidings of them. Their horses indeed they had found, but as for their persons, they knew not where to look for them. The queen, hearing this, had resolved to dissemble and conceal her affliction, bidding the officers to search once more with their utmost diligence. But in the meantime, saying nothing to anybody, she plunged into the sea, to satisfy herself as to the suspicion she had that King Sale must have carried away his nephew along with him. This great queen would have been more affectionately received by the queen her mother, had she not, upon first sight of her, guessed the occasion of her coming. "Daughter," said she, "I plainly perceive you are not come hither to visit me. You come to inquire after the king your son, and the only news I can tell you will augment both your grief and mine. I no sooner saw him arrive in our territories, but I rejoiced. Yet, when I came to understand he had come away without your knowledge, I began to participate with you in the concern you must needs suffer." Then she related to her with what zeal King Sale went to demand the Princess Giuhara in marriage for King Better, and what happened upon it till her son disappeared. "I have sent diligently after him," added she, "and the king my son, who is but just gone to govern the kingdom of Samandal, has done all that lay in his power. All our endeavors have hitherto proved unsuccessful, but we must hope nevertheless to see him again, perhaps when we least expect it." Queen Gulnare was not satisfied with this hope. She looked upon the king her dear son as lost, and she lamented him bitterly, laying all the blame upon the king his uncle. The queen her mother made her consider the necessity of her not yielding too much to her grief. "The king your brother," said she, "ought not, it is true, to have talked to you so inconsiderately about that marriage, nor ever have consented to carry away the king my grandson, without acquainting you before. Yet since it is not certain that the king of Persia is absolutely lost, you ought to neglect nothing to preserve his kingdom for him. Lose, then, no more time, but return to your capital. Your presence there will be necessary, and it will not be hard for you to preserve the public peace, by causing it to be published that the king of Persia was gone to visit his grandmother. This was sufficient to oblige Queen Gulnare to yield to it. She took leave of the queen her mother, and got back to the palace of the capital of Persia before she had been missed. She dispatched immediately persons to recall the officers she had sent after the king, and to tell them she knew where his majesty was, and that they should soon see him again. She also caused the same report to be spread throughout the city, and governed, in concert with the prime minister and council, with the same tranquillity as if the king had been present. To return to King Bedr, whom the Princess Jauhara's waiting woman had taken and left in the island before mentioned, that monarch was not a little surprised when he found himself alone, and under the form of a bird. He esteemed himself yet more unhappy, in that he knew not where he was, nor in what part of the world the kingdom of Persia lay. But if he had known, and sufficiently knew the force of his wings, to hazard the traversing so extensive watery regions, and had reached it, what could he have gained, but the mortification to continue still in the same ill plight, not to be accounted so much as a man, in lieu of being acknowledged for king of Persia? He was forced to remain where he was, and live upon such food as birds of his kind were wont to have, and to pass the night on a tree. A few days after, a peasant that was skilled in taking birds with nets chanced to come to the place where he was. When perceiving so fine a bird, the like of which he had never seen, though he had followed that sport for a long while, he began greatly to rejoice. He employed all his art to become master of him, and at length succeeded and took him. Overjoyed at so great a prize, which he looked upon to be of more worth than all the other birds he commonly took, by reason of its being so great a rarity, he shut it up in a cage and carried it to the city. As soon as he was come into the market, a citizen stopped him and asked him how much he would have for that bird. Instead of answering, the peasant demanded of the citizen what he would do with him in case he should buy him. "What wouldst thou have me to do with him?" answered the citizen, "but roast and eat him." "If that be the case," replied the peasant, "I suppose you would think me very well paid if you should give me the smallest piece of silver for him. I set a much higher value upon him, and you should not have him for a piece of gold. Although I am advanced in years, I never saw such a bird in my life. I intend to make a present of him to the king. He will know the value of him better than you." Without staying any longer in the market, the peasant went directly to the palace, and placed himself exactly before the king's apartment. His Majesty being at a window where he could see all that passed in the court, no sooner cast his eyes on this beautiful bird than he sent an officer of his eunuchs to buy it for him. The officer, going to the peasant, demanded of him how much he would have for that bird. "If it is for his Majesty," answered the peasant, "I humbly beg of him to accept it of me as a present, and I desire you to carry it to him." The officer took the bird to the king, who found it so great a rarity that he ordered the same officer to take 10 pieces of gold and carry them to the peasant, who departed very well satisfied. The king ordered the bird to be put into a magnificent cage and gave it corn and water in rich vessels. His Majesty, being then ready to mount on horseback to go a-hunting, had not time to consider the bird, therefore had it brought to him as soon as he came back. The officer brought the cage, and the king, that he might the better view the bird, took it out himself and perched it upon his hand. Looking earnestly upon it, he demanded of the officer if he had seen it eat. "Sir," replied the officer, "your Majesty may observe the vessel with his food is still full, and I have not observed that he has touched any of it." Then the king ordered him meat of divers sorts, that he might take what he liked best. The table being spread, and dinner served up just as the king had given these orders, as soon as the plates were placed, the bird, clapping his wings, leaped off the king's hand, flew upon the table, where he began to peck the bread and victuals, sometimes on one plate and sometimes on another. The king was so surprised that he immediately sent the officer of the eunuchs to desire the queen to come and see this wonder. The officer related it to her Majesty, and she came forthwith. But she no sooner saw the bird than she covered her face with her veil and would have retired. The king, surprised at her proceeding, as there were none present in the chamber but the eunuchs and the women that followed her, asked the reason of it. "Sir," answered the queen, "your Majesty will no longer be surprised when you understand this bird is not, as you take it, a bird but a man." "Madam," said the king, more astonished than before, "you mean to banter me, but you shall never persuade me that a bird can be a man." "Sir," replied the queen, "far be it from me to banter your majesty. Nothing is more certain than what I have had the honor to tell you. I can assure your majesty it is the king of Persia, named Bedr, son of the celebrated Gulnare, princess of one of the largest kingdoms of the sea, nephew of Sail, king of that kingdom and grandson of Queen Farash, mother of Gulnare and Sail. And it was the Princess Jeuhara, daughter of the king of Samendal, who thus metamorphosed him into a bird. That the king might no longer doubt of what she affirmed, she told him the whole story, how and for what reason the Princess Jeuhara had thus revenged herself for the ill treatment which King Sail had used towards the king of Samendal, her father. The king had the less difficulty to believe this assertion of the queen, in that he knew her to be a skillful magician, one of the greatest in the world. And as she knew everything which passed in it, he was always by her means timely informed of the designs of the kings his neighbors against him, and prevented them. His Majesty had compassion on the king of Persia, and earnestly besought his queen to break the enchantment, that he might return to his own form. The queen consented to it with great willingness. "Sir," said she to the king, "be pleased to take the bird into your closet, and I will show you a king worthy of the consideration you have for him." The bird, which had ceased eating, and attended to what the king and queen said, would not give his Majesty the trouble to take him, but hopped into the closet before him. And the queen came in soon after, with a vessel full of water in her hand. She pronounced over the vessel some words unknown to the king, till the water began to boil, when she took some of it in her hand, and sprinkling a little upon the bird, said, "By virtue of these holy and mysterious words I have just pronounced, and in the name of the Creator of heaven and earth, who raises the dead and supports the universe, quit that form of a bird, and reassume that which thou hast received from thy Creator." The words were scarce out of the queen's mouth, but, instead of a bird, the king saw a young prince of good shape, air, and mien. King Bedr immediately fell upon his knees, and thanked God for the favor that had been bestowed upon him. Then he took the king's hand, who helped him up, and kissed it in token of gratitude. But the king embraced him with great joy, and testified to him the satisfaction he had to see him. He would then have made his acknowledgments to the queen, but she was already retired to her apartment. The king made him sit at the table with him, and after dinner was over, he prayed him to relate to him how the Princess Jeuhara could have the inhumanity to transform into a bird so amiable a prince as he was, and the king of Persia immediately satisfied him. When he had done, the king, provoked at the proceeding of the princess, could not help blaming her. "It was commendable," said he, "in the princess of Samendal not to be insensible of the king her father's ill treatment, but to carry her vengeance so far, and especially against a prince who was not culpable, was what she could never be able to justify herself for. But let us have done with this discourse, and tell me, I beseech you, in what I can farther serve you." "Sir," answered King Bedr, "my obligation to your majesty is so great, that I ought to remain with you all my life to testify my gratitude. But since your majesty sets no limits to your generosity, I entreat you to grant me one of your ships to transport me to Persia, where I fear my absence, which has been but too long, may have occasioned some disorder, and that the queen my mother, from whom I concealed my departure, may be dead of grief, under the uncertainty whether I am alive or dead." The king granted what he desired with the best grace imaginable, and immediately gave orders for equipping one of his largest ships, and the best sailor in his numerous fleet. The ship was soon furnished with all its complement of men, provisions, and ammunition, and as soon as the wind became fair, King Bedr embarked, after having taken leave of the king, and thanked him for all his favors. The ship sailed before the wind for 10 days together, which made it advance considerably without interruption. The 11th day the wind changed, and becoming very violent, there followed a furious tempest. The ship was not only driven out of its course, but so violently tossed that all its masts were brought by the board, and driving along at the pleasure of the wind, it at length struck against a rock and bulged. The greatest part of the people were instantly drowned. Some few were saved by swimming, and others by getting on pieces of the wreck. King Bedr was among the latter, when after having been tossed about for some time by the waves and currents, under great uncertainty of his fate, he at length perceived himself near the shore, and not far from a city that seemed large. He exerted his remaining strength to reach the land, and was at length so fortunate to come so near as to be able to touch the ground with his feet. He immediately abandoned his piece of wood, which had been of so great service to him. But when he came pretty near the shore, he was greatly surprised to see horses, camels, mules, asses, oxen, cows, bulls, and other animals crowding to the shore, and putting themselves in a posture to oppose his landing. He had the utmost difficulty to conquer their obstinacy and force his way, but at length he succeeded, and sheltered himself among the rocks till he had recovered his breath, and dried his clothes in the sun. When the prince advanced to enter the city, he met with the same opposition from these animals, who seemed to intend to make him forgo his design and give him to understand it was dangerous to proceed. King Bedr, however, got into the city soon after and saw many fair and spacious streets, but was surprised to find no man there. This made him think it was not without cause that so many animals had opposed his passage. Going forward, nevertheless, he observed divers shops open, which gave him reason to believe the place was not so destitute of inhabitants as he imagined. He approached one of these shops, where several sorts of fruits were exposed to sale, and saluted very courteously an old man that was sitting there.